Minnesota kid, and he had a touchdown there. That was a big part of it as well. And if they're able to run the ball like that, like they did after the first quarter against Oklahoma, they had a big second quarter running the football against the Sooners. If they're able to do those kinds of things, it's going to make the passing game better. And obviously it's going to make the offensive line much more effective against that Georgia front.
Craig, is this a Georgia front though that is like this? They're still the wall against the run. They're just they're just a really solid run defense still.
Hey, remember when
they're good. They're fourth in the SEC against the run. I think 43rd. Front end of the middle of the pack, you might say, in the nation against the run. Pass defense is about the same, but their total defense and their scoring defense has been good. And I think the Longhorns are going to have to be patient. Patient with the run, and going to have to be patient with the offense, because I don't know that they're going to have a lot of big strikes like they've had against some other teams this year. In fact, I'm relatively certain that's not going to happen. So they may be able to get one or maybe two, but this isn't going to be a game like some of the other ones they've had where they've been able to just take deep shot after deep shot because it's there. Because a lot of times it won't be there, and they're just going to have to be patient with the offense to do it. I think they can move the ball on Georgia, especially with their offensive line, but it's going to require a little more patience than against most of the other opponents they've seen this year.
The voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way, joining us here on 105 through Fan. Craig, last one for you here. We've mentioned it already here. In the new era of the CFP and the expanded CFP, going undefeated is not nearly as important as it once was. Being the number one ranked team in the country isn't nearly as important as it once was. But for Texas specifically, coming into the SEC and trying to establish their presence there, do you think it's important to people within this program as a top goal of, man, we really want to go undefeated and hold on to that number one the entire year?
I think there's some to that, but I think you make a great point that it's not as critical as it once was. I mean, the two things that really struck me about this college football season in this 12-team playoff debut season. One, that we've never talked about G5 programs as much as we're talking about them now. I mean, how much conversation is everybody having about Army and Navy and Boise State and things like that? That's one. The other thing is that the AP poll just seems more inconsequential than it ever has been, because we know the College Football Playoff Committee is going to do their own thing, although they don't start until November. So, and we also know the way the rules are set up. If you win your conference championship in a Power 4 league, you get a bye in the first round. That, I think, is the biggest directive for what Sark wants for this program. Yes, win the SEC and get that first-round bye, whether you've got one loss or no losses. If you win the SEC, you're getting a first-round bye for that playoff. So I think that's probably, among those who are closest to the program, the most important part.
What's up? These are the Sean and RJ Morning Snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? That's right, the 5 Ps. These can be applied to most every area of your life, but it's especially true for you and your money. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many years ago when I was a young man in the Marine Corps, I learned about the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance.
Okay,
now you can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have been helping our clients with the 5 Ps for years. We have hearts of teachers and will never complicate by using financial jargon. Our fee structure is transparent. The more you make, the more we make. The majority of our clients come from other financial advisors. Isn't it time for a second opinion to allow Trajan Wealth to help you with the 5 Ps too? Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who are tired of being taken advantage of. Schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-your-hero.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, for their 100th year and asking customers to sing the jingle.
Huffines has it.
So, what was the it for you?
For me, the it was convenience. I was able to trade in my car and get a new one so fast.
And when you visit Genesis of Plano, get low APR financing on luxurious new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com.
Maximize your home's comfort and save money by installing all-natural Milo blow-in insulation with a lifetime transferable warranty. Schedule a free estimate at MiloInsulation.com.
Milo Insulation, nature's very best.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning. It's a Firehouse Football Friday, a Jerry Triple Down Friday. Votes, more shots taken in the USA Today with Jared Bell.
Who's sassier, do you think? Jerry Jones or Peyton just now bitching at us to get on the Zoom?
I think it's
YouTube, guys.
Get on the Zoom. There's nothing on YouTube. I can't. I don't have internet, so.
Well, you get down, you connect to the internet down there. We're getting on there, Peyton, so don't you worry your mildly attractive head off.
Yeah, don't worry, Peyton. We're rocking, we're rolling, we're live here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby at the Denton Firehouse, presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Here until 10 a.m. We got fantastic giveaways all morning long. Free breakfast is rocking and rolling right now, and I believe more to come in the 7 o'clock hour. So come on and get your free breakfast, get your Whataburger flags, and, of course, the Sean and RJ cooler setup. These things are sweet, dude.
Yeah, they are.
Dude, they're insulated
awesome.
Cooler. You keep it warm, keep it cold.
Oh yeah, you got to keep it cold. You got to be able to. What's the point of something if you can't keep it cold? You could probably keep it hot too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you really wanted to.
That is a thing we all say, right? What's the point of something if you can't keep it cold? I've just never heard that as a slogan before.
You could literally.
You know what? That's a good point. That needs to be a slogan. What's the point of having something if you can't keep it cold?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you can't keep it hot either.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. No, I have a little section in my backpack, my season 3 burn notice backpack, and it is. I got an insulated little spot, so I can put something cold and I know it'll stay cold, or I can put a hot pocket in there. I can literally cook a hot pocket in the morning, and my hot pocket could still be hot by lunchtime, thanks to the insulated little zipper spot in my backpack.
It's like a 6-pack bag thing. Have you seen those 6-pack bags?
Yes, they're brilliant.
Right. It's the only 6-pack I'm going to get. So you might as well get a bag.
Yeah, you got to, man. You got to.
Pre-soda. Now you
never know, right?
Soda.
No question about it.
I think that's just showing off, though. A 6-pack. I think it's just showing off.
Oh my God!
That's punishment.
I don't
You're
think
punishing yourself.
Yeah, you don't need that. You're just showing off at that point. Nobody really wants to see that.
Right.
Nobody likes somebody with a 6-pack, do they?
No, I think you deal with a lot of hate naturally. Just a lot of people bitter at you. So yeah, I could totally see that.
It's a person that you know is anti-fun oftentimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
they don't go to dinner, they don't go to drinks.
That has to be your priority. If you have 6 of them things on that stomach, that's your priority. That's the first thing you think about when you wake up in the morning and before you
Jay. Yeah, Jay. Their whole life revolves around pool season. Like, that's fine, which is fine. I mean, so does mine.
Well, he gets that because Jay gets that because he's an incredible Tolo first and foremost, and I think that helps.
That's genetics.
But he's also climbing through roofs and stuff. Yeah. He does AC, and I mean during the summer. He's just Shredward scissor hands year round because of that.
You know what? You know what we're doing this year? We're cold plunging in the pool this year, baby.
I'm down.
Come on over.
I'll come over to your place for that.
Let's get in the pool.
How was your cold plunge a couple weeks ago at Southern Leisure?
It was fantastic, to be honest with you. Now Broadus did it for 20 minutes. So
were you worried about his blood pressure?
How
yes, I was.
How cold?
This was sub 40-degree temperatures.
And he did 20 minutes.
He did 20 minutes.
Broadus with high blood pressure.
Yeah, it was hazardous.
That's not good.
His doctor was like blowing up his phone the whole time because he listens and is like, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing this, but you know how Broadus is.
220 over 140, you think, that blood pressure?
3 minutes tops.
I know,
you
dude.
doing that thing.
Yeah, it was brutal, but you feel great coming out of it. You really do. All right, feeling great right now because we are in Denton. This is the college town, dude. I can't help but feel romantic about this.
This is your stomping grounds, man.
Yes, and this is a gorgeous firehouse, by the way. This has been open for 4 years. I was talking to Mr. Boots earlier, and he was saying a couple of years ago before Snowmageddon, this one opened up, which was perfect because the one across the street, the old one that I was familiar with, basically, because I used to live right here. I literally lived on Eagle. You couldn't be in my apartment for like more than 30 minutes at a time without hearing sirens of some sort. And that has something to do with Denton. that has something to do with Denton. Yeah, I was always getting the fire trucks called.
I was burning for sure.
They got a mean green truck.
I know
over here, the green fire truck.
I cannot wait to go.
I don't know if it's a ladder or whatever they call it.
It looks phenomenal.
And by the way, we're at
right.
We're at 1401 Underwood Street, and I made sure to get clarity. So when you pull up here, there's some parking on the side of the firehouse that you can park at. I know there's no more parking now, apparently, but there's if you see a parking spot on the side of the firehouse, even though it says no parking, you apparently can park there. And there's also some parking here on the bay in front of us. Do not park as you're pulling in the left side of the entrance because that's where the engine's got to get out. You got to park over here directly in front of us. But we're out here to party today.
Never ceases to amaze how many people are out here at 6 o'clock.
As long as Jerry approves of our party.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, I'm surprised we have so many.
We got to pass that through.
So many people are here after what was such a slow week for the program and for the station. I'm surprised everybody was able to get there.
I was surprised. Dude, the way that the town is soured on the Cowboys because we're apparently employees, they probably would have soured on us.
Right. We can't get anything through without the Jerry approval, and that was made patently obvious to Jarrett Bell of USA Today on Thursday. I should be clear. This was something that Jarrett Bell said on Tuesday, or that Jerry Jones said to Jarrett Bell on Tuesday. So
that's disappointing.
Now here's the thing. Thank you, Cody. Diana Rossini had talked to Jerry literally walking out of owners' meetings as he was walking to his car. Jarrett Bell's discussion with Jerry Jones on Tuesday was at his car. So these were literally back-to-back statements made walking from Diana Rossini to then Jarrett Bell. It just was not even – he didn't write about it until Thursday, as I guess he was gathering his thoughts. But there was a lot here. The headline says Jerry Jones was wrong to threaten radio hosts for Cowboys. Jarrett Bell sets it up, says that Jerry Jones went on the flagship, the low light coming when he seemingly threatened to replace the three hosts for real. And this is what Jerry said. I don't know, Jones said, standing outside his waiting SUV. I'll tell you what, Dale Hansen and Brad Sham had to take a leave when they went too far, one way or another. Dale Hansen and Brad Sham both were – Dale Hansen let go for criticism on the air on the broadcasts of Jerry Jones several different times. Brad Sham was temporarily let go for some criticism, but also a lot of defense of Dale during that time. And then Brad was brought back.
Did Rangers for like 3 years.
Yeah, he did. And it was a big deal at the time. But it mentions here, Jarrett says, remember, the buck stops with the team owner in more ways than one. And Jerry's quote, he says, they're my own folks. That's like Brad and Dale putting it on us during a ball game. And it says during the 28-minute segment, it began with a lighthearted tone as Jones drove to the airport for the trip to Atlanta. He described himself as sick by the debacle on Sunday and joked that it was the perfect time to lay low and get out of town. Yet the flow and Jones' responses got heated after roughly 12 minutes. For several minutes, Jones sounded defensive when the host sought responses about the minimal moves by the Cowboys in the offseason.
Real quick, Eric, you're seeing Bobby slowly read this, by the way. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is incredibly slow, actually.
He usually would have skipped at least 11 words at this point.
I know. I thank you, Mavis Beacon. Like all that typing in 1997, the typing program, it's helped slow me down a little bit. Jerry Jones told Jarrett Bell, he said, I don't want to demean or undermine their credibility. Well, you failed. Just like in building this football team, Jerry, you failed.
But I do things I don't want to do all the time.
I don't want to demean or undermine their credibility, but we were kind of set up for taking me to the woodshed, and I wasn't ready for that. I was going to talk about the very things they wanted to talk about, but I didn't want it before a tribunal. They're not the ones. Now, the guys that are listening, my ticket holders and fans, they are the ones.
Yeah, they're not. Trust me, they're not the ones that you want to hear from. I don't think he wants that smoke.
No,
he does not. You want to do a call segment when he calls in next week?
Sure.
Okay.
Open it up.
All right.
If we have enough dump. We can start with Peyton. Peyton can throw out the first question with some of the stuff he said.
Oh, I got a few.
So what you would need, because what happens is that there's you can say things on social media and you can say things on text, but when you're talking to someone, it's different, right?
For sure.
Your defense mode, everything goes higher. It only takes one person to be the guinea pig, to be the first one to set it off, and then everybody else will just, okay, well, he's still alive,
pile on,
right? He didn't die. Let's just pile on, and it would be a disaster for him. He doesn't want that.
We've talked a ton about this. Not the Jarrett Bell thing, but we've talked a ton about the Jerry interview and the fallout and everything else. I'm curious, what's your take been sitting in the afternoon, Eric, and what has the G-Mag Nation thought about all
What's
this?
your take, Ben, in safe territory?
And how would you have played sitting
Not
there?
having your job threatened. How's that feel?
I would hope that I would played it as well as you guys did.
By the way, just really quickly, I know everybody keeps saying having your job threatened. To me, it's the most empty threat of all. He's not doing anything in my job. And
but it's still funny to say.
I know.
I'm leaning into that.
I know. He just for clarity for anybody who listens, since now we get people listening and writing articles for the next week. He didn't hire me. He can't fire me. So that's just where it's at.
And that's what's so weird about it. He's likening you guys to Shim and Hansen. So he's trying to tie those two things together of like, I could boot these guys out in a split second if I want to.
Yeah.
And he's treating it like it's DallasCowboys.com. He's also treating he called it a woodshed. Like you guys were just tearing them up the whole time.
We're a tribunal and we're yahoos, which I do think that needs to be the new name of the show. Because we do have Bobby. It can't be Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That's just too many names. I just think we should be called the Yahoos.
The morning Yahoos?
The Yahoos over the tribunals?
I think Yahoos stands out.
I don't even know. He keeps saying tribunal, and I'm like, well, I don't even – I haven't done the research on the definition of that. I'm like, I don't even know what he really means
Survivor,
by it.
Right? The tribe has spoken. That's what it is.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I have no idea.
But it's so random.
A tribunal is like a judgment seat.
This is such against the grain from what he's always been, and I feel like you guys have had segments with him where you've asked him more difficult questions. He's just very sensitive to the status of his football team right now and the decisions that he's made since the offseason, and it has been a bit of a buildup. This was a loud offseason of criticism.
Yeah.
And he has not – and he was indignant on the fact that we were wrong in real time, and now he can't fathom the idea that, oh, wow, this entire offseason that I've been selling something, and now we are just over a month into it, and it's already bottoming out on him. And he's taking simple questions, calm questions. You guys handled it fantastic. I don't know that I feel confident that I would have handled it any better. I would have wanted to kind of bark back a little bit. He's talking over you guys and like asking you questions. What's your point? What's your point? What's your point? And then cut you off.
What's your damn point?
Cut you off when you're trying to give him the point. So I thought y'all handled it extremely well. And I think there's just clearly underlying issues that he came into the interview with.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so when somebody calls you out on something, or somebody says something to you, right? They come at you. If it's not true, you generally don't get offended. You're like, when somebody like kind of makes it, even if they joke at you, if it's not true,
unless it's you talking about the SEC,
fair. But like they don't get offended if it's not true but when it is true,
it hurts a lot
more. And he knew it was true. He knew what we were saying and what the fans are saying and what the whole narrative is about the team. He knows it's real. And that hurt more because at the end of the day, it is his fault. And he should get the credit when they win and the blame when they lose. And that's just the way it is. He puts himself in that position. Not the coach, not the players, it's him.
Here's the thing is that he has said routinely the buck stops with him. So the buck stops with you when you lose by 25 to New Orleans. And the buck stops with you when you lose by 38 to Detroit at home. And not just that, when someone that you respect comes into town on your birthday and says, I am going to do everything in my power to get an offensive lineman a touchdown on a trick play in this game. That's gonna check your ego a little bit. And then when you're standing there post game and you're getting grilled, you're not gonna like that. And then when you're heading to the airport, already having to talk on the phone, heading to the airport, hear the same questions before hopping on that plane, and landing in Atlanta to get the side eye from 31 other owners of like, whew, that was pretty embarrassing for you on Sunday, wasn't it? I understand the context in which he got angry. That doesn't change the opinion. That doesn't change the fact at all that he was wrong. He's wrong to get upset or offended or feel like it's not anybody's place to ask him for, hey, this is proper context here. What you did this offseason is proper context to the S show we're seeing right now. And make no mistake, you can tell me 3-3 and anything else you want. It is an S show. This is an awful football team. This is a team that is worse right now than that 2010 team was 6 games into the season. I don't give a damn that you're 3-3. You're a bad football
this team. Is worse than that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. If you look at the way they played, they were worse. All of their margins were worse.
Okay, that's fair.
And
they're getting blown out.
They are getting blown out. They weren't in 2010 to that point. Dallas, I think, was actually on the positive side of like yards gained versus yards allowed by 200 or so. They were playing okay through those first 6 weeks, and then they quit. They crumbled and they quit. This is
the moment the quarterback goes down, you're going to probably quit.
Here's what
that sucks about this team is because your quarterback hasn't gone down. He's upright. He's standing
gone down
healthy.
in talent.
And
he's gone down in talent.
The team is still extremely bad.
Here's what Jerry and Mike McCarthy and everybody else need to accept. You got one of two answers here. Either your team has quit, in which case you need to blow people out right now, or your team is really bad, and I need to stop hearing about we have the right guys. You don't. You're bad. You are a bad football team, and you built a bad football team. And I'm sorry that that's uncomfortable, and I'm sorry that hurts, but when you tell me the buck stops with you, that means consequences also stop with you. And there's no real consequences if you're the guy hiring and firing people, and it's you. So the consequences of that then are you have to take every bit of criticism and every bit of uncomfortable question, and those weren't even uncomfortable questions.
I know.
They weren't.
Nope.
For a guy with the thickest skin and the broadest shoulders of anybody I've ever seen with a public profile, it's sad to watch him flounder like this week.
Never takes it that harsh. Ever. There's not never. And that's
why it's so surprising so weird. And now I cannot wait for Tuesday morning at 8:30. That's going to be appointment listening. Going to be fantastic. But yes, he triples down now with the USA Today. That was, as the context from Bobby there, that was comments from Tuesday, but the story comes out yesterday. And now I wonder what his current status is of how he's actually feeling, because clearly Tuesday he was fired up, letting you guys have it, not simmering down on the flight to Atlanta, ripping in with Diana Rossini, and then there's Jarrett Bell, who wants to hear from me about this because I'm ready to let it fly. He was ticked.
I can I can extend grace to the point of it's the context says clearly you're going to be uncomfortable and upset and mad and everything like that. And I know we got to get to a break, and that's fine. I can accept that, and I don't need an apology or anything else. But what I am saying is that if that were to continue, we have an issue. And I don't mean just an issue between us, take us out of it. I'm saying we have an issue of his ability to handle the heat that comes with the job if this extends into next week.
All right, it's a Firehouse Football Friday here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live in Denton at the Denton Firehouse. Firehouse number 3, and she's a beauty. We got a bunch of Tolos here right now. We got the free breakfast. We got the flags. And, of course, we got the insulated coolers that are super, super sick as well. 877-881-1053. Sean was just vasectomized, so he will be back on on Friday, and on Monday. We look forward to that. But man, my goodness, last night the MLB playoffs, the Mets continue to get smoked. The Yankees can't close the door. Thursday night football was a disaster, and Choppy's got to take on the college basketball situation that went down yesterday. Just getting started on a Football Friday live from Denton. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now Mayton's 2-2. Bet swings, hits a high fly ball left field, going back Nimmo on the track, at the wall. It is out of here! Mookie Betts watched that one fly from the batter's box, admiring a 2-run blast.
All right, Dodgers radio with the call. Dodgers absolutely spank the Mets once again, 10-2, and they are rocking and rolling. They're leading the series 3-1. The baseball playoffs last night, as it pertains to the Yankees and the Guardians, though.
Guards.
That one, we were watching it in studio yesterday as it was getting going, and we're watching Judge and Stanton go back-to-back on it, and then I'm driving home, and Blake and Fred are giving updates on the game, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and then Mike's texting us in the group message, like, baseball, and of course, Bobby's trolling him back about Bo Nix being on the screen.
On the screen.
Yeah, don't bother me right now.
Nobody watched any of the Bo Nix.
I did. It was funny. I watched the first half of that game, and it was pretty funny, and we can discuss it in a little bit. But my goodness, man, the Yankees losing in extras now, leading the series 2-1.
Shouldn't have even got to. I mean, it was clutch plays by Judge and Stanton and an awful challenge by
David
the Guards,
Fry.
by the way, on the Judge home run. But the
Stanton home run, where he missed first base.
That was so stupid.
Yeah, it was desperation.
It was. But just in general, it was. I mean, yeah, it was a great game. One of the better games in baseball, probably the best game we've seen in baseball this year, even absent, the playoff implications of it. Just
that Mets Braves game on the Monday after the regular season was legit crazy. This did it too. The Dodgers Mets series has been bad. Every game decided by 4 runs or more. The Dodgers have won games 9-0, 8-0, and 10-2, and the Mets win was 7-3. That is an unwatchable series of 2 mega markets. Like baseball would love to have, because those are the games on Fox. Baseball or FS1. Baseball would love to have that series be a bunch of 1-run games, and it just hasn't been. And the Dodgers are going to wrap this thing up. I would assume, probably tonight.
Yeah.
The Dodgers' problem is their pitching's a mess.
Another thing Peyton was wrong about. He said the Mets were going to win the whole thing in our text chain, and so now
I said they could. They could win the whole thing.
I believe you said the Mets are going to go out there and win the whole thing.
Go back and read it.
It's what's wrong with Peyton Russell.
I actually know how to
that's
read.
the new segment.
I can read though, just like Aaron Rodgers. But yeah, the Dodgers series is. Anytime you get a game last night, I was just looking through the box score. Would you get 3 walks and still get 3 at-bats in a game? The opposing pitcher had a rough
the
day.
Mets have, I think, they have walked now, I think, 40 hitters. They have 40 walks. They have allowed the Dodgers in like 30 last 30 innings, like 40 walks.
Jeez,
it's insane. It is insane.
Those are Rick Ankiel numbers.
Yeah, they are. They are. So that game was a blowout. But the first game, Eric, was a lot of fun. It was kind of slow until the end. I mean, Cleveland had a 3-1 lead. Both stars are fine. Boyd pitched well. You get to the Cleveland bullpen, and their bullpen's nails, right? So they don't spend a ton of money. Oh, we got a call.
Fire him up,
know,
ladies
right?
and gentlemen. Here we go. Denton
literally.
Firehouse number 3. Let's go. Look, you can see how quick they're moving.
No, he's
right
running
here.
too.
Look
This
at the
is serious.
mustache. This is the same thing. Okay, so I went to Glen Heights with you guys, and the mustaches were just rampant.
Yeah.
With the firemen.
Yeah, because
that's part of the uniform.
There's no greater sign of manliness than a full mustache.
Couldn't agree more.
Which is
That's
why
what I
Peyton's Peyton. No, that's why. That's.
Have you seen it lately?
You tried to display it. You're like a peacock with half his feathers, like trying to display it, and you don't actually have
Peyton's
it.
is more pencil thin too.
It's just wispy.
It's
like
it's a little wispy.
It's weird. It's not just thin horizontal. It's
Right.
thin vertically too. It's
Tom
weird.
Selleck's on one side of the spectrum, and then you have Peyton on the other side.
Yeah, he looks
and
like
then everybody else is just sort of in between.
Yeah, Peyton looks like Tom Selleck if his
lip had male pattern baldness.
Put some Rogaine on that lip, my dog. Could Dr. Bashara throw a little mustache help on his
Back to baseball.
Can they go that precision? Like with
could.
his little pen?
Yeah, sure, they absolutely could.
That's what he can do. He can get like the Jason Witten fake hair painted on his lip.
The Beijing, but on his lip. Starts dripping off when he's drinking.
All right, so Clase is in there, and he's been the best closer. He's allowed 5 runs in the entire season.
Wouldn't you love to have a closer like that?
It would be great.
Be awesome.
You know, it'd be
Too
almost
bad you never had Clase.
Too bad you never had Clase.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who
you did?
Yes, unfortunately, we punted on him a few years ago.
Yeah.
It was
4?
like-
Oh my gosh,
Say
who
it.
was that for? Who was that for?
For a half inning to Corey Kluber.
Oh, it was the Kluber. Oh gosh.
Or was it a third of it, a full inning? They got a full inning out of him, I think. Maybe
They got one.
They got
one full
inning.
inning.
So Clase he's allowed 5 runs all year. After last night, he's now allowed 6 runs in the playoffs.
You know what just dawned on me, by the way, not to dovetail too much, but when you said Corey Kluber, had Aaron Rodgers never played another snap for the Jets, that would have been our Aaron
That would have been our
Rodgers.
That's right. It absolutely would have been.
Did Kluber run out there with the flag?
Yeah.
Day two?
I'll never forget how good he looked in those powder blues.
Oh,
at
yeah.
Sunday best.
Yeah.
And we got about 5 minutes.
He looked great,
And
man.
then
That
he came
was-
back like the next year and threw a no-hitter on us,
It
right?
was- what an inning though.
Oh,
what an inning!
yeah.
Fantastic.
Probably
inning.
the best inning we've ever
It
seen.
really was. So you get to this game, and here's Clase on the mound, and there's 2 outs, and Judge comes up as the tying run, and we can make fun of John Sterling because he probably didn't see it.
Swung on and drilled to right field. That ball is going to be gone. It was a line drive, and it went over the right field fence. It's a Judgian blast. The Yankees dugout goes nuts. They're all on the field. A 2-run home run to tie the game the opposite way.
All right, so he saw it. He saw it. Okay,
Sort of.
I
I would love to hear, I would love if Chiafalo could hit a home run that John Sterling could call, because I would just love to hear him try.
Chiafalo.
I would love to see him try the mouthful of Chiafalo Ian.
Where he
Chiafalo
tries to
Ian
go with
home
some
run.
name. All right. So range of emotions, right? Now the game's tied. Like, oh my God, everybody's going crazy. And then the next batter, they move Stanton up in the lineup, and the next batter does this.
Swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Stanton and Judge have hit home runs, a back-to-back and a belly-to-belly. And the Yankees take the lead. Giancarlo non si può stopparlo. He homers, and he and Judge hit him back-to-back.
Fantastic.
There are like 3 things I love there. See, you were talking about Sterling coming back and calling.
Oh, I know. It's so bad.
He's in his bag right there.
He is in his bag.
Belly to belly.
He is in his bag.
Back-to-back.
I hated how he came
Belly
back,
to
though,
belly.
because he just pulled the rug right out from under that guy.
Yeah.
Whoever was doing the game. So now you go to the bottom of the 9th, and now there's 2 outs. Guardians, whatever the Cleveland adopted parents. That's what I'm calling them from now on. The adoptive parents.
How reckless are
We have
your UNT
another
brethren around here just burning us down?
I told you that you can't. I couldn't be in my apartment in college for more than 5 minutes at a time without hearing sirens. It's a high crime, high,
all right.
high stupidity. I don't know.
Well, I don't like the danger. Sounds very dangerous around here.
It is
A lot of fires.
That's what the D in Denton stands for.
That's what it is. That's right. So now there's 2 outs. Cleveland's on their final strike. They get a guy on base. And then, now this. I haven't heard this call. I imagine this is from Tom Hamilton, is going to be insane as Cleveland ties it.
Swung on and hammered. High, deep to left. Away out of here. Bedlam in Cleveland. John Kensey Noel.
Now that's a call.
That's intense.
The
You
crack
know
of
what
that
wasn't
bat
a call?
was pretty nice.
The one we got on TV that I sent you guys last night.
Oh, that was not good.
It was a terrible line. What was his line?
Because his last name is Noel,
Yeah,
so he says it's Christmas in Cleveland.
But he said, yeah, what did he say? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up. I got to find the
Peyton, do you have that one?
I do not.
The ultimate present under the
That's
tree.
right, the ultimate present under the tree.
Jump off a bridge.
See, we got to take
jump off a
Oh,
bridge into
wow.
that godforsaken lake there in Cleveland.
We got to take
dude.
it behind the scenes with Peyton. If
So
we send
bad.
something in the group chat, it never shows up on the cut sheet.
Sometimes if you send an email, it is past 6:40 on Thursday.
That's true. It's past 6:40 on Thursday. All right, that was a great
Peyton's
call.
put in his full 3.5 days of work.
Hey, it was a great load yesterday. I appreciate it.
That was a very
Thank
good.
you.
That was a great call.
People
though,
said
by
that
Tom
about him.
Hamilton. That was fantastic.
I was
That's- He's one of the 5 or 6 best in the business at those big home run calls. And then there is a walk-off in the next inning.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, 2-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means.
How do you think Fox would have called that? Supersize that fry.
That's good. It's a good one. It's a good one. That was that baseball needed that because the Dodgers series, Dodgers are going to blow out the Mets. Baseball really needed that night. They did not need the Yankees to win and go up 3-0. And it looked like they were going. Now, it was going to be in dramatic fashion.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be dramatic, right, with the home run, the back-to-back home runs, and the belly-to-belly home runs, apparently. But they really needed that night.
When was the last time you think Sterling was belly to belly?
Bobby?
I'm just saying, he's old.
He's in his 80s.
Yeah, right. So
Real quick, guys, do you guys want to hear the Spanish call of the Noel game
Yes.
time?
Oh,
home run?
yeah.
Here we go.
Plató, batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad!
I knew it.
Oh, Feliz Navidad!
I knew it was coming.
That's awesome.
You have to do that.
That's great. Boy, baseball. I'm happy. I'm happy baseball got that. They really needed that.
If they can get a Cardinals-Rangers series out of the Yankees and Dodgers, baseball pretty much be at its peak right
Dude,
now.
this is bad. The ladder just left.
The ladder just
left.
So we're 36 minutes into this thing. We've got 2 calls.
Yeah, it means you're also late. You're also late to break.
My apologies. All right, we're just getting started here, 6 a.m. club style. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Denton Firehouse on a football Friday, part of the Firehouse Tour presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. Let's go ahead and let's get you the Thursday Night Football disaster. Bobby has a conspiracy, and he went to the fair yesterday. That's all next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Blitz on the way. Rattler's in trouble. Pulled down as he throws, and this ball knocked up into the air and deflected and picked off by Cody Barton. Barton looking backwards into the end zone. That is a Denver touchdown.
Unbelievable Thursday night football disaster in New Orleans. The Saints look unwatchable after just boat racing our Cowboys about a month ago. It feels like it was a lot longer than that if you're a Saints fan, especially right now. My goodness gracious. But welcome into the 6 a.m. club on a football Friday, Firehouse Friday here in Denton. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Sean will be back on Monday after his lovely little vasectomy. He went to the same doctor that I did. I teed it up. I was like, hey, go to this guy. Trust me. This
you get a
guy's
referral fee?
Yeah. It should have get a little bit.
Is it like a pyramid scheme? Because like Chris Arnold recommended you, right? My favorite visual in the history of ever is Chris Arnold at a table in AT&T Stadium showing, like, diagramming for Eric how they do the procedure. And giving him tips on. Do you remember that?
Oh, do I remember that? CA was giving me the tip, and it was exactly what I needed
like
to hear.
Eskimo bros now, in a sense.
I'd like to, in some ways, me and Sean, we kind of are. after having the same doctor.
I mean, yeah, do you think a doctor like yours better?
I don't know. Well, my wife was actually in there watching because my wife's crazy. I don't know if Sean's wife.
She watched I want to see the incisions and everything.
Yes, she.
Could you imagine if you brought Oliver in to look? He brought his kids in to watch.
Yeah, you don't want that going down. I don't know how often that doctor has somebody watching him perform what it is he's doing with the lasers, and at some point you see a little bit of smoke rising up from.
So it's not a knife; it's a laser.
Nope. See, we're never doing this. We're never doing this, Chop. Choppy and I are out on this. We're not going to do this.
My 11-year-old absolutely would want to watch.
Yeah,
absolutely, he would want to watch.
But yeah, that's how my wife was, and I was extremely uncomfortable. But 15 minutes and it was over, and then I texted Sean like, "How was it?" And he was like, "You were right. It was pretty chill." So hopefully his recovery's been fine and all is well.
Shout out to Justin, who's out here today from Urban. He decided to stop by here before he's got a job interview this morning. So we're wishing him luck on the job interview while we're out here at Denton Firehouse number 3. We already got a bunch of people popping through. Yeah,
stunned again every time. I'm
we have Chop. We got looks like country music star Hardy back there in the green hat.
He does look like Hardy.
Looking just like Hardy. Wait in the truck.
He does look like Hardy.
He looks like Denton, is what he looks like.
He looks like Denton? Yeah,
Yes,
there's a look. There's no doubt.
He absolutely
does.
There's
a look.
That guy's a beast. Okay, last night, Thursday Night Football was a disaster. Here's Al Michaels, just as perturbed as anybody, at the end of half number 1. Saints are getting crushed. They're calling timeouts before kneel downs, and Al Michaels is confused, and he just wants to get to his halftime ribeye.
And that's the way this half is going to end in all likelihood, but they're going to take another timeout, I guess. All right.
Timeout.
For what practical purpose? You tell me.
Final of the half. Again,
I don't know. Even you're stumped.
Yeah.
And to stump you is hard.
You're excited for what's going on behind this wall right here at halftime. You hungry?
It depends. I got to see what the
See what's on the menu.
What the spread is tonight. Are we going Cajun or Creole?
It's a great town for food.
Sure. Punt, fumble, punt, field goal.
Take the ball. Take it.
For the Saints. Well, you take a timeout. It's the only timeout I've ever seen, and a kneel down follows.
And they'll get booed off the field.
Yeah, whatever. I know. Well, 16-3 is our halftime score.
And it somehow got worse and worse after that for the Saints. It was a true embarrassment.
He said the part out loud that we all feel sitting in the press box when we're up there and it's getting near the end of a game or it's getting near halftime, and they're calling timeouts unnecessarily. You just sit there and go, like, would you please just let the damn clock run out?
You call a timeout and then only to kneel it. Dennis Allen, Richard Sherman is alleging that his players want him fired based on how they're playing, particularly on defense. Watching the Saints felt like what it would be like if you were watching a team that had nothing but Trayvon Diggses on their defense. This is what it looks like if you're playing with 11 Trayvons, guys who just actively don't want to tackle anybody. Cover or tackle.
Intercept?
All of the above.
Yeah, he intercepts.
So if the Broncos beat the Saints by 23 and the Saints beat the Cowboys by 25, is it reasonable to assume that the Broncos would beat the Cowboys by 48?
Is that the transitive property? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can call into that. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. At one point, you had Bo Nix simultaneously overthrowing a wide open receiver and underthrowing one, as two guys on his team were wide open, and he just threw it right in between them. It was pretty hilarious. Bo Nix is he's tough to watch. And then Spencer Rattler last night, there was a play where he fumbles the ball on the snap, he picks it back up, he runs into his own lineman, and then he gets smoked, fumble, and it's a recovery for a touchdown for the defense.
Look, it's been a bad year for a lot of my quarterback takes. That one is hitting early, and I'm glad. Spencer Rattler's trash.
Yeah, he looked really good in that for about a half last week.
Be fair to Spencer Rattler and respect the fact that he's got like a half an offensive line. And did you see the guys that he was throwing to? Cedric Wilson was wide receiver 1 for the Saints last night. He was throwing to a guy named Bub Means.
Yeah,
first name Bub, last name
What
Means.
do you think Bub means when he says that?
He means well.
He means well. I think Bub means very well.
But he's not a good football. Mason Tipton, Cedric Wilson, and Bub Means were the pass catchers for Spencer Rattler last night. He didn't stand a chance.
Just the Tipton?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so yeah, Thursday Night
Football. Will
Dennis
Allen be fired today?
I don't know if he'll be fired today. You can't.
I don't think so.
And who are you? I guess Kubiak is on that staff. Do you want to give him a chance after the offense looked great for 2 weeks and then has bottomed out entirely?
You might. Now, look, yeah, they've had issues with injuries, offensive line, quarterback. The fact that they've lost Shaheed that sucks because Shaheed has been like very quietly, essentially Tyreek Hill in terms of big plays. There's nobody in the NFL who has more like 50-yard touchdowns over the last 2 years than him by like a considerable margin. He has like 3 or 4 more than anybody else. And so he's been really dynamic for them. So they're kind of stuck. The Saints have absolutely spiraled since they beat the snot out of Dallas, which
they have been in a spiral since. Yeah.
I mean, and that's the only spirals we've seen after watching Spencer
Right,
Rattler
absolutely.
football last night.
I'm going to see if I can place a bet on that. I don't know that I can.
On Dennis Allen?
Yeah, and the next coach should be fired.
See, maybe because they were embarrassed by Sean Payton. Which, did you see the petty Sean Payton move last night?
No.
He showed up, and he has not in his entire time in Denver done this. But the week of the Saints game, he threw the visor back on. So he was wearing a Broncos visor last night.
He's been
visorless during his Broncos time, and he wore one last night.
He's just been wearing a regular hat during
hat
the
or
games?
nothing
or nothing.
Yeah, he wore the visor, the orange visor last night.
Sounds like he's going to need to keep that one going.
That's a little petty.
Yeah,
that sounds like the pettiness of the man who blew us off at Super Bowl radio.
It's not Detroit Lions petty, but it's up there. Now, let's go ahead and get to Bobby's extravaganza at the State Fair, or your conspiracy.
I want to get to my conspiracy theory really quick. So, Chop, you're a man who understands. You remember we talked about.
Just finish the sentence right there. I'm a man who understands.
Yeah, exactly. Unless it's football, according to Jerry.
Yeah.
Now, when we were talking about blown tires yesterday, replacing tires. I don't have a blown tire, but Kristen, the Explorer, had a leak in it yesterday. Like the tire pressure was down to 19, filled it back up. A couple hours later, it was down to like 22 again. So it's like, okay, there's clearly something in here. So we took it yesterday to one of the tire shops around Flower Mound. And
is this a tire shop where you get a discount?
It is.
Okay.
It is, allegedly.
Look at that.
If they're giving me a discount, dear God, I can't imagine what face value is.
Right.
So we walk in there, or she drops off the car, and she says, "Can you come pick me up?" They said it's going to be like an hour, so we parked the car out front. There's like 2 cars in front of us. I pick her up. We get around the corner. We're 30 seconds gone. That is it. 30 seconds. And the phone rings, and she goes, "Who is this?" I was like, "I don't know." Answered it. Maybe it's the tire place. So she answers it. And it is the tire place, and she's talking to him. She goes,
Can't
"Okay,
fix your tire."
okay, all right. Well, let me talk to my husband, and we'll call you back. Thanks." And she hung it up, and I looked at her and I said, "Nail in the side of the tire, so you can't repair it." Right. And she goes, "Yeah." I was like, "How did they figure that out in 30 seconds? And how is it every time it's the nail in the side of the tire? How's that every? I think that we're running a racket here."
Well.
Of course.
Yeah, we are.
If it's straight in there, how do they know? Because you know what? Here's the thing. They want to sell those tires to me. Because do you know what they quoted me on a replacement for all 4 tires?
Oh,
you got to do all 4?
No, it's just the tread's getting low on the other, so they recommended all.
It's probably $1,000.
You got you have Explorers with bigger tire, like at least 1,200.
No.
Higher?
Go higher.
17?
Higher.
What?
They're $400 a pop. So what now? No, that's more than that. How much?
$2,100.
Get a cheaper tire.
Yeah, the cheapest tire is $1,900.
You know what? I'll find.
And they said, they said we can get you down from the 21-inch to the 20-inch, and that would be cheaper in the long haul. But that would also mean replacing all the rims today, so that's still going to be $2,000. Like, I will put GD boulders on the side of that and run with my feet Fred Flintstone style before I pay you $2,000. So what I need to know is, first off, am I being too cynical by thinking this is a conspiracy about how is every time the nail on the side of the tire?
Because it doesn't physically mean the side. It could be on the outer edge of the tread.
30 seconds later, they call me?
They just looked at it. That's all they did. They didn't put it on the rack. They just went outside and saw it.
So 30 seconds.
Man, I got tires on my the car I'm giving my kid, my old one, and that was only like $700 for 4 tires.
Yeah, yes.
But that's it's a car. It's not an SUV. It's just a sedan.
I'm a discount tire guy. And
Yeah.
that's, I mean, and then you get the warranty or whatever.
Bobby went to face value tire, though.
It's super,
No,
super
I went
expensive.
to
Full fair tire.
I went to StubHub ticketing.
Yeah,
fees
no
tire.
kidding. Hidden fees tire.
Dear
They
God.
tore you up, man.
Oh,
A lot
yeah.
of people are helping you on the text
I
right
know.
now,
I'm
though.
hitting people back right now. 469. I'm about to reply to you.
Hidden
All right.
fees tire.
All right, there it is. 6 a.m. Club is in the books. We barrel into the 7 o'clock hour. Here's Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Denton Firehouse on a football Friday as part of the Firehouse Tour. Shout out to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. And, of course, we have the Sean and RJ coolers, and we have the G-Bag flags as well in the midst of Flagtober. So let's go ahead and get you some headlines from your sports day. And Jamal Adams is now available. Do we really want this guy? We have a trade idea for the Cowboys and a college football super league all in store for you next round.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hurst Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's see if Bobby can convince us that the hometown hero should put the star on his helmet as we are live from the Denton Firehouse on a football Friday here as part of the Firehouse Tour. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Sean will be back on Monday after the old vasectomy. We got Peyton in studio. We got Caitlin running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And
Raymond
it's great to have you in
here. We got Raymond Engineering as well.
That shot's fired.
Jeez, wow.
Look at that. I guess Ruben's just gonna take it, dude. He's just gonna take it right now.
I did get to meet Hardy during the break when we talked about we had Hardy out here, and
that dude really looks like
really dead on.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it during the break. We need to get him some Hardy merch or something and send him out on Fry Street. And holy cow, he'll clean up.
He definitely woke up in his
holy
boots.
cow,
he will clean up.
Definitely
My
woke up in his
goodness.
boots this morning.
Absolutely. The news yesterday coming out. One of our long-standing crushes, not ours like us, but this city, one of their long-standing crushes, Jamal Adams, has been released by the Tennessee Titans. I know you've been out on him. How high up on the list of takes, like how high up on the list of victories is this take for you, the anti-Jamal Adams take?
Oh, it's not that high. I mean,
what a flex!
It's not that high.
Got a bunch of victories.
He's got a laundry list of great takes over the years.
The Pink Eye Academy and all the quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott, I hit on. I discovered those two.
Discovered it, but then abandoned them.
Then abandoned.
Yeah, just flat out abandoned.
I know.
them.
I wait till the hype gets above where I am, and I'm like, okay, I'm out.
Okay. Yeah, the juice is too hot for you at that
absolutely.
point. The Titans have released Jamal Adams, and this was a request on his part, apparently. Wanted to get freed up, wanted to go look for more opportunities. They said at this point, we wish Jamal all the best going forward. It just didn't work out here. He'll have great success wherever he goes. I don't know about that, but he only played 20 snaps. That was it. And he is released, and he's on the street. Any interest at all for your Dallas football Cowboys and Jamal Adams?
On the surface,
total discount deal. Like I say, veteran minimum. Chop, are you in?
He could pay to play.
Oh, stop!
And I would say no.
Why?
Because he can't play. He's KP. He can't play.
Okay, Randy.
He can't play.
Yeah, on the surface, I was like, no, this is a disaster. It's a bad football player, has been for a while. But the more I thought about it, I was like, if you're trying to...
This is a team of bad football players.
He's getting 20 snaps with the Titans.
If you're trying to embrace the tank, that was what I'm saying, right? You're trying to field, and I don't know if the Cowboys need help with more bad football players on their team. If you're trying to just now lose
Here's
games,
what I mean. If
this season's a lost cause. Like bringing in somebody to try and help you, I think was useless. Like, should we trade for Devontae Adams? Should we? No. What are we doing? No one player is saving this thing right now. So I think Jamal Adams, you need edge players, right? I mean, he's more of a
he's
like a blitzing safety. He was lined up in the box his entire career.
But that's the thing. Bring him in the box. Like your run defense hasn't always been consistent. Sometimes your linebackers aren't taking great angles, whatever else. Him coming in here as a box safety who does know how to, he knows how to play the game of football. The ability's not always there. The coverage isn't great. But you bring him up here as a box safety to just kind of play the run, play 10 to 15 snaps a game, like bring some juice. I don't think it's such a bad idea if he's going to come in here on like a cheap veteran minimum deal.
I just there's a part of me that's like, why can't we just see a little bit more of Marquise Bell? If you like, we're not seeing much of him.
I mean, he was hurt last week, but yeah, before that, he hasn't seen very much.
You're thinking of like, is Jamal Adams coming in and being a progress stopper for anybody? Not necessarily. Donovan Wilson's your box safety that is trying to be physical, but he's just not good anymore.
He comes up and takes 10 snaps at linebacker, though, basically.
No, I don't think that he actually would be progress stopping anybody. But as you start to try and like,
there's not a lot of progress to stop.
No, there's really not. But he's, I don't know, at the barest of minimum dollars, maybe you want to kick the tires on it.
I love, well, be careful. Those tires will cost you $2,000 if you kick them too hard.
Hey, dude, Ice Auto, our guy Mike Osmond is ready to get you some.
I got blown up by like 80 people after that said, hey, no, you come on over here.
We'll
get situated.
Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep going to help you out.
Another one, yeah, it's all over the place. Now, to me, the thing is that you bring up the point, you say, he's not going to fix it. Or we talked about the Devontae Adams trade. The Devontae Adams trade isn't going to fix it. Jamal Adams isn't going to come in here and fix anything. And that's the biggest thing about this Jerry interview we've talked about all this week that I think was the most telling sign was when we said, at what point do you say when there's execution problems or whatever else, those players aren't the right players anymore? And he said, we're not going to go out and find 20 new players for San Francisco.
We don't need 20.
But
How about
wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's where he betrayed what he had been saying throughout the whole interview, is because he threw that number on there. He's clearly thinking that execution problems are so deep that if we replaced all the consistent execution problems, I'd have to go get 20 new players for San Francisco.
Yeah, okay, you're fair.
And that's the thing. I think he can say, although we have the right players, but then as soon as I said, yeah, do you maybe need to replace some folks? I can't get 20 players. Oh, so you think half your roster is bad, is what you just told me. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah. You're not wrong. I think that's fair. I'm just out on Jamal Adams. I don't think he's the right person for the job here.
We'll only need 8 players, though, if we trade for the 12 players that Bill Barnwell suggested.
Yeah, so Barnwell has a list of the 12 guys that need to be traded or the teams that need to make trades. And you got, the Chiefs trading a 5th for DeAndre Hopkins. Okay, that's one of them.
I think the Chiefs need to go get Deontay Johnson or Christian Kirk. That's who I'd be going for.
I don't know. I mean, the Chiefs are basically the longest yard at this point with their roster of crooks and criminals. So I don't know if DeAndre Hopkins has enough of a off the field record to end up with the Kansas City Chiefs. So I don't know how much of a fit that is. But a 5th rounder for DeAndre Hopkins,
I mean, that would
not bad.
That's not bad. I don't know what he actually has left, but how about this one for the Cowboys that he suggests? A 2025 6th-round pick in exchange for Bears running back Khalil Herbert. Now, I think Khalil Herbert would fit really well in this running back room because he's averaging 2 yards a carry. So I think he's really a perfect fit for this running back room. Now, he is 26, so that's about at the end of the running back lifespan, right?
Yeah.
27 is the end, but you're giving up a 6. That doesn't matter. Khalil Herbert, Robert.
And he's on an expiring deal, from what I understand. So
yeah,
he's been an
it's just a rental.
He's been an efficient runner at times. See, you bring up, though, that he's only averaging 2 yards per carry. I was just looking at this. His success rate, Chop, is still 62.5, which means they've only been using him in short yardage stuff, it sounds like.
Ooh.
Like, that's it. That's all he's got an opportunity to do.
Well, I mean, that's why they have Zeke here, and they don't even use him in short yardage situations sometimes.
No, they instead decide to use him on 1st and 2nd and 3rd and long. That's when they'll put him in there to carry the ball, and after he complains a little bit and squeaky wheel gets the oil. But
does McCarthy say in his headset, hey, guys, we're trying to get into a 2nd 11 here, so let's hand it to Zeke on 1st and 10?
Yeah, McCarthy wants to get it to 3rd and 14 with 5 seconds left and then call the draw play.
But here you go. So between 2021 and 23, he averaged 4.9 yards a carry. That was 7th among the 46 players with 300 carries. Very good. Or more between that stretch. Now, but so some of that was playing with Justin Fields because he generated 189 rush yards over expectation during that stretch. But it's not because of Fields, because the other backs that Chicago had produced a minus 256 that same time frame.
Okay.
So he was pretty decent. Now, they haven't used him this year at all, but that doesn't mean that
he cleans the bone off. There is no meat on the bone.
There's no meat on the bone. There's no meat on the bone with Khalil Herbert.
What other names does he suggest here? I want to see if I would take any of them for the Cowboys.
All right, so the other name now he's got, I suspect that he did not read the Howie Roseman poison pill because he says the Lions trade a 6th for Hassan Reddick. And I don't see the Jets.
Jets just go, sure, yeah. A 6th rounder is enough for us to then escalate our 3rd to a 2nd.
Right, I don't see that happening. A Bryce Young going to Miami for a 4th, a conditional 4th.
Oh, my gosh. If that were, what would you think about that? You know what? Actually, I don't hate that.
I don't hate it at all.
But think about that trade, Bryce Young to Miami.
I don't hate it.
That's not a bad fit. And I bet you anything, McDaniel would get him comfortable. Because you remember before McDaniel got to Miami, there were a lot of questions about Tua's confidence and everything that Flores had done. If Brian, or if the issue with Bryce Young right now is confidence being shot and just feeling like you've been totally discarded, Tua felt that way with Flores. So
yes,
I don't think that'd be worth a 4th round pick to me if you're Miami.
Yeah, McDaniels had to do the reclamation project before. I'm not buying Bryce Young in the sense that I think he could be something, but I do think if anybody could get something out of him, it would be a guy like McDaniel.
We didn't even talk about this earlier this week after everything got derailed by Jerry. Chop, what would you say? Is this the week of this show where we've had the most content scheduled that we didn't get to?
Oh, we didn't Oh, my God, Eric.
We've had to do the most adjusting we've ever done.
I don't think we used any topics from our prep emails until yesterday of the whole week because it was just the
kept
Cowboy.
blown out by Jerry and the Cowboys.
We generally set our topics before the Cowboy game hits, whatever time of the day it is.
Yeah.
So obviously that got blowed up because of the Lions. And then we kind of continued it on a Tuesday, right? Because something else happened. And then on obviously with Jerry, that finished it, and that was Wednesday. So it was a crazy week.
It's been a heck of a week.
So, but to that point, I was just saying one of the things we didn't get to this week that we had scheduled was to talk about McDaniel saying Tua's coming back.
Yeah.
Like he says Tua's on his way, and that is, like he said, I don't know when it'll be, but I do think he's going to play in 2024, and that was significant. He kind of just threw it in there and moved on, but that's significant because that's the first sign we've heard the doctors are going to let him play again this year.
Yep, I agree. Next guy is Emmanuel Forbes going to Washington for a fifth. From Washington, yeah, to the Chargers for a fifth.
That's a pretty quick punting on a player, right?
For a fifth, so it'd be Forbes and a sixth for a fifth.
Forbes and a sixth for a fifth.
Ooh, that would be punting pretty fast on a guy that Dan Quinn liked here in Dallas and then got to Washington for. I'd be a little surprised by that.
Yeah.
But Forbes is skinny. He's 6'2", and he's like 174. I mean, we've never seen a corner like him in the history of the NFL.
Next one. Jets get a 7th-round pick for Mike Williams.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best you could get out of him.
Saints get Andrus Peat for Kendre Miller. Wasn't Miller at K-State?
Kendre Miller was TCU.
Deuce was at K-State.
Yeah, Kendre Miller, we interviewed him. He was one of those voices of God we interviewed from TCU. That one's interesting just because Andrus Peat was with the Saints until this season. Like, he left in free agency, so that'd be repairing something that you did wrong. Kendre Miller's a running back that I'd be interested here at Dallas, just as like a flyer to see if it can work. He just can't stay healthy. That's his biggest problem.
All right, have another running back. The 49ers send a 6th to Miami for Jeff Wilson and a 7th.
Not enough. First-round pick for UNT's own Jeff Wilson. We are here in Denton.
Yeah. Shout out to our guy,
What do you say,
own.
Peyton? What's y'all's little cry? Caw! Yeah, there you go. That's it. No, Jeff Wilson is a guy
pterodactyl.
Jeff Wilson has had
something with some talons.
Jeff Wilson has had a really strong career for somebody who was an undrafted free agent that just landed in San Francisco. He's been traded for capital a couple times, I think, now. And that's another guy that we talked about as potential running back addition for the Cowboys this offseason when we were looking at who are guys you could potentially trade for.
Why don't teams ever use dinosaur names?
Like the T-Rexes, the
pterodactyls, is because there's a P that nobody wants to.
I do think, the P is off-putting when you're trying to come up with graphics or whatever, I would imagine.
I mean, the Toronto Raptors, they used one, but that's
there you go. That's the only one that we get, but we do need more dinosaurs.
So how about the Tyrannosaurs?
We need more dinosaurs in society. Like, we need them to come back.
Yeah, just across the board. Yeah. I think we need more dinosaurs.
Look, we need
Big John, whatever his name is.
Yeah, we need to get on whatever they were doing in Jurassic Park. They need to. Look, we got an mRNA vaccine in 6 months, Chop. We can bring dinosaurs
Bobby,
back.
Okay.
Hey, we got a fire truck back.
Right.
All right, so we got two runs, 2 calls, I believe.
2 calls,
and we finally got one of the trucks back. That's good news. I am out on Khalil Herbert to the Cowboys, though. I'm not spending draft capital now for a rental piece for a team that's going nowhere right now. So I'd be out on Khalil Herbert. But let's go ahead and get you into the expressway. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Denton as part of the Firehouse Tour. Come see us here until 10 a.m. Free breakfast. We got Whataburger flags. We got the insulated coolers as well, and we would love to see you. Let's go commercial-free to the top of the hour. The Lions continue talking that talk, and Aikman rips the pass catchers. Next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. Is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owns store Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand-new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the short drive to save a lot more. I'm a proud Platinum customer. Love heading out to Terrell to say hello to Adam Vinci, the GM at Platinum Ford. He's a good dude. He's a Tolo. You tell him I said...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Thank you, Peyton. Let's go ahead and get into the Expressway commercial free to the top of the hour on a Football Firehouse Friday in Denton. Station number 31401 Underwood, right here in the old stomping grounds for me. I'm getting a little bit romantic about the old college days. This is where I met my work wife, Zach Wolchuk. So I got all the warm and fuzzies right now, even though I think it might be. Is it getting colder in real time?
It is getting colder. It's daybreak.
It is getting colder here at 1401 Underwood. And speaking of Underwood, we were talking to Rance out here. He's trying to convince us to get the vasectomy. And
Get it, dude. Yes.
No.
It's a. You'd rather have another kid than just go through.
Oh my gosh, the miracle of life. Wouldn't you rather just get your stuff cut off? No,
she can't get pregnant.
It's not cut off. Nothing's cut off. Okay, let's just make that clear.
Here's my biggest.
It's all
concern.
still intact.
I'm gonna tell you my biggest concern, and I'm gonna be as delicate as possible, knowing that it's 7:23 and there are children in the car.
Hey, and so will the doctor. He will be as gentle as possible. All right.
Exactly. He'll. So here's the thing: is that I was just telling Chop and I was telling Rance this, who was explaining to who's out here with his lovely daughter Zaylee before they go off to pre-K this morning. The first time after the first time that you produce after.
Yes, I remember vividly.
I'm quite. I think I would have some fear of like. What if there's scar tissue in there? They knotted something they didn't mean to, or it's gonna. I know what that felt like before. I don't want to. I don't know that I trust what it's gonna feel like. What if I pop a seam in there somewhere, like when it's coming back out? Yeah, exactly, Peyton.
Listen, I don't like Nirvana, so I don't want my new theme song to be "I'm Half the Man I Used to Be." So
well,
I'm
you
not
don't have to
doing
worry
it.
about that.
My
T levels have never been higher. Okay, I got all the energy in the world. And I actually remember that first one. You're supposed to wait 5 days. We waited 4.
Of course you did, because you guys were desperate to have another child.
Were you concerned? Were you concerned at all? Were you like, this is not gonna feel good?
Not concerned enough, obviously, but everything was fine. Everything was good. The scary part is the dangerous game you play for the next 3 months as things are starting to adjust, and it's not like you're just immediately boom, you can make it rain and no problems. You have a full quarter to go through.
You ever see a dog's energy after you do that to them? They're just energy sapped.
That's not a snip. That's a castration.
It's the same thing.
It's not. I still have. They're all still there. Okay, I'm telling you, Sean. This is going to be the best decision he's made.
Isn't this like you're bypassing, like you're snipping from one tube and plugging it into another or something?
I don't really know all the details.
Chris Arnold explained it to you.
There are. Yeah, but he had the old school one. There's a new school, less invasive, easier. Boom, boom. You're in and out.
That's why Sean got it done, because it's the new school.
It's the new school. That's right. Absolutely. I can't. I'm out. It's against my religion. I'm not going to do that.
He picks and chooses when he's going to be Catholic.
I really do. Big time, no doubt.
All right, we have some more. We have some more S talk.
That premarital sex one.
Is there?
What's that?
You observe that premarital sex Catholicism?
If by observing it you mean taking part in it, then yes.
You know what the Lions are taking part in right now, boys? They are taking part in victory laps.
Oh, my God, are they ever?
They are
talking about this audio?
This is, I mean, they are as confident a bunch as you'll find this time of year anywhere in the world, but also in the NFL. I mean, this crotch-first confidence right now, it's understood after what they just did to the Cowboys, but did you see what the quote was from Ben Johnson? We're about to play some sound. And it'll be pretty damning about the Cowboys. But this is the Lions offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. He was asked about unloading all those trick plays versus the Cowboys. Like, hey, you were up by so many points. Did you really want to put all that stuff on film? Couldn't that backfire on you? The confidence of this guy, he says, quote, I'm not worried about putting things on tape. If anything, it's going to set up the next thing down the road. The well is deep. This guy feels like untouchable right now. He's at the height of his powers. He is a football genius to some extent, and he's got great players to deploy. So he's feeling great, right? He's turning down head coaching jobs because he's like, nah, I want to just have a bunch of fun dancing on folks here as the play caller with a bunch of great players.
He's having a ton of fun, man. He's also like a really good football mind.
Totally, yeah, he really is.
But
now
they'll never hire him.
What do you think?
That's the type of skill set that he has that you want in. Like, it's a unique skill set for a guy to not just, hey, this is what I do and here it is and hopefully it works. He's the type of guy that layers things. Hey, this is all set up for something else. I can take this particular play or whatever, and I can have this one play in 10 different ways.
Right.
And he's building on it and he's adjusting.
And here's the thing: if you just look at Detroit's coaching staff, the Cowboys. Because Jerry said he doesn't want to, he's not going to hire somebody who he's got to pay to learn on the job. He would not have hired Dan Campbell. He will not hire Ben Johnson. He will not hire Bobby Slowick.
I think he would have hired Dan Campbell.
He didn't even interview him.
Yeah, I know. I think they.
But Dan wanted an interview here.
I know Dan. I think Dan Campbell's upset he didn't get an interview here.
That's why I rubbed it in.
Yeah, I mean partially, and yeah, like when you're Ben Johnson, you don't have to worry about revealing too much because you have a deep bag of tricks. And yeah, okay, it sets up a tendency that then they can see this, and we can go into this. You have to worry about that more when you're running a Mike McCarthy offense where your options are X, square, triangle, and circle. Like it's a 4-play selection, and then just okay, what do we got? We got toss, sweep, halfback dive, 4 verts, and slant and go. Like that's the whole option.
Sluggo.
Yeah, the sluggo.
It's curls and slants all day. It's a real nightmare. 877-881-1053. What's the biggest issue with the Cowboys offense? We'll get Troy Aikman's biggest issue here in just a moment. But here's some sound. Amon-Ra St. Brown on the St. Brown podcast interviewing one of his teammates, Lions safety Kirby Joseph, asking him what the game plan was for the Lions defense versus the Cowboys on Sunday.
Hey, Curb, tell me about the defense. Like, what was the game plan? Y'all was strapping them boys.
Bro, the game plan really, it was really just like, just take 88 away. Like, we know he's a playmaker, so like once we take him out the game, like we wasn't really worried about nobody else.
BB baited the hell out of Dak on that corner in the red zone.
Yeah. I'm glad he did too, cause boy, I'm so glad he did, man. But that's what I'm saying about BB. Like he's just a different type of player, bro. Like I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Bro, yeah, you two back there are OD. What's with the pick you had in the red zone? Because at that time, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't even paying attention really to the game. We were all on the sideline. It was over. But I just see it. Damn, we got another pick, another turnover.
The disrespect is through the roof right there. Wasn't even paying attention to the game at that point. We're just kind of, we got another interception.
What's your boy Kirby Joseph doing?
They feel
that's
themselves,
your guy
man.
right
They're
there,
feeling
Kirby
themselves.
Joseph.
Wait, why is Kirby Joseph my guy?
Because y'all interviewed him on the nosebleeds.
Oh, that's right. We did.
When he was at the University of Illinois.
Yes, we did.
Gosh, look at this.
You don't even remember. They get all the guests. You don't even remember.
Forgotten more football than most people know. Eric Giafalo.
I'm sorry. I forgot about the random Kirby Joseph interview.
Well, Walchuk referenced it like 3 times the week of the Lions game, but you must have missed all that.
Walchuk's a big Kirby Joseph fan.
You must have been stuck looking at the fan text like I'm here from all these horror stories of people saying they had to have 2 of them done because the first one got botched.
Okay, on the vasectomies?
Yes.
Okay, how long ago did they do it? I'm telling you, we have moved, we have evolved as a vasectomy society, and now we have different technologies. Everything's less invasive and quicker.
This is the worst.
I'm walking proof that this thing works.
This is the worst description I've ever heard from the 214. Cut the tubes, burn the ends, and clamps the tube for a vasectomy. Easy 20 minutes. Only feel the tugs and smelling and seeing smoke. Nope. I'm out.
Yeah, I did see the smoke. There wasn't any aromas that I can really remember.
I'll stick to prayer as my means of control. That's what I'll stick to.
Unbelievable. 817 botched vasectomy was 5 years ago. So I listen, man. I don't know. I've done it once. Okay, I haven't had to go back for seconds. Thank God.
Sounds like you enjoyed it so much you would, though.
My cousin got it done. He recommended this guy. I got it done, easy money, and now Sean's done it. We're 3 for 3 on people that I know that have gone to this dude. Okay, now I would recommend not having your wife in the room. What like mine wanted to be in the room and watch this whole thing. Because then all of a sudden now she's undermining you at times. She's got comment. I didn't know your thing could get that small. I'm like, come on, dude. Really? Are we really gonna do this right now? Is this the time for put downs?
Sugar? The fan text.
817. I did mine 2 years ago, and my pee fell off.
I wasn't going to tell you to read it.
I said the letter. I said the letter. That's not bad.
I'd rather lose the other parts, I think, than
you can have it, man. I'm out. Bobby and I are out on that one.
Oh my gosh, what did Troy Aikman say?
Troy has the best balls.
Yeah, Troy Aikman was not. He doesn't think the Cowboys receivers are very good.
Now, was this said on his weekly radio show?
Yes, it was.
His weekly radio show.
Okay. 96.7. He says, I think the routes are terrible. I think they run terrible routes, and I've thought that beyond this year. I think Lamb has got to improve his route running. As a quarterback, if you're not certain where guys are going to be consistently, it's hard to play the position. I see guys lazy coming up the line of scrimmage. Sometimes they run. Usually if they do, it's because they're anticipating they're going to get the football on that play. It's very Randy Moss, right? Wasn't that Randy's criticism in Minnesota? Like if he knew he wasn't getting the ball, he was just like, oh, well, F it.
But none of these guys are Randy Moss.
No, they're not.
He goes, even CeeDee Lamb.
Pretty great, though.
CeeDee Lamb is.
It's funny, before you finish this up, it is funny you say this because I did have somebody say to me recently from around the league, not Dallas, somewhere else, that they had said that they thought that Lamb looked like he was playing a little disinterested. And I mean, that sounds like.
Well, he's not fighting for these balls where it's like, okay, it's going to be an interception, and I'm just going to give up.
It's more like what Aikman's talking about here is the same thing I heard about, like kind of off the line of scrimmage, just no urgency,
just laziness.
Yeah, it's not as tight as it has been.
I don't think there is a lot of buy-in from CeeDee Lamb and these wide receivers when it's like, okay, I'm going to go run another curl route. I'm going to go run another slant route. It's hard to create separation when the defense knows what you want to do, when everybody in the building knows that you're scared of your pass protection, so you're trying to get the ball out super quick. And so the only way that Mike McCarthy knows how to do that is everybody, run 5 yards and turn around, or one of you run a slant route, and then we'll hope it works. If you're a receiver, you're like, man, what do we? I can understand the frustration there. You're not right. Doing anything to help me. You're not putting me in motion. We're not bunch stacking this thing and taking advantage of man coverage. It's just, hey, let's spread the formation out and everybody run 5 yards and turn around. It's hard to buy in on something like that.
Scott Linehan special, baby.
The Cowboys' philosophy is when in doubt, spread them out, and then that's how they choose to attack. So
spread them out.
What's the rest of it? What Aikman said?
Continuing. I just finished watching the Ravens because I have them this week. You put on film on theirs and watch the receivers run routes. They come off the football. They come off the football?
Yeah, like off the football being snapped. They come off of it.
Oh, it's just I'm reading it like that. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So does San Francisco and Green Bay and others. But it's hard to play the position of quarterback if you're not certain how guys are going to run routes or where they're going to be. Of course, these are all timing things, right? And I'm not speaking for Dak. He may say, hey, I think their routes are amazing, but as a former quarterback watching it, it's got to get a lot better. Now, I trust Aikman's absolutely what he's saying here. If he thinks they're running poor routes, quarterbacks know the routes they want their guys to run. A lot of quarterbacks, the great ones, will, teach the wide receiver to run a route.
We've seen Dak do that at training camp. We'll see Dak, tell guys,
this is how
12,
I want you to
not
do
11. Get back here. We're running it again.
They
are very precise.
And you can see how much it's paying off for him right now.
It is big time.
There's Lamb going deep, and there's Dak throwing it 9 yards.
You said you trust what Aikman says. I trust everything he says except the last part. He says, "I'm not speaking for Dak."
You think he is?
I'm not saying he's speaking for Dak, but I don't think he just is throwing things willy-nilly without any sort of sense of maybe what Dak thinks.
So wait, you think he's getting this from Dak?
Not necessarily getting from Dak, but I think he talks to Dak enough that I would say, I think he would. I think that Aikman's saying something that would be somewhat similar to things that Dak said. Dak's talked about we need to be better in practice. Dak's talked about guys need to be more professional. They need to attack the ball. They need to do different things. Dak needs to be better. He's talked about that himself. But man, think about where we've come over the last 5 years to where now Baltimore receivers are being held up as the example of just. That's how you get open.
Oh, dude.
That's how you run a route right there.
Don't even get me started on that one. That's a Dan Orlovsky special, thinking the Ravens receivers are that good.
Yeah, tell us about Dan Orlovsky. You've got us some great Dan Orlovsky content. We're in the middle of some intense segment yesterday. Chops just picking up his phone rushed him. What the hell's going on? He's like, I got to get this. And he took this photo on the TV, and he about lost his mind looking at Dan Orlovsky.
You took a picture of Dan Orlovsky on television?
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy. This is Dan Orlovsky and Harry Douglas, by the way. This is the best quarterback wide receiver duos in the NFL.
Nothing worse than Harry Douglas.
Okay.
What do you, just give me your. Who do you think will be number one?
Say it again. What's
quarterback wide receiver duos?
All right, if
in the
this
NFL.
Is Orlovsky, he's going to say Stafford and Puka Nacua.
They're not in the top 5.
Rodgers and Garrett Wilson.
Not in the top 5.
He's going to say Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers.
Number 4.
Oh, gosh. What would be an Orlovsky as hell answer?
Jordan Love and
not on the list.
Dontavian Wicks or something.
Not on the list.
Stroud and Nico Collins.
Yeah, that's good.
Number 1.
Yeah.
It's hard
Number 1.
I mean, they are a good connection.
CJ Stroud has to do so much heavy lifting for that offense.
Where's
right
Dak
now.
and Lamb?
Not on the list.
Is this just for how they're playing right now, or does he take it all into consideration, like what they are?
I think it's probably a right now.
One is Stroud Collins, 2 is Burrow Chase.
Oh yeah, Burrow and Chase.
3 is Baker and Mike Evans.
Oh, he's going to go Sam Darnold and Justin Jefferson.
4 is Jackson and Flowers. 5 is Darnold and Jefferson.
By the way, I like hearing that description of the connection. By the way, Burrow and Chase. That sounds like a strategy for something. Just Burrow and Chase, baby.
We're running the Burrow and Chase defense, and we're just hoping that we can slow them down today.
I've run some Burrow and Chase late in the evening before.
All right, do we have some Tony Kornheiser?
We do. I want you all to listen to this one because this was Tony Kornheiser on PTI. And he made a comment about the Dallas Cowboys that his own network doesn't believe, but is it actually a fair statement to make?
So we talk a lot about the Jets on this show.
Too much.
We don't talk as much about the Jets as we do, or other shows do, about the Cowboys, which is now another irrelevant franchise. But we talk a lot about the Jets.
Yeah, they're not irrelevant yet.
The Cowboys?
No, the Jets.
No, the Cowboys are irrelevant
Yeah, they
right
are.
now.
All right, so his own network does not believe they're irrelevant because they lead with them every day.
They're not irrelevant from a...
But are they irrelevant when it comes to, like, the landscape of the NFL from a discussing success and championships point?
They're irrelevant from a perspective of who's actually competing for championships, because they're not. And they haven't for several years.
So, does making the playoffs, is that not...
What was the last... Okay, so I think... There's only been 1 year where you can look at the Cowboys and I think say that's a true, like during the McCarthy run, where you can say that was a true championship contending team. And I think it was 22. The team in 2022 that got to the second round against San Francisco and played that ugly football game, like that was a legitimate team that if they would have been able to pull out that game, which is going to be a tough one, like they legitimately could have gone.
Who did they beat in the first round that year?
Tampa Bay. They whooped them in Tampa. And that was a team that the defense was solid. Dak had started hitting his stride a little bit. They were playing good football, and that was something where I thought that team could have legitimately done it. Outside of that, 16 was
16 was legit.
16,
I'll tell you this. No. When they went to L.A. to play the Rams, they lost.
18.
I was at that game.
Oh,
was that when C.J. Anderson was just running all
did you
over
say it
the
with the
defense?
Bloods or the Crips?
Honestly, this was the most awesome seat I've ever had. I didn't buy a ticket. I got a press pass. I got a credential. And I went up. They were renovating the Coliseum at that time, so they didn't have a press box. But what they did is they took a bunch of those, those crates that they put on shipping containers?
Yeah.
They had a bunch of shipping containers up there, and I climbed up on top of one, and I just sat by myself on top of the shipping container. Wow. At the very top. It was awesome. Because it's L.A. It's one level. The stadium's one level, right? It's like a bowl. It's like the Rose Bowl or Michigan Stadium. And
yeah, because this was
Chop's
pre-SoFi.
Chop's like one of the guys.
It's LA, it's 70 degrees.
He's in one of the kayaks trying to catch like Giants home run balls. Like that's the kind of seat that Chop was.
Midfield, back. That was probably the best seat I've ever had. 50-yard line, and it's like you're not far away.
I will say in that game, I think it was the first drive. The first drive, Dak hits Amari Cooper on like a crossing route, and
touchdown.
Coop just turns up. In that moment, I did not think they were a Super Bowl contender. In that moment when he scored, and I was feeling the high of, holy cow, they just got out and made a statement. I was like, they might do it, and then it quickly went away when they gave up about 600 rushing yards.
Yeah.
And then Jerry probably came out post game and said this is the greatest run defense he ever had.
Somehow Jared Goff ran for a first down to seal the
on
game.
On 3rd and 9 or something. Jeff Heath just missing that angle. My gosh.
Those are nightmares. All right, we'll get to the junk drawer here in just a second, but right now, Peyton Russell, it's time for a giveaway.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lincoln Park at Globe Life Field on Friday, November 8th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
All right, I'll lead us off here. I've got so much that has built up in my emails here. I'm gonna let Eric Chiafalo and RJ Choppy vote on what we do here. Would you rather us talk about a study that looks into whether spanking really does screw kids up, or
kids,
why people think they're right even when they're
we're going
wrong?
somewhere else with that one, Bobby.
No, well, I mean, how it turns it into adults. But would you rather hear about the long-term effects of spanking, or why people think they're right even when they're wrong?
Let's go with the spanking.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we have long heard that one of my favorite jokes that I've heard in a stand-up comedy was Nate Bargatze, the stand-up comedian, where he's talking about, people have a lot of thoughts about spanking. You can't spank your kids. You certainly can't talk about it into a microphone, that's for sure. And then he moves. But it's like it's become so taboo. It used to be just like, I spank my kids. I let the teachers whoop my kids. The neighbors, if they need to get out a little aggression, I'll send my kids over. Just take care of things if you need to. A new study challenges the common belief that's been pushed in recent years that spanking leads to messed up adults. So you've heard it from those hippies and short-haired Berkeley women's lib professors chop.
Women's lib.
Spanking leads to mass murderers or deeply depressed adults. Nope. New study puts that one to bed. Says it finds that spanking caused negative outcomes in less than 1% of subjects. And I think you hear that pretty consistently from people. Most frequently, the ones who are talking about, I feel like anyway, the people who are talking about, like, spanking leads to this or that, like, when you talk to them, they say that they weren't, and that they weren't spanked growing up. And so most people I've heard who were spanked growing up are like, didn't do nothing to me. And so this is probably a little anecdotal and a little personal perspective is what's going to go behind it. But still, this study from Marriage and Family Review said that spanking explained less than 1% of changes in child outcomes. This suggests that its negative effects may be overstated. The study recommends that if spanking is used, the most effective approach is 2 open-hand swats on the bottom for children aged 2 to 6 when they don't respond to milder discipline like timeouts. So open hand, 2 pats, and then that's it.
That's it?
Were you spanked growing up?
Yeah. I mean, not often. It was more of a wooden spoon. My mom would, get me with it. My grandma, really. My grandma did it the best. She had me with a wooden spoon, or she would grab. She had these my grandma had her fingers were all mangled. She was like a seamstress in like a sweatshop back in the day.
She sounds
and
hot.
she would just she was my grandmother, dude. She would just grab my hand and just squeeze the hell out of it, and it just hurt.
Oh, that's
but
bad.
I mean, look at me. But spanking, and they always say parents staying together is good for I'm a part of my parents staying together. Yeah. Look at me. I didn't turn out very well. So, I mean, imagine how much better I would have been if they split up.
Yeah, I was getting spanked. My dad actually handmade a wooden paddle, which he's very proud of to this day. And from time to time, we would hide it from him, and then he would go with the belt. But I've been told not to do the hand because you don't want your kids to associate your hand with something that could hurt them or something. So you want to take a different type of object or whatever. I'm just saying some of the parental guidance that I've received. I haven't necessarily followed through with that. I've done an open hand, spanking situation.
My mom, she went with the wooden spoon. She also went with the plastic hanger, which was great because the plastic hanger has some give to it, and so it hit and it would just kind of bounce off you. But when she would do it, she was like, we would have to really sell the pain so she'd keep using it. Please stop. Yes. And then really we're like, this is easy. And so we had to really sell that. My dad's favorite was a radio station he worked at here in town where they gave him a acoustic guitar-shaped cutting board, and I got that one.
Oh, God.
Ooh, a cutting board.
That sounds
it had a
vicious.
handle.
That sounds really vicious.
Get splinters up in there.
But there you go. It turns out that
all right, good.
Any of my issues certainly didn't result from spanking. Probably had something to do with mom dying or something like that.
Yeah, your mom probably died from all the plastic toxins.
That's exactly what it was.
That's what
that is why she probably couldn't breathe for the last month.
Right. How much spanking do you guys do to your kids?
Mine are older now.
Right, they're older now, so
I've
you're probably
done
not
it.
spanking them now.
Now I spank them. They hit me back.
That father hit him and socked him back. I've spanked probably 5 to 10 times. Okay. I'll do it when it's warranted, but I mean it's been.
And it's what's the cutoff age on spanking? You said 2 to 6 on the study. I think that's probably.
Yeah, but some people. I don't take them in. Okay, I'm gonna take you in here. I'm gonna spank you now. No, it's right there in the moment.
There you go. Yeah, that's how you
good
do it.
angry spanking.
React emotionally.
Have you spanked more children or partners?
Partners. That's your Sean and RJ at 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you the next one here.
It doesn't develop any sort of kinks, right? If you're a kid that was
No, I don't
spanked
think so.
and then-
I don't
Okay.
think
God, I hope not.
Jeez, Eric. What's the matter with you?
That's why
people?
we've got
It's a
so
fair
much.
question.
All right, so
Stepmother, why are you stuck in the washer?
this is circulated on TikTok, and this is circulated on TikTok about women refusing to split the bill on the first date. Okay, and this is a new, not a new trend, but it's really kind of gaining steam. And they're explaining, and one user explained that as soon as the date is scheduled, now listen to this load of crap that these chicks are coming up with right now. As soon as the date's scheduled, she books a cycle bar class for $38, gets her eyebrows done, $38 plus $10 tip, gets a manicure, that's $171 before she even gets ready. She also says that the beauty and hair care products cost $223. So you add that to the $171, and she's in $400 already, and she hasn't even gotten to the date. Does this and should this play into any role of whether or not you split the bill on the first date? Do you care? First of all, what are you booking a cycle bar class? Do you think one
That's a
cycle
joke.
class is gonna do anything?
Yeah. You're not doing a Hail Mary
You do-
cycling class.
Yeah, Hail Mary cycling
try and
class
get
here.
the body type
Tighten and
before
tone
first
this up,
date.
baby.
Yeah. How about you just not false advertise on your dating profile, all right, with the photo, and just be open and honest about what
Right.
you are.
Like
here,
if you look great,
okay?
you look great. And they obviously already want to go on a date with you. They already asked you out once. Doesn't matter if you look like you're sired by Seabiscuit or not. All right, if you look great, you look great. If you look bad, you look bad.
Seabiscuit a gelding?
I don't know. No,
wasn't he full Sean Sharif?
That was funny side. Funny
Oh,
side.
funny side was the
It doesn't
gutsy
matter,
gelding.
but it
That's
doesn't
right.
matter, right? Like we're here. We want to go out with you already.
Yeah.
You don't need to put $400 of products on.
Well,
I'm
you
going to
say
tell
that,
on out.
Walchuk's got a great story about showing up to a first date situation and seeing the prospective girl walk into the restaurant before he did, and she did not appear to be what she had advertised on her dating profile, and he just drove right off and never showed up to that date.
So he pulled a Sandler.
Wait, he drove by her?
Sandler tells the story of Sandler was in there. Sandler has told this on the air, so I'm not out.
No, it's a great story.
Jared Sandler joins us Monday, by the way, while Choppy's out. So Sandler's sitting there at his dinner, and he said the girl that he was on a date with, or supposed to go on a date with, walked in, saw how tall he was, and turned around and left, and then was like, didn't know that Jared had seen her. And she's like, oh, something just came up. I'm sick. I couldn't
Yeah,
make
it's
it.
an amazing story. I can't believe he shared that with
I mean,
us.
like, but all these products that they're buying, they're not one-offs.
Right,
You know,
right. Like, does
you
my gym
buy-
membership count? Does
Right.
the fact that I had to pay for a $50 haircut count?
You
Like,
didn't go
what are
buy.
we
You
doing
didn't go
here?
spend $300 on hair care and makeup products for one night. You get to use it for the whole month or however long until they run out.
I'll be honest though, I don't know that I would have the guts to try and lay down the first date law of we're splitting this tab. Like I just feel like I would just that this is just what I'm supposed to do here. I'm just paying for the date.
If you don't lay down the law, you don't lay down.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
for sure.
Cheech, what's your story?
Well, I just wanted to ask because yesterday listening to Peyton or how young is Peyton Russell, and in the Tip O'Neill situation.
He's a great guy.
Ah,
You
yes,
mean Tippo.
Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal.
Mr. Tippo. Neal.
I wanted
What
to
is
ask.
Tippo short for, do you think?
I wanted to ask Peyton if he thinks it's Jermaine O'Neal or just Jermaine O'Neal. What's your guess there, Peyton?
I would say Jermaine O'Neal.
Okay, and is it Frank O'Harris or is it Franco Harris?
The Immaculate Reception. That'd be Franco Harris.
Which one? You say it
one?
slower.
Just say his
The
first
second
name.
one. Franco.
Franco.
Okay, all
Okay,
right, there
very
we
good,
go.
very good, very good.
All right, he nailed it. Nice work. And then I was also curious because we have the awesome lunchbox stuff today that the
Dude,
insulated,
those are almost gone.
Yeah.
If you want one,
They
you
are
got
about
to
to
rush
be
out here to
gone.
1401 Underwood.
and they're really, really awesome. But I was curious if you guys were you guys lunch pail guys? Did you guys buy your lunch growing up in school, or were you brown paper
I usually
sack
had
guys?
it delivered on a plate.
Oh, yeah, he was a
like
homeschool
hand
kid.
delivered on a plate by my mom.
Yeah, he was a
Uh,
homeschool kid.
for the first 6 years. The
Yeah.
last 2 years, no.
Right.
The last 2 years, I wouldn't have made it myself.
So
she was dead.
we, I would bring my lunch to school until about like I got older in high school. Then I just had what they had, whatever they had at the lunch cafeteria.
You were buying at that point.
I mean, honestly, I have no idea how I got the lunch. I don't know if we prepaid. I don't remember.
Did you have Fish Fridays?
We had Pizza Friday. Pizza was Fridays.
I thought
Friday was pizza day.
Because everybody else, it wasn't Fish Fridays, specifically in areas where there were like big Catholic regions. Because I thought it was like Fish Fridays. Because
But I don't remember that. Pizza was cheese.
It was here.
Pizza.
I know
It was
here in
cheese
Texas,
pizza.
a lot of schools.
Yeah,
had
it was
Fish
cheese
Fridays.
pizza. So that would suffice. But I never got. What I would do is I would just get the double fries. That's it. I just got two orders of fries every day. I wanted a carb load.
Dude, I used to. I mean, I miss some of the school lunch stuff, but I did mostly. I was packing my lunch, but I would actually take just like a Walmart bag or whatever. My mom would just put it in there instead of having the actual legit lunch box or the brown paper sack lunch. You all right, Bob?
What's the matter with
you? It just didn't sound like I had a Tip O'Neill moment when he said carb load.
All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to barrel into the 8 o'clock hour.
I stopped at car.
Whatever your name is.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Denton Firehouse. It's a football Friday. It's a bit off the rails, and we will welcome in Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Talk a little Cowboys with Nick next year on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's talk some Cowboys with Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on a Football Friday, Firehouse Friday here, Denton Station number 3 off 35 and McCormick. We'd love to see you here until 10 a.m. We got free breakfast. We got all the giveaways, Whataburger flags. We got the insulated coolers as well, and we cannot wait to see you. And now it is time to welcome in our good buddy Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram as we're live on Twitch and YouTube. Shout out to Peyton and Caitlin for that. Nick, happy Friday to you, man. It's a bye week, but it's not been a slow week. How have you taken in all the insanity from Jerry right here on this program?
Hey, what are we talking about? It's been a nice, calm, peaceful, boring bye week. It's just what everybody expected, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everything is everything's status quo at this point, man. I'm just still blown away.
I'm glad he's learned. I'm glad Nick's learned here. Don't feed into the drama, Nick. Don't be dramatic. Let's talk about things on an even level. We're all learning that right now.
Yeah, you roll with the punches, and you learn whenever you taste blood a little bit, and that's what I've been doing over these first few weeks here at the Star-Telegram.
So, what was your initial reaction, Nick? Because I will say Jerry was a little testy in the post-game ganger with all you guys after the beat down to the Lions. He was punching back a little bit there, but then he hops on with the fellas here on Sean and RJ, and of course everything goes off the rails a little bit. How surprised were you to see him react the way he did, a guy who usually has super thick skin?
Yeah, it was surprising. It was more so to that point, Eric, about him having thick skin. And speaking of being able to roll with the punches, Jerry's been able to do that with the media for a really long time, and
for 30 years.
Exactly. And it seemed to all just kind of mount in that one session with you guys, Bobby. And to be completely honest, on Tuesday morning, I was still kind of rolling out of bed. I had a late night Monday night, and this happened, and it served as a really good coffee for me Tuesday morning. I woke up, and it was pretty wild to me. I think all in all, I mean, heading into the bye week 3-3, it's been an unpredictable type season so far, because you don't know what Dallas Cowboys team you're going to get whenever they walk out onto the field. And I think it was pretty representative of that radio availability too. Pretty unpredictable in a certain sense. I think everything that's kind of going on with the Cowboys, from ownership to players to coaching to everything involved, it's just been unpredictable, and it makes for great content. But as a fan, you want to see more wins. You want that to be a little bit more predictable. But there's still 11 weeks in the season, 12 weeks in the season, whatever you want to look at it. There's a lot of football still left to be played, and a lot of guys still available to be returned from injury. I think this is going to be a interesting downstretch to the season.
Nick Harris joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, 35 and McCormick at the Denton Firehouse. Does it seem the temperature is too high when you're 3-3 in a game out of first? Does it just seem like we're just too on edge?
I think there could be a little bit attributed to that, but I think this has all been kind of built up since the start of free agency, if you're looking at, the fan perspective, right? Because, you expect to go out and make a splash of free agency, whether it be a Derrick Henry, or you re-sign, a Tyron Smith, or you bring back one of these guys that, you didn't want to lose in free agency. And I think the losses from the fan perspective really started then, and then it kind of trickled down to the draft. You don't go get a running back. You don't get a Jonathan Brooks or Isaac Garendo, who's already starting to pop a little bit, Braylon Allen. And then it kind of trickles down into OTAs. You don't sign CD Lamb before training camp. So, I think you look at it from the fan perspective, and they were 0-4 before training camp even started. So, I think all of that is kind of mounted from the fan perspective, and you look at it on paper for what the season has been so far, 3-3 going into the bye week. Yes, a lot of questions need to be answered. Probably more questions need to be answered than have been answered so far in the season. But all in all, everything is still out in front of the Cowboys, but it's going to take a lot more intention, a lot more accountability from guys on both sides of the ball to be able to correct the wrong so far. And for me, that starts with this team being more physical. It starts with it being more tough. And I think at the end of the day, there is a little bit more intention being put to that. You know, I asked Dak Prescott after the game against the Lions, what can you do to be a more physical team? He put all the accountability on practice during the week. He said guys can't just show up on Sundays. You know, Mike McCarthy said something very similar on Monday. He said guys are practicing hard, but they're not practicing well. So I wonder how much practice changes during the week, or how much their approach during the week does change going into these final 11 weeks, because they need to be able to find something so that they can match up with these physically tough teams whenever they go up against them.
Nick, what can reasonably be fixed at the bye week or just moving forward? I mean, Jerry talks about can't go out and get 20 new players, and you know we keep hearing about what the limitations are with injury and waiting for health. So what reasonably can even be fixed, and how much can you improve your margins by fixing those things?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if we look back to the bye week last year, right, and what was fixed after that bye week, you found a lot more offensive consistency. You saw a more refined connection between Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. And you know, we call back to the slow start to 2023 that CeeDee Lamb had. And it was slower than what we've seen from CeeDee Lamb here in 2024, despite that connection definitely still being off. Now, on that same token, you haven't really had the established wide receiver 2 yet. And Brandon Cooks, whenever he comes back from injured reserve, he'll have to kind of find his way back into the groove again. But Jalen Tolbert has been able to take the next step, so maybe there's a little bit of optimism there if you're looking at it from a fan perspective. But all in all, as far as what can change, I don't think there is anything massive that can make this team an NFC contender after you lose 38 points to the Detroit Lions. Now, you do have 11 weeks to figure it out. I think certainly this team needs a much different approach in the run game, whether that is going to acquire somebody or figuring out just a completely different run game strategy at the end of the day. This type of offense with Mike McCarthy as the play caller, he's a guy that uses the 4 tight ends. He uses the offensive lineman spots. He has 3 running backs and a fullback. He wants to run the ball in his offense, and whenever you have a running game that is not sustainable, it doesn't work for the entire unit. You can't pass without that running game. And so they have to be able to find some offensive consistency. I think their problems start there.
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on 105 to the Fan. All right, Nick, I know Jerry doesn't deal in hypotheticals, but we all do.
Obviously.
So I'll throw you on really quickly. We talk about how things have gone a little bit sideways at this point. If Dak Prescott's contract hadn't been worked out before week 1 and we were sitting here on a play-it-out situation, would we be talking about Dak's future being in jeopardy here with the way he's played?
Man, I've been thinking about that over the course of the last couple of weeks, about if that deal did not get done, what would the conversation be right now? And, man, I don't even want to put myself in that reality, to be completely honest. I think there would be so much a fan discourse by this point. I think at the end of the day, you still do have a Dak Prescott who's heading into, yes, the back half of his career, but still has a lot of good football left. He has not played up to the standard of what we've gotten used to seeing from Dak, especially from last year. We haven't seen that so far. But also, again, like I said, last year we didn't really see the best of Dak until after the bye week. There's still a lot of football left to be played. I think moving forward, you would still understand that Dak probably gives you the best shot to win over the course of the next few years. Whenever I went back to the discourse around, you know, Dak and his contract and doesn't make sense to do it or not, I always look at how the Dallas Cowboys have been spoiled without having to be in quarterback purgatory since I was in diapers. So I think there's a lot of confidence that you can take away from that. I think re-signing Dak Prescott long term, it was the right decision, even if that hasn't paid off so far.
Unless this is purgatory.
Stop it.
Like, right? Like, hell, like right? Because if you're good.
I'm with you on this, Chop.
Because if you're, to me, quarterback purgatory is having a quarterback ranked between like 6th and 15th.
But number 1 on the highest paid chart.
Oh, I don't even care about the pay. But yes, because like you're never going to be the 6th best quarterback doesn't win Super Bowls. The best quarterback wins Super Bowls.
Right. Yeah, and right now you have the highest paid quarterback, and you are a legitimately bad football team.
Yeah,
and that is a nightmare place to be. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, with us here on the Fan. What do you think the deal is? Like, could you get to the root of the issue and the disconnect between Dak and Lamb right now? Are they getting along off the field? What is the problem? Is it really just a training camp thing? We're 6 weeks into the season. These guys have been playing together for quite some time now.
Yeah, we're not seeing the connection established enough. That's 100% true. I mean, we look at these 2 red zone turnovers over the course of the last 2 games, the interception in the end zone against Pittsburgh, the interception in the end zone against the Lions, both on CeeDee Lamb targets, both on opportunities where Dak and CD just were not on the same page. We saw it in the very first game of the season where both of them broke in different ways, and it could have been a touchdown if they had connected. So we are certainly seeing that lack of off-season work, that lack of training camp work really show up here in these first 6 weeks. And I'm honestly surprised it's taken this long to be able to figure it out. Those two have to get on the same page for this offense to find any sort of stride. I think that this bye week, it does give them an opportunity to work more outside of the facility. CeeDee Lamb had said that they will get more reps over the course of this next week. But, I mean, how much more can you really do when you're trying to work in timing, work in rhythm? But you also go up against secondaries like Detroit, who all they have to do is just throw a little bit of physicality around, and that timing and rhythm gets thrown off immediately. So I wonder how much can actually be put into that. But they have 11 weeks to be able to try and rectify it.
Nick, do you expect to continue to see the offensive line starting 5 with Tyler Smith at left tackle, or after the bye week, Guyton back to hopefully as close to 100% as possible and he gets back in there?
Yeah, it's sounding like Tyler Guyton will get that job back at left tackle. Just was not 100% going into the game against the Lions. They wanted to make sure that they had a guy that was 100% going up against that defensive front. We see that it did not matter anyway, but at the end of the day, Tyler Guyton, he will get that job back, most likely for that San Francisco game. Tyler Smith back at left guard, Cooper Beebe at center, obviously. And Zach Martin, you hope he rebounds after easily the worst game of his career at right guard. You start to kind of look at maybe is there a hole on that right side that is starting to be a little bit bigger than some anticipated coming into the season. And then obviously Terrence Steele at right tackle.
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, so we talked about what can conceivably make this team better in terms of adjustments they can make. They obviously are dealing with a ton of injuries right now. How much of this is just getting healthy? How much of this could be if they just get healthy and get their guys back, they'll be able to close some of this gap with other contenders?
I think there's a little bit of truth to that, but I don't think the whole truth. I don't think you'll find the whole truth there. I say little bit of truth because you look at the turnover margin. Dallas is tied for the 3rd worst turnover margin going into Week 7 at -6. They've only created 5 takeaways through 6 games, but they've been missing their leading interception man from a year ago in Deron Bland. So you would assume to get him back against the 49ers, so that would immediately give you a boost in that department. But even when you do get the DeMarcus Lawrences and the Micah Parsons and even the Brandon Cooks, I mean, those are guys you still had for the first 3 weeks of the season, and you still had a lot of questions that you had to answer coming out of those games, I mean, especially in the run game aspect of things. Whenever you're giving up 557 rushing yards in a 3-game span with most of your starters available to you, that doesn't necessarily lead confidence whenever those guys do come back. But on that same token, there's been a lot more attention put and prep during the week on the defensive side. We saw them rebound against Pittsburgh and New York. Can those two guys respawn whenever they do come back in the run game? Talking about Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence. But also you need that pass rush element that they bring as well. Haven't really seen that, but I anticipate that coming over the course of the next 11 weeks for sure.
Nick, you're a beast. Hopefully you enjoy that bye weekend, and we will look forward to catching up with you down the line.
Appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a fantastic one.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Nick Harris, formerly of DallasCowboys.com, now with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We'll catch up with Nick Eatman at 9:20. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Denton Firehouse here on a Football Friday as part of the Firehouse Tour. Sean will be back on Monday. Big shout-out to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp. I believe we still have maybe a couple of coolers left, some G-Bag flags here until 10 a.m.
We have one left.
Baby.
One cooler left.
One more for a Lucky Tolo Firehouse, number 3 in Denton, 35 in McCormick. We cannot wait to see you here. We'll go below the belt coming up here in just a little bit. We got a college football crackdown, some around the NFL, and King Cap is back next year on The Fan.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, two-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means.
The Guardians get it done versus the Yankees.
Guards.
MLB playoffs on fire last night, unless, of course, you're a Mets fan, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast there. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live at the Denton Firehouse, station number 335 in McCormick here in Denton. We would love to see you. Sean Sharif back on Monday. Not fired, just got a little vasectomy situation going down. It's so funny how many people are texting.
Cover story.
Did Sean really get fired?
Great cover story, the vasectomy. Oh, I had to get a job. The 2-day suspension. Yeah.
Just buying time.
Yeah.
Buying time at that point.
It's
Choppy.
It's one of those go-tos.
Now, we will get to King Cap here momentarily, but the baseball stuff last night.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Not if you're a New York sports fan, probably, because the Mets got destroyed again. Now, this is their third loss in this series by 8 runs or more.
Just getting tore up.
They're getting tore up. Every game in the series, period, has been decided by 4 runs or more. The Mets' lone win was a 7-3 win. Dodgers have won 10-2, 8-zip, and 9-zip. Crazy, right? And then Cleveland was up 3-1 basically the entire game on the Yankees. New York gets a home run from Aaron Judge, 2-run shot to tie it. Then Stanton next hits one. And then a guy named Jackenzie Noel. John Kensey Noel hits
Big Christmas.
Absolute missile of a home run to tie it in the 9th. 2 outs, by the way. And then David Fry in extras hits a 2-run shot to win. I saw the back page of the New York Post. Their headline was Rockin' Woe. It's a pretty good headline.
Pretty good. Pretty solid.
Pretty solid. So baseball needed that. They needed Cleveland to win because what they did not want – now, they do want Yankees-Dodgers, but what they did not want is the Dodgers to be up 3-1 and the Yankees to go up 3-0. Because now what you would have happen is you would – theoretically, the series could end tonight. The World Series, guys, doesn't start until Friday of next week. They didn't want an NBA Finals. Remember the NBA Finals was like 9 days between games?
Yeah,
they didn't want that. They didn't want that because – and by the way, the teams don't want that either because they don't want to be sitting around holding their
They don't want to cool down,
right?
They're on a run. They don't want to cool down.
So,
and you know what, Chop? If they did want to cool down, they could eat some of this sassy snow shaved ice that Becky brought us.
Oh, man.
Becky's a beast, dude. Well, look, I've never had shaved ice that's s'mores flavored. Well, that's not the little drops.
This is amaretto? Oh, baby.
Yeah, that's amaretto, and then there's s'mores, and then what's this one over here? That's coffee cake. That's wild. She's got that over at the Kroger on Teasley, but she brought these over to us, so thank you to Becky.
I wonder
These are
if she
great.
gave me amaretto because she knows I can't handle my alcohol.
I don't think she gave you amaretto because I think that was the last one that we just hadn't grabbed yet, and we handed it to you.
That s'mores one is on point, dude.
It tastes like a s'more. It's I've never seen anything like it, so it's very good. So thank you to Becky.
Yes, thank you very much, Becky. Okay, now let's get into what is
we gotta get a ruling. We've been meaning to get to this all week.
Right.
We were thrown off by the Cowboys getting absolutely beaten down. Then we were thrown off by Jerry. Then we were thrown off by Jerry reaction. And then we were thrown off by Sean's suspension that we had to disguise as him getting a vasectomy. And so it's all thrown us off. So here we are on Friday, and we're finally going to be able to get to King Cap, as Lucius Alexander routinely calls LeBron James, that he is King Cap. And that's because LeBron has a tendency.
Because he's a liar?
LeBron has a tendency to lie about things that he has absolutely no need to lie about. It's almost like talking to like an 8-year-old sometimes. How they're telling stories like, why are you even lying about this? There's no possible benefit to you.
Right.
And that's what LeBron did
It's like-
recently. He's sitting down with Bronny, and people are accusing him of lying on the set of this like local LA coverage of their preseason games. LeBron sat down and told a story that a lot of people are saying is just a flat out lie.
When he was like 5 or 6 years old, I just told him in the locker room before we came out, and he had did something. He had grabbed a rebound and like drove, coast to coast through the lane through a couple of the other kids, and like laid it up and had a little trot back. And I looked over at his mom, and I was like, "Oh, he's special. Like he's special." She was like, "What? He's 5 years old. Like, what are you talking about?" I'm like, "I've seen this before." All the way to the point where he gets drafted, and I brought that back to his mom, and she was like, "I remember you said that at 12 years ago."
So here's the thing. The story itself is, okay, maybe sounds like a little bit of an exaggeration. What really punctuates the lie for me is that last line.
Yes.
Where he says,
She said,
I looked at my wife and was
that.
like, I remember you say that. And there was so much commentary. They're like, you can see on Bronny's face when he launches into the story, like, quit, do not tell your stupid lie story. This is terrible. And he got called out by a guy that likes him a lot, Jeff Teague. Jeff Teague, one of the better NBA podcasters out there, I feel like. He talked about this the other day on his podcast, and he said LeBron's got to stop with the lies.
I with Bron. Only thing I didn't feel, I was like, he said when he was like 5 years old, he seen the and was like, yeah, he going to the league. Like, stop. I love y'all to death, bro. I love y'all whole family, but bro.
What made that official for me, that statement, is his son looking like, oh.
Yeah, like nigga, I wasn't even the best on the team.
I wasn't even the best on the team.
I saw the clip, and you can see Bronny's face the whole time.
He's just like, please don't do this again,
It's
dude.
so unfair. I really do feel bad for Bronny. Like, look, I don't feel bad for him because he doesn't have to do any of this. He can just live rent free forever.
Right.
But like, his dad does put him in such a position of like, you're made to hate him, and it's not fair. It's not fair to Bronny. Like Bronny's done nothing wrong to me. He done nothing wrong to any of us, but people are going to dislike him just because who his dad is.
It's the Lonzo, LaMelo.
But Lonzo
it's the ball
Ball,
family thing.
at least, LeVar Ball didn't do anything. Like, he wasn't LeBron.
Right. Lonzo was drafted where he was drafted out of
like legitimacy,
out of merit.
He was a tremendous player, and Bronny could have been. He stayed in school a little longer, got better. He was a draftable player in 2 years. Not today.
Right.
2 years from now, he could have been.
Yeah, just this LeBron talking about Bronny being drafted on draft night and all this stuff as if he didn't just coordinate the entire thing.
Right.
What's your favorite LeBron lie?
That's easy.
Is it the Kobe 81 game?
The Kobe 81 is the
I
one
told
that
my friends he's going for 70 tonight. Shut up.
That's the one it's like most synonymous. I think the one about it was isn't it The Godfather?
The Godfather.
Yeah, The Godfather.
It's the fact that he watches The Godfather every night during the playoffs. It's like, dude, that movie's 3.5 hours long. Where are you finding the time?
And wasn't it like, what's your favorite quote from the movie?
Yeah,
like,
and he couldn't
so
think
many.
of one. So many.
Yes.
Or no, the favorite one
You
is
love
that
the books.
It's every time he's always every time he's photoed reading a book, it's always on the first page.
Yeah.
He's always
he
on
hasn't
the
even
first,
gotten to the table of
he's,
contents.
He's always on the first
publishing
page of the
rights.
book. That's the best part.
That is good. Okay, college football. What are they cracking down on?
Okay,
Bob?
so this is, I don't know. I understand that in this era, there's a lot of sensitivity about, the issues relating to brandishing weapons and embracing the violent gun culture, whatever else. Not naturally, but just the idea of gang banging, you know what I'm saying.
Do we have a gun culture problem?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So college football is cracking down now on gun-related celebrations. So Peyton, you would be getting fined routinely for all the guns up that you throw when you're out there on college football Saturdays cheering for your Red Raiders. College football is going down this. This is after Minnesota defensive back Justin Wally recently received a 15-yard penalty, and the penalty chop was said to be simulating brandishing a weapon. That's the kind of language we're getting now. It caught P.J. Fleck off guard, the Gophers head coach, but it's now a point of emphasis specifically in the Big Ten and the SEC. They don't want any gun-related celebrations. This is something CeeDee Lamb was fined for a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was when he got the first down, he sat down and he pointed, and then he made it look like he was firing off a gun. So
is he not doing the finger sniff thing anymore?
No, it wasn't fingers. Did you think he was sniffing his finger?
I don't think that's exactly what he's doing.
Your nose. That's what he's doing.
I thought he was doing a little first down finger sniff.
That's a little boosie wipe your nose.
Sorry.
CD, what'd you do last night?
Okay.
An elbow.
So anyway, all this to say,
I drew you off sides there.
You did.
That's a finger sniff. Ask anybody. Just what is this guy doing? Well, he's sniffing his finger.
Show me what you think it looked like.
I imagine he makes that noise with his nose too.
Oh man.
Eric, gosh, I lost my train of thought.
These gun violence ones, though, are, it was surprising.
It comes from a good place. I think it's ridiculous, though. If they're just like, when CD sits down and goes like, boom, 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 like, that's stupid.
That's a bit innocuous. The one, though, where the South Carolina Gamecock tackles the quarterback.
He's literally holding a shotgun.
That was a bit much.
That's capital murder.
I know they think they're in Fortnite here. But
that's a little much. That looks very much like he's like threatening to kill him, and so I understand that one. But these other ones where you just you act like you just fired a gun or whatever, that's ridiculous to me, and that's too over the top.
Big college weekend. We got LSU Arkansas on the Fan tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Got Texas and Georgia on 1080 KRLD. 6 o'clock coverage on this one.
We got BYU and Oklahoma State tonight.
That's right.
On the Fan.
We do. And check this out. I want to get this real quick. The Virginia story.
Yes, the college basketball situation.
Tony Bennett. He retired.
He left his heart in San Francisco.
He did. He left his heart in San Francisco. Then he retired. Mm-hmm. And it's like 3 weeks the season starts, right?
I was thinking he had a health issue or something.
Okay, so that's the thought. But this is the real reason that I've heard. He went to the school a while ago and said, I want you to make Jason Williford the coach in waiting. I want you to name him the coach in waiting for when I do retire. And they said no. So this is his way, and this is what college coaches are starting to kind of do. This is his way of like forcing them to name him the coach. He retires 3 weeks before the season starts. The team's set. They're not going to transfer.
Right.
They have to have a coach. They can't hire a coach right now. This is his way of giving that guy a free year of a tryout.
Jeez, friend of the year, Tony Bennett. Totally.
He wanted to retire. I guess he wanted to retire soon anyway, and he was like, "Well, screw it, I'll just do it now."
Totally caping for his guy that he wanted to get the gig.
Yep.
That guy owes him.
He owes him a lot.
He owes him everything.
He owes him everything. So.
But now, what are you rooting for? Are you rooting for this guy to succeed and be like, "Yeah, Tony Bennett," or are you rooting for this guy to fail? And it's like, "Wow, Tony, you really botched this one."
Yeah,
you bleeped the entire program.
Yeah, if you're the school, what do you want? Because it didn't really work out this way with Texas would have kind of done something similar to Chris Beer when he left. Now, obviously, he left under different circumstances, but with Roddy Terry, that was kind of the guy he wanted to be the coach in waiting. For when he would have
he went a little extreme in making sure that he got his coach
he didn't exactly do it that way.
Yeah.
He went and decided that he was going to just break the law.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Well, that's a wild deal, man. Tony Bennett having no regard for anyone on the entire campus other than his best friend.
Best
I
friend,
guess
basically,
he
yeah.
wants to. I think it's because he knows this guy's going to suck as a coach, and he wants the guy that replaces him. So then everybody misses. Gosh, I missed the Tony Bennett days.
Pure alpha.
This is the long play for him.
Pure alpha behavior, though. He just said like, no, I'm going to get exactly my way. In fact, I bet he celebrated with. How do you think he celebrated, Eric? Do you think it was with the finger sniff? How do you think he did it?
I will say
when he got his way, what do you think he did?
I will say that I've been vindicated on the text here. Every single text that has come in is in agreement with me. We all thought CeeDee Lamb was doing the finger sniff on a first down, and now he's changing up the game
that's
here.
Not
but
correct, though.
apparently,
you and the fan text are wrong.
We're completely wrong.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the degenerate at the top of the hour. Choppy puts money in your pocket.
Oh, baby.
Eatman at 9:20. Of course, we crosstalk with a Mike Bassick-led crosstalk on a Friday for the first time in a while. We're live in Denton here for the Firehouse Tour. Denton Firehouse number 335 in McCormick. We'd love to see you here. We're here until 10 a.m. with free breakfast and Whataburger flags, and I believe the coolers they've been officially gone.
Mm-hmm.
They are officially gone. The Tolo turnout has been absolutely legendary today. Great to see everybody. It's starting to warm up now. It's beautiful. Just in time for Below the Belt. Bob, what's next?
Jerry. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you on over to SodaWeightLoss.com.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Jerry.
Jerry?
He is back at it.
I don't know sometimes.
Once again. Jerry Jones gave an interview to Jarrett Bell from USA Today on Tuesday night.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
Well, Jerry.
Yahoos.
Yeah, Jerry. It's Jarrett Bell is who we got to ask him these questions this time. And I will say this, is that for all the I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, most of the questions it seems like he's already received lately have been similar to the ones we asked him.
Interesting.
Like Diana Rossini and Jarrett Bell, they're asking him the same sort of questions we were. So I think he's going to run into those questions regardless. But Jerry Jones had given an interview to Jarrett Bell on Tuesday night as he was getting into his car leaving owners' meetings. Jarrett wrote about it yesterday, and here was the money quote. He was asked, for real, would you consider replacing these fans of or these hosts of the Fan? He said, I don't know. I'll tell you what. Dale Hansen and Brad Sham had to take a leave when they went too far one way or another. He said the buck does stop with him, but he says, but they're my own folks. That's like Brad and Dale putting it on us during a ball game. RJ Choppy, would you agree with that? Would you say that's similar to are we similar to Brad and Dale? Is that the same situation?
No, I don't think that's a fair comparison at all.
Nope.
Well, I think one is basically a team employee.
Yeah, and even still, look, I don't necessarily agree with. I wasn't here obviously when the Dale thing went down. I definitely don't agree with Brad being taken off the broadcast when he was, and I wouldn't agree with. In theory, I wouldn't agree. I don't think with the Dale thing, but I don't know specifics of that one nearly as much, so I can't speak to that one the same way. But in general, it gives off this vibe of. Basically, when he says at some point Brad and Dale had to answer for it, and he's insinuating that we do, it definitely gives off this vibe of you're going to fall in line.
Yeah, it does.
Right. And you're going to do that. And that's the biggest problem that I have is for somebody who's had such big shoulders and says the buck stops with me, it sounds like you don't want the buck stopping with anybody. You don't want any culpability. You don't want any responsibility. You just want it to go away. You're in denial. You don't want to hear about the diagnosis. Yes. You don't want to go to the doctor and confirm that you're sick. You don't want to find out that your team's bad. You don't want to hear the confirmation of, yeah, it's bad. The outlook's not good. Prognosis isn't great. That's his problem right now, and he's in a denial stage. And eventually he's going to come around to, I think, the idea that this team's not very good and I'm largely responsible for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's weird. He's treating your show and the station like it's DallasCowboys.com, and it's not the same thing. Like the Dallas Cowboys radio network, you mentioned Sham and Hansen, and I get that a little bit more. Like when I do the pregame show before a Cowboys game, we're on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. I have a little bit of a different understanding of, okay, I need to be a little bit more careful here.
Well, that's not
because
an opinion show as much.
Right, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. But there's things that I would probably say on G-Bag or here with you guys that maybe I wouldn't say whenever I'm doing Dallas Cowboys radio network pregame show. I think there's a line of demarcation there, but for him to treat you guys like you're the .com, it's just hilarious to me.
I think what
and
happened,
he hasn't done it the whole time. You guys have been talking
never.
for 14 years.
Yeah,
you guys have
14
asked way more difficult questions.
280 episodes. I think what really happened here, and I think the problem is that Jerry got confused in a moment, and he thinks that Sean's name is Shan, and it's actually Sham, and he thinks he's Brad. And I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I can
Because
actually
nothing
buy that.
else makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say that makes more sense than what's actually happening.
Right.
It's a crazy situation, dude.
It's and I
he is confirmed for 8:30 on Tuesday, so he's back in the saddle
Confirmed.
with you guys. And
no, he's confirmed for 8:30 on Tuesday. I don't know that we are. I mean, we may not be here.
That's true.
Is Sean's suspension supposed to be up by then, or is that when yours starts?
That's when mine starts.
That's when
Mine
yours starts.
starts-
He
mine
is-
starts on Monday.
He is suspended for Monday and Tuesday.
Okay.
And then so he's not going to be sitting in on the
just
Tuesday.
staggering the suspension. Maybe you just lean into teeing up the softball questions, like, "Hey, Jerry, I know there's a lot of focus on the fact that you guys didn't score any touchdowns versus the Lions, but how about them field goals?
You're
man?
almost in first place.
How about butter? You know, those
Yeah.
how can we get butter on the field a little
That's
bit
what
more?
we all the questions should be directed about Brandon Aubrey, because that's the only positive on the entire team.
But
We're just going to just ask.
Jerry, break down that 52-yard field goal.
We'll ask
Jerry, break
last
down that 39-yard.
15 minutes of Brandon Aubrey questions.
Zeke almost touched 12 miles per hour, according to Next Gen. We're pretty fired up.
And that 12 miles per hour was on the bus riding them in to get dropped off at the locker. No, it'd be easy. It'd be much easier to make me go away. In terms of you guys have to get the vasectomy excuse. For me, it'd be easy because you could just say Bobby never woke up forever.
Right, that's the
He
thing.
forever.
Yeah,
He didn't
would
wake
buy
up
that.
forever.
People
Yeah,
would buy that.
Exactly. I oversleep already.
Yeah, you already do.
They'd just be like,
let's just add another day to it.
Yeah, exactly what it is.
Bobby
all right.
took a page out of his mom's book.
Oh God, Eric. Oh man,
I felt good about that one.
True.
That's solid work.
Jerry's like,
that's well done.
You want to go see Mama? All right. Let's
Mama
talk about
Cece.
NFL mock drafts. Job, I know you got one. I'm going to hit this one first. New NFL mock draft over from The Athletic. We've talked about this idea of, Chop, you brought it up. You think it'd be insane if Travis Hunter went number one, right? Not necessarily an insane choice from his talent, but you'd be stunned if teams.
Yeah,
you'd be stunned if teams would pick him number one because of the position.
I would be stunned if teams pick him number one because I don't believe he could be a two-way player at the NFL level.
The number one.
That's like the biggest boost for him. That's the number one thing.
The number one pick in the latest mock draft over The Athletic, it's Travis Hunter, baby.
Ooh.
Travis Hunter goes number one to the New England Patriots. And we were talking about how Travis Hunter, where he could end up next spring in terms of draft position.
Top 10 for sure, probably top 5.
Probably top 3, I think. And it doesn't matter what position he went. Now, if he went number one, we'd have to know what position he's playing in order to properly gauge the history of him going number one. So if he's playing receiver, this would be the first receiver pick number one since.
I bet you Detroit did somebody number one.
Oh, it was the Jets.
Yes,
it was
Keyshawn.
It was Meeshawn.
Yeah,
Meeshawn Johnson in 1996.
The Lions picked like 3 guys in the top 3 number one, or like
it was Carlos Rogers, Mike Williams, and Roy Williams.
And Roy, yeah.
At least one of those guys also took a page out of Bobby's mom's book.
God, holy cow! It's an aggressive Carlos Rogers joke.
I'm sorry. I was on a roll there. I
Eric.
just felt really good about it. If I could walk it back,
what are
I
we
would.
doing there?
All right, if he's playing
doing out
corner,
there?
Eric.
If he's playing corner,
I mean, it was a while ago.
Will,
Eric.
do you want to sit in for Eric? I think Eric just got
I'm
suspended.
I'm crashing out.
Come
Chambers.
on in here, Will.
So if he's played if he's played wide receiver, he'll be the first since Keyshawn Johnson in 1996 to go number one. If he's playing corner, he will be the first to go number one since
playing corner number one.
Wait, corner?
First number one corner pick since
never.
A corner that went number one?
Never.
Yeah.
He would be the very first one. So that speaks to your idea of positional value, Chop.
Well, it's just like now. Listen, it's just it's not going to happen. A quarterback's going number one. We know that. They always do. They
And probably two and
almost
three.
I mean,
always
several years haven't, but
several,
yeah.
but we know more often than not.
So typically, I looked it up. Over the last 28 NFL drafts, the first pick has been a quarterback 20 times. An edge rusher has been it 5 times. Offensive tackle 3 times. So no other position other than edge, tackle, and quarterback
it's been
has
70.
been pick number
it's
one.
been 75% of the time. Basically, 70. You know, it's been a quarterback.
The highest quarterback picked in this mock draft is Shedeur Sanders to the Raiders at 8. Carson Beck goes 10 to the Dolphins, which tells us that the Athletic thinks what will happen to Tua. And no other quarterbacks go in the first round. So what about the Cowboys? They have them picking at 16 and taking the massive Kentucky defensive tackle, Deion Walker. What did you see on the mock draft yesterday?
So this is from CBS, and they do have Travis Hunter going number one.
I watch CBS, and all I see is BS.
I think it's more likely that you get Will Campbell,
yeah,
as the number one pick than Hunter. Just because
he's a really good player.
But the Cowboys, they do have. I mean, they have 5. First of all, they have 5 quarterbacks go in the top 12 in this draft.
That's more realistic than what they have on the other one, which is the first quarterback off the board at 8. That's not happening.
Yeah, so this one's got Cam Ward as the first off the board at 4. Carson Beck at 5. Shedeur at 6.
Whoa. Who's doing this mock draft that has Shedeur as the third quarterback taken?
CBS.
No, but who? This has got to be
Chris
Trapasso. Oh, I knew it.
And then they've got Milrow at 11 and Nussmeier at 12, or Nussmeier.
I was going to say I thought it was Nussmeier.
As some people would say.
Oh my gosh.
TV.
Okay, I'm not gonna shout in. I'm not gonna trash anybody.
Now I love this though. Cowboys with pick 16, which means they didn't make the playoffs. They take Ashton Genty out of Boise State.
Yeah, we've seen this one floating around.
9.9 yards a touch.
Look, if you're going to tell me they take, I know we have a disagreement on this. I would take a running back in the first round as long as it's like the back 10, because to me that's the top. Like if you want to talk about how good they play and you get 5 years of control, that's when they're good. That's when
it is when they're good.
I'll pay for 5 years at a however much $4 million rate to get peak running back play. That's worth it.
That's when they're good. Now look, it hasn't worked for Atlanta. They did it recently,
but they took 8. I'm talking about if you take 26, that's a different.
That's fine. It's a different story. And you're getting your 5th year out of them too. They're going to want it. The problem is you're only going to get 3 years out of them.
A guy like Genty, he'd play till he's 26. That's 5 years,
right? But we know that they're going to want to after the 3rd year. They're going to go for a.
So Jared Verse, who went what was he selected 19th? Okay, Jared Verse went 19th. His average salary is $3.7 million for 5 years. So I mean, if you're able to get that out of Ashton Genty, that's worth it. You're paying Zeke is charging 8 against your cap.
I agree. The problem though is that you're not actually getting 5 years out of him. You're only getting 3, because then he's going to hold out for a contract.
Right,
and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, the Cowboys are not anywhere close to a running back away. If they're going to be using some assets in the first round for a running back, I would be beside myself with frustration.
We'll be all in.
So hopefully that is not the case. All right, let's barrel into the Power Hour, the final hour here on a Football Firehouse Friday, live in Denton, station number 3. We'd love to see you here, 35 in McCormick, here until 10 o'clock. We'll chat with Nick Eatman coming up here in just a bit, but RJ Choppy's putting money in your pocket with a Friday Degenerate next year on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Herb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we're fist pumping on the fan cam here, Twitch and YouTube for the final hour of the week here. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live in Denton at Firehouse number 3, 35 in McCormick, here for one more hour before we hand things over to the KNC Masterpiece. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here in a few minutes. And now it is time. If you're looking on the fan cam, you might be wondering why Choppy looks like he belongs in a Breaking Bad episode. He's hazmatting it up for the first time in the Degenerates' history.
Look at this.
Take it away, Chop.
He looks like what do you say?
He looks like Heisenberg.
He looks like looks
like Jesse Pinkman.
A California politician circa April 2020.
Wow, very nice. I feel like Marty McFly in Back to the Future 1,
Darth Vader,
where he goes in and he talks to his dad, he doesn't know it's his dad, or dad doesn't know it's him. It scares me. That's what I feel like right now. The Degenerate.
You look good.
Thank you.
You look taller. And
I've already tutored in here, and that's a problem. Because I am. This is a
hot
hazmat
box.
suit.
We gotta,
fix the microphone there, Robert.
How?
I don't know how.
I can't reach it.
I can't either. So here we go. All right. Degenerate action here. Can you open the phone? Because I can't. I don't have fingers. Okay. Degenerate action here for you.
Oh no, the headset is falling off.
On an absolute heater, by the way. Okay, I'm on a massive heater when it comes to the Degenerate.
He's going to let that smell out right in his face.
25
don't release that
and 7 after a thank you, Ruben. 25 and 7 after a 10 and 10 start. I'm 25 and 7. So here we go. College. BYU minus 9.5 against Oklahoma State. I already won the Marshall game last night. BYU minus 9.5 against Oklahoma State. Thank you, Bobby.
Where's your mouth?
Right there. That's right. Get your finger out of my mouth. Oh, my God. Clemson minus 21.
Do the CD finger sniff.
All right, so BYU minus 9.5 against Oklahoma State. Clemson minus 21 against Virginia. That's enough, Robert. Stop it. Army minus 16 against ECU. Missouri minus 4.5 against Auburn. It's very difficult to see through this.
Condensation.
I know.
It's building up. I wasn't sure if that was from his breath or from the flatulence.
Tennessee and Alabama under 57. Let me tell you something.
Alabama can't score. That makes
Nico is 6 for 46 when pressured this year.
Oh, is he regressing? It feels like in real
Well,
time
he's a freshman.
we're
He's a
watching
freshman,
we're watching
right?
him get
Yeah.
worse.
He's a freshman. He's playing like a freshman. All right, NFL. He also has the lowest QBR in the SEC.
Well, he's also the only quarterback in football this season, right, to run out of bounds
With time expired?
The final play.
We don't have to bring that up again.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't
right.
see this. I got some condensation here. Jags, Pats, NFL under 42. Cincy minus 5.5 against Cleveland. Green Bay minus 3 against Houston. Washington minus 8 against Carolina. And Baltimore minus 3.5. I think that says OTB
around,
at Tampa. Baltimore minus 3.5. So there's your degenerate on an absolute heater. Won the Marshall game last night. Won a 14 parlay last week. Bobby didn't win. I won it. I got to get out of this suit, man. Okay?
No, you have to stay in it for the rest of the segment.
Okay, go. Continue.
And I believe Sarah made a request for you to bring it home.
It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good bet payoff.
Right, Sarah?
All right, nice work, Chop.
Thank you.
You are on a real heater right now, and you know you are a degenerate when you're betting on Marshall football games and stuff. Then
Yeah, and I won.
you
I won last night.
Yeah, you're serious about this stuff. What's the game? Did you have? I'm sorry. Did you have Texas and Georgia in your?
I did not. I did not have that game.
Where do you guys
5.5 is 5.5 is kind of a dead number. I don't like to bet those numbers generally. I did. I think I took a 5.5. I think it was. It was Cincy, but I don't know, man. Like I could absolutely see Texas run them out of the building. You know, I could see Texas. I got it. I could see Texas run them out of the building.
You think you could see like a first half Alabama just tearing up Georgia situation?
I could really see that happen. But I could also see that, Georgia's played like a great team already this year, right? They've had a big time. Texas has not been challenged. They haven't been challenged this year.
Right.
And I don't know if
They're that good.
Well, they might be. They might be. But they haven't been challenged. Michigan wasn't a very good team. They were overrated. Oklahoma's not a very. They got a good defense, but sooner or later they were going to get worn out, and they did. So like Georgia's talented. Like you could make the case that Georgia has more first round draft picks on their team this year than Texas does. They're not as deep though. Texas has got a better quarterback. Texas is a better team.
Yeah, and Texas has the continuity. I think that's the big thing that Sark has been able to do is retain the talent that he has, and now they're walking around with, hey, we have the biggest and best and baddest offensive line, defensive line in the SEC, and that's something that Georgia has had in their back pocket for the last what feels like a half decade, and now Texas is at that point. Bob, obviously, I know you have your Texas Longhorn goggles on, but what are you excited about with this game? Where do you see it going?
I mean, the biggest thing is, like, Georgia's still a really good football team. Like, if it wasn't for really kind of just, peeing down their leg against Alabama in the first part of that game, they played much better in the second half. And that's a run where I still think that Georgia can be, I still think Georgia is one of the 5 best teams in the country. So they'll challenge Texas, and Texas could absolutely lose this game. I don't think they will. But, I mean, they absolutely could lose this game. It's just Texas right now has consistently shown they are the most complete team in the country. There's no other team in college football right now that's played as well-rounded as Texas has. And that's the thing. The offensive line's great. They've got the passing game going. The running game has gotten going. You're starting to see them generate more of a pass rush. Anthony Hill should win the Bednarik. Muhammad's been great. So they've got a really strong team. The biggest thing for them is they got to stop turning the ball over. Quinn's turned the ball over too much. Arch was throwing a few interceptions. That's the biggest issue for Texas right now is they keep turning the ball over.
You know what? I actually do like being in the suits. Nice and warm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You starting to
Starting to warm up, starting to feel it. I look like I don't know how they do work in this thing. It is like I'm underwater.
Yeah, I mean, there is, no joke, a lot of condensation building up.
Well, I got hot air, a lot of hot air coming out of my mouth.
It looks like the car window that was underneath in Titanic.
Oh, yeah. Now where's Kate Winslet's handprint?
Yeah. That was about the time you stopped watching the movie, right?
Oh, no, I kept going. I saw it like three times in the theater. You kidding me?
Yeah, that's the movie you went and saw a bunch in the theater.
I just kept going to see it. Yeah,
Inexplicably. Sure. Makes no sense.
Absolutely.
Okay, now it's Cowboys bye week, so this NFL slate, you can really sit down. I'll be red zoning. I mean, I got a commercial-free 7-hour date with Scott Hansen on Sunday, and I'm pretty excited about it. There's some really awesome matchups. You have the Texans and the Packers in your degenerate picks.
I got Green Bay.
You got Green Bay covering at home.
Yeah, they're a better team.
Do you feel like, okay, that's what I was.
Well, I mean, Houston's a good team, but Houston also is a team that they haven't really played anybody. They don't have a great, they haven't. I mean, they've played one good team, really good. They got worked by Minnesota. Buffalo is what? We don't even know what they are. Yeah, but we don't even know what they are, right?
Yeah, it's a good team, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
They were scraping by, especially to start the season versus bad teams, and they were winning kind of ugly.
Yeah.
And C.J. Stroud has to do a ton of heavy lifting for this offense. It's like, hey, C.J., can you bail us out a third and long time and time again? And he's good enough to do it majority of the time, but versus the Packers in Lambeau without Nico Collins, I think that's a huge one here.
Yep.
But these are the two most explosive offenses going right now. Jordan Love is ready to throw a 50-yard touchdown at every turn.
Yeah, he might also throw a pick, and he might also throw 50% completions. He's been a little inconsistent at times. But I think the game I'm really looking forward to this week is the one that kicks off at noon, and that's between the Lions and the Vikings, because I am so excited.
Is that a noon
I'm
game?
so excited to see the Vikings finally get exposed as the complete frauds that they are.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they are just, I mean, it's an embarrassment, the fact that they're undefeated at this point. And so
what's going on here?
Cody's over there in his Minnesota Vikings shirt, upset that we weren't referencing the Vikings. So since he's going to try to dictate,
I can't see that.
Yeah, it
It's
says
blurry.
Minnesota. But since he was trying to dictate that we talk about Minnesota, I decided, all right, I'll tell everybody what frauds they are.
Do you really think they're frauds?
No, I don't. I actually think Minnesota beats the Lions this Sunday.
Oh, wow, okay.
They're my number one team in the power rankings.
Well, if you think that, you should, and you can't place a bet because you're an NFL guy, but it's only a 1.5 point spread.
There was Eric, we saw this the other day. Do you know who the top 4 teams in the NFL are in point differential?
Yeah, it's the NFC North.
The entire division is the top 4. That's the 4 best teams in the NFL by point differential. It's that entire division, which is wild to me.
It is crazy. I actually need a little bit of help here because G-Bag Nation Survivor pick Friday in order to avoid a bet payoff. So I have to make a pick. Maybe you guys can assist me with this. Obviously, if Choppy is that confident that the Packers are going to win and cover at home, maybe that would be a decent Survivor pick, but that just seems insane because the Packers are going up against a respectable Texans team. So
but it's a small spread. It's like, 3?
Yeah. You have them winning and covering. So I mean, I think that's you would probably throw that in the hat of teams that you might want to pick for Survivor this week. I need y'all's help.
My confident pick here.
Did you pick Cincinnati yet?
Would be Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I believe I have taken the Bengals. I need to confirm that. But yeah, the thing of just whoever the Browns are playing.
Bills beating the Titans feels like a pretty good bet.
Bills, Titans.
Yeah, Bills, Titans, Bills at home. I mean, my goodness, Will Levis is just he is hilarious to watch play football. But yeah, I guess that might not be a bad pick right there.
I can see Jets over Steelers. I would take that one if I needed a.
If you didn't want to burn one.
If I didn't want to burn one, Jets beating the Steelers.
Who's San Fran got?
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
It's a Super Bowl
That's a
rematch.
win. That's a dub for San Francisco.
Yeah, you guys are nuts on that one.
Me?
San Francisco minus 1.5 at home.
Commanders versus the Panthers, obviously.
Oh, that's an easy one. Yeah, you haven't used Washington. I guarantee you haven't used Washington.
Commanders
yet.
may put 50 points up.
That's an easy one. Just pick whoever plays Carolina every week.
Yeah, Carolina and the Browns. Those are really good ones.
Don't outthink the room. Don't try to
pick a team that's got like a 60-40 game. Don't try to outthink the room here.
Shout out to Walchuk, who had the Broncos last night, and they ran away with that one versus a broken Saints team. It was a disgusting football game, but Walchuk is now in the clear for a bet payoff this week, so good for him. Now, with the Super Bowl rematch, though, San Francisco, Kansas City. This is two polar opposite quarterbacks with the way they're playing right now. Mahomes is throwing the ball 3.5 air yards at a time, and Brock Purdy's throwing almost 10 yards at a time.
Oh, Brock loves to air it out, baby.
He is this year.
I love him. Pay that man.
Different version of the Niners. Yeah, this is the. I'm now totally on the Purdy train in terms of, he's legit.
Yeah.
He's not just throwing screen passes and watching his guys run for a bunch of yards, and he's the beneficiary. He's pushing the ball down the field like a super beast this season, and I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, I think this is about the time where we're going to start seeing San Francisco catching up to some of their peripheral numbers. Like, they've played so much better than 3-3. Like that's a joke right there. Whenever the Cowboys try to say we're 3-3. Like, that's a team that you're about to head into San Francisco and play. That's an example of, like, why 3-3 can't be how you define yourself, because those are two wildly different football teams.
I never subscribe to Parcells as you are, what your record says you are. I don't believe in that, because, like, you could be, especially early on in the season.
Yeah, most of the time over 17 weeks, I agree. 90% of the time, I agree.
But when you get to week 15, I think that number plays. At week 6, it doesn't play.
Right.
Because, you could have, everybody's schedule is different this time of year. Some teams have played a really tough, like Kansas City's played a good schedule. There are teams that have played good schedules, and then some have played dogs, and they've gotten to where they are by beating up on scrubs. Minnesota, there's nothing wrong with Minnesota's record. Their record, they have played San Francisco, they have played Houston.
They've beaten some teams down. They beat the hell out of Houston.
They've beaten them down. So there's nothing wrong with their record. It's not a fraudulent 5 or 6-0.
Do you think this is what we've been disagreeing on? I think Kansas City's good. I don't think Kansas City's great. I've got Kansas City 4th in my power rankings.
I would still have them number 1.
Yeah,
I don't mess around with the Mahomes stuff anymore. Him and Andy
High five.
Reid, they're still getting it done.
Hazmat 5. There we go.
5. I love it. Yeah, I'm still all over the Chiefs. I do think they should make a move for one of these wide receivers. Get a Deontay Johnson in here from Carolina. Maybe a Christian Kirk. Thought they would have been on the Amari Cooper stuff, but maybe their ego's big enough to think, hey, we could just win with Xavier Worthy and Juju Smith-Schuster. Yeah. And honestly, they would be right to feel that way. But let's make it a little bit easier on ourselves here, and let's get a legit wide receiver in Kansas City. But I still think bare minimum they're in the AFC Championship game once again. Shout out to the 682. What do you guys think about this? Got my first date tonight after starting over and buying a house. It's been a year. Wish me luck, boys. Ooh. Think I may have forgotten how to flirt.
Good
LOL.
luck to you. And no, the game will return to you. Game doesn't ever leave,
will
buddy.
return. The game never leaves.
Look, you tricked one of them once, you'll trick them again.
The first date. If you landed a first date, that tells me that your flirting skills are probably pretty strong.
Or you're super attractive and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, or you're being set up on like a blind date situation, and she doesn't really have a choice, and neither do you.
Blind.
I love blind date.
The blind date stuff. Now they say 60% of relationships right now are online. They're meeting online.
That makes sense.
And almost nobody's meeting in college anymore.
Think about like where we've come. Like 20 years ago when Napoleon Dynamite was a big movie, we were all laughing at Kip Dynamite on his computer, his little chat or relationship. But like that's just society now. It's the whole society now.
It's getting pretty serious.
All right, here it is. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live in Denton. We're at the Firehouse, number 3 in Denton, 35 in McCormick. Here until the top of the hour. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece led by Mike Bassett coming up here in just a bit. But let's chat with Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com next right here on The Fan.
Let's get Joe.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Peyton. Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com set to join us here momentarily on your home of the Cowboys. We are live in Denton at the Firehouse number 335 and McCormick, and it has been fantastic today, dude. Back in the old stomping grounds from college and meeting all the Tolos. The turnout's been legendary as usual, and the hospitality's been through the roof here. So shout out to all the fantastic firefighters here at the Denton Firehouse number 3. This has been a special Friday.
Choppy about to call Julia Tran on me because I was just tapping his knee.
You were not tapping my knee. You were caressing my knee.
Oh, no.
There's a difference. You got to use the proper terminology here.
What was the caress?
It was
for?
like this.
Just to get his attention. Oh wait, you've done that
just
to
like,
me
hey,
before.
what's up, buddy?
I mean, especially the last segment, he put his finger in his finger in my mouth.
Oh wow.
I was adjusting
when
your mic.
Yeah, well, you were adjusting my mic. Yeah, you were picking food out of my teeth. That's what you were doing.
All right.
Very strange. Very.
I was auditioning for the third.
Mikey B leads the crosstalk here in a few minutes with KNC, but right now we welcome in the greatness of Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Nick, happy Friday, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. We are. This bye week, what does the weekend have in store for you with no Cowboys action? You state fairing it? You going out of town, or you just soaking in all the football?
Yeah, gonna go check out Oklahoma and check that out with my daughter. She's a senior, so we'll see about looking at going to Oklahoma as a college choice. So check out a football game and all that good stuff.
How much did last week's just beat down at the hands of the Longhorns make her cool a little on the school?
I don't think it matters that much. It didn't. Yeah, she's fine. So with that, now sports does matter. There's no doubt that that's a big factor here. If you can't have college game day, I don't know if she's interested. But I don't think the one game does a lot.
So she's out on the pig people?
I don't think we're out, but it's a little far. So if you're referring to Arkansas, if that's your way to refer to Arkansas.
Yeah, I thought Tennessee grads referred to Arkansas as daddy.
We
typically.
do. We generally do. But at least this year. Daddy Razorback.
I don't want any more of that. Hey, one game, that's good. I don't want to play him again. Like, we're good. We got ours.
Yeah.
So Nick, I asked other Nick Harris at 8 a.m. I asked him this question, and
wait, time out. Nick Harris at 8 a.m. Seriously.
Yes.
All right, this guy's worked with us for a year and a half. 8 a.m. This guy was up at 8 a.m. I don't think he's gone to bed yet.
Well, I mean, he actually mentioned that he slept over the Jerry interview a little bit the other day because
which also ironically was at 8 a.m.
Yeah, he had a late Monday, but this was.
By the way, who has a late Monday? Nobody has a late Monday.
I don't know. I offered him 7:20 or 8, and he jumped on 8. I think he had to get in the car early this morning, and that's why he was up. But I did ask him, when you look at, obviously they're going to bank on, hey, we're getting guys back due to injury. We'll get some health here, and we're doing some different things that we know will turn around for this team. Other than that, outside of those sort of things that just naturally come along with time and patience, what are things you think the Cowboys can reasonably fix during this bye week, and how can they close the margins between the top NFC teams?
Well, I think you said it best first. I mean, like they are hoping to get their core players back, but the little technique things here and there that aren't working so far. With it's 1 second here on a block or not shedding a block here. It's just little things here and there that I think that they can do. Sorry, guys, trying to figure out this car wash here. I think there's a lot of
what?
I'm at the car wash and they're trying to get into the car. I'm like, just give me a second here. There's like 1,000. This is like 1,000 things to do today. This is like number 9 on the list. So sorry, no. This is a huge week as far as what this team can do to get better. It's the little things, and I know that sounds very cliche. But I think that those things do add up. I think that they need to work on, obviously their red zone stuff, their run stopping ability on defense. But I think the biggest thing is getting these guys back here, getting some continuity, figuring this out. Because I thought something that DeMarcus Ware said to you guys was very important the other day. I guess it was yesterday or whenever he talked to you, when he talked about the fact that it's one thing to say next man up, but those guys aren't leaders, and they're not supposed to be leaders,
right.
And they're not proven to be leaders. And so when the bullets are flying and it's 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 2 at their 5-yard line, who are you leaning into to say make a play? And we've seen DeMarcus Lawrence make that play. We've seen Micah Parsons make that play. We've seen Deron Bland make some plays. So when they're not here, who's doing it? And I think that was very telling. It sounds so simple, but it does make a lot of sense. Yeah. And speaking from a guy that's always sort of been that guy to step up and make the
Yeah, next man up works, like, just usually like quarterback perspective. Like, if Joe Flacco is the backup, and, Joe's been through the ringer, he's a respected veteran, that's when next man up works. Next man up doesn't necessarily work when it's just some young kid, rookie, that that needs to be put in a leadership position that no one's going to follow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys over here that have leadership qualities, but you're the third running back, or you're the middle. You're a middle linebacker that's not making a lot of plays yourself. So when everyone always talks about leadership, who are the best leaders of all time? They always name guys that are like Hall of Famers, vocal Hall of Famers. Because it worked with Michael Irvin and Ray Lewis and maybe a Peyton Manning or Magic Johnson, but it doesn't always work if you're making a mistake as well. So that's why leadership is pretty tricky.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, obviously they are off this week. They'll have the 49ers coming up next week. Given what a thorn in the side and what a sort of just difficult spot the 49ers have been for the Cowboys the last couple of years and sort of haunted them a little bit, how much can a lot of these culture things or a lot of these these issues that it feels like they have in terms of the vibe that just exists around this football team right now, how much of that can get a massive boost and be fixed if they were to go into San Francisco and finally beat the 49ers?
Oh, it would be huge. Because you were putting it very nicely by saying thorn in the side. I mean, that's sweet. They've been worse than that. Obviously by knocking them out of the playoffs 2 years and then last year's game. So it would be a huge boost for this team and for this fan base, which it needs it as well. I mean, they need to see something. And yeah, of course, it would be like, well, it wasn't with McCaffrey or they're hurt or whatever. Or they're not the same. But it doesn't matter. I mean, that the Cowboys need any kind of jolt that they can get. And I think going to San Francisco, and I'm not saying that they have to go and this play well for a moral victory. I'm not saying that, because at this point you got to go win games. But I would be huge for this team to show that they can do that, to show that they can kind of rally and use the bye to help themselves and figure out a way to win. They've done it on the road so far this year, but they haven't faced a team like the 49ers and a quarterback, like Purdy on the road.
It's Nick Eatman at DallasCowboys.com with us here on The Fan. He's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, does Tyler Guyton get his job back?
Does seem that way, yes. Yeah, he's their left tackle. I guess he was not 100% with his knee. He was able to practice some, but they wanted to go with a different route. But that led to 3 field goals. So I don't think that worked either. I think that the development of Tyler Guyton will continue. That's the best way he's going to play. To get better at football, to play football. And so yeah, I think he gets his job back. Tyler Smith goes back to left guard, and with him, it's kind of that question a couple of minutes ago about the little things. I mean, he's got to figure out how to hold better. Okay, they all hold. Every left tackle, every lineman holds. You figure out how to do it better. Keep your hands inside.
I love it.
It's a technique.
You're right.
But it's true. It's true.
You're right.
Figure out, that's part of the learning curve there, and figuring out how to do that. You can't just out-athlete people like he was probably doing a lot of times at Oklahoma. It's a lot different here. These athletes are bigger and stronger, and they have their techniques down. So he's learning on the fly here, but I think he's got to, next to Tyler Smith, I think really helps him. I think Tyler Smith at left guard helps both those guys to his right and his left, those 2 rookies. So I think that's the route that they're going to go.
Nick, there's been a lot of negativity, obviously, surrounding this team and the struggles that they've had. But one of the things, like Broadus and I were talking about recently, somebody had asked us, they said, show me somebody who's performed above expectation, just as we're kind of looking back and evaluating the season right now. Who's somebody that's actually been a positive? And we were kind of kicking that around. Who do you stands out as in a disappointing year where they've gotten some underwhelming performances from some key guys? Who do you look at and say, that's a bright spot and they need more of that moving forward?
Right. Well, yeah, we had a question like that similar on our website about guys that have kind of exceeded expectations, and there weren't a lot to choose from. But for me, I mean, Jalen Tolbert has been better than I guess I thought he was going to be. And that's a guy that you need to continue to build on. And he could be your number 2, I think, this season, really, and next season as well. He would be a guy there. But there's really not a lot, honestly. I mean, Aubrey is way better than I thought he was, because I still think he's going to miss 57-yard field goals. Like when they lined up to kick, I'm like, I wouldn't do that. I'd punt, And then the guys around me are like, he's made 18 in a row. I'm like, yeah, and then he makes it. And I'm like, okay. I mean, he's amazing. Like I knew he was good, but he's been unbelievably amazing. And just imagine where they would be without him. I mean, they're 3-3, and it doesn't feel like 3-3. You guys know that, and you guys have experienced that obviously this week. I mean, it doesn't feel like a 3-3 team, but it is. And the reason why Aubrey's a huge reason why he's kept them in some games and made some clutch kicks. I mean, think about what a 55-yard field goal does if you miss. I mean, just you miss that kick, you're basically handing them a field goal, if not a touchdown, just with the field position there. And so he's been such a weapon. I know that's not, and that's one of the reasons why this team hasn't played as well, is because you asked me that question and I gave you a third-year receiver who's been pretty good and a kicker. I mean, that's who else? I mean, who else makes the list? I mean, I don't know.
Well, Nick, we appreciate the time, man. Have a great weekend in Norman, and we'll catch up with you again next week.
All right. See you guys. Thanks.
All righty. Yes, sir. It is Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from the Denton Firehouse on a football Friday. Big shout out to Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, and all the Tolos that made their way over here today. Denton Firehouse, number 3, 35 and McCormick. It's been absolutely fantastic. Awesome Friday, and we will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, led by Mikey B, next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, two-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means.
Well, it's Mike Bassick, and that's the game of the year. I can't imagine. Now, we'll see.
Better than the Mets Braves on that Monday?
I believe so.
Like 2 weeks ago?
Better than Cowboys Lions?
Oh my God, Bobby.
Well,
look, you might be right. It was a tremendous game. There was such great theater last night.
I feel like this is going to be tough for you, Choppy. I know you grew up a big Yankees fan and still have a heart of a Yankee.
Yankees suck.
Last year the game of the year, now you could say game 1 of the World Series is a strong competitor to this game. But Game 5 against the Houston Astros, I think, was the game of the year in baseball last year. It stinks that Altuve hit the game-winning home run, but you had Verlander. You had a pitcher battle between Jordan Montgomery. You had the huge home run of Adolis Garcia. You have the hit by pitch. You have people getting thrown out of the game. You have stalling techniques. You have then Altuve hitting the big home run. Then you have the tying run on second, and the Astros get out of that, and you're just like, I'll tell you what, it really stinks when your team loses and your heart is broken. But when you look back, you go, that Game 5, Texas and Houston, was the game of the year. You could say that Game 1 of the World Series is a strong competitor of that game. And I think there's, to me, strong competitors. But when you get to the best closer in baseball versus the MVP of the American League, and then you get that dramatic game-tying home run, and then you get back-to-back, like kind of out of nowhere. Like, there's no way Clase is going to give up another home run. He's impossible to hit. And then you get to Big Christmas Noel hitting a tying home run in the 9th inning with 2 outs. And then you get to David Fry, who in the 8th inning struck out with runners on first and second, and then he gets a pitch that he can hammer. To me, that's tough to beat. In sports,
there was great theater, the range of emotions in the game, and then like you said, the tying home run. Clase gave up 5 runs all year. He's given up 6 runs in the playoffs this year.
Wow. Yeah,
he gave up 5 runs the entire year, and now this is 3 home runs he's given up in basically his last 2 of his last 4 appearances. He's given up 3 home runs now.
And now you do have to wonder if he pitches today. Where's his confidence at? Right. It's crazy because only 5 runs, you'd say his confidence is just fine, but we've seen this before with whether it's a field goal kicker, whether it's a guy putting who never misses 2-foot putts, and then all of a sudden they miss 1 or 2, and then they miss 3 or 4. And you're just like, what has just happened here? And it wouldn't be like, Yips would be kind of Chuck Knobloch, Rick Ankiel, but it's just like, how is this guy not getting the job done when he is the best? So hopefully, Clase gets a chance today or tomorrow to close out another game and gets, I think everybody wants to see that matchup again. Game on the line, Judge versus Clase.
And you got to wonder if Weaver's confidence is shook a little because he's given up 2 home runs in his last 2 appearances.
Yeah, it should be a fun day of baseball again today and night of baseball today. Now, obviously, the second game became a blowout. There was a chance at 7-2 when Winker came up as a pinch hitter. I thought, oh my gosh, when he hit the ball, we got ourselves a ball game. But that ball just kind of died at the warning track. And then I thought, is Mookie Betts leaving the field? Like, where is he going? They never showed him, but he just ran directly to the right field corner after catching that ball. But today at 10:45, Chop, I think you'll like this. My dad coached David Fry in high school. So he was his summer league coach. So my father is going to come on at 10:45 and talk about David Fry, who went to Grapevine High School. How about Max Muncy, who's got on base 77 million times in a row in the playoffs? He's from Keller. Like a lot of these guys that you're watching these moments are from our Metroplex.
Yep.
Well, my dad's going to discuss at 10:45, talking a little bit about the game, how nobody wanted David Fry at 17, 18 years old. He tried his best for all of these schools around here. He's saying, I'm telling you, this kid is a gamer. He's a good player. He can play multiple positions. He loves the game. He's going to be a hard worker. My dad was like, I think he can be a major leaguer. And he couldn't convince UTA. He couldn't convince UT. He couldn't convince any school in the state of Texas pretty much to give David Fry a scholarship.
So where did he go?
I think it was Northwestern Louisiana. I think he ended up getting a college scholarship. But, like, my dad was begging college coaches around the state of Texas, and nobody really wanted David Fry at 18 years old.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That
and
is
now
crazy.
He's a all-star. He's a extra inning home run.
Iconic home run right there.
And it just goes to show you, and this is where we'll talk about it kind of at 17 and 18.
Northwestern State, yes. Sorry,
if you don't want to give up, if you're good, sometimes don't give up. It's really football and basketball are very different from baseball. There's still a lot of development that goes on from age 17 to 21 where not all of the time, but more of the time there's not as much development. Not that you've reached your full peak at 19 or 20 years old in football or in basketball, but there can be way more development in baseball in your 20s than there is in the other sports that we really care and love. All right, guys. So how you guys feeling about the USA Today thing? Because that came out after your show.
Yeah, look, I mean, this was said at the same time he said the stuff to Rossini. And it's just, it took a couple days before Jarrett Bell wrote it. I clearly think it's a silly comparison. Especially, I mean, I think taking Sham off the broadcast initially was kind of silly to begin with. And that's 30 years later that still hasn't registered as a bad comparison to make. So, I don't know. I still think he's probably heated, upset in the moment. He's coming to acceptance that I don't have a good football team, and it's largely my doing. And I think that's a frustrating fact for him right now, and it's upsetting to him. And so I'm fine giving him grace for the idea of, you be mad. You can be mad for a day. It's just if that carries over into next week or the week after, and this is just the new way that he thinks the media should deal with him, now we have a serious problem.
You know when an umpire makes a bad call and the manager goes out and argues with him, and the umpire knows he's wrong, but now he's getting yelled. He's going to have a short fuse. He's going to
throw him out.
That manager's getting tossed.
Yeah.
If he, because he knows he blew it and he doesn't want you to call him out on it. And I think that's the same thing here. Jerry knows he screwed up in the offseason.
Yeah.
People called him out on it, and he got mad.
And I think people get upset about the word lie or liar. That's a very harsh word. But I say that.
I lie to myself every day.
Well, but whether it's, you name the general manager. I don't care if it's Jerry Jones or whoever. All
Chris
general
Young.
managers, they have to be professional liars. And what I mean by that is, if Jerry Jones would have just answered it like this, whether he's lying or telling the truth, we wouldn't know. We can assume whatever. But if he said, I just am surprised that he still didn't just go with this professional approach. Guys, we're 3-3. We're disappointed with the way we're playing. I know that you're asking about guys we should have added. I believe in these guys, and it's only 6 games, and they haven't played up to the standard that we're hoping, and we're hoping that the last 11 games that these guys play to the standard that we believe that they can play at.
That was damn fine work right there,
Like,
Mike.
that's and you could be lying. He could be knowing that they stink and aren't going to get better.
Well, and
but
I think
that's the way you would professionally answer it as a general manager.
I think that's why he got, because I mean that's kind of what we asked him that first got him mad was we just said, look, if you keep telling us it's execution, if your execution is so poor so consistently that it leads to getting beat at home by 25 to the Saints and 38 to the Lions, like at what point do you just have to say these aren't the right players? There is no, this is just who they are. And that's when he went, well, we can't get 20 players before San Francisco. And then Sean goes, okay, well, what about the past offseason? And that's kind of what got him started. I mean, I think we kind of set him up with that exact, we set him up to give us that answer, and he didn't.
100%.
That's the thing I just can't think. Look, the This is coming from a guy that pounded his fist on the table and thought he broke his ham bait bone a couple weeks ago because Choppy was telling me the SEC was good. So I know irrational anger.
I don't know what I was thinking
It
there.
hits all of us from time to time. So, like I said, I'm fine saying, hey, here's grace for you to say that you can get angry. You can be mad. That's fine. I'm not going to hold it against your character. I think it was a silly thing to say.
The
but
music's playing. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
We have David Keckner joining us today in studio at 12:20. We could go all the way through Mike Likes It with that if it goes well. That is Todd Packer and Champ Kind, if you remember that from Anchorman. So we're looking forward to hanging out with him today.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Crosstalk, brought to you by Nobody. If you'd like to sponsor it, give us a call. The last
Hear
four
that, baby
numbers are
dolls?
1053. All right. Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece.
Thanks to Comerica.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. We're in studio today.
What?
You're in
because the Cowboys are on a bye, so no Buffalo Wild Wings this week. We'll get back after it.
We've been sitting in here, Alec, this whole time. You didn't notice us in here?
Oh, you have?
Makes sense. He's
Hey,
very busy back there today.
I have a major question to start off this Friday.
Is it a major question?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has to do with all this election stuff.
Oh, my God.
How many things have you had to unsubscribe to every day?
Because you're getting like junk political stuff.
To end, yes. Stop it all.
I always reply back with the same thing every time. 3 American flags.
But then do they keep asking you for questionnaires or money or
they stop?
The world's going to come to the end if this person is elected an official of something? And I'm like, I don't care.
They usually reply
the world
back
keeps going around and around.
They say, that's right. America and patriots use the
That's
American
what they
flag.
do? I'm
And it's
gonna do
both Democrats and Republicans that say the same thing back to me.
I mean, that's a winning issue, right? If you just talk to your voters about like, hey, America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, well,
I
yeah,
love America,
okay.
man.
All right. We're going to start with NFL. I'm not going to start with the Stars because everyone expects me to start with the Stars. I wanted them to win last night.
Of course you wouldn't start with the Stars.
Yeah.
We're going to
finally lost.
Yeah,
It's
man.
our team.
It's my team.
We can only
too.
blame you.
All right, we're going
You're rooting
Did
against
you hear in the post-game show, all the Stars players are like, did y'all hear what Kevin said this morning?
Yeah, he knew we couldn't do it, and he was right. All right.
See? I told you he'd be dancing on their grave.
I'm just kidding.
Pulling that.
I'm just kidding. They're 4-1.
It's over.
They're off
of
to an
you.
amazing start.
It's over.
It is also a shout-out Friday. If you want to get your shout-outs in, 877-881-1053. Overreaction or reality? Eagles-Giants is a must-win game for Philly.
Where's the game at?
The game is at the Giants, I think.
If it was at Philadelphia, I guess for some reason I would
It is
say
at
yes.
the Giants, yeah.
I'm not saying no, obviously, but think 10 wins is going to win this division. So they're 3-3, right?
They're
Simon?
3-2, actually.
They have to get to 10 wins. You would say, hey, the Giants stink. That would be a game you want to win. The Cowboys seem to handle the Giants so easily, but over this time, Philadelphia hasn't handled the Giants as easily. So I think that's a very strong statement. I would say no, because I think nobody's good in this division. I don't think anybody's – well, the Giants are horrible.
Yes.
I think you have 3 average teams battling out to see who can get to 10 wins.
I have decided, Kevin, I will only use must win in 2 situations. One, when you're starting the season and trying to go undefeated. So every game after you've won, if you're still undefeated, that's a must win.
With you.
Or, thank you, Mike, I appreciate that support. Or if it's like a playoff, like to get into the playoffs, like that's a must win. But right now, with so much football still remaining, I think that they would like to win it. And they probably should win it because it's the stupid Giants. I'm sorry I said stupid.
You guys are probably right. I just view this as a game that if Philly loses, you see it fall apart.
I totally get that part. I totally understand
by the letter
that.
of the law.
Because it has felt like everything could fall apart at any point for the Eagles, right? Because their coach doesn't have the support of the fans, kind of, unless they do, like yelling at them is what they love.
I really don't know.
And internally, they look like they got fractured last year and frayed everywhere. So I understand what you're saying there.
Now, overreaction to reality, there's a series of questions involved with this. Anthony Richardson's haircut will turn his season around.
He cut his long. Did he have long hair?
He cut his hair. He did have not as long as Trevor Lawrence, because I know that the direction this is going.
Yeah, I hope that moron Trevor Lawrence cuts his hair.
We'll get to that in a second. And
I shouldn't call him a moron, just a bad quarterback.
And so he just said, I wanted something new, so why not? And they asked Jonathan Taylor if he would cut his hair short too, and he said, no, my head is too small. And so I thought that was hilarious. I'd never thought about that in my entire life. That's what Jonathan Taylor said. Will
head's too small.
The haircut spark Anthony Richardson the rest of this season?
Has he been bad?
I mean, and he got hurt again too. It's been a whole...
He's going to get hurt.
It can't hurt.
What?
Like, it can't be worse. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Try anything at this point.
It's like
Trevor, if you're listening, Trevor, do something different.
Now, that's my next question. If it does work, will Mike force Trevor Lawrence to get a haircut?
I was waiting.
I would hold, if I was his offensive lineman, I would hold him down against his will and then bring out the blades.
Oh my God.
That sounds
take the hair
violent and okay.
That's part of being on a team.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. From the...
So we're a team here. If
I
grew my hair out long and our ratings just plummeted, would you... Really? Look at that face that he's making right now.
Depends on how many months away it
If
is.
that was the only change that happened, and you decided to screw around with your hair, and then everything went wrong, then yeah, the best thing to do is somehow sedate you or to, against your will, cut your hair.
Hell, man,
this
your
smell like
use of the phrase "against your will" this early so many times
I'm
is
glad I'm in
very
a different
jarring.
room, man. I'm glad I'm in a different room.
Let's go to cut number 6 if we can. Whether it's the matchups or the basic fact players haven't recovered yet. Thursday Night Football, overreaction to reality, just kind of sucks.
Blitz on the way. Rattler's in trouble. Pulled down as he throws, and this ball knocked up into the air and deflected and picked off by Cody Barton. Barton looking backwards into the end zone. That is a Denver touchdown.
That was an awful game. Even though like Denver did what they did, it was just a terrible game.
Was it Bobby in our group text that was like, hey, quiet, y'all, Bo Nix is playing?
He did. Mike was texting us about baseball
with 18 exclamation points because I was just so excited about that Cleveland Yankees game and how great it was. I didn't watch 1 second of the football game, so I wasn't interested at all with Denver and New Orleans.
As you should not have been.
I will say this: Denver's defense is one of the top defenses in the league this year. Like it's fantastic. And even Surtain was out last night.
Yep.
So that's one thing that is interesting. But how many times have we looked at great defenses like that and been like, the offense is just boring? They were able to put up a lot of points last night for them. But yeah, that defense is definitely good. New Orleans, not good right now. Not good at all.
I'm concerned. I'm going to read this text, and I'm going to tell you this is a neutral opinion from the 214. This is why I don't get involved in politics. Everything is too negative. NFL overreaction or reality? You want to vote at a sports arena or stadium because AT&T Stadium is being transformed into a polling site. It will be among the largest polling sites in Tarrant County.
So this is a...
You have to live in Tarrant County to do this, right?
That is a good point.
You know what? That's really cool, man. That's a really cool use of that property.
Smart decision.
You know, I had a lot of other things I want to dive in on, but it's a cool use of it. I hope everybody gets their opportunity
You
to
do
vote.
or don't have to have an ID to vote.
In Texas?
I don't know. Couldn't I just go there and
I
just
think-
say I'm from Tarrant County? Don't check my name or anything.
I think you still have to be registered.
I've always had
and
to
stuff.
have my ID when I go in.
Yeah,
Plano,
same here.
so-
Like, you have to show your driver's license.
Yeah, so
Thought they
that
didn't
is
want
the
that to
case.
happen.
What about the curtains?
You know what? I bet they put curtains up.
Yeah.
During that
the
because
booth or over the sun?
both. You know,
It is amazing that for concerts they do that. It's really I think it's for sound. It's not for the sun.
Yes.
But they do have those available.
And don't forget, Kevin, if you're voting, remember the most important election of your life.
Until the next one.
Just like the Stars game last
Just like
night.
the Stars game last night was.
I don't know, man. I was watching one of the Purge movies
Oh,
where
You don't vote. Don't you feel less responsible for if negative things happen?
George Carlin actually has a great bit about that. He said, people like to say, like, if you don't vote, you can't complain. Well, what kind of sense does that make? You chose this S candidate. I, on the other hand, did no such thing and have the right to complain all I like. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. This is a new and improved Cliff Kingsbury. Now, some people are pointing to 2021, where Arizona started out incredibly hot.
Like 10-1 or
Yes,
something.
and then they fell apart because people got prepared. They were ready to counterpunch. So a lot of people believe that that is going to happen with the Commanders' offense at some point this season. NFL overreaction to reality. This is a new Cliff Kingsbury.
I would say that this offense is more talented than that offense was. With Terry McLaurin, Daniels playing the way that he's playing, the other weapons they have at receiver, and the ability to run the football the way they do. And I know everybody goes in on Cliff Kingsbury like, oh, it's air raid everything, right? He's always been able to run the ball too. Like it's just been a different approach. In the past was the most electric part of it, but he's always been able to run the ball. He has with Brian Robinson and Eckler and that group. It's a good group to throw out there. So I don't know, man. Maybe coaches will figure it out at some point, but right now the talent is just as good as the play calling.
They've scored on 61.8% of their drives this season. That's the highest since they started recording the numbers in 1999.
My real answer is I don't know.
Yeah.
But I wonder this. We saw this with Dak Prescott his rookie year. And Dak Prescott struggled his second year, then got a lot better his third year, and has stayed a solid quarterback from that point on. How much is it Cliff Kingsbury, and how much is it's a new quarterback, it's a new I don't know, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, teams are like, how do we prepare? Now you have approximately 6 games of film to kind of have an idea, but I just remember the first play Jason Garrett, it felt like would always run was a fake handoff, roll out to the right, pass to the tight end, and then eventually teams were like, all right, if you're the left defensive end, don't crash down, they're not handing it off. Just go straight up the field and knock the living crap out of Dak Prescott. And then they had to stop doing that, almost giving Dak like an easy first completion and maybe like a 5 to 15 yard play. I'm throwing that out as an example.
Yeah.
To go, yeah, it could be new Cliff Kingsbury, all of these things, or could it be he's with a new quarterback, I don't know. That's what I'm throwing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get you. Overreaction or reality. Christian McCaffrey will not play more than 3 games this season. I know there's a lot of football to go.
Reality.
Is he still in Germany?
No.
Regular season games.
Yes.
Yeah, that's reality. I think if
he's going to play at all?
I think if there's playoffs Jerry even said this the other day. There are some guys, Eric Kendricks, or Steven said this with us. Eric Kendricks probably would have played if it was a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I think that if he's even 80%, they would say, hey, it's time to go. And he would want to be out there. But for the regular season, they might be saving him. I've heard that teams do that sometimes. They save their players, their running backs especially. So they might be saving him for that moment because wearing him out in the regular season might not help him later on.
Good question. I have no clue. What have they said his update is right now?
They keep saying optimistic he'll return.
Calf Achilles.
Oh, but are they giving it in 4 to 6 weeks?
I still have not heard.
When you're dealing with Achilles, it just that area, you don't want to mess with it too much. You want to give it as much rest as you can.
Yeah. I think the answer is honestly no.
I'll say over because I'm hoping he comes back and plays great and leads San Francisco to a nice run in the playoffs.
Okay. NFL overreaction or reality. Look at you go. The Atlanta Falcons
Optimistic Mike.
are good. Now,
find out in 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, that actually is a really good point.
And they're as good as
Atlanta,
the Saints are against the Cowboys.
Atlanta's 4-2, but they did have a negative point differential before they played the Panthers, and that was in their last game.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a winning record with a negative point differential, and then they beat up on the craptastical Panthers.
So I will compare this to the Minnesota Vikings a few years ago when everybody said they were fraudulent, but their record was really good.
Yes.
I'll compare it to that because I don't think their defense is that good, but their offense is good enough to force defenses to scramble and force other offenses to try and play catch up. But Kirk Cousins has been pretty good with this offense. That's what they needed. They needed, Drake London needed something like that. Kyle Pitts needed something like that. Bijan Robinson needed something like that. So they needed a quarterback that could play the position. I don't think their defense is that good.
It's a good idea from the 817. Peace-a-thon giveaway idea. Highest bidder gets to be a part of the fan text group. I'd pay to be a part of that just to see.
Man.
Some days there's a lot going on in that text group.
Can you imagine some of the people that would want to be in that text group?
I can think of at least
information that they would want to know out of that group.
Yes. Absolutely.
It is a pretty spicy little bunch, I'll tell you that.
All right. You can only answer this last one with a yes or a no. NFL or an overreaction or reality, I guess makes more sense. The Cowboys season is donezo.
Overreaction. Because there's, I can't say anymore. You said I couldn't.
That's right.
No. He said only answer yes or no.
But he
then
changed
it.
He did change it. I agree with you, Mike. It was confusing.
Gosh.
I admit. I will accept that. All right. So you say
I will say no because I just stated earlier to start this, the Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I think if you can get to 10 wins, you can win this division. I don't see any team in the East doing any damage in the playoffs. But can the Cowboys still win this division? Yes, they can. Washington has a lot to prove. Philadelphia has not played well since about week 9 of last year.
True.
So I think the Cowboys aren't very good. I think they're an average NFL football team who can get destroyed by good football teams. But that doesn't mean they can't win this division. So I'd say no, it's not done, man. Let's tune in.
And then it'll be just at the end of the year, it'll be a I told you so tour, right?
I mean, great.
From Bobby.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe the Joneses.
They call him Mr. January.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The
Or
Fan.
Mr. October, Reggie Jackson.
No, I understood, Mike.
He was really good in October.
Coming up next.
I think that
Shut up! We're in the middle of a tease.
He could have 3 dongs in the game.
That means home runs, Kevin.
Coming up next, let's talk stars. Plus, how many of the current top 10 NFL QBs will actually be top 10 at the end of the season? Next on The Fan.
You've made us know.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Followed by Las Vegas taking on the Rams in L.A. Our Fan Cavender's doubleheader kickoff begins Sunday at noon on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They got to keep the heat on here. Radish takes it back. Sends one to the goal.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday. Shout out to anyone who could possibly guess who said the following two statements during the break. They don't have turkeys in space, And we don't have spacesuits for turkeys.
This is true.
That's a great point. From the 214, shout out to the taco lady who gave me extra onions on my taco. I will take that at face value.
How mad would you be with that lady?
I would be
that person was
so
happy.
mad.
He
Yeah.
goes, extra onions.
What? From the 817, shout out to my daughter Eloise, who's been killing it at school and home. 3rd grade superstar. Fantastic. Now we need to talk about the Stars.
Heck yeah, man. I love them.
All right.
This streaming thing isn't working.
Okay. I actually do want to talk about that. And we could talk about the game. The Stars lose their first of the season to the Capitals, 3-2. We played you the what ended up being the go-ahead goal. But you said the streaming thing's not going to work for you. I wanted to reach out to our listeners and get a vibe for how your Victory Plus experience has gone so far. And would you say it's not going to work for you? Did you have problems with the actual stream, or it was just like, hey, I'm watching baseball, I'm doing other stuff?
I have when I click my YouTube TV button for what else is on.
Yeah.
I have Mavs and Bucks. Coming up after that is Lakers and Suns. Right now you have on the American League Championship Series, the National League Championship Series that will be getting started here pretty soon. And I can quickly flip those channels. I'm not a huge Stars fan. I am, like most of people in DFW, a very casual, I'll catch them if I catch them Stars fan.
Yeah.
That's why their ratings are what they are. That's why there's a low salary cap in NHL. And if it's not like right there just to click on during a commercial of the other games, that might hold me until they go to commercial break. I'm not going to stream it on my phone and then throw it on the TV. I know that sounds weak of me, but I'm almost 47. I didn't grow up that way. I wasn't as an adult that way. So I think this whole streaming thing to then throw it on your television, I just won't do. Like for MLB, I get all the MLB games, but it's on that MLB app on my television. I just have to click that button, and now all 15 games, I can just choose which 15 games, which broadcast I want to watch out of the home team or visiting team. It's, to me, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think for most of us, I could be wrong, but for most of us, we're not going to go through the hassle of all of that.
Yeah, the hardcore Stars fan will.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's, but for casual fans, it's gonna be difficult to kind of figure that out. So when I'm watching, if there's other stuff on, I can just turn it on my laptop or my phone and do it and have something else going, which we'll discuss at noon, I believe. That's kind of what I was rocking last night. But so far, the idea of it is good, and I hope that it becomes a little more fluid in the way that it works for other people. Okay,
see, because I haven't had an issue with it thus far either. I think this is probably a fair point from the 830. Victory Plus is good, extremely slight buffering, but nothing terrible. I think that is a fair critique, but then you get the idea from the 817. It's a great concept. The app kind of sucks, though. I would love more information for the people who don't like the app, because you're about to see an explosion of this. The Rangers are working on their own app, at least as far as we know. The Mavericks are going to make an announcement next week about their streaming abilities. I'm not saying every single one of these is going to be an individual app, but you can't rule it out. Like, it doesn't sound like they're all going to Victory Plus, and we just need to streamline this one app.
Yeah, and they did say it's a step in the right direction. And for all these franchises, they're not only are they trying to figure out how to build the broadcast for it, because they're basically with Bally, they're just kind of taking a lot of pieces from it and saying, all right, help us do this thing. But then in addition to that, they're like, hold on, we didn't realize that our servers weren't going to be able to blast this thing out as fast as we needed it to, and now we got to go, upgrade all that stuff. So there's a lot that goes into what they're trying to accomplish.
See, this is interesting because I've mostly used Victory Plus on my computer.
Yeah, that's how I've done it
thus far, and somebody said it's great on my computer. I've been having issues with it over the TV. And then another person brought up a point that I have to admit hadn't even thought about at all. Is Victory Plus isn't available at very many bars right now. So if you're like jumping from sports, honestly,
most bars,
that's a great point I didn't think about.
Most bars
Buffalo
don't have,
Wild Wings probably doesn't have Victory Plus. Like, you can't go to Buffalo Wild Wings and watch a Stars game.
Yeah, most bars don't have smart TVs
assuming that.
set up. So the smart TV is kind of now. That being said, they have a lot of plugins, so they just have to upgrade some things. But that's running cables to your TVs all over the place that you didn't have before.
Yeah.
So it is a little problematic at the moment.
From the 972, agree with Mike, not user-friendly. From the 574, it's still a million times better times better than Bally, though. And I know
can they respond? Let me ask this. Not that I'm defending Bally's. They're done with the Rangers, too. Is why I could just buy DirecTV and then click on channel 676 and have the game.
Yeah.
It was part of TNT, TBS, ABC, all the ESPNs. To me, I guess that's just how I grew up. I just am not going to go apping around to try to find games.
I'm going to guess. I want people to have their say, whether it's on the YouTube, the Twitch, Frankel and Frankel, Injury Attorney text line. My guess is just going to be straight up cost. Is they're just going to be like, yeah, Victory Plus was free, and I'd already cut the cord. Like, you and I have talked about this a whole lot. I think if you really wanted to watch the teams last year, you could have found
you just go to
plenty
DirecTV.
of ways to make it happen. But my guess would be cost is going to be the number one thing that comes out of that. From the 972, Corey, I trust you know what this means. They just need to use the middle out algorithm.
That's right. Get the right algorithm going.
Shout out to everyone who has ever seen the television show Silicon Valley. As far as the game itself, I know we have had a lot of fun with the Stars going undefeated, and 4-1 is still an incredible start to the season. Corey, are you pleased that you got another goal from Jason Robertson? Are you concerned when you look at that second period? Because we've talked so much about you need your backup goaltenders to be able to carry the water. And giving up 3 goals in a game, not the end of the world. When you get them all in the same period, that is a little concerning.
Yeah, and then you weren't able to do anything in the third. Like to be able to get anything going there, you threw it at it, but it just didn't work out. Yeah, I would love for DeSmith to be exactly what Andre was. Here's a question, Kevin. Why is the guy that just signed an 8-year, $66 million contract have the night off?
You know what? I am prepared to answer that question.
Okay. But it does feel like the beginning of a collapse.
What?
This is with my feeling right now.
No.
This is how it happens.
Thank you.
I remember when the Rangers went to Colorado and they were 22-17.
You did not think at that moment that was the beginning.
He was on the broadcast. I remember listening to that, watching him
say
talk
on the
about
broadcast season's over?
Nobody knew until it kept going
late.
downhill.
I think
we don't know.
hold on,
last
hold on,
night
hold
was
on.
the downhill.
Just a moment to understand.
Look, I love this song.
It's just as easy to lose 4 in a row.
It's not the end of everything. It's just the end of everything you know. And
I never heard this song.
it's Bob
It's a really
Schneider.
good
It's
song.
one of my favorite artists.
The guy from Saturday Night Live?
Nope, different
That's
guy.
Rob Schneider.
That
Kinda
line right
catcher.
there it epitomizes what happened, Kevin. We were 4-0, and it's not the end of the season, but it's the end of everything that is being undefeated right now.
I guess.
And I appreciate Bob Schneider and Alec taking care of it here, because that's a moment right there.
Thanks a lot,
It's a
Alec.
big time
I'm
struggle.
heartbroken.
And anytime our teams lose, I think we should play that song.
I just want to say for the record, for the Ottinger part, it's because wasn't the thought that at least the struggles of maybe not this past postseason, but the one before that was because of regular season burnout. Like you want to get him closer in line
I understand
with
that.
the top group of goalies, not I'm going to be at the top of most minutes played in the regular season. So I'm not surprised by this strategy at all. The second period was disappointing. The rest of the season for the Stars has been super exciting thus far.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it.
Except for last night,
Yes.
which you were pulling for.
No, I was not. From the 325, it's better than Bally's because I shouldn't have had to pay for DirecTV to watch the Rangers, Mr. Moneybags, Stars, Mavs, and WNBA.
Well, okay, listen,
Aren't you? I guess you're not paying for Victory Plus. You're going to have to pay for an antenna, or you're going to have to pay for Roku or whatever it is to get the Mavericks. Like, how did you, before Bally's did what they did, how did you watch the Stars for free? It was still part of a package that you paid AT&T Uverse or
I thought they've
Spectrum
always been on Fox Sports.
The way
in my
people
mind.
describe free, it is very interesting because, like, you'll see a movie that will come on a service that you subscribe to and pay for, and you'll be like, well, yeah, but now it's free.
Yeah.
And you're like, but not really, right? Because you're still paying for that service and everything. From the 575, I hope this isn't true. Hey, guys, can I get a quick shout out to Kevin for single-handedly ruining my 12-leg parlay? Everything hit except the Stars winning. Would have been $4,500 off of 25.
See?
I was rooting for your parlay.
You were rooting against them.
No, if you're a Tolo, I'm probably rooting for your parlay unless it has a direct negative impact against one of my teams. I like the Stars. I love the Stars. I wanted them to win. From the 214, shout out to my wife, Jessica. Good name. And shout out to Sean, who was wrongly suspended. Sean is not suspended. His ability to breed has been suspended indefinitely, but he is not suspended.
Kevin,
Most likely.
That's true. That's a good point.
If you like this stuff, Dak and it looks like Sarah Jane are engaged now.
That's nice.
He put his daughter in a onesie that says, "Mommy, Daddy has a question for you."
Ooh.
And then they got engaged. So
decidedly less romantic if it would have been, "Will you change my diaper?" Right?
Daddy has a question. How do we score points? Like, if you could help me with that, that would be awesome.
Come on!
Congratulations to Dak and Sarah Jane. Though that's awesome. That really is cool.
I have a theory for the Cowboys.
Okay. Do I want to hear this?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready? Change CD Lamb's jersey with Jalen Tolbert's, so they go out.
Defenses won't know.
Yeah, because they're
He's
trying to shut down CD Lamb, and so they're then accidentally shutting down Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
And then CD Lamb. Now, this is going to be the tough thing. CD Lamb's going to have really horrible stats this year, but Jalen Tolbert's going to take off.
Because everybody's going to be like, oh, CeeDee Lamb, no
there's
catches
88.
today. Number 88.
Go double 88, but CeeDee Lamb's not in 88.
Then the trade value of Jalen Tolbert through the roof.
Is that not against NFL rules? Would nobody
tell me if
would
there's a rule
nobody
that
notice?
says-
I don't know the rules.
That looks like a different person.
Dude, if they don't notice, then it's not against
You
the
can't
rules.
take your helmet off the whole game. This is the deal. And you probably need to wear a visor.
Yeah, move on.
We'll
tell
see.
me that's not a bad thing to try.
I agree with Mike.
Pretty sure it's against the rules. I think it
You
is a
don't know.
bad thing to try.
You don't know.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Yeah,
right here.
Bring up the rule. What rule?
I'll look into the
274?
rule book. I don't know. Coming up next, it's time with Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Mike Bassick Sr.
We talk about the greatest game of 2024 next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Jarrett Bell on US.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cows and carbs than premium regular beer.
What a flag! What a flag! We paired those iconic Whataburger colors and logo with the G-Bag Nation, and she's a beauty. Find out how to grab your free flag at 1053thefan.com/events. Flagtober is proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Get your flag tolos from the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Plató, batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Con Noel! ¡Acaba de empatar el encuentro! ¡La Navidad en octubre!
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That was the call, the Spanish call from the Cleveland game last night. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and his dad.
Yeah, special guest Mike Bassick Sr. Hey, Dad, what did they say on that? You played in Venezuela.
I don't know. Mi español es muy malo. No recuerdo las palabras.
Oh, nice work.
All right, so I want to get to one more highlight. This is my dad on the line who played for the Texas Rangers, Minnesota Twins, has coached a lot of summer league high school baseball over the last, 2 decades. Is that about right, Dad?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right, so let's play your special moment last night, and a special moment for all of baseball. But David Fry, after striking out in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs, gets another chance in extra innings in the bottom of the 10th inning. Let's hear the David Fry from Grapevine home run.
Winning run at third, 2 down for David Fry. He's walked and struck out. Any way at all here. Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes! A walk-off home run! David Fry lights up the Cleveland night. How about that? A walk-off, 2-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season is not done by any means.
All right, so here's what's really cool. David Fry is from here, grew up in Grapevine. We talked about Max Muncy's having a great playoffs. He's from Keller for the Dodgers. David Fry is 28 years old. This is his first full season in the major leagues. He did make the All-Star team this year. Dad, you got to know David Fry as a teenager from Grapevine High School playing summer league baseball for you. Can you describe how great David Fry was in high school and how everybody wanted him to play for their college?
Well, that would be 100% false.
Oh.
David was our shortstop, and he was a very good fielding, and whatever he could get to, he would catch, and he had a very nice arm, still has a very nice arm. My job would be to go talk to college coaches and convince them that those players can help their college team. And one particular, I'm not going to name names because I don't want to embarrass the coaches because they'll feel like an idiot that they didn't sign him. But one of the colleges in the really close area, I told him, I said, hey, this kid's going to play shortstop, and he's going to be all conference for 4 years. He's going to hit in the 3, 4, 5 hole and just a wonderful player. He, if you don't want him at short, because his range was limited even then, but whatever he could get to, he could catch. I actually compared him to Roy Smalley, who was my shortstop for both Texas and Minnesota. Roy's range was very limited, but whatever Roy touched, he'd catch, and then he had a cannon for an arm. So I'm trying to sell David to these colleges and not doing very well. And David's maybe 6'1" and he probably started the summer at 170 pounds, and by the end of the summer he was down to 160. He wasn't a big guy. He probably hit 1 or 2 or 3 home runs for me that summer, the whole summer. But he's a line drive hitter, and he's a gamer. I mean, when the game is on, if there's a ground ball hit to win the game, I want the ball hit to him because I know he's going to catch it, and I know he's going to throw him out. If there's a guy in second base and 2 out in the last inning and we need that run to either tie or win, I want David Fry up because I know he's going to come through. He's Mr. Clutch. He's the perfect baseball player.
With a great attitude, right?
Oh, the best attitude. I mean, everything. He was always asking, what do I need to do to get better? And he would always, if anything, his biggest problem is he'd try to overwork. So he ends up getting a scholarship to Northwestern State in Louisiana. It's in Natchez. I may be saying that wrong, Natchez. And he's everything for that college for 4 years. There's a mural of him on campus.
Wow.
He holds all the records. He gets drafted in the 7th round by the Milwaukee Brewers, and he signed for, I believe it was $10,000. And he just started in the low minors, and every year he made a jump up. He'd make the All-Star team every year. He ends up catching probably, and he's drafted more as a catcher than anything, but he can play third, he can play first, he could be he can DH, obviously. You saw that on TV. He can play a little bit of outfield if you had to. His running skills are mediocre at best on a major league level, but his arm is nice. He's a baseball player. I mean, there's no other way. And he wants the ball. I mean, if you were a pitcher looking for a relief pitcher, that's the guy you'd want to give him the ball because he wants the ball and he's going to win the game for you.
So right now, Mike Bassick Sr. on the line with us. When David Fry came up in the 10th inning, he struck out to end the 8th inning. Because you know him, and I know you knew him at more 17, 18 years old than 27, 28 years old, because sometimes that can ruin a guy, right? A big situation, you strike out, and now you have to do it again in the same game, and your confidence can be down a little bit. Did you feel like watching it, not that you knew he was going to hit a home run, but that the moment wouldn't be too much for him even after striking out to finish the 8th inning?
I'm going to sound like I knew that he was going to hit the home run, but I didn't. But I knew that he was going to wash that or hit the delete button on the strikeout and look forward to an at-bat that he could help the team win the game. And of course, he did. I thought he was going to hit a line drive over the shortstop's head or a line drive up the middle because that's the type of hitter he is. He elevated it a little bit and he got out of the park. I mean, he doesn't have, his DNA is I'm going to win. When he got drafted or when he first got called up to the big leagues, they told him, they said, hey, I don't know what we're going to do with you. I don't know if we're going to catch you. I don't know if we're going to play at first or third or DH or whatever, but you're a major league player. And he's proven them correct.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Pops.
Awesome stuff.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Look forward to turning you guys and listen to you the rest of the day.
There it is.
All right.
Thank
Solo
you.
too. I love it.
Turn it on, leave it on.
So there's David Fry. I think this is the cool thing about our Metroplex is we have so many guys that make it and are like, we could talk about Max Muncy. I could probably find a coach of Max Muncy who coached him in high school and stuff and talk about how he's 12 for his last 12 getting on base, which is a major league record now in postseason history. So I just wanted to bring on my father because when I was talking to him last night about David Fry, I was like, you know he's from here? He's like, yeah, I know he's from here. I coached him. So I didn't know till last night that he was like, yeah, I coached him for a couple years in summer league baseball. So David Fry, there's a little bit of background for you on that person. So if you're looking for maybe another person to root for, besides just like Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, that gives you a background of David Fry from, I believe, Grapevine High School.
Yeah.
It says born here in Irving, Texas. And then obviously it also shows if you're good, this is always tough. If you're good, and you love the game, especially in baseball, don't give up on it. I think a lot of my friends, I'll just be honest, a lot of my friends, you heard just my dad, like, why does Mike talk that way? Sometimes so blunt. My boss doesn't like it at times, but I get it from the Bassick family, is that don't quit just because all you're getting offered is maybe I don't even know if Mountain View has a baseball team, to be honest, but Mountain View and like your best scenario is Blinn or Navarro. And it's like most of my friends that, because they don't understand baseball, they're like, why are you sending your kid who could go to UT or A&M or TCU for education? Why would you make them go to Blinn? Tell them to quit. Tell them to quit. Don't go to Mountain View just to play community college baseball. And I'd say, guys, your development is so far away at 17 and 18 years old. And I'll just finish it with this. I know people want to quit on Jack Leiter here at the station, here as Texas Ranger fans. I'm telling you, he's only 24. He might not ever be good.
Yeah.
But there's a chance that Jack Leiter ends up winning 50 games in his career for the Texas Rangers. His development is not over. Even at 24, even going to Vanderbilt, this is not the Dallas Cowboys. At 24, you can kind of say your development somewhat over. You just have to stay at that peak till about 30, and then most guys it'll start dropping off because of how tough and physical football is. But nobody wanted David Fry. So if you're a parent right now listening and your kid's batting 350 for Arlington Martin, but nobody seems to want him and he's going into his senior year, don't tell him to just go to TCU and quit baseball because the only people that want you are Northwestern State University in Louisiana. Your kid might end up being an all-star and a hero.
Great message, Mike.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited to see the feedback here.
Uh-oh.
For all the scandals, insults, disappointing seasons, why do you still love the Dallas Cowboys? Because I love the Dallas Cowboys. Corey, I know you do too. Why do you still love the Dallas Cowboys? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 432. Shout out to my wife Roxana's team for winning state cross country. Boom! Congratulations. And then Corey.
Which state?
I assumed this one. To be fair, I did not ask for clarification.
Right.
Did she run through the red light?
I don't think
I can't remember the words of that song.
Roxanne, you don't have to turn off the red light.
That song is about her being a prostitute.
Oh, yeah,
she's
crap.
a cross-country star, too, I guess.
That's nope.
Shout out to the fan for having all the football you could possibly need this weekend.
Dude, we do have a lot of football.
How am I
this
supposed to
weekend.
transition out of that? Tonight, 8:30, Oklahoma State at number 13, BYU. Tomorrow, 6 o'clock, LSU at Arkansas. I think that's actually going to be a really good game. And then NFL doubleheader on Sunday, 11:30 pregame, and then you get Texans-Packers, followed by Raiders-Rams. And we've got David Keckner coming in studio at about 12:20 today.
Dude, I'm excited about that.
But right now, I wanted to, Mike, this segment is because of you. And I said it's not to spite you, and it's really not. But I've thought a lot about your discussion about essentially like breaking up with the Cowboys, for lack of a better explanation.
Right.
And so my question for the people out there, and then I'll give you my own answer as well. For all the scandals, insults, disappointing season ends, why do you still love the Cowboys? Because, we've talked about it. Like, Jerry went on the attack against our guys and our station this week. And so a lot of people were saying, like, oh, I'm this and that, and I'm frustrated, and I'm done. And I think I'm to the point, because it's sports and not like my real personal life, because I think you can cut off relationships with people in your real personal life. But since it's just sports, I thought about the fact that, like, I grew up loving the Cowboys. I learned about sports with my mom through the Cowboys and the Rangers. Me and Brandon, all throughout him growing up, have watched the Cowboys together. He still loves the Cowboys. I know Noah doesn't really understand right now, but he's watching the games with us, and Jess has gotten into it more than maybe she was before. It's just, I've realized that the Cowboys are part of like almost like part of my family or part of my life. And I just don't think I'm probably ever going to be able to let go of that.
For me, real quick, it was not affecting me in a positive way at all.
I get it.
And so I was just like, you know what? I don't want to feel
fair
this way anymore. And then behind the scenes, I wasn't crazy about certain things, just won't be, specific there. And I was just like, it just doesn't, I don't want to feel this way anymore. So, the apathy set in, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to be all out, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I know Jerry Jones. I'm not trying to do a Jerry Jones thing, but all in. I decided I'm just all out, and I think my son was asking me, how could you get all in? He's like, if they get a different quarterback. And I'm like, Dak's not the issue for me. I mean, I don't think he's good enough. I think he's good. It's just that I said, if the Jones family sold the team, and I said, they're never going to. So I'm not going to be a Cowboys fan anymore.
This text right here, like, really sums it up for me, but I have a lot more to say. In the 806, I love the Cowboys because I got to witness them win 3 Super Bowls in my lifetime. I would like to see another one, of course, but that's getting greedy in Super Bowl world. I'm a real fan through the good and the bad. I'll always root for the Star because of the history of the franchise. It's a tough relationship, but I'm loyal. And I think that does have a lot to do with it. Kevin, I wore that Tony Dorsett outfit with the Hutch helmet until the elastic broke and everything. All right. Like, you couldn't wear it anymore. And then beyond that, I kept wearing the jersey until I looked like Zeke with a crop top on. I loved that thing. I met Tony Dorsett, had a dinner with him as a 4-year-old kid. And all these things that, like, the times I ran into Cowboys players in my life and just had this great respect for what the Cowboys were. And those 3 Super Bowls definitely did it. It's like winning a Super Bowl early and then never winning one again. I feel like that's where I am, and I'm just kind of stuck in the, you know what, as a fan, part of it is going through the crap part of it. I don't like being treated like crap, though. And that's where, Kevin, I've been as loyal as I've been.
Sure.
And I'm pretty disgusted with what happened.
Okay. This week?
As
Okay.
a fan of this team that I've been a fan since before they owned the team, I'm disgusted at that because the team's not performing.
Yeah.
They're the ones that need the hey, your job's on the line.
Yeah.
They're the ones that need need for that owner to walk in there and raise some hell, like I asked him about a couple weeks ago. That's where I feel that I'm disgusted that you're pointing a finger at the wrong place. And so for me, it's really tough right now because, as you know, I've been the most positive Cowboys fan at the station, along with probably Zach Wolchuk. But I'm so disgusted at how it went this week that it's going to be hard for me to feel that same loyalty in it right now. But I do love them because of history. So to answer your question, it's the history that I've had. It's the camaraderie that me and my friends built watching games and partying together, my family, and what we've always done together. So we live a lot off the nostalgia, though.
I think about, and this is probably too far back for some people, but when you were talking about the Super Bowls, I remember the 1990 season finale against, and that's, by the way, this is another reason I love working in this market. Like, it's work, but I would be watching the Cowboys games anyway. Like, if I had to go up to New York and you have to watch a Giants game, I'd be like, ugh. But I remember the finale, the regular season finale in 1990, and Babe Laufenberg had to come in there, but you still had a chance to make the playoffs if you beat the Falcons. And I was at the age where I was like starting to really kind of understand the stakes and intricacies of sports, and we lost. It just felt like the most crushing defeat ever. And you go on to realize, oh my God, you're going to see so many worse defeats. But then 2 years later, like Corey mentioned, we were in the Super Bowl, and I kept thinking to myself as that run went on, we just have to make it to the Super Bowl because I just have to make it to the final game. And then, whether they win, whether they lose, well, there's no football next week either way.
Yeah.
But then
now you've settled for a championship game, haven't you?
And that is factually accurate. But then the Cowboys, I think, fell behind in that game against Buffalo 7-0. And this panic came over me of,
what if they don't win it?
What if they don't win it? And it was such a weird, I remember vividly, I was at our house, I was eating honey roasted peanuts when that shocking thing came to me that I don't know why I remember that, but I do. That what if they lose? And so it's just been so entrenched in me, in my family, in my life. We talk about this off air quite a bit. I can't imagine growing up somewhere where you just watch football on Thanksgiving because you like football, not because you're emotionally invested in one of the games of the day. I know they've added the nighttime game and tried to spice it up and circle those teams around a little bit, but our entire Thanksgiving, not just me, my entire family, dinner is served, dessert is served, the function is planned around the Cowboys game every single year. And they're just a part of my life to that degree that even when they just piss me off to no end, I'm always going to be a fan. Now, a lot of times that is very, very difficult, Mike, to your point.
It's interesting because I love your approach. I don't think that's bad at all. In fact, I think that's great. For me, this is going to sound really weird. For the Dallas Mavericks, only one championship. They don't have 5. Nobody cares about the Dallas Mavericks.
True.
Now, we do. Here, we do. But they're not a national product.
True.
They're not ever going to be on ESPN as a major topic unless they've done something major in the sport. They're not going to talk about them unless they have to. That's the Knicks, the Lakers, the Celtics. Those are the kind of Dallas Cowboys of the NBA. But I take pride in liking a team that most people don't care about. Does that sound weird? The Rangers, the Stars, and the Mavericks are teams that people don't care about.
I definitely do because it's
So I'm a Mavericks fan. I feel like it makes me unique.
Because you love the indie band that hasn't made it just yet.
And so it's weird,
I get that.
Bob Schneider.
As a Cowboys fan, there's so many Cowboy fans that it's and let's be honest here. And it's probably not the majority, but the minority of I'll just say the insane, crazy Cowboy fan attacks us so much for what we say.
Yeah.
And it's hey, just to be clear for you, I'm not part of you anymore. Like, that's really weird, but part of it is doing this job. Or like people at DallasCowboys.com who hate my guts. You know, and I'm like, I'm out. Like, I don't care that much. You guys think I care that? I do not care that much. Leave me alone, you know? But they just like, they get so over the top. I know that there's over the top Maverick fans, there's over the top Ranger fans, but there's so many more Cowboy fans, and they feel like there's so much more in your face.
Yeah.
That I'm like, I don't want that anymore. So in a weird way, this job has also kind of pushed me a little bit away just because, I don't know, as just I say common Cowboy fan, that's probably not the right terminology. You guys don't have to have the in-your-face other Cowboy fans not liking your opinion.
Yeah. Man, there is a lot of
there's
feedback.
plenty. There's plenty. By the way, I was a freshman in high school when they won their last Super Bowl. I graduated.
was a senior.
I graduated in 1999, so I believe I was a freshman or sophomore.
Yep.
And I remember
Freshman.
we had a band event, and I was ticked off because we had a band event where we had to go perform at somebody's house and we were they paid for it, and they paid for it. And then we used that money for our band trip to go to like Disney World or something. Nashville.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
yeah.
And I remember on the drive home, they're like, "Oh my gosh, Larry Brown." And I'm like, "What's going on?" And as soon as I walked in the door, it's halftime, and I'm seeing the halftime show. And my dad's like, "I think you may have missed the whole game, Corey. I'm sorry." And I was like, "You're kidding me!" So I had to go back, like VHS it and rewind it and watch it and everything. That was an event, and then Larry Brown. Then Kevin. We've done shows with Larry Brown and George Teague and all these Cowboys. And you remember that one day we sat there? It was the first time they really sent us out on the station. We sit there in AT&T and you said, "Hey, look around for a minute, man." Like, we didn't make it at that point, but we made it. Like, we're doing a show. Chad Hennings, Preston Pearson are coming on our show and talking with us. I get to sit down next to Nate Newton. Those are all things that I dreamt of as a kid. I dreamt of those things and those opportunities. And I get to do this stuff now, and I love it. I really do. But you know what? On Fridays, I get nauseous thinking about having to have that conversation every week. It's starting to get to a point where it gives me anxiety because I can't please everybody. I can't please the boss. I can't please the Tolos out there because I'm not asking tough enough questions for people. I'm like, how do I do this? How do I be a fan and also ask him questions that he's going to answer that are going to be fun, that are going to be good answers about football? I don't know how to do that. It frustrates me because then if I ask the wrong question the wrong way, I get in this situation that our morning show's in right now. I don't like that because I started out as a fan. That's the only reason I wanted to come do this job.
You brought something up inside of me, too, that I forgot about. I don't feel like these players over the last, let's say, 15 to 20 years care about Cowboys history.
Oh, sure.
They think they think they're the real Cowboys. And it's like, no, the real Cowboys are Lily and White.
Wouldn't you make an argument
Staubach
that is an issue for other like iconic teams? Do you think that is an issue, or do you think that's a Cowboys specific issue?
My wife asked me last night when she sat down to talk to me. She wasn't really caring about the Yankee game, but she's like, "Oh, so they still have all the same rules?" And I'm like, "Yeah, they still have all the same rules. No facial hair. You can't have long hair." And they all respect it. And you don't hear them all complain. I remember like Jesse Hawley or whoever it is, like, "I can't believe these players take it." It's like, there's a history and a tradition with the Yankees that is followed. And if you don't want to be part of that history or tradition, you're gone. It doesn't matter who you are, how good of a player you are. There's a certain respect from that organization that you have to be a part of. And I'm just using the Yankees, for example, and they haven't won since 2009. But I don't feel like there's any respect. It's almost like they hate that there is a good history with the Cowboys. In a way, it's like, maybe Jerry Jones hates there's such a good history with the Dallas Cowboys.
You know, can I just say something here about when you walk into a door like that the fans are already built in? It's like those Cowboys that you're talking about, Mike, had to build it.
Yeah, they had 20,000 empty seats. When Aikman and Irvin showed up and Emmett, 20,000 empty seats a game in 89 and 90.
When you walk into a building like that and it's already built, you're like, I deserve this. Because you didn't have to earn that along the way. The fans are cheering for you. I deserve for that. And then you get a little frustrated because you don't realize why they're booing.
Yeah.
And so that's what I understand where you're going with that, because those dudes were committed to a different thing than these players now. Now, they're still committed to trying winning, and they want to make the fans happy. But it's a lot different.
Now, as I said, there's an unbelievable amount of feedback here from the 214. It's just childhood brainwash. I get that. I do.
That might make sense, yeah.
I do. And from the 817, because I went to every Thanksgiving game with my grandpa growing up until he passed away. Like, it feels impossible to kind of break away from some of that. From the 817, I don't know how to love any other team. And I get that as well.
You won't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, unless it's the Mavericks or Rangers and you already love that team, you just love them more.
Yes, absolutely.
But I don't love the Chiefs the way I loved the Cowboys.
Exactly. From the 817, I still love the team because I have the star tattooed on my face, so I'd look dumb if I didn't love them anymore. That's a fair point. If you were like,
star's just a shape.
Hey, do you love the Cowboys? And they'd be like, not really. Oh, but
I love space. This is representative of the star that I purchased in space, right, Alec? That's how we get this done.
It's still there.
Love it.
You know what? I would like to do a future segment where people text in or call in and tell us what they redefine their tattoo meaning for. Because I bet we have a lot of listeners out there right now who have a tattoo that was for one thing. Now, whether it's a significant other or whatever else, and you had to change it. And you're like, when Johnny Depp changed his Winona Forever to Wino Forever tattoo, like, those are the stories that I want to hear. We might have to pick that up at another time. Thank you very, very much for all the feedback on the YouTube, on the Twitch, on the fan text. That's just... It's unbelievable. And sorry, one more from the 469. Kevin, you just described Jerry Jones' business plan. Feed off your nostalgia. And another person said that Jerry Jones doesn't deserve another Super Bowl. Maybe so. But I know a lot of Cowboys fans who, like in the sports world, deserve it. Now, there are plenty of fans who, I get it, are obnoxious and all of that. But there are a lot of damn fine Cowboys fans who are just great people, and they're great fans, and they support through all the BS.
You're right.
They deserve it.
You're absolutely right about that.
Coming up next, the Washington Capitals, the new Boston soccer team, and, still the Cowboys. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Steele gets his first of this season, his second point. Stars right back to work. They score again. Wyatt Johnston. Bang, bang.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And that clip right there is why the Washington Capitals need to ask for forgiveness, because they took the perfection away of the Dallas Stars season. I know a lot of people will argue I need to ask for forgiveness for also being complicit in this process, even though I did not mean to be.
Will you?
I am very sorry that the Stars lost.
That you took part in it, right? Because right now, Kevin, it feels like I'm very sorry that you took it that way. Is kind of what I'm dealing. Like, doesn't that feel that way, Alec?
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of sliding us here.
It is a heavy burden, as I tell my wife, to know that you're going to be right before something actually happens.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
It's a heavy burden.
I'm done.
Okay, I'm going to get you back in on this segment.
Rather be right than happy.
No, I've thought about that a lot, Mike. I have moved closer to the happy side, but that has been a big struggle in my life, and that is a very fair character flaw. Kirill Shevchenko, you brought this story up, I believe, on Wednesday. We have an update. This is the chess player that was just running off to the bathroom.
Yeah.
People were like, oh, is he feeling okay? And then other people were like, no, he's cheating, son of a gun. That is exactly...
Must have been the salmon.
They didn't use it in that terminology, but that is exactly what the Spanish enclave has decided, because he has been expelled from the Spanish Chess Federation for the usage of mobile devices during the playing of his matches. The Spanish Chess Federation, which for some reason is named FIDA, which you would think, like, if you're going acronym, that's not, you think SCF or something. But the Spanish Chess Federation, also known as FIDA, they said they are firm in their commitment against cheating in chess, acting in the strongest possible way in any case which it is detected. So he's out.
You imagine how many people type that into their search engine and they were like, "Hold on, chess? That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for feet."
Okay, see, my guess was going to be relief efforts or saving animals.
Yeah.
But you took it in a different direction that I did not. Mike, go ahead.
Mike looks very confused.
You look like you have questions.
I feel like you could mess up chess with accidentally typing in cheese or something, but feet?
FIDA.
Because it's FIDA.
Like feta cheese?
Yeah, with a D.
Yep.
Were you not listening to like the last 3 minutes of what we were talking about?
It's all good, Mike. I got something else I need to dive in on.
Yeah, let's go. What's next?
All right, Kevin, I did ask my wife last night because
we're talking about chess, and then he said feet.
The Spanish Chess Federation is called FIDA.
Adrian and Lucy were in Cleveland last night for the game-winning home run. And I texted, I was like, "Did you just hear a huge crash around it?" And she was like, "No, what's going on?" She did text me, and it was like, "Oh, sirens all night." And I was like, "Because of the celebration stabbing."
Sure. Oh my God,
it's a joke, Kevin.
I meant the celebrations, not the stabbing part.
But my dad was like, "Why don't you just call David Fry? I got his number." And I'm like, "I'm pretty sure he's busy getting ready for a game today."
And that's how Mike and his dad interact.
The last time she was like Ubering back, I believe from Cleveland, and we've had some weird Uber drivers in Cleveland. I had one dude who had a knife like just sticking, like it was in his hip, and it was this weird, like it looked like a sword.
Crocodile Dundee.
She had a one recently where she opened the trunk to put her bag in the back, and there was a dude that had like a doll and it had a chain around its neck or something.
I would have got the hell out of that.
She just texted me and said, "Should I cancel this?" And it says the guy reached out to her and said, "How many people do you have?" Because she's Ubering from the hospital to the airport. She said 2, and he said, "I'm using the restroom and I'm on my way." And she was like, "Should I cancel this?" Would you cancel it if your Uber driver was like, "Hey, I got to go to the restroom first, but then I'll be there"?
When we were in New York, because those drivers, taxi cab drivers, I don't know if you can get Uber in New York. Maybe you can, but mostly it's taxis, right? He pulled off to the side of the road, but it's like a major road, hit the trunk button, pulled it up so he could be somewhat protected from us, and just started whizzing on the street.
See?
But I think he had to go to the restroom, and then I was like, it makes sense. Like, I don't know where he's supposed to stop in New York and go to the bathroom. So he just decided, I'll pull off on the side of this. There is I don't know, not access, but like side part of the highway.
All right, not median, but the other part.
Yeah, the median's in the middle.
What's that called, Kevin?
Why am I drawing
the shoulder?
The shoulder.
Shoulder.
Yeah, just whizzed on the shoulder.
That's good.
That sounds so much worse than the context.
And then he got back in and kept driving us, but he had to go potty.
Hey,
were you like, is that guy?
I got to tell Adrian that.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing, but then my wife saw. She was like, "Oh, he's whizzing." She doesn't say that. She says peeing.
All right.
We're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, I don't know where to go from there. So
I just was asking, does that Uber driver need forgiveness? She did end up canceling it though.
Oh,
so, yeah,
I think your wife needs forgiveness for not taking the Uber.
Wow. Well, yeah, because he wasn't
going to have to stop to go to the restroom anymore.
Yeah,
he got it out before it was time to go. Yeah.
Now,
honesty.
Does Boss Nation need forgiveness for probably a variety of reasons? Boss Nation, that's BOS Nation FC. I didn't get a chance to mention this the other day. It is the newest team in the National Women's Soccer League. They got in trouble during the rollout, which is probably not a good sign. First of all, people hate the name because it's in Boston and it's BOS Nation, Boss Nation. People think it's stupid. But what was more problematic was their concept for rolling out the team, it's a soccer team, lots of players, and it says, we have too many balls. And
all right,
there is a big, passionate LGBTQ plus group that loves the NWSL. And a lot of them felt as though that was a shot against transgendered people or just a general shot, and they did not care for it. So how bad is your start off to if in your launch campaign people are like, you suck, you need to change this, and then the undercurrent has been, and once you apologize, please change the name of the stupid team. Because so they didn't like the campaign, but then they also don't like the name of the team.
Name of the team and the campaign. That's yeah, you might want to reboot that one just completely. Just but you're like, oh my God, we bought all these T-shirts.
Oh well.
What are we gonna do with them?
They put out a statement that said, I'll just read you the first part of the statement and you can figure out the rest from there. While we had hoped to create a bold and buzzworthy brand launch campaign, we missed the mark. And then
sometimes it happens.
You know, they go through all of the things and they say, thank you for all who have held us accountable, calling for us to be better. We hear you and we will together. So that's nice.
Dude, hand in hand. Kumbaya.
People still think the name of the team is stupid, but just wanted to throw that out there. Now, I have some more serious ones, or I can take you to the Detroit Lions podcast and ask if the Cowboys need forgiveness again.
Go ahead and do that.
All right. This is the St. Brown podcast.
He's a very outspoken individual, by the way.
Yes, with Equiminius and Amon Ra. And so this is with Kirby Joseph, cut number 18. Hey, I'll simplify the question. Hey, how are you going to stop the Cowboys offense?
Hey, Curb, tell me about the defense. Like, what was the game plan? Y'all was strapping them boys.
Bro, the game plan really, it was really just like, just take 88 away. Like, we know he's a playmaker. So, like, once we take him out the game, like, we wasn't really worried about nobody else.
All they know is the number. That's what I'm telling you. You can change this.
Mike has a point. Just change jerseys.
If you're listening, Cowboys, just put CeeDee Lamb in another jersey.
You know, they went on to say in that same clip, because people were like, oh, what an incredible play. Dak, it's unfortunate, but that was just a heck of a play. And they talked about it. They're like, no, he just baited Dak on that end zone interception.
It was something they were looking for the whole time.
He was like, I knew exactly what I was doing. But that's not what you want to hear, right? If we can literally take one person out of the offense, we're good.
No, and we've been discussing this all year. Leading into the season, we were like, who else? Fingers crossed Brandon Cooks can grow from last year. Well, guess what? Fingers crossed that Jake Ferguson can take another step. He got injured early, and since then, it hasn't been this, a great number two to it. There's no running back. We all knew the same thing.
Yeah.
There's no running back here. The only thing they have offensively is Dak and CD, and that's not functioning. So, yeah, it's a big problem.
And I wanted to throw this out there. I guess our fan text, once again, needs forgiveness for being too sensitive. From the 903, okay, what are the words to make it where I get the message about not getting any more texts from KRLD? If you put some variation, especially towards the end of like stop or no.
Hey, Siri.
Yeah, and then it will frequently be like, thank you. You will no longer receive. You can still text in. Like you're still good to go. You're just got to be careful.
Kevin, there's a shout out request here.
Oh, great.
Because we haven't really done ask for them today.
That's true.
Hey, y'all, can I get a shout out for my kindergartner, Elliot? She is winning an award at her elementary school today. Her mom and dad are super proud of her.
Awesome. Also, from the 469, can I get a shout out for my wife getting into nursing school?
Oh,
outstanding.
I love nurses.
What?
Dude, every time we go up to Cleveland, the nurses are fantastic with Lucy. They listen to this. She had to spend 2 nights in, EEG, being studied and everything. When she got there, they asked her, hey, what do you like from Starbucks? And she just told them.
Oh,
and then when she got up to the room, they had that prepared. They had it there for her. Because that's how awesome. Those nurses are awesome.
That is pretty incredible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs on Shout-Out Friday. But also, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Does this mean the 49ers and Vikings are pretty much locks to win on Sunday? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Jarrett Bell on USA Today talking.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Everybody salute! Flagtober is here. And this year's Whataburger theme flag is the talk of the town. Go to 1053thefan.com/events to find out where you can get your 2024 flag. Proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio and Whataburger. Get a flag, Tolos, from 1053 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Darnold getting messy, going deep, and he's got Jefferson. He's got Jefferson. It's a foot race downfield with Brown. Shifting gears. Getting a block. That's 6. 97 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go. These commercial breaks are so ridiculous if you're in the studio. Not the commercial breaks themselves, just in this studio. The conversations that take place are patently absurd.
I as much as Mike can be frustrating at times, I love working with Mike.
Fair.
I really
Agreed.
do enjoy working with
Agreed.
him.
I took your advice.
Please don't tell
You
that
said
story
an
right now.
eggplant,
Hold on, not right now. We need to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. I don't know if it's with Keckner or if you have time and Mike likes it to carve out a space to talk about your responses to political text. I think that would be very amusing.
Am I like an organic vegetable?
That's true. All right, let's start with Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors did, in fact, clear concussion protocol and is set to return against the Eagles. Now, speaking of Eagles, transition, Ian and Noah Eagle will headline the Netflix Christmas Day NFL doubleheader. There'd been a lot of discussion about who's going to call these games. So Noah Eagle,
who we had on the show.
That is in fact correct. Noah Eagle will do the late matchup with Greg Olson, and that will be the Ravens and the Texans. The earlier game, Steelers and Chiefs, will be Ian Eagle along with Nate Burleson and J.J. Watt.
Kevin, we asked Noah to say a few phrases in his broadcast. Were you listening? I was so involved in the game that I didn't think about it.
Forgiveness Friday. I forgot.
I did too.
To double check on that.
Speaking of J.J. Watt, I got something for you. Have you guys seen the new Tastes Great, Less Filling commercials?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I have.
I can't stop laughing.
At his mustache or?
No. Every time the dude from here, what's his name? That's the main actor. He goes, it's
Luke
both.
Wilson.
It's both.
Yeah,
and
Luke
the guy
Wilson.
in the background screams, it's both! It's both! That one gets me every time. Every time I watch it, I'm like, this is a great commercial that the guy who's the bartender / at the game, and they're like, tastes great, less filling. He's like, it's both. It's both. And then the guy goes insane. That is the best commercial going right now. Can we find that?
I'm sure Alec is probably already working on it. For the 2-1, can I get a shout out? My wife and I got married this past Saturday. Love you, Nicole. That's from Jonathan. Congratulations to you guys. That is absolutely outstanding. Now, I got a couple of different things I'm going to throw out for you. Does this mean the 49ers and Vikings are pretty much locks to win on Sunday? You're already saying
is this
yes.
A 9-0.
They playing Cleveland or Carolina?
No, they're playing really good opponents. These are probably the two most marquee games of the weekend. So let's start with the Vikings. First 5 games of the season, the last 40 years, the Vikings have led for 4 hours, 25 minutes, and 12 seconds. That is the second most in the last 40 years.
Wow.
The only one they're behind is the 1998 Broncos, who won the Super Bowl. They're just ahead of the 1999 Rams, who won the Super Bowl. The 5-0 Vikings are playing against the Lions at home after having a bye in Week 6. Teams that are undefeated, playing at home, and coming off a bye are 9-0 all time. And in those games, they've won by an average of 19.8 points.
So you think that they're locked to win?
History says yes. I don't feel that way. I don't think either one of these games are a lock. but I'll throw it out to, I said the 49ers, I meant the Chiefs, I'm sorry. I'll throw it out to why the Chiefs look like there's strong history behind them winning this game as well. For the Chiefs, they are 5-0 this season. In the last 20 years, they're only the 5th reigning champion to start off 5-0. They've joined the 1990 49ers as only the 2nd NFL team to start 5-0 after winning back-to-back Super Bowls. And then there's Patrick Mahomes. As an underdog, straight up in the game, he's 10-3. That is the best record for a quarterback as an underdog. And you go into this game, and obviously point spreads are close. There's just a lot of steam behind the Chiefs and the Vikings. And then you add the fact that Andy Reid, following a bye week, is 21-4. And that's the best in NFL history.
Amazing, dude.
And so
I would rather bet, though, on the Vikings over the Chiefs this week.
Okay, tell me why.
Because I do think the Hutchinson injury is not as devastating because you had 2 major injuries, but it's almost as devastating as losing Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
I think that the Vikings now are going to not get pressured. Sam Darnold will have more time. They won't. Right now, like when you're going against Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, you are spending as an offensive coordinator and an offensive line coach, you are spending the majority of your time figuring out how are we going to make this work with that guy against us on the field. And now when you go up against Detroit, I'm not saying they're bad as a defense, but I'm saying now you don't have to worry about an individual on their defensive line. You can now mark another guy, but not like Aiden Hutchinson.
Fun fact for you, unless you're Bryce Young, did you know that with the win last night, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams all have 4 career starting NFL wins, and Bryce Young has 2?
Nice. Good for him, man.
Is it?
Hey, getting a win in the NFL is hard.
It's true.
I've been told.
That is a very good point.
There's a rapper who also started off his first name with 2.
Hawk.
Short.
Okay.
Too short.
Too short.
So we talked about this yesterday. Rashid Shaheed will, in fact, miss the rest of the season. He's going to be put on injured reserve. They thought that was probably going to happen, but now the report is from ESPN that he is going to miss the rest of the season.
And I mean, that takes away a huge weapon for them offensively.
And they're spiraling as is.
Olave, I'm not sure exactly where they stand on him right now, but he was out this week. So their offense already, a calamity, if you will. And losing that's not going to help out.
I'm going to give this a shot, Mike. I don't know if this is going to be successful. I'm going to try to make an excuse for Trevor Lawrence. All right?
Impossible at this point. He's horrible.
In the last Jags game, you had 4 touchdown passes that got dropped, 4 potential touchdown passes that got dropped. So, Michael DeRocco did the research. Since 2021, Patrick Mahomes' receivers have dropped 92 passes. That's the second most in the NFL. Behind only Trevor Lawrence, whose receivers have dropped 113 passes.
21 more?
21 more, that's right. Is there any chance
Duncanville High School.
He doesn't throw a catchable ball.
UTA.
That Trevor Lawrence deserves a little bit of a break because his receivers continually drop passes?
I guess so, but
it doesn't.
Mike, you say this frequently whenever guys throw lots of interceptions. They throw a catchable ball. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence doesn't throw a catchable
he doesn't throw
ball.
a catchable ball.
Because it's not like he's just
quantified as drops because they should have caught it.
Yeah, but well.
The most uncatchable ball, though, in the history of my lifetime was watching Peyton Manning.
That duck that he'd throw out there.
Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne and Dallas Clark and Edgerrin James all caught it. I was like, it's not like a tight spiral. Like, one of the best is probably like Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that thing was tight, and it was usually in the it was in the area that you wanted it to be, and it was on time. And then you watch Peyton Manning, and you're just like, it's just flopping around, but it gets there.
Bro, it sounds like you just put together 2 different dating profiles
That was
right
glorious,
there.
Mike. That was glorious.
Not to kick a man while he's 2 down. But let's talk about Deshaun Watson.
All right.
Total EPA on dropbacks in the first 6 weeks of the season. The worst we've seen since they started keeping track of this was Jamarcus Russell. who is at a minus 63.8 in 6 weeks in 2009.
That's because they won't allow you to throw from your knees in the
That
NFL.
is true. Deshaun Watson is at a minus 66.2. So he's even having a worse start to the season than Jamarcus Russell did in 2009, and the worst start to a season since 2000.
I don't think it matters about his contract, but they have to get rid of him, right? Like they
I
have to,
agree.
like even if they can't get rid of him, you have to go to another quarterback next year.
Yes.
And what are they waiting on? It's proven last year and this year. It's proven. Deshaun Watson. Hey, I make fun of Trevor Lawrence. I would rather have I'll ask you guys this.
Hell yeah, I would rather have Trevor Lawrence than Deshaun Watson.
Now they're from the same school and both did great at their school. But I mean, Deshaun Watson arguably is the worst. Like worse than Aiden O'Connell, worse than backup quarterback. So what are they waiting on to just try different guys out?
I have no idea.
Joe Flacco was better, right?
Yes, I agree with that. And now you see in Indianapolis, he's probably doing better as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we invented this concept a week or two ago. Let's see how it works. Let's revisit last night and the specific moments for you where sports went the hardest. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in about 20 minutes, he's played Todd Packer, Champ Kind, and now he's going to be joining us in studio, comedian David Koechner. But we've talked about this idea for the last couple of weeks. Let's revisit last night in the specific moment for you when sports went the hardest. We've got a lot of audio here because you think about it, a lot of folks, because of the end of the, you know what, I'll just give you the start because there's a whole lot to it. Go ahead and give me cut number 3, and then we'll follow it up with cut number 4.
Swung on and drilled to right field. That ball is going to be gone. It was a line drive, and it went over the right field fence. It's a Judgian blast. The Yankee dugout goes nuts. They're all on the field. A 2-run home run to tie the game the opposite way.
And then we transition right to cut 4. Giancarlo Stanton's like a tie is not good enough. Let's take the lead.
Swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Stanton and Judge have hit home runs, a back-to-back and a belly-to-belly. And the Yankees take the lead. Giancarlo non si può stopparlo. He homers, and he and Judge hit him back-to-back.
So I don't.
It sounds good.
Yeah,
It rhymed.
I'm not sure. Now, the Yankees take a 5-3 lead. It's going into the bottom of the 9th. And you're also getting Dodgers-Mets while the Stars are also playing. And if you're so inclined, you got some Mavericks preseason stuff happening. You have Thursday Night Football has started. Let's go to cut number 13. It looks like the Guardians are going to lose. And they're going to fall down 3-0 in this series, and I know what happened in 2004. But for the most part, it feels like it would be a wrap. And then we get cut number 13.
John Kenzie Noel, a right-handed batter, is going to bat for Daniel Schneemann. Cleveland's got a 2-out runner at second. And one swing of the bat here would obviously tie this ball game up. He's the last guy left on Stephen Vogt's bench. No time like the present. Swung out and hammered high, deep to left, away out of here.
The ultimate present under the tree. Oh my goodness. John Kenzie Noel. The biggest swing of his life.
A tape measure job to the bleachers and left. We are tied at 5.
And this is where we transition into the spot where last night I feel like sports went the hardest because you missed the Shohei homer, which is, by the way, the 4th hardest exit velocity in the playoffs, behind 3 other Shohei Ohtani hits, which is freaking amazing, because then you get cut number 14 and we move into the bottom of the 10th, and Cleveland is back up again.
Winning run at third, 2 down for David Fry. He's walked and struck out. Anyway at all here. Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes!
A walk-off home run. David Fry lights up the Cleveland night.
How about that? A walk-off 2-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry.
And I really like that last part of the call. First of all, I love his enthusiasm right off the bat because you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But I love that last part of the call because I realize the series technically wouldn't have been over, but historically, it feels like it pretty much would have been over if they lost that game. Now, it felt a little Boston, New York-y in terms of like, not only did Boston come back, they came back via some incredible finishes to those games back in 2004. And who knows? This could be what they need to kickstart it. Or we could come back in 24 hours and be like, well, I guess not. But it could be what you need to kickstart it.
I'm with you. It gets into today's game or tonight's game in Cleveland is you look at it and go, remember the Rangers had this in game 1 of the World Series. You have the tying home run by Corey Seager. You have the game-winning home run by Adolis Garcia. The walk-off, and then they lose the next game. Was it 9-1 or 7-1?
Yes, they got crushed.
It was almost like that. You feel like momentum should carry over for Cleveland like it might have for Texas, but maybe you're on such an emotional high that you won. Or the other side is maybe New York is like, what just happened? And if Cleveland gets off to a good start tonight, then all of a sudden the Yankees are like, I can't believe we're tied at 2 in this series. So it should be a really fun one. But that was the best baseball game, I'll say it again, of the whole year. And that just had me hyped for more baseball to kind of tune over to now completely put my time into New York and LA.
Is that the moment then last night where sports was going the hardest, or did you get more? Okay. And I get that because of the stakes of these games.
Well,
and you'd already poo-pooed the Stars as this is a worthless game.
You were always saying, hey, don't worry about it, guys. I rigged it. That was the moment, Kevin, where my phone started to blow up.
Okay.
Not with just Mike texting, but my mom, my friends, like everybody was like, my phone's blowing up. I'm looking at it going, I just started watching this football game.
Yeah.
What's going on? It's like, no, you got to be in on this thing too. And I was like, oh crap. So that's when Kevin and I said, all right, TV, going to Dodgers game. And then laptop, got to get it out, watch the rest of this Cleveland, New York game. Phone, watching Stars on Victory Plus. Minimize that so I can look at scores on the Mavs game, but also keep track of the football game. I was sportsed out. Like I was in a good way. I loved what I was getting last night. And my son, he's been every night he comes in, he's like, do we have a football game? I'm like, it's not on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, buddy. NFL's not on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But as soon as he sat down, he was like, where's the football game? Buddy, there's too much good stuff happening. Just sit down and enjoy sports right now.
Can you imagine how it would have played out if you were 3 weeks earlier? Now, I realize the stakes wouldn't have been the same. But what if this was during the Thursday night Cowboys and Giants game? Like, what the hell would we have been doing?
My wife will not allow this, which is fine. I get it. Yesterday, after the show, I had to run to Costco.
Okay.
And at Costco, obviously, they have really nice TVs that I think are at really good prices. I'm not pricing them out on Amazon or Best Buy or whatever, but it made me think after last night, while I missed the Ohtani home run live because I'm watching Cleveland and New York.
Yep.
And then I did watch some of the Maverick game every once in a while, and I could go back and just leave, start where you left off type of deal to get. I was like, man, if I had like 4 42-inch TVs kind of in a big rectangle and I could have all the games on at one time. Last night was where I needed 4 TVs in one room.
I think that's a great point because in the midst of all this, and I realize it was just the preseason, we legitimately haven't really talked about the Mavericks at all from yesterday. And really the only thing going into the game is we talked about, hey, still no Luka, calf contusion. It's not going to give you the dress rehearsal experience you want a week out from the start of the regular season. But in the meantime, we haven't really talked about that game at all because it fell so far down the list because it was preseason. But if you fast forward another week and that was the season opener against Wemby and company, that's another combination.
We're 6 days away from the Mavs opening up their season.
And that's another combination where you're like, man, it's not too many sports, but it's like, I don't know how many more sports I can break down and comprehend at the same time.
It's not. It is a little overwhelming, and that's why you got to send the family away. All right, because last night too, one boy was out in his little recording studio. The other one was in his room. Adrian and Lucy are in Cleveland. When Carter came out, I was like, hey, You need to settle in so I can consume all of what's going on right now. It's exciting though, because something was happening. Baseball was living up to baseball last night. That was the most important thing. They gave you quality drama to be attracted to whenever there was a bad football game on.
And I felt bad again and wrong.
It was bad.
Because I want to turn my daughter's room into a workout TV podcasting room.
Nice.
Okay.
But my wife says no.
Oh.
And I said, we'll keep the bed in there so when she comes home, but literally she's home for like 30 days out of 365.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a room not being utilized.
Yeah. Use that. Use it appropriately.
Is her standard response no because like that's her daughter?
Yeah.
We're not taking apart her.
Well,
Okay.
it's my daughter too.
But you know how these conversations go. You never had a conversation with your wife where she's like, "That's my daughter," and you're like, "I mean, me too."
But yeah, I mean, she just is like, even when the boys go off to school or whatever, it's their room but she has a rule of until they graduate college.
Okay.
And then we can change it. But then what if they graduate college and they're like, I don't have like
Wanna
a
move
job.
back in.
Not too bad. Your wife already changed it
too
around.
bad.
And
I'm going to be
everything.
the one now going, well, should we we should probably help him out a little bit right now.
Yeah,
right?
Dad needs a naked room. You know
Oh
what I
my
mean?
God. Okay, thanks, Terry Bradshaw. Now, I realize since the games are staggered, obviously you can watch both of them, but do you feel like you're more invested in Yankees Guardians tonight, or do you fall back to the Dodgers because you're like, they can legitimately punch their ticket to the World Series this afternoon?
I have been more interested in the National League, but now that the Dodgers are up 3-1,
you think it's kind of
I kind of do, but I want to watch Ohtani. I want to watch Mookie Betts is hot now.
Yeah.
Is Max Muncy going to get on base the whole postseason every time he comes up?
It feels like it, right?
And he's a great dude. He sponsors Little League baseball stuff around here and everything. And then you have Francisco Lindor, my son's favorite player. And I'm just like, come on, I want New York to win one game in New York, the Mets. But now I am more interested tonight in Cleveland and New York because I want to see, even though it's tough to carry momentum from yesterday's game to today's game, I want to see what these first 3 or 4 innings are like for both of these teams.
Yeah, I guess now I'm more interested in Cleveland because I hate the Yankees so much.
Okay,
and I want to see them make that comeback and do that thing.
And then talk about how as a Metroplex guy who really helped it get to the next level by them taking home game 1.
My mom texted me last night and was like, I don't have a team to root for here, and I said, well, I'm rooting for the Mike Bassick World Series, and I explained that to her, and she was like, okay, I'm in. I'm totally rooting for that now.
Now you can tell her about David Fry's from here.
That is
Nobody
valid.
wanted him to play college baseball in the state of Texas,
so
he had to go to Louisiana.
With the Dodgers, though, I do think there's a lot to be excited for if the Dodgers go to the World Series, but that's because they paid the most money for it. You wouldn't know the size of check that the owner for the Dodgers would pay to get a World Series.
Well, I actually do because I've seen it play out. From the 254.
How big a check the Dodgers would write? Isn't it like $320 million this year?
A pretty big check.
Yeah, and then $900 billion down the road to pay for Ohtani.
I choose to believe that this is not accurate, but we have to follow the shout-out rules. From the 254, shout out to my boss for giving me the day off, too, and I quote, properly mourn Kevin ending the Stars season.
See?
They lost a game.
I hope that you can take this day.
It's all right.
Get a good breath in and recover appropriately. Maybe meditate a little bit. Maybe go walk around a garden. That's a good way to get this out of your system. And then maybe listen to Kevin again in the future.
And I know you say, when did sports go the hardest last night? But you do have only one baseball game most likely on Saturday. But then Saturday you have all the college football because we haven't even talked about Texas and Georgia
and we
for
will,
Saturday night.
That is a humongous game as well.
Yeah, it's Mike. I think Kevin has narrowed it down to a window of about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
when sports is just everything's happening.
Because last night I feel like you could define it.
I felt bad missing the Ohtani home run. I was like, how did I miss that? But how do I go away from the Cleveland New York game in the moment?
Can't.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, he's played Todd Packer, Champ Kind. Now he's going to join us in studio, and he's going to be doing shows at Hyenas. Comedian David Keckner next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Here's your chance to get involved in clinical research. Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy males and females ages 18 to 55. You must be available for one stay of 17 nights plus one follow-up phone call. Compensation of up to $6,685 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Would you like to help shape the future? Right now, Fortrea is seeking clinical trial participants for healthy, overweight adults ages 18 and older. If you or someone you know is healthy and overweight, we may have a clinical trial for you. Compensation could be up to $28,000 for time and participation. Call 469-914-8330 or visit FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Time for your Live Nation concert update. Don't miss Ghostland Observatory on October 25th at Tanner Hills. Gutta on October 30th at Southside Ballroom. Wale on October 31st at House of Blues. Sponsored by HHSC.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Champ here. I'm all about having fun. You know, get a couple of cocktails in me, start a fire in someone's kitchen, maybe go to SeaWorld, take my pants off. Anyway, I become kind of famous for my signature catchphrase, whammy, as in Gene Tennis at the plate, whammy.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now in studio with us, already amusing to no end. And you can catch him at Hyenas today, tomorrow, and then Sunday with Office Trivia. He's played Todd Packer, Champ Kind. Now he's in studio with us. It is David Keckner. Thank you for coming up today.
God bless you. Now I'm playing a fan. Whammy!
Now,
that's great.
The first question, and I told Corey, there's probably a larger group of people like this than you would think. How often do you get a, hey, you're that guy, you know, like, where do I know you from? And do you decide to help them or do you decide to screw with them in that moment?
It depends on what type of person they're being.
Okay.
I was in the fast lane of a budget rent-a-car because, you know, you pay, $10 more, you wait in line. And guy behind me goes, I know who you are. I said, okay. You're Randy Quaid. I said,
oh, yeah.
Oh, I said, no, I'm not. He goes, yes, you are. I said, oh, okay. Then I just shut my mouth, right? And a couple minutes go by. He goes, now I know who you are. I said, good for you. He goes, no, I know. I said, good. Then they realized they're not in fast lane. So they had to get out and go in the long A line. That's like, seriously, 70 people with one person working. I'm like, yes. I know who you are.
Yeah. Good job.
You're Randy. Yes. Okay. Okay. What are you going to do? Argue with them?
But if they come up to you and they're super nice, and they're like, oh my God, I love you in the office, semi-pro, I like whatever else.
Yes.
Yeah.
I swear to you, I consider it a blessing, you know?
So I have a question about a specific movie that maybe it's not like at the top of movies you get asked about.
You might get a couple of these, actually, because...
When you were in the movie Krampus, did you know about Krampus beforehand? Because my co-host, this gentleman right here, Corey Majors, is the person who taught me about Krampus like a few years before that movie came out.
Before the movie came out?
And so when the movie came out, I was hyped to watch the movie because he had told me all these stories. Did you know what that was?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I'm not asking about Corey Majors.
Well, we used to do a thing called The List.
Okay.
And it was a night show when we were a night show, and I found this list on the Chive, and it was like ways to scare the crap out of your kids.
Yes.
And I was like, here we go.
I
Let's
thought
rock.
you might have had German ancestors.
No, this was just
That's
something
a fair
that I found.
point,
Yeah, that's
too.
Good,
Yeah.
that's a good point
It's
there.
German folklore. If you're not good, you won't be visited by Santa. You'll be visited by a monster named Krampus. That's what you tell kids. Okay. But yes, have you seen Krampus?
Yeah, it's
a great movie.
It's been 9 years since it came out, so I'm sorry if I'm messing anything up for anybody. It has a crushingly bleak ending
It's
to
awesome.
I really did enjoy it very much.
Yes, but although I call it a family horror movie, would you agree?
I could see
It's
that.
a horror movie. No, you can't often say that.
That's
I
true.
say it's the 4 H's. It's a holiday horror with humor and heart.
That's true.
Very rare for a horror picture.
We're just going to spike the
There you
downloads
go.
for Krampus right now.
There are 2 drops of blood in the entire film. So that's that.
Is that right?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right.
I did not realize
That's all you
that.
see. But yeah, man, it's a good film. We shot that in New Zealand, in Peter Jackson Studios.
Really?
Down there that they shot Lord of the Rings, and what's the one after that? The Hobbit? Hobbit. It's massive. So all that outdoor stuff shot inside that studio. That's how big it is. Like at least 2 football fields. At least.
Does that ever distract from like when you walk outside and you're like, oh yeah, it's the nighttime and it's June? Like, does that ever throw off your bearings of what's actually happening?
No, because if you're in it, you're in it. I mean, if you're, it's like if you're in a game, you're in it. Fans aren't going to bother you, whatever they're doing, right? Who cares? Here, you're just going to a set anyway to do your job.
Yeah.
So the thing that, to be honest, that would bug me about this particular one is this guy who had something up his person that if he wanted to have you on set in a minute, you had to be there. Now, I've worked enough to know a minute doesn't mean a minute.
Yeah.
Right? Or one morning he's picking me up and I want to get a cup of coffee downstairs, and there was one person in front of me. He's time to go. I'm like, I'm gonna get my coffee. I'm not an a-hole, right? But come on, dude. Well, if I get there 5 minutes late,
it's ruined.
I'm not getting into the makeup chair for another half an hour.
Yeah.
I know how it works. So why don't you pull whatever you've got up your bottom side out, lick it off, and go wait in the car. But
just real quick,
I didn't say any of that. Go ahead.
This is why I want to encourage people to go to Hyenas, because we have already had an off-air conversation. The language variance from off-air to on-air is very impressive.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm aware of my rules. I try not to curse too much on stage. There are times where a well-placed F-bomb does enhance a joke. But if you're relying on that to get your laugh, then you don't have an act.
Yes. I could see that.
So I saw someone a couple weeks ago. I rarely do shows in LA because I'm traveling so much this year. I got 5 kids. The twins just went to college. So, you make money, right? And so there was I swear to goodness, it's a comedy pole show. So there's pole dancers.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, very odd. I love the look on your face. It's so much confusion. As it should be. Because I was confused too. Like, okay, because this friend of mine was supposed to be on the show, who I've known for years, but we've never actually met. We've talked on the phone. We've conversed over, what do you call it? Instagram, whatever. But I said, I'll do the show because he's going to be on it. He doesn't make it to town. So now I'm there. And I have to leave town the next morning. And I'm going last. That doesn't mean you're the closer.
Yeah.
It means you're going last. Great. Now, there's a person who went up who used to be a comic, and then that person became a TV show person. I'm going to try and make this as generic as possible. And that person is preparing for a special. And that person had no material, but only for 45 minutes. None.
Oh.
And then that person would use the F-bomb, and the audience would titter. When that person was done, they gave that person a standing ovation. I'm like, wow. If it was only that easy. But anyway, I got another bit out of it. I did get a bit out of it because I thought to myself, would Christ go to a comedy pole show? Of course he would. Because he had no judgment. And who was one of his best friends? Mary Magdalene.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you just yell out a whore?
Let him tell his story.
I'm sorry.
Here,
you're on radio, right?
Man, who would have thought I would be the problem for this segment?
So anyway, I got a bit out of that has a couple of good jokes that makes the audience a bit uncomfortable, but none of it is disrespectful nor blasphemous. It's just about the everyday goings-on of what humans would be like. Stuff like who would have made the pole for a pole dancer back then. Of course, it's going to be Jesus' dad, Joseph. He's a heck of a woodworker.
Yeah.
It's got to be a very smooth pole. You got to sand that well.
Splinters, can you imagine?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Exactly.
Thighs and everything.
Right.
Like, that's going to be tough.
Yes.
And everything carries a lot of weight in that statement.
He said thighs, not what you were thinking.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's best, maybe you set that one out.
That was nice.
But no, I got it. So, regardless, you can get a new joke anywhere.
Yeah.
So, that's fun for me.
How many dead hookers were there in the trunks on Dirty Work?
I think 3.
Okay.
Wait. There was one in a bunch of cars.
I think there's like 5, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But not in the one trunk. In each trunk of 5 different cars.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. That was one of my VHS.
Dirty Work.
Watch it over and over. But that leads me to this. When you have a scene and you're reading a scene like that, or you're reading a scene like the bat scene in Anchorman 2, do you see it? Do you see that we're going to get that much laughter out of it?
Well, you hope, and then you do it, and then you're just going to squeeze as much as you can, right? To me, I don't think about it because do your job, now do it better, right?
Yeah.
So were you in high school when that came out?
I was in high school.
Perfect.
Yes.
There's a certain thing that happens when a young man gets comedy, right? And he goes, oh, like something goes off, right? And you get it. There's a movie I did called The Comebacks. Now, how can I delicately say it's not the greatest comedy of all time? But there are guys that were coming of age when that movie came out, and they will come up to me and say it's their favorite movie.
Yeah.
And I never say, you're kidding, right? Because I get it. Because my son, Charlie, was 13, I think, when it came out, and it was perfect, right? So, yeah, those are the fun ones.
Yeah, I mean, when you see a guy, pull up and he's mooning and his friend gets out and walks off and now he's stuck, it just sticks with you because you're going to do that to your friends. It's going to be fun.
I was telling a story the other day. Some girls I knew from a very small town in Missouri, and I don't remember if it was snowing out or what the reason was. Very small town, like there's nothing to do. So you would drive around and have beers and whatever. I know you never want to drink or drive, but
don't do that.
They were the crazy group of girls in my class. It was very fun. And one of the girls, they just, for whatever reason, they didn't decide to go anywhere to go to the bathroom. I think they're out in the country. So she stuck herself out the window to relieve herself.
Oh, my God.
And proceeded to fall out the window.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Yes. So I think there may have been some snow, which helped the impact, but there were also some rocks that I'm sure are still embedded today. But they were all telling the story Monday gleefully at high school, so she didn't go to the hospital. It wasn't like they were going really fast, right? Yeah. So
still falling out of a car.
I did not see that. I did not see that pivot coming when you started that story. We're talking with David Keckner right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Right before we went on the air,
Yes,
we were
sir.
talking a little bit about Super Bowls because we got to interview you in New York before that Super Bowl where Seattle killed Denver. Sounds like you are a sports fan.
Yes.
Are you is football your sport?
Football's my thing, yeah.
Do you follow any other sports?
My boys love the NBA, so I get it from them. I will be, and please, no disrespect, sir. I'm not a huge baseball guy. Just because. No, here's the thing. I'm from a very small town. We didn't even get games on the radio down there, right?
Okay.
And my dad wasn't into it necessarily. We had three stations growing up when I was a kid. So I wouldn't see that much baseball. So that's probably why,
In the Royals.
Did you see the Jerry Jones news this week?
No, what is it?
Oh,
Did he step down?
No.
What?
He said he had
actually
the power
stepped
to fire some of our hosts from the morning show.
So when Jerry does those interviews that maybe you hear or see
Yeah.
about, that's here at this station.
Okay.
And so that was the big news on Tuesday is Jerry pretty much said, I'm going to fire you guys if you keep kind of grilling me the way you're grilling me.
You guys?
Well,
Here's our morning show.
I've gotten cussed at by him a few times already, so I'm trying to stay off that list right now. But yeah, our morning show had to deal with that just a little bit.
Yeah, dude, you got to, you want to be the owner? You want to make the decisions? Take the questions, dude. Yeah. That's the way it goes.
I think that is a great point.
I'm
not going to cry for a billionaire.
No, not at all.
Remember what Jerry Jones did that interview years ago? He said he prayed, let me win one more. Remember? You see that interview?
Yeah, I know, and he did.
Was it a 30? Yeah. He
won
prayed.
the Barry Switzer one, right?
And they won it.
Yep.
And guess what?
Yep.
You pray to God, he listens. And so there you go, Jerry. You said, let me have one more.
Just one more.
That's what he
deal.
said.
He didn't say two more.
Say
He should have said four.
He said it on there like, dude. So whatever.
You have had some roles that have really stuck with me.
Yes.
Again, like I said, from high school on here as we've gone along, but like 40-Year-Old Virgin, Talladega Nights, all these roles.
Out Cold?
Yeah, Out Cold,
There you go.
absolutely.
Somebody sent in a text already. They're like, please ask him
that
about
bit,
Out Cold.
spinning in a circle and waking up screaming. That's hilarious.
I love the Goldbergs too.
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
You've been this vein that you were kind of in. How did you get the relationships that kept you in that kind of world? Was it the start with the Second City and SNL that kind of built those relationships?
There's no way to say this that will be egoless, okay? But the key is to be funny. Well, I mean, if you want,
That makes sense.
If you want to know the truth.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's that. Because if you're getting your jobs just by being someone's friend, and I see those guys on screen, it's obvious. It's like, well, you wouldn't have gotten that job had you not known that guy. Like when I got Anchorman, they couldn't get me the movie. They couldn't hand it to me because, like Adam and Will, it was the first time they were doing a movie. So I auditioned. I actually auditioned for Champ and Brian Fantana on the same day.
Oh.
I brought in 2 wigs. Swear to goodness. Swear to goodness. Brought in 2 wigs, to make that change in front of the casting director. And then, so it came down to me and 3 other guys for Champ Kind. I do know 2 of their names, and I will not tell you. But they were smart enough, Adam and Will, because again, it's VHS, so they're with the producer of the film, the executive from the studio. And so they put in the 4 different tapes to see who, and they were smart enough not to say, oh, this guy's our favorite, because humans naturally will not go with your pick.
Yes.
Anyway, they put in my tape. The guy laughs. He goes, why not that guy? And they're like, yeah, we think so too. Anyway, so they called me and said, you're going to get a call in about 15 minutes. We're not supposed to call you, but, you got the job. So that was fun.
There you go.
How does it feel when you get calls like that versus maybe either? Do they just not call you, or do they tell you, no, you didn't get it?
When you didn't get it, there's just a longer waiting period. And your agent either is a good one or a bad one and calls and says it ain't going to go your way. I'll tell you another story. Do we have time?
Yeah, absolutely.
I auditioned for a movie, and I worked pretty hard on it. And it was a catastrophe movie, right? Like a drama. And I worked hard on it. And I go in there, there's the director, producer, the director, 2 producers, and the casting director. I did my thing. They stood up, swear to goodness, gave me a standing ovation.
Really?
And I'm like, that's never happened in my life in a casting session. So I get in my car, I'm driving, I'm so happy. Call my agent, go, book it, just booked it. You call them, you find out. He goes, they've already offered it to somebody else.
Oh, that was a standing ovation.
I realized why they did that. They know I did a great audition. They knew I wasn't going to get it, so that was my payment.
They were so proud of you. They were like, yeah, good job.
I hope I never get a standing ovation again. In an audition.
Yeah. Hyenas.
This weekend at Hyenas.
That'd be amazing, yes.
That's required.
Yeah, I'm curious because one of the things you're doing at Hyenas is on Sunday, you're going to be participating in the office trivia. Are you surprised what a cultural phenomenon that has become? Because I think we all watched The Office when it was on TV, but it was never the most popular show.
Right.
Like, people liked it. They're like, oh, yeah, I like that show. But ever since the streaming era, it feels like it has gotten bigger than I ever would have imagined.
You're exactly right. It's the streaming and the availability of it.
Yeah.
And then everybody identifies with one of the characters because there's so many different ones, and they recognize something from one of those characters that they work with too. And it is unlike anything I've ever participated in. So a couple years ago, I tour with the same guy, Rob Mayer, every show. He's in Baltimore. I'm in LA, obviously, but we just meet at wherever city we're going to be in because we work well together. Plus, that way I don't have to meet a new opener every week that interviews me. Every time I'm in the green room, going, "Hey, so what's Will Ferrell like?" And you're like, "Oh my goodness." And so anyway. We do a great show together, and he came up with the idea. He goes, The Office is so popular. Why don't we just add a trivia show to the weekend?
Smart.
So we thought, okay. So he came up with the 3 rounds of questions. So I'll just tell you how it built out. Through the first one, I was just like, when there's a question, it would jog a memory of a story I'd have, and then I'd tell the story, and you see which ones the audience digs. So through that, I came up with like 5 different stories, or it's kind of like a stand-up trivia hybrid show, and so it works, and people dig it, and they love The Office like it's church, man.
Sure,
yeah,
that's my wife's all-time favorite show.
There you go.
I mean, it's a great show.
Yes, I do say it's the greatest trivia show in the country because I come out, host it as Todd Packer.
Oh, wow.
Do a bunch of Packerisms. There you go. Just for a while there, not the whole show, not the whole show, and then we do some Packers stuff at the top, and then throughout, every once in a while, I'll say, let's dig into the life of Todd Packer, because I'll tell the audience, folks, when I get hired to do a role, I do a deep dive. I want to find out who this character is. That's all a joke. It's Todd Packer, right? So, find out, like, what is his favorite, what's his dream job? I think I can say this on the radio. What would Todd Packer's dream job be?
Federal boob inspector.
Close. Exactly, sir. You'd like to be an assistant at a mammogram office.
Oh, yeah. That actually.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
That's very strong.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, in the end, one of his last ones, I feel like, was when you brought the cupcakes.
Right.
To everybody that had laxatives in them.
I think he laced it with a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Hallucinogens as well.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Laxatives and hallucinogens, that'd be about the worst. I don't know what you use. You're tripping on a toilet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You were talking about your opener and obviously doing stand-up comedy. I was curious, do you ever have backup stuff in case you're like, I got 10 minutes on this and this isn't going to work? And the reason why I ask is I went to go see Seinfeld at the WinStar in Oklahoma. His opener, I don't know, didn't read up on Oklahoma or anything. And he goes, how about Trump, y'all? And everyone was like, ah, because that's like a hardcore Republican state.
Yeah.
And he goes, I know, right? But he's crazy sometimes. And I was just like, you need to bail out of what you're about to do.
If you can't bring it all, I don't touch politics.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
I mean, there was a time when I was doing it, and then you realize you're splitting the room, especially these days.
Yeah.
You know, the smartphones changed everything. There's no more politeness. There's no more opinions. It's either, so that stuff. Well, especially with that guy too.
And that's fair. You know? And I don't mean this from a political stance. It just, you could tell the look in his face. Yeah. You could see it when you're like, oh, I don't know what he's going to do now.
Yeah, that's and you're starting there.
Yeah,
no way.
He was in trouble.
Yeah. If you're not known as a political comic, I don't think you should touch it.
Yeah, that's we kind of approach that the same way. This is a sports show. We're going to try and avoid as much as we can in that, but in this world of comedy where you can get punted in the trash lands very quickly, how do you approach, like, this is a good quality joke that my audience wants to know?
You're talking about just in general.
Yeah, in general, whenever, because you can be canceled quick every now.
I'm never going to do something that's so far out of the mainstream that if it wound up on that horrible rag, that disgusting wasteland of television, TMZ, there you go. If it would wind up there, I would never say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
See what they did? They showed the picture of a dead person yesterday.
Those guys, the kid from the guy from One Direction. Yeah.
Who I've met, who's a lovely human being.
That was
I'll tell you
awful.
what. Now, so they get to continue. They're the people that cancel people, but the irony is they don't get canceled. That show should be off. It's whatever, trash. I can't wait for one of those guys that sits around and does all of their gossiping every day about everybody. One of them is going to get a DUI one day too. Now let's light it up. You heard about poor Cutler, right?
Yes, he got arrested for DUI, right? Yeah.
Still handsome.
He is handsome. Do you ever think about?
You can blame him for handsome. Would I think about being handsome?
No,
Never.
I actually kind of. I want this.
Accepted, sir.
Would you ever think about? I would trade this much talent percentage-wise for this much more handsomeness, or do you think you're maxed out?
No.
Okay.
I'm certainly maxed out on handsome. I'll never max out on comedy.
Okay.
That's a great question, though. I've already been married and divorced, so I do believe now you can, decide exactly in your heart and mind what partner you want in life.
Yeah.
And that person's going to come to you.
Now, you'd mentioned The Comebacks earlier as like maybe not the best movie. Is there a movie that still to this day or TV show or whatever that you're like, damn it, I stand by that, even if critics and audiences are like, eh.
Well, I don't know one that the audience doesn't like that they know of. So the one that comes to mind that they don't know of is called Cheap Thrills. Now I'm going to say this 3 times. It is not for children.
Okay.
Cheap Thrills is a great movie.
Family movie.
It is not for children.
Watch it with the kids.
So you heard me mention the movie Cheap Thrills. It's great. Guess what? It's not for kids. Thanks. Anyway, so that's the one I stand by that I absolutely wish got a bigger audience.
Yeah.
I loved Thank You for Smoking.
That's
also.
a great one.
It made me look at everything differently.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a movie that when you walked away from it, you were like, I see things a little differently? Like,
in a way. Well, I was a poli-sci major.
Okay,
so
all right.
I kind of have an understanding of that type of stuff. Were you really?
Yes.
Yeah. Look at that. And you're the odd guy out.
Yeah.
Three of us are handsome and bald.
Yeah. I have gorgeous hair. I just covered it with a hat today. Yeah.
It'll go one day.
Hey, look, sometimes I do have movies instead of dreams. It's okay. Yeah, it's all right. We're okay.
But, so, yeah, I'm sorry. I just lost.
Thank you for smoking.
Yes.
Did it make you look at the world differently?
I was surprised how good it is because tip to tail, that thing can sail. That thing can hold water. That's rare. That whole movie, nothing is amiss. It just works and works and works. But no, it didn't necessarily make me. Although I was surprised that Christopher Buckley, his father was a very conservative commentator. This one was more neutral, I would think, more down the middle. That particular book. It's based on a book.
Yeah.
So that's the other reason why it was so good, I think, because you've got, and the book's not that long.
Yeah.
So I think that's why all those pieces worked.
Yeah, that was one that the trailer, and it brought me in, and then the movie lived up to the trailer.
And Aaron Eckhart delivers dialogue unlike anybody. He can just spit it out. It's just beautiful. It's art the way he does it.
But that almost got me in trouble in my real life. You can probably piece this together just a little bit. I had gone through a breakup with somebody that I had a child with. There is a line in that movie where he says, yeah, because you're not the kid's dad. You're just effing his mom. That I really wanted to use in real life, but decided that probably was not going to work out super well for me. But he delivers it so perfectly.
It's amazing. But so you didn't say it?
No, I decided.
Yes.
I'm actually surprised you didn't.
I know.
Honestly, knowing you as long as I have.
That is
if it was me, I would have made you mad enough.
That's probably true.
I'd tick him off.
Well, I know, but he's not going to break up with you.
We'll see.
We'll see.
That is chemistry.
In the Company of Men with Aaron Eckhart. You ever see that one?
Yes. Oh,
wow.
my God. That movie is...
It's a tough one,
It
folks.
is.
It's a tough one.
It is. It's so good, but you feel so terrible watching
that one
it.
Makes you look at things like there are guys out there like that. It's rough, but he's so good.
He is.
He's the villain,
I
and
know.
you're still charmed by him.
I am always fascinated by whether it's that or House of Cards, Breaking Bad, whatever, like the objectively bad person doing bad things that somehow gets you to root for them.
Did we not all root for Tony Soprano?
Yeah.
Dexter.
Not
This
a good
guy's
person.
A murderer.
Yeah.
He ruins people's lives.
That is a great
We
point.
still want Tony to win. It's crazy.
And I did.
I know.
Absolutely, I
know.
did. Is there anything, obviously, we've been chatting for a while, a lot of stuff about your career. Is there anything else you want people to know about, like, your stand-up shows or why they should come out to Hyenas
In
tonight?
fact, I'm thinking about going now because usually my two boys have baseball tournaments and everything.
Wow, okay.
This weekend, they don't. My
All right.
wife was actually saying, do we actually have a weekend free where we don't have anything planned? And I was like, I think we do.
So no, the question
now
is,
I'm like,
all right,
hey, wife, would you like to go
that's
to
good. Yeah.
a show?
Yeah, I love the way you put it. You're going to ask her if she wants to go.
Yeah.
Rather than going, guess what we're doing?
Yes.
That's great.
For sure. Like,
that's
do
great.
you want to
Yes.
go to a show?
Yeah. Is she a big fan of The Office?
Yes.
She might like.
I'm a huge fan of it. She's a big fan of it. Daughter who's 19 in college.
Oh, she'd be crazy for it.
Yeah, she loved The Office. That was a very big show in our household.
Well, then that would be, the one to go to. But, I mean, look, what do you do? I'm here. What else are you going to say except it's great stand-up, right? Well, I'll
Who
tell you
knows?
this.
Maybe you're like,
I'll tell you
okay.
this. I've been doing show business, I don't know, 35 years.
Wow.
I love show business. I love the highs and lows. I like the haves and have-nots. I like the has and has-beens. I love all of it. But in my heart, I'm a performer, man. I'm on stage. So you're going to get a performance. You know what I mean?
That's
I go
awesome.
do my job.
Yeah.
So I love doing it. I'm flattered that someone would, be so, bold as to buy a ticket to see me, because to me that's, talking about gratitude, right?
Yeah.
That's where you got to be. Like, man, people paid to see you. You better go and just deliver, right? So I will say this. Every once in a while, I do get a little SO. Little standing.
I got you. I got
It
you.
happens.
Just a little
Okay.
It
Man,
happens.
Mike, now I really hope that you go to this show.
I'm just thinking of like when Jim was like, and who hates Todd Packer?
There you go.
This
guy.
guy.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
He's a terrible
Go
man.
Just trying to decide if I would take the wife to see the show or if I watch Cheap Thrills with the family, based on what you told
No,
me.
not for the family.
Yeah.
So David Koechner, you can see him tonight at Hyenas, tomorrow at Hyenas, on Sunday Tuesday, there'll be the office trivia with Todd Packer, as we just learned, in character for most of the way. Thank you very, very much for coming up.
Most importantly, it's a bye week for the Cowboys, so don't sit at home and not remember the Cowboys aren't playing, so you don't have anything to watch, even though if we like football, you're going to watch football day. But anyway, I think it's never, I was going to say most of the games will be over by the time of the show, but that's never going to be true. But
you can pretend like it's true.
You should place the Cowboys this week. That's fine.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's right.
You're probably going to be much happier when it's over.
What the show?
Yeah. Then a Cowboys game.
Cowboys fans
They'll walk out being like, "Oh, that was fun."
Man, I mean, you guys go deep. I'm sure it's such a puzzle.
That's what I've said
It's
about
such a puzzle.
Shows. Let's say like a comedian, or remember a concert when I saw the Lumineers at Wrigley Field, and I said, you know what? It has to be great to not like sports in a way. When we go into as a sports fan, there's a 50-50 chance we're miserable during it and at the end of it, or that you're really excited with the result. But usually if you go to a comedian or a concert that you're excited about, there's a very high likelihood you're leaving that excited and happy at the end.
That should be, that's interesting. I never thought about that. Of course, you go to a sporting event,
50-50.
It's 50-50. You're going to leave not happy. Yeah. And, of course, then there's just the justification that goes on in your head about, oh, well, it wasn't a conference game.
Yeah. Oh, my God, yes.
You know, all that stuff. But, yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way. But, yeah, if you're going to a comedy show, you better walk out smiling. Otherwise, if the opposite's true, I don't know what to do.
He ain't gonna last
long. Lord.
Thank you very, very much. We got to hit the break, but hyenas, everybody. David, thank you so much for jumping on.
God bless you guys. Thank you so much for having me. And good luck, Cowboys.
Yes, thank you.
You're an FC. I'm fine with it.
We need it. David Keckner, ladies and gentlemen, right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll do the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yep, we will.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan is a shout-out Friday from the 469. Can I get a shout-out for my son Noah? He and 3 other kids got selected for the spelling bee for his school. Congratulations. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of folks saying shout-out to David Keckner for being awesome, and hopefully you go see him at Hyenas.
What is that again? Is it Saturday?
Today and tomorrow, and then Sunday is the office trivia night.
All right, I'm tweeting out a picture that he just took.
It is a great picture. From the 214, shout out to my stepson, Tristan, going through boot camp for the Air Force, headed to the State Fair with my daughter Jolene, and saw they're putting a Pluckers in Mesquite by the movie theater. Amen. Love the show. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
I saw there's a new HEB coming into the Metroplex, but it's definitely not south of the Trinity. You know what I'm saying?
Where is it going?
I forget. Somebody sent me a text
while
I was I don't know, it was like I was in Italy, but I saw like on Twitter they're like, oh, and not one in Oak Cliff, but I forget what town. But congratulations to that town.
Now, congratulations to all of us, because we get the C Block starring Corey Major.
Yeah, how do you follow that? You know, is the question that you start off with. Mike,
with a set. I think you pretend you're a comedian.
Oh, that would be amazing. I
have nothing prepared at the moment, but I did want to ask you a question, Mike. This is a baseball question.
Ooh.
Kevin, you saw this news where I wanted to discuss this with Mike. Will Venable and Donnie Ecker have been given approval to interview with the White Sox.
Yep. Okay.
And it has felt like Venable is the coach in waiting, the manager in waiting.
Absolutely.
He played here for a bit. He got traded here for just a bit with the World Series teams. And he's
teammates with Chris Young, I believe in San Diego when they were teammates.
And I really do like his approach to things, and it might be different than Bochy's, but he's working under and with Bochy, which is, amazing.
Right.
Can you kind of walk us through this? Because I don't want to lose that guy necessarily.
Well, I would say this. The Rangers have said you can go interview.
Yeah.
And he can take a managerial job. When you say that, you're like, and I don't think you can, I'm not sure, but I don't think you can withhold a guy if he's a bench coach from becoming a manager of another team.
It feels like that would not be fair.
It feels like, I know, like in other sports like football, and I'm assuming it might be the same in baseball, like we don't want you to leave if you're under contract or can't leave to go be a bench coach for another team or a third base coach for another
a lateral
team.
move. Yeah.
Right. So I would say if Will's taking these interviews, then that would mean he's serious about becoming the manager of whatever team that interviews him, because I was thinking about this off the air. We were talking about this. You don't want to, if you're Will Venable or Donnie Ecker, you don't want to take these interviews and go, well, I just want to take these interviews and get practice, but I know I'm staying with the Rangers. Because what if you do great in the interview and they offer you the job and you say, well, I don't want the job.
Yeah.
That's not good for your future, because now another team hears that, yeah, man, they liked Will. They offered Will, and then he said no because supposedly he's going to be the Rangers' next manager. So then if you have to fire your manager next year, you're like, Will's not even on our, like if somebody brings up his name, like, no, he's already turned down the, White Sox or Marlins job. He's already turned that down. Why would he take our job? He's just going to use us to maybe do an interview or use something more about our organization, what we like or dislike, what we're trying to accomplish or not trying to accomplish. And I know this sounds weird. This is too far what I'm saying here, but use it against us.
Right, yeah.
In a trade situation or in a game situation, he knows what we are trying to accomplish as a generic type of deal. So I think if he's taking these interviews, then he would be possibly serious about leaving the Rangers and becoming the manager of another team. I do think he is the manager in waiting, but you never know.
Right. No, you're right.
You never know what could happen throughout a season or a two. You say, oh, well, John Hart's leaving. And I want Grady Little? Little? Right. He was here when I was here, and he was supposedly the next general manager. But then things
John
changed.
Daniels swoops in.
Right. They won a lot of games in 2004. I was part of it for like 3 weeks. And then all of a sudden, John Hart wanted to stay, and the ownership wanted him to stay. At the time, Hicks was the owner. And then all of a sudden, Grady Little's like, what the crap? I left this situation for that situation. So then he left the Rangers going, well, you guys kind of, in a way, felt like you promised me the general manager's job, and now you guys aren't going to do that. And then they did go with John Daniels a couple years later.
Now, Kevin, Alec has tweeted it out. We are the show that kills producers. He tweeted it out earlier, so he's submitting his job for the WWE to be a writer/producer there.
I'm totally doing it, by the way.
But almost every one of the people that have left, there's only one that we have a different opinion about, but almost all of them we've been supportive. And we've been like, hey man, whatever we can do to help. Reggie, same thing. We sent him down to Houston. Sorry about that. But I would assume Bochy would not be holding this against him. Like, he'd be like, no, man, I want you to succeed. My question, though, is, Mike, who would he replace? Bobby Wilson seems to be Bochy's best friend. It seems like they former catchers, they're tight. Would Bobby Wilson be a good candidate for something like that?
For the next manager?
If you
lose Will, is that what you're saying?
No, the bench coach. That
if
role.
you lost.
Yeah, what is that role? Like, you got to love that guy, right?
Okay, so you are a helper to the manager. That's the best way I can describe it. Is you're obviously the manager if the guy gets thrown out too, most likely. Sometimes other teams could do it maybe a different way, but the majority of teams is if the manager gets thrown out, the bench coach then becomes the manager because he's kind of the helper to the manager. So you might be helping him out a little bit, as in there's a lot, as slow as maybe baseball feels like to you, you might just help him out and go, hey, just a reminder, in the 7th inning, they have this left-hander that, they like bringing in. Do you want me to kind of go tell I'm trying to use an example, a right-handed hitter off the bench for the Rangers. Do you want me to go tell Ezekiel Duran, hey, be prepared, an inning from now, they might be bringing in this guy. This is what they like doing, and you're going to be the pinch hitter. So you're just reminding Boch, do you want to use Zeke in the 7th inning if they bring in that guy so we can kind of mentally prepare Zeke an inning from now that he's going to be hitting? You know, he should be.
Yeah.
Zeke should be ready at any point, any moment, anything can happen. But you also want to make sure that you're kind of preparing them. And so in case somebody forgets something, and the manager can forget. It doesn't mean you're a bad manager. There's just a lot going on in your head. You might be trying to manage the bullpen, your own bullpen in your head right now. And so he's just an extra thought guy for you to have. Or, hey, let's do this right now. You don't want to be too It's a very... You have to have a great relationship with the manager.
Like Silvio with Tony Soprano, right? You just kind of have to wait for him to need a suggestion, and you give him a good suggestion.
You don't want to tell him what to do, but you want to give him strong suggestions or just a reminder.
Yeah, okay. Thank you,
Mike. That
Mike.
makes sense.
I really appreciate that.
And also they pick up the phone and say, do we need to replay this or not?
Yeah, that's good. That's part of the job. Now, basketball season's on the way.
That's true.
I feel like this audio might frustrate some people.
Oh.
This is Andre Drummond on the Run Your Race podcast with Theo Pinson, and talking about his rebound crowns.
So I was like, you know what? I asked one of my boys to say, yo, who's leading the NBA in rebounding right now? So it's Dwight Howard. I think he averaged like 12.3. So I'm like, I'm currently averaging 8.9 as a rookie. I can beat that mother.
Yeah, 100%. For sure.
I can beat that. So after I realized how like not sexy rebounding was, I said, that's it. I'm going to be the best rebounder to ever play this game.
Yeah.
So then I set out to do it.
How many years running did you have the crown?
4.
4 years.
And I almost got it coming off the bench.
Sheesh. That's crazy. Nah, bro. It was getting sick at a point in time.
No,
it was
facts.
like it was getting.
Oh, it's coming back. Don't worry.
No, I already know.
It was like the 2020 games, like consistent. I was like,
20. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Were there times you would miss some shots on purpose to get the rebound?
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it, bro.
Wow. There you go. He just admits that there were times, that Angel, I don't know that Angel Reese is doing it on purpose.
That's true.
She just might not be able to make that shot yet, okay?
Fair.
She's going to work on that. But Andre Drummond, who we always said, dude, that's the perfect addition. He's got size, he rebounds, he can play. Well, and then we were like, well, maybe he isn't a great rim protector, a defensive player. But we were looking at the rebound numbers going, man, this could be great. But he admitted that he would oftentimes miss shots so that he could pad his rebound numbers so he could have those stats. You can't trust that. When this is why you have to watch the game,
how many
right?
guys? He can't be the only one.
No, that's what I'm saying. You have to watch
way.
You have to watch the game.
I thought you were saying now you have to watch bringing in guys that average like 12 or 13 rebounds a game. That might be some fake numbers there.
Exactly. If you're thinking about going and getting a guy and you're just looking at numbers and you're like, hey, well, his numbers say he's a great rebounder.
Yeah.
You might need to go watch some of his film to make sure.
Is this why Dwight Howard has called out Angel Reese, that he is thinking she might be doing the same thing that he did?
That
or
is an interesting question.
Drummond did to kind of pad the numbers to be like a 10 rebound a night person?
Maybe so.
I don't know.
Maybe that's what's going on. And then, Kevin, this one, we haven't gotten to talk enough college football this week, honestly, because there was a lot of chaos that went on. But Travis Hunter wants the Heisman Trophy.
I get it.
He has said Ashton Genty has 95 carries for 1,000 yards. If I had 95 catches, how many yards do you think I'd have? And that is his push. Is he's saying hypothetical numbers. I would have more if I just if I had all the touches that this guy has.
Okay, but you can't compare catches to runs, right?
Attempts,
The fact that they're even in the same league is crazy in favor of the Boise State running back.
Genty.
I haven't been following a lot of college football. I do know
that's Mike's guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Mike told us about him first.
Yeah, I looked up the 3 top running backs before college football started, knowing that the Cowboys were probably going to really struggle at running the football.
Hey, shocker,
that they would probably in the first 3 rounds next year take a running back. Obviously, he was projected to be a second-round running back before the season started.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys had a vote today, who would you vote as the Heisman Trophy winner?
Genty.
Arch Manning. Yes, Genty. If Arch Manning was
So is this why Hunter's kind of speaking up because he knows that he's losing
trailing a
right
little bit
now?
here.
Yeah, I'm going to actually look that
Somebody
up
did
right
say
now.
you play every damn snap though, Travis. Like that he does. He plays both sides. He plays all the snaps. He needs to point that out too. Like that's a huge part of it.
Oh. All right. Well, there's some spots in DraftKings as of a couple days ago had Travis Hunter fourth.
Wow.
Ashton Genty is leading the way. Then Dylan Gabriel, the Oregon quarterback, and Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback.
I hate
both
seeing
ahead
Gabriel
of him.
there because he left OU to go to Oregon, and so I kind of hate that. But they're on a new trajectory there with at OU.
Let's just say they stay on the same trajectory. Would Travis Hunter winning the Heisman be as big a upset as when Charles Woodson, the dual player for Michigan, upset Peyton Manning?
Yeah, I think it would. I don't know, just looking at it right now. But then Colorado's shown some flashes of maybe they're better than people thought they would be, although Boise State is way better than people thought they would be. I think Gabriel has got a chance to fall out of the top of the mix. But then again, I think Milroe, quarterback at Alabama, still has an opportunity to get back in the mix.
Over Ryan Williams, his receiver.
Man, you know what? That's a great point. It feels like they wouldn't give it to him, but he's amazing. And the issue that you run into with Ewers is just that he missed a big chunk of time. But I mean,
he's on the number one team.
Yeah, and you've got the Georgia game coming up.
This could be. So if he puts up 20, I guess let's go to 30 points, has a great game, Ewers could get himself back into the mix after Saturday night.
Honestly, I think you can make a pretty strong argument for both of those guys, Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck, the Georgia quarterback, not only in terms of like draft ratings, but if you want to make your presence known, 20-17 ain't going to get it done. But this is if this is like a 38-20 game or something like that, then whoever is the quarterback for the team that won, I do think that they're going to move probably into the top 5.
Great stuff, guys. That was Corey Majors in the C block, relying on my co-host to do some awesome work. Good job, guys.
Hey, I'm just going to tell you, the tickets for Hyenas, they're not that expensive.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
I was like, oh.
Maybe you can rent Cheap Thrills and for the family and go see the show at Hyenas.
For less than,
are you sure about that?
Yes.
For about $60, you can get 2 tickets and get in there, General.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Not bad at all.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a feeling Texas, Georgia might come back up because coming up next, which football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one.
Uber Eats has low fee products?
Let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ewers from the shotgun on first down, turns, hands it to Weisner, cuts up the middle, 40, 35, Trey still on his feet, outside, here goes Weisner, say goodnight to this one, Trey Weisner in the end zone for the touchdown. How's that to make up for a fumble? 43 yards on a big rumble.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a few minutes. But despite the fact that there is no Cowboys game, the Fan has got you fixed for football this weekend.
Yeah, we do.
Oklahoma State at BYU tonight on the Fan at 8:30. Tomorrow, LSU at Arkansas, 6 p.m. On Sunday, 11:30 is when the pregame starts. Then you get an NFL doubleheader. Texans at Packers and Raiders at Rams. So my question for y'all is, it can be at whatever level. Maybe it's a high school thing, and we get the high school shout-outs going. What football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Because it is a stacked slate. We played that highlight of Texas and Georgia because it feels, I hope this makes sense, it feels like a more important game for Georgia than Texas, which I probably would not have guessed at the beginning of the season. It feels like Texas can take a loss easier than Georgia
unless
can take
they want to be one,
loss.
right? Like unless they want to be one.
That is fair. I'm sure. I have no doubt that there is no discussion in Austin about, hey, we can lose this game. It's not that big of a deal. No, I'm not saying that at all. They can clearly absorb a loss better than Georgia can at this point. But if they beat Georgia, and they beat Georgia emphatically, it feels like they just strengthen and maybe have a stranglehold on number one.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. And this has to be the game. I won't say that. For me, it's the game.
In college, this is the game for me.
Yeah,
for sure.
and I think you're right. There is not as much relevance to this game because of the 12-team playoff. Yep. But for Georgia, there is. You start running into, because let's just say this. Right now, Texas A&M is on the outside looking in.
Even though they're in first place in the SEC.
Right. But if A&M wins out and their last game is against UT, A&M's in.
Yeah.
Well, if Georgia loses this game, and then I'm not saying it'll come down to Georgia and A&M.
Sure.
But all of a sudden, they're like, oh, crap. Like, A&M just beat UT. Or let's just say Texas A&M loses the LSU game. Do they play LSU? I think they play LSU.
They do.
But then they beat UT to finish the year in a dramatic win, and they only lost 2 games to Notre Dame and then to LSU. And let's just say both those teams look like they're going to get into the 12-team playoff. Man, I think Georgia could run into an issue there if they've lost 2 games versus the A&M 2 games, but the last game was an A&M win versus UT, who is undefeated and the number 1 team in the country. But I'm excited because if UT wins this game, this isn't fair, but in my mind, I'll go, holy cow, they really are the best team. And maybe that's not fair because Georgia's not ranked number 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's fine. Oregon can have whatever arguments they want. The great news about the playoff is you will eventually get a chance to settle it, or you'll watch the other team you are arguing with get a chance to settle it themselves. There were 2 other games I just wanted to throw out. You're right. It's
SMU Stanford.
That was not
all right.
The first one I was going to say, but one of them is LSU and Arkansas. And I realize it's going to be right here on the Fan, and I don't want you to think that's the only reason I'm saying it, is because Arkansas had a game last week where they beat Tennessee, and all of a sudden, if you look at their last 2 weeks, you change perspective. Because when they lost to Texas A&M was still really trying to find their way. Then A&M beat down Missouri, who was in the top 10. And meanwhile, Arkansas beat Tennessee, who is in the top 10. And all of a sudden, you're like, hold on. I'm not saying Arkansas is great, but are they better than I thought? Could they trip up LSU?
Yeah, they absolutely could. I mean, this is one, Kevin, where you throw out all the records.
Do you?
Yeah.
You throw out all the records?
You throw out all the records on that one.
Feels like the return of Barry Foster to Arkansas.
That's what you're jazzed for.
I'm sticking in the NFL, though, because there are at least 3 games.
Give me cut number 11. this is going to be the game I vote for.
Darnold getting messy, going deep, and he's got Jefferson. He's got Jefferson. It's a foot race downfield with Brown. Shifting gears. Getting a block. That's 6.
That is definitely one of them right there.
There's 3 games that I'm not saying this is absolutely the case, but could you not try to make an argument that they involve the best 6 teams in the NFL, or certainly 6 of the top 8 or 10 teams in the NFL?
Oh, for sure. It's the Texans-Packers game is one of those that you're like, okay, you got young quarterbacks, young talent, good offenses, good defenses. You're excited about that, and like that's two. You could see that as a Super Bowl. Like that could be a Super Bowl game right there.
Did you say Texans Packers that I can also hear right here on 105.3?
That is right. That is right.
I mean, by the way, and if anybody thinks you're just
you
shilling
can watch it on TV too.
that is thanks, Mike. Just look at the records. That is a quality
get a better
game.
view of it.
Oh my God.
The game you just played, Lions Vikings. Obviously, Chiefs and Niners is a significant game because that could be one that we look back at. Maybe it helps us. Maybe they lose to the Niners and they have another letdown, or maybe they win against the Niners and then kind of have a letdown against the Cowboys. But it's Washington, Carolina, and how many touchdown catches can Terry McLaurin have against the Panthers?
Is he on your fantasy
He
team?
is on my fantasy team.
I'm going to give you my schedule for the NFL season so far. Okay?
Because you haven't gotten to see a bunch, right?
Travel with the team on a road trip, Rangers.
Yeah.
The Cowboys. Oh.
Week 2 of the NFL season on a Sunday. Call a game. Travel back to the Metroplex.
Yeah.
Week 3, travel on a road trip with the Texas Rangers. Week 4, do a Ranger game, travel back with the Rangers to the Metroplex. Week 5 in Italy. Week 6 in Italy. This is my first week to actually, this is my first Sunday to actually not be traveling or to be out of this country where you can't watch the game.
Yeah. Wow, that is fascinating.
What a life.
That's a good way to put it. Alec,
you want me to, I mean, how ticked would Jerry be if on Friday I go, Jerry, I haven't seen you guys play. What's going on this year?
I mean, look, that might be the most sanitized question he'll allow at this point. Alec, assuming it's down to Texans, Packers, Lions, Vikings, Chiefs, 49ers, is there one game in that group that you're like, that's the number one?
I want to see Chiefs 49ers the most because I want to see which team is actually for real on offense specifically.
Yes.
Because I think Kansas City's defense is still really, really good. I don't know about their offense. It's been inconsistent. We talked about their red zone issues a lot, but you can say the exact same things about the San Francisco 49ers. So I want to see, one, you get the Super Bowl rematch, so you get that whole storyline. But two, I just want to see who's actually for real because I don't know if either one of them are.
I like it. I like it. Very insightful thoughts right there from Mr. Medford. Now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
So, boys, how's Buffalo Wild? Oh, wait, never mind.
We're here. We're like 12 feet in front of you.
Man,
technology's advanced. This could be like a screen in front of me. I don't know.
6 boneless, mild wings.
Okay,
He's
I'm gonna be
not a
hungry
waiter.
now.
I'm going to get naked wings next week.
There you go.
Okay.
Healthy. I like
Just
it.
like not
Hold
fried.
on. Next week, you're going to be here next week?
I don't
Do you realize
know.
this is going to be the first time in a
Potentially.
month and a half that you've worked 2 straight weeks at the
I
station?
don't know if honestly my body can handle it.
Must be
Trying to
nice.
recover.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit some wild, wacky, and oftentimes concerning things said on this very program. And before we get to that, we're going to have somebody pick who we're going to pick on. I do want to mention, since we were talking about programs and whatnot that's coming up this weekend, I'm going to be on with James Tritley and Blake Elliott tomorrow in studio for an hour from 3 to 4 o'clock, hanging out with those boys on a Saturday.
nice.
So, yeah, going to be up here in studio chatting things up, a little cross-promote there for you. But I'm going to let you pick who we want to pick on. Corey, since we're grieving the Stars' loss that Kevin, wished upon us, I'm going to let you pick who we pick on first.
Kevin.
Okay, so we only have one entry from Kevin this week, so we're going to go ahead and burn that, get that off the docket right here. Kevin said this.
I do think people would be surprised about how small it would be.
Who's laughing now, Kevin?
All right, at least
What are you talking about?
Okay, I do remember what I was talking about is the size of the check that Jerry Jones would write to guarantee a Super Bowl.
That was a quote, wasn't it?
But yes, it was. But It does sound bad in that context. Because you're not going to follow that up by being like, ladies. Like, that's...
If you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, yeah, you don't know.
Gentlemen.
You don't know if people have certain tendencies. We have.
Is that a tendency that you think?
Have you never seen the people who do like the tiny things that like they'll have a whole house and videos where they make little plate of eggs, a little plate of bacon. Yeah.
So you're saying if there's a lady out there who's like tiny bag, tiny dog, that might be
your
she
thing.
wants it.
Yeah.
Add an end to the
Maybe
last
so.
one.
Or a fella.
Okay. Well, see, you never know what people want in their lives, okay? Just never assume. Never assume things. But we have 4 different entries from Mickey Spagnola.
Good God.
So,
man, I remember that one day. I was like, good night.
I think it was Badass Mofo Lady T the other day. She was like, I am now convinced that he is trying to get on.
He knows. He's spending his day off today listening because he knows that he's going to be making multiple appearances, and we're going to start off with this.
And I thought they were the biggest things I've ever seen in my life because they would wear these they're big to start, right?
Not bad, Mick. I think he can do better.
Oh, you think he can do better?
I do.
Let's try this on for size then.
There's also the problem of depth on how deep can you go.
It can't be a problem.
Not if you're that one guy.
Yeah, not if you're whoever Kevin was talking about.
Obviously, he's talking about on your defensive line and how deep your defensive line can be.
I'm going to be a good voter today, okay? I've written down the 3 things we're voting on so far.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
So you want to read?
God, dude, no. Look, I'll tell you this. Number 1 on the list says Kevin penis size, and that is the most radio-friendly one on the list.
I was about to say, this is going to make my job easier, but apparently not. Apparently not. Let's see. Let's pick on Mike since he's being problematic.
I believe there's a 75% chance I hit this.
That was my favorite when I heard it.
Mike on a typical Friday night.
Yeah.
You know?
So you want me to tell you the 4 things that I'm voting on so far?
You cannot say those 2 in the middle.
Please don't, Mike.
Probably not the 4th one. I don't know what you wrote down.
Mike, percentage on sex.
Okay. That feels high then. That percentage feels high.
I was talking about like at the plate.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like hitting a ball.
Yes.
But I get where we're going with what I said.
Yeah, you got to know the context, and I appreciate
I put
that.
Mick on the things that would strap around you. That was
that's
number 2.
That's what he wrote. He wrote that, and then the old school way to decide high school playoff games in Texas.
Yeah, Mick on that.
Okay. The one Corey entry of the week is actually a carryover from last week. He said this.
So this season, he wants to be 10 times harder.
All right. That's called what's Viagra for in Blue Chew?
You should probably go with who sponsors somebody on the station. Blue Chew for erectile dysfunction,
Yeah,
among
so that's
other
what he's,
things.
So Corey talking about erectile dysfunction.
I'm gonna let Mike actually sound out every title he writes.
Text in if you like this segment, by the way. I'd just like to see if people do like this segment.
I, for one, am a big fan.
All right, thank you.
I don't care for this show. I feel like I've been very upfront about that
Somehow
for years.
you keep showing up to work every day. Ish.
I have a contract.
Well, that's very fair. It's also true. I think people like it, Corey, because we did get a Twolo entry. This was actually Twolo Vader who tagged us in this on Twitter, and this just shows how everybody thinks the same way here.
I don't know.
You want me to look up what does bi mean?
Yeah, what does bio?
No.
Mike is just doing his thing, and Kevin and I are both. I thought you said bio, and then right at the last second, it clicked in my brain, and both Kevin and I at the same time.
I have a defense mechanism of Mike saying, you want me to look up anything? And I'm like, not
Play it
really.
again so we can hear how quick you guys said no.
I don't know.
You want me to look up what does bi mean?
Yeah, what is bio?
No.
I stopped in the middle of what I was saying to turn around and say, hold on, we got to stop this.
What does it mean? I forget. I looked it up yesterday. I already forgot.
Life.
2.
That's true. Yeah. That's
Stop.
true. Bio does.
I like that submission, by the way.
I'm proud of you, Mike. Mickey said this.
he gets surprised by how fast the guy in front of him gets off.
Oh, my God.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
off the ball and getting attacking.
Stop justifying this man.
Man, I really
he
thought...
knew what he was doing.
I really thought...
Quick release.
I really thought Mike's 75% was going to cruise to victory for me, but I don't know.
Well, we do have another entry from Mike. We could try this one.
As I put the southern thing in my mouth to eat it.
That was the story from Italy about how that guy hated you and the way you ate food in order.
The South was supposed to be last,
but he went south second.
Yeah, North was first as the dessert. South was going to be last. Rome was going to be third, but I was going to make Rome last.
Okay.
And by the way, they say Roma. Why do we make them? Why don't we just say Roma?
That's a good question.
Roma tomatoes.
Yeah, we say Roma tomatoes. We don't say Rome tomatoes.
It's a good point.
We're going to Rome, but it's really Roma.
I don't know.
Florence has a totally different word. I forgot it.
The machine.
No, don't encourage him.
Okay, all right.
And I won't
That
encourage
was
that. Shut up,
great.
Alec, except for keep working.
Okay, well, yeah, good news for you. I'm about to because I have one left. And of course, it's Mickey Spagnola.
And he sort of just let me have it. One up and down and around, and I was sitting there kind of taking it, and we got to the end.
That I don't know how. I mean, that trumps everything.
Okay, hold on. Can you play the beginning part? Because I do not like my reaction, I believe, after Mickey said.
And he sort of just let me have it.
That is unfortunate.
How did he let you have it, Mick?
Oh, man.
Play it. How did he let you have
And
it, Mick?
he sort of just let me have it. One up and down and around, and I was sitting there kind of taking it, and we got to the end.
Okay. And then what happened at the end?
Well, that's up to leave something for the imagination, Mike.
Wow.
What Mickey decided on that one.
Wow. Well,
hold on. You said
down.
no, Mike. You said what happens at the end of that story, Alec. I don't know. I think it's a cliffhanger. I think Alec can provide to us what happened at the end of the story.
And he sort of just let me have it. One up and down and around, and I was sitting there kind of taking it, and we got to the end. He gets surprised by how fast the guy in front of him gets off.
Oh my God! Wow.
That might be too far, actually. That might be. Oh man, I'm looking at that red button. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Hopefully you liked
it was
the
your
show.
idea.
It was fun doing this show while we had the opportunities.
I'm voting
to.
for number 8.
Which one was that?
What is number 8? Is that how many we have? Is that the last
that
one?
was the 8th one.
Okay, well, I guess we're...
number 1 was Kev's ween size. Mick on D, doze? You say it like that, right? On the air? That was Mick on, like if you are like Steve Nash and you go into the lane, you've had good penetration to the defense, and it collapses, and then you kick to a corner. That was number 3.
I don't have time for all of these number descriptions.
I'll vote for number 8.
I'm going to, because I know it's not going to win now, I'm going to vote for Mike's confidence level.
That's number 4.
Oh, was that
number 4? Mike's confidence level.
I believe there's a 75% chance I hit this.
That's so good.
In any normal week, that would win.
In any other week except Mickey Spagnola is going to take the crown with this.
And he sort of just let me have it. One up and down and around, and I was sitting there kind of taking it, and we got to the end.
It is, Kevin, your part of that is the part that gets me every time.
Hey, by the way, the person who said they didn't like this segment, they followed up and said, whatever works for ratings, it might say something about the IQ of your listeners. I would argue the IQ of the hosts as well, if we're going to do that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I only means 1 in Roman numerals.
From the, that's a great point. From the 817.
Q's in there.
How many questions did you ask about Roman numerals while you were there?
I didn't want to ask, but man, when you're reading things in Italian and they have all those numerals up there in letters, you're just like, I don't know these numerals.
From the 817, I love the segment. I just had to turn it off today because the kids are out of school asking questions. That is a very fair point. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, it sounds like Mick didn't have a problem with his buddy's testosterone level just there. But if you are having a problem with your testosterone level, Men's T Clinic can help.
Remember something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We pair those iconic Whataburger colors and logo with the G-Bag Nation, and she's a beauty. Find out how to grab your free flag at 1053thefan.com/events. Flagtober is proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Get your flag, Tolos, from the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Plateau, batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. I wanted to get y'all's thoughts. I know there's plenty of marquee football this weekend as well, but how invested you are in the particular baseball series, if there's one over another, and what your rooting interests are, because we've talked about the Dream Mike Bassick series of the Mets versus the Guardians, but both of those teams still trail in their series.
You know, I'm always rooting against the Yankees.
Agreed.
I asked Fred and Blake that last night. I don't know why that is. I guess it was so many of my, formative sports years in the 90s where they were dominant and they were a hated empire. And then you throw on top of that what happened with the Rangers and Yankees in the late 90s.
96, 98, 99.
And it makes it a locally compelling thing to do, I feel like. So, I think that's my biggest rooting interest right now, now that the Astros are out.
I would agree with that. What about y'all?
I think I've paid more attention to Dodgers Mets just because of everybody that's involved in that one, and I feel like it's too just the Mets are an interesting storyline. They're left for dead, and Francisco Lindor I think is a blast to watch. Ohtani, I'm still waiting for Ohtani maybe to end up pitching at some point, maybe in the World Series. They say that's not going to happen, but I'm holding out hope. But I think that one's also just had so much drama. Yankees Guardians is interesting, but I don't know. I'm just a little bitter at the entire American League landscape right now.
Okay, fair enough. Broadus?
Yeah, give me my my matchups from childhood, with Yankees and Dodgers.
Which is no doubt what Major League Baseball is definitely rooting for as well, right?
Yeah, but I what games I pay attention to? The day baseball games. Yeah, it's day baseball because like Mike texted me last night or texted us all, that's baseball, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what just happened.
It was
that kind
euphoria.
of thing. So, yeah. But no, if the game's on, like here, I kind of, because of, other things going on. But man, I like I said, it's just, I miss it now. I miss it after what we went through last year. How much fun that was.
That was so much fun.
And now you're kind of removed from that and you're like, damn, I want to do that again. I don't want to watch anybody else do it. And maybe the Yankees and Dodgers are great, but still, when I'm watching these games, I don't feel like they're great. If it makes any sense, when you're talking about the Yankees of the 90s, by the time you got to like 2000, you're like, is anybody ever going to beat this team? They're just more talented than everybody. And I get there's a lot of talent with Aaron Judge and Juan Soto and Ohtani and Betts and stuff like that. But I look at the Rangers and go, they could lose 90 games next year. They could win 90 games next year. Sure.
And I look at the Guardians, I look at the Mets, and I go, they might be under 500 next year. They might make the playoffs again next year. I feel like right now, baseball in a weird way, and I know how much the Dodgers pay for their team and the Yankees pay for their team, but I don't see them as dominant teams that teams are not going to be able to overcome the next couple years.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you don't have a repeat champion just further magnifies the idea. There's just so much parity. It's hard to get on top and stay on top. I think, the luxury tax threshold maybe has had an impact.
Yeah.
Smooth things out.
If you can just have 2 months of hot baseball. Right, the Rangers weren't good for 4 months. But they were great in April and May, and it carried them into a playoff spot.
Yeah, they figured out how to play baseball, though, when they went to Tampa after that Seattle
and
series.
the Mets weren't good for 4 months until the last 2 months of the year and figured out how to make the play. And they made the playoffs because of their 2 last hot months.
Thanks to Grimace.
What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Screw you, Medford.
We're talking all the local stories here right out of the gates in about 5 minutes. Chip Brown, UT Georgia at 3:20.
Excellent. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Mike.
Good night.
And he sort of just let me have it.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere.
it to lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, set to go 5 hours flawless once again. Zach Wolchuk's in the house. Eric Chiafalo had morning show duty. He was with the Sean and RJ crew up there at the Denton Firehouse having themselves a time.
Fight the party out there in Denton. Tolos definitely showed out.
Yes, sir. And thanks to everybody for doing that and picking up your Whataburger 2024 G-Bag Nation flag. We have a couple of remotes next week, and we're excited to get out there with you and hand you off some flags. How you doing on this Friday? And congrats to you, Wolchuk, for being correct last night. You know, he has correctly predicted the game, Brian.
I kind of heard that we were. I don't think he was on that text, was he?
The bye week text.
Yeah.
Yeah, we decided that since the Cowboys were on the bye that we weren't going to do Survivor this week. So congratulations on a meaningless win, Wolchuk.
Yeah. Let's go.
You did it. I hope.
Either way,
you did get Football Guy of the Day.
Stress free.
Yeah, we gave you Football Guy of the Day.
Football Guy of the Day.
But you weren't on that. His number wasn't on that text.
I don't know how that happened. You know,
it's
but
like I'm not even a member of the show.
Chief was cool with it. Spittle. We even got Lucius's opinion on it. It's just been we overlooked it.
Cowards.
But we
bunch of cowards. I got some hard-boiled eggs over there, Brian.
Hey, you know, it only made sense, though, Wolchuk. I mean, you got to see it our way.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, we've had so many payoffs already, and it's a Cowboys bye week. It was a natural break. So I'm sure
I guess mine carries over to next week then, I suppose. It's fine with me.
I think a bye is a bye.
No, you guys missed the text where I already agreed with Eric and Lucius and Spittle and Tim Collins that, yes, it's okay. Broncos count then, since I already put my balls on the table, boys.
I don't know, you know, how you could get credit for a Week 8 Survivor pick when you made a Week 7 play, but we'll have to see what Chief says when he gets back.
That's
on
how
Monday.
This goes.
We'll have to ask a neutral arbiter.
It's weird because Eric already texted me his Survivor pick of the week.
Did he? I think he was waiting for us to tell you.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that you guys have been found to be ball sacking, but that's okay. That's okay.
Are the Lions ball sacking you here? We have audio. Well, we would have audio. We have a quote from Kirby Joseph on the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast. Did you by chance pull this?
Yeah, we've got it. We do have the sound. I'll definitely play it for NFL News of the Day. If you want to read it for now, go for it. Otherwise, I mean, we can tee it up if you need to.
Yeah. Let me know, Lucius. We good to go on that? Okay, so this is Kirby Joseph, Lions defensive back, on the Lions defensive game plan in the 47-9 victory over the Cowboys. We'll get to that. I think it really boils down to a discussion about what your draft priorities are going to look like, you know, and how pressing of a need is it to, you know, improve your skill spots. How much is that the problem? You know, I think we remember 2018 when the Cowboys had the Allen Hurns, Cole Beasley year, and they were like, hey, we're going to need Amari Cooper. and that significantly changed your outlook for the second half of the season. You know, are we letting the Cowboys front office off the hook and them saying we're not going to make trades? Do they need to upgrade these weapons to that extent? And we'll get that audio here coming up in just a second. Here we go. We have Kirby Joseph there with the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast.
Hey, Curb, tell me about the defense. Like, what was the game plan? Y'all was strapping them boys.
Bro, the game plan really, it was really just like, just take 88 away. Like, we know he's a playmaker, so like once we take him out the game, like we wasn't really worried about nobody else.
Right, BB baited the hell out of Dak on that corner in the red zone.
Oh yeah. I'm glad he did too, cause boy, I'm so glad he did, man. But that's what I'm saying about BB. Like, he's just a different type of player, bro. Like, I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Bro, yeah, you two back there are OD. What's with the pick you had in the red zone? Because at that time, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't even paying attention really to the game. We were all on the sideline. It was over. But I just see it. Damn, we got another pick, another turnover. Hey, Curb, tell me about the defense. Like,
Okay, there we go. Yeah. You got a couple of things in there. I'm not too worried about defensive back baiting Dak Prescott. I think if you find yourselves in the red zone, if you find yourselves in high pressure, you have to throw situations. Dak turnovers are going to happen. We know that. That's not news. But the simplified game plan, I think that explains a lot. It's probably impressive that CeeDee Lamb is producing as much as he has been able to produce so far with the amount of attention that opposing defenses are giving. What do you have to say about that, Brian? You've been watching all the tape.
Yeah, the thing, those red zone turnovers really do bother me. I think the play, I don't know if it was baiting. I think Brian Branch is just a really good player, and I think that, to me, that's the unfortunate thing that I bet, like I told you guys last week, I bet you they practiced that play over and over and over again, the Cowboys, and every single time it was the corner jumping the crossing route. And that's the thing that disappoints me, that some of these things probably could be avoided. Yeah. Some of these turnovers could probably be avoided, with some of the things. If you're trying to create, optics to defenders, and it's just not working. And that's the thing that bothers me.
You're going to have to create different plays, though, right?
Yeah, I absolutely. I mean, to me, that's it's troubling that they're going to sit there and think that just a fake screen action is going to pull a guy like Brian Branch out of position like that, And I don't know. It's just that's the thing that when you start to talk about this team and the problems and the quarterback and all these things and the play caller, it's just because, like you mentioned, I watch a ton of tape. I just watch all these other offenses play. And it just seems so natural, so easy. And for us, it's such a struggle.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's the talent of the playmakers.
That could very well be it.
Get talented defensive guys. They can read them like a book. Well, they see them out there struggling with their inexperience and lack of talent. They don't respect it. They can cheat off of it. Yeah. They got it on easy mode here. And I think that's what I wanted to at least talk about is the priority for making it an off-season point of emphasis, but also how much could you fix this team right now if you really wanted to, just by improving your other wide receiver spots?
Yeah, if there was a receiver to go get that's got control past just this year, it's not somebody that's a rental for a few months, I'm definitely open to doing that. Now, I don't believe this team is a contender, so I don't want to spend any massive assets unless it is for a receiver that I'm going to have for a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. But I'm all for improving this team. If there's a guy out there that you think can come in and help, defensive line, tight end, wide receiver, running back, like I'll give up some draft capital to go and do that, right? But the thing to me is it can't just be a guy that's on an expiring contract, and that's why you're able to get him for a 5, 6, or 7, right? That's got to have to be a guy that this is now filling a hole for me now that I'm not having to fill in the offseason. I'm now going ahead and getting ahead of this thing. I think that'd be the important thing, because I get, like, if Eric's talked about, no, like a running back's not coming in and saving the day. I don't think a wide receiver's coming in and saving the day. But what it can do
one of
now,
each might?
Maybe, but what it can do now is also that's one less problem I've got to solve this offseason.
Yeah.
When I really am going to have to make this team a contender or build them better, because I don't think there's enough to fix the problems that you currently have right now.
I don't know if Dawson, if they could use somebody, if they would use somebody the right way that they traded for.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
At receiver, that I feel the exact same way.
If you're
going to have to get dominant offensive line play
or
with
running
this
back or something like that,
design.
I don't know if necessarily will the scheme allow somebody coming from another organization to thrive that needs to thrive, and I just don't see that happening.
Well, I do see a lot of football happening on the Fan this weekend. Tonight, Oklahoma State and BYU at 8:30. That game is it Provo? Is that where that is?
So, yeah.
Saturday night, number 8 LSU at Arkansas. That'll be a big one in Brian's life.
Yeah,
He'll be locked in.
That will be a huge game. I mean, LSU found a way to beat Ole Miss last week. Finally playing some defense. Playing in Fayetteville has been, or Little Rock, it doesn't matter, has been kind of a house of horrors for LSU. Some really good teams have gone there and not survived that. Arkansas played really well against Tennessee last time out, so kind of worried about that.
We have a Sunday NFL doubleheader with no Cowboys pre- and post-game show to get into. We're going to roll all the play-by-play for you. Texans at Packers, followed by Raiders at Rams. So that'll be a Sunday to remember here on 105 through the Fan. Hope you enjoy the bye week and make the most of it. Cowboys are 7-point dogs against the Niners when they get back after it. Seems like that's a gift from the Vegas odds makers. If this Cowboy season isn't going to give us any fulfillment and excitement or satisfaction, at least we can make a big old fat bag off betting on the Niners -7. I feel like Wolchuk.
I'm with you, man. I mean, the last 2 times you've played them, it's been really ugly. And hey, the Cowboys are 3-0 on the road. Like, you want to talk some positives? They're a better team on the road. I mean, that game against Pittsburgh, but that's a different beast. You're playing there with San Francisco, and I think that they might be opening up some rumors out there, the 21-day practice window for Christian McCaffrey.
Jeez.
I don't think he's going to play against the Cowboys. He's eyeing a Week 10 return. But, they seem to kind of be getting healthy at the right time. We'll see what happens against Kansas City, but that's just a tough matchup. And the Cowboys' defense is not what it was when they were at least keeping them competitive in those games in the postseason, in the wild card and divisional round. So I could see that getting out of hand pretty quick.
Well, you likely get Bland back, Carson back, Parsons back. So those are 3 guys that surely will help the situation for the defense, though. But can you do enough to help the offense, though?
Yeah, are you still prohibited from talking about the lines because you work on the .com?
No,
you can talk lines now because the NFL is kind of snuggled up to it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Right on.
They've snuggled.
Yeah.
I just can't bet on the game.
You just can't actually bet yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to talk with Chip Brown coming up at 3:20 about the Longhorns in Georgia. Of course, Bulldogs on the longest active streak is a betting favorite of the nation, 49-game run that is going to end Saturday against top-ranked Texas. Longhorns consensus 5-point favorites. I did see it sneak down to 4.5 at least on the lines that ESPN has next to their scores and whatnot. Line opened at 3.5. A flurry of bets of the Longhorns. Multiple sports books on Wednesday, causing the spread to move as high as 5.5 before 5, and now back to 4.5. I think we were talking with Danny Cannell yesterday, and he was saying that people are seeing that there was value for betting Georgia there at 5 and 5.5. Texas remains a popular bet at sports books entering the weekend, though at BetMGM, more bets had been placed and more money wagered on Texas minus the points than any other team on the board. It's the most popular play of the weekend there, betting on the Longhorns. Can't imagine what it must be like down in Austin. Just intoxicating after such a decade of dismay, really, is what that was. After Colt McCoy was laying on that field against Nebraska from that point forward, it's been bad, and now they're back. So that must be quite exciting here on a football Friday afternoon in Austin, getting ready for College game day and everybody coming in. So hope you have fun if you're heading down there. Be safe and everything. We'll talk to you Monday. Okay, do you guys believe the Longhorns should be this big a betting favorite, though, Brian? You're always watching the SEC games. What do you think?
I'll tell you what, though. Georgia's a very, very talented team, and their secondary is something you're going to have to deal with there. Beck, the quarterback, at times has looked outstanding. There's people that believe that he might be the first or second quarterback off the board. Texas has done a great job defensively. But it's funny how with viewers start slow in some of these games. And I don't know, can you start slow in this one?
You can't, because I think on the other side, Carson Beck can do a similar thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the key for Texas. You've got to jump out in front because Georgia's shown the ability no matter what the deficit. They proved it against Alabama. Carson Beck can get hot in a hurry.
Right.
And that secondary is what I'm nervous about. If you're a Texas fan, I think Carson Beck has the ability to kind of pick apart that secondary like you saw Michael Penix Jr. do in the Sugar Bowl. Again, this is probably the best quarterback they've faced so far.
Indeed. Okay, Stars' undefeated season has come to an end a little earlier than we'd all hoped, but still
Kevin.
pretty dang impressive.
All Hagee's fault.
All Hagee's fault there.
3-2, they dropped to the Capitals. Our friend Leah Asimakopoulos of the Morning News was reporting from practice here this afternoon, and she said on X, I don't see Tyler Seguin, Matt Dumba, or Sam Steele at Stars practice today. Everyone else is accounted for. Apparently these gentlemen have either lower or upper body discomfort, Brian.
They have some type of injury.
That's right.
Yes.
So we have 3 guests coming up on the show today. Not only Chip Brown at 3:20, we have Isaiah Stanback, the former Washington Husky, the former Dallas Cowboy, now the media member. You saw him this week on the NFL Network's Good Morning Football. You also see him DallasCowboys.com. Isaiah Stanback's going to join us at 5 o'clock here on 105 through the Fan. And at 4 o'clock, Jarrett Bell, USA Today NFL reporter. Police have issued an arrest warrant for the Ravens fan who went viral for attacking 2 Commanders.
I've seen his face on Twitter a bunch today.
Yeah, they're looking for him. 24-year-old John Callis of Baltimore.
Yeah.
First-degree aggravated assault and second-degree assault. Tuned those guys up pretty good there. Okay, I don't think that was mutual combat. All right, G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. G-Bag Survivor plus 3 things we've learned about the Cowboys in the first 6 games. That's coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and Specs brings the cheers. Ice-cold beers, team-lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You the man." And with Specs' largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to Specs for your game day needs. Specs. Cheers to savings.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Struggling to lose that stubborn weight? Regain your confidence with a personalized care plan from a Mochi health provider who understands your journey. No office visits. Your custom-formulated GLP-1 medications are delivered straight to your door. Plus, you can use your FSA or HSA to support your weight loss goals. Start with our free quiz today at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Take the first step to a healthier you with Mochi Health.
Hi, I'm Rob Gronkowski for the LifeGenics Institute. LifeGenics is the premier name in regenerative medicine. Playing professional football can take a huge toll on your back, but so can everyday jobs in the workplace. Now there is a revolutionary new non-surgical back procedure called Disc Seal. Our expert doctors can help give you relief without invasive surgery and no downtime. I can tell you personally, it works.
Call LifeGenics to schedule your Disc Seal consultation at 972-236-3333 or lifegenics.com.
Swing into action for a great cause. Join us for the first annual Swing for the Future golf tournament on October 28th at the stunning Brookhaven Country Club. Whether you're a seasoned pro pro or just starting out, this tournament is for everyone. Play for prize money, enjoy a delicious lunch and dinner, and be part of our exciting trophy presentation. With cash prizes of up to $2,500 for the winners, you won't want to miss this. Sign up now at 1053thefan.com and swing for a brighter future for youth in the Metroplex. Thank you to our sponsors, Hernandez Law, Souza Clinic, Window Nation, Dodge City of McKinney, and Versa Printing.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Hey, Tolos, you have new friends in the car business. That's Matt Lero and Mark Welch over at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Why are they your new friends? Well, how about 0% APR for up to 60 months on all remaining 2024 Mazda models, excluding the Mazda MX-5 Miata. This is Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation Show, and I recently met with Matt Lero and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Arlington. There's tons of new inventory. Our friends Matt and Mark will take care of you when you tell them Zach sent you. So next time you think automotive, think Tolo and call Matt Lero and Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, Tolos, it's Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. Everything's going pretty good here on a Football Friday. Of course, we got to pick some games. Wolchuk's already on the board with a dub, a Week 7 dub last night. He picked Denver over the Saints, and the Saints were terrible, as he knew they would be. Spencer Rattler threw for 172 yards, but he was sacked 6 times and fumbled twice.
Tyrann Mathieu in this game, I mean, literally Nix threw the ball right between the 3 and the 2, and he dropped it. I guarantee if that was Dak Prescott throwing the ball, it would have been a 57-yard interception return.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's amazing how the NFL season works and when you play certain teams and how it can work for you and work against you.
Yeah, that team hadn't won a game since the Cowboys.
And this is a team you absolutely want to play against right now, the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, they're
5th
so
straight
hurt.
defeat now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Since beating the Cowboys. Javonte Williams ran for 2 touchdowns. Bo Nix passed for $164, ran for 75 as he won the battle of the 2 rookie quarterbacks, became the rare rookie to win on Thursday Night Football. Looking at the scores here for this week, I think there's only a couple of really great opportunities. Looking at the schedule anyway. The Commanders, a 9.5-point home favorite against Carolina. I'm eyeballing that one, Brian. And then I think you got to look at the Bills hosting the Titans as well.
Yeah, I went ahead and took the Buffalo Bills. I think Chief also took the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, Eric did. He texted me and said, hey, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, like the Buffalo Bills.
And at home against the Titans, that just seems juicy. And I bet Amari Cooper, who is going to play, what are the odds? Like, Amari's going to catch a touchdown in this game. It just seems like that's the new Devontae Adams probably too. Your first game with a new team, they're going to feature you a little bit. They're probably going to have awesome games.
Yeah, I mean, both those games I think, terrific opportunities. I look forward to riding Jaden Daniels to victory.
Yep.
I still do have that bet payoff that I got to come through on. Haven't selected anything, but I needed a break. Okay, I needed a mental health break. Don't look at me like that, guys. Crying out loud.
A little bit disappointed.
Okay, understandably so.
You know what?
After that joke you tried to play on me, guys.
I know we all need to think about our mental health and all that. I appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you, Brian, for understanding.
I don't understand. I really don't.
Wow.
I really don't.
That's very insensitive of you.
It is. Anybody else that needs a mental health break, I'm all for. I'm not for it right now.
Wow.
I feel like you've had plenty of those.
Yeah, I guess I got to take a trip downstairs to HR. Jeez,
Please.
Thanks for telling me how you really feel.
With people, just take a number with me. I mean, like people are lining up there right now.
You got your own file cabinet down there.
Yeah, they've got a folder on me and everything. Yeah,
this is the broadest room.
Yeah.
Okay.
You walk in, they would go, "Oh, Broadus again, right?" And I'm like, "You go, oh, how'd you know?"
Number 68.
Yeah. And you'd sit over there next to everybody else in the other chairs.
We have G-Bag of the Day coming up here in about 5 minutes or so. Let's take a look at what we have learned about the Cowboys during the first 6 games. We go over here to Blogging the Boys, and they have a story up here. Number 1, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb need to get on the same page. Is this story overrated, you think, a little bit? Like, if you look at CeeDee Lamb's stats, he might not be absolutely dominant, but it's not horrible. Right, I'd say CeeDee Lamb's doing his part. I think what we're seeing is nobody else on the field is a credible threat. Michael Gallup, I think, still had a reputation. Brandon Cooks was better last year, and it wasn't until Brandon Cooks actually produced in the second half of the season that CeeDee Lamb really took off. They need other players to demand respect from the defense, I think, more than like Dak and CeeDee need to get on the same page. Or they need a coaching staff that's more capable of, scheming guys open. I don't think they have the horses to execute the vision right now. And the lower your talent gets, the better the coaching needs to be. And I don't think Mike McCarthy or Brian Schottenheimer are going to reinvent anything.
No, you need somebody to help force double coverage away from CeeDee Lamb. Teams are doing that very successfully. Right now, he's clearly the priority. We played the audio of Kirby Joseph talking about that. That's been consistent every single week when you watch him play. But I did think it was interesting. DallasCowboys.com put out after 6 games this year, CeeDee's got 32 catches, 467 yards, 2 touchdowns. 6-game mark last year, 34 catches, 2 more, 475 yards, and 1 touchdown. Almost identical numbers. So I do think it's an overreaction. I think that Dak and CeeDee are too good. They will get this figured out. But I do think they need to look at somebody else to step up. Like, I thought Jalen Tolbert after the Pittsburgh game, okay, now this is a confidence builder. Can you stack up good performances so now teams are looking at you as actually the credible threat you're talking about as a wide receiver too? Unfortunately, that did not happen against Detroit. So coming out of the bye, you either need to become more creative in getting CeeDee on the move, trying to get him into favorable matchups away from the double coverage, or you need somebody else to step up, whether that's Tolbert, whether that is maybe Cooks coming back healthy, Jake Ferguson maybe trying to become that player he was towards the back half of last season. But I do think overall the Dak CeeDee stuff will get itself figured out. I'm not worried about that long term.
Maybe could use another touchdown or so, 2 touchdowns. But I do think things are going better than disastrous. Like,
I think it looks bad at times, those interceptions.
The turnovers, especially in the red zone, make it seem like it's a compounded issue.
It just seems like, and then he runs the vertical route and Dak throws the out.
There have been incidents that have sort of magnified it.
And then you're kind of like, well, okay, what happened there? And then the interceptions in the red zone, you're like, what happened there?
Yeah.
There's every one of these turnovers or misconnections. I wanted to believe that, hey, there's 2 veteran guys, they'll figure it out, kind of a thing. This training camp thing might be legit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to believe it. I really did. And I wanted to say, no, this CeeDee Lamb he's fine. He's a veteran guy. Dak, veteran guy. But man, they're acting like these 2 have never played together in some of these throws.
And what is it, year 4 for CeeDee, year 5? It's not like he's a decade-long veteran that knows everything that we're going to need to do. And I would imagine it's an evolving offense. So Dak and CeeDee need to getting on the same page. What was the stat I had? Oh, yeah. He's only caught 4 of his 16 second-half targets. That sucks. You know, the game is in the balance.
He's had a real problem when they've played off coverage against him. People that play man against him, his numbers, as you mentioned, are just fine. It's when people play off or play zone against him, and maybe that's when he's seeing more double coverage. Some of the bracket stuff.
Absolutely.
I mean, the route that I talked about where he went vertical, they had a safety sitting in the over the top, and then the corner underneath, and Dak read it as, well, bro, I'm not going to throw you into that safety. I'm going to throw you into the out. And CD just continued to run the out, or excuse me, the vertical route. So yeah, they've had some problems connecting with this off coverage stuff.
Okay, the other two things in this story, things we've learned about the Cowboys, both lines of scrimmage have to improve immediately, no doubt, and Cowboys have to find a way to fix their penalty issues, no doubt about that as well. And we all hope for the best in the post-bye week portion of this schedule, but I think it's going to take an improvement in off seasons. This is a big personnel, I think, crisis for the Cowboys as you look at both lines of scrimmage right now. Tough to win like this. It's time now for that G-Bag of the day into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Hey, man, shout out to Big Broadus in the building. For he is a jolly good fellow.
Yes, sir, he is.
For he is a jolly good fellow. Those corn dog, chili dogs, chef's kiss, sir.
Appreciate that, man. Glad
Shout
you
out
liked
to you, though, Lucius, for refreshing him on that idea. I didn't make it to try these the first time around. That was absolutely delightful.
Yeah, they're
Thank
fantastic,
you, man.
bro.
Appreciate you guys doing that. Thank you.
Y'all need an Orange Magic, corn dog, chili truck, food truck.
Let's go.
Yeah, Jerry has his way. Yeah, we'll be
the
on
spicy
it. We'll
chili
be on it this
which
week.
is special.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
man.
that
sweet.
I like how
corn dog
he makes a stripe of the chili next to the dog, almost like it's relish. Yeah. You know, so it's easier to contain without a fork. I'm eating this with a hand. I'm like, I've never had a chili dog like this, Brian. Salute to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Glad you guys enjoyed it.
Nah, I did. All right. In the diss track world, this would be it. You got 1 week to respond. Cowboys, you had a diss track that was floating out there all week on you. You didn't respond. I even checked your social medias. You were doing like Meek Mills. You were tweeting through it. Instead of going in the studio and rapping, you were tweeting through it. But I see you had Jerry out here lashing out on folks like he Suge Knight.
Yeah.
So maybe, they play good against San Francisco? You kind of forgive them? Is that their shot back at the diss track if they play good against San Francisco?
Yeah, shoot. That would be a good answer back.
San Francisco?
I'm thinking Super Bowl again, baby.
Okay. All right, I'll let this go.
Man, here we go again. This team ain't gonna never win. I'm ashamed to be a fan. Got me lying to my friends. Louis belt straight to ass. That cannot complete a pass. CD Lamb been playing trash. Man, how long is this gonna last? Damn. Get it, Jerry. Quit it, Jerry. Retire, Jerry. We gotta fire, Jerry. Boy, you know this team super bad. I ain't lying. Every week we taking belt to ass. That bitch is me. That cannot complete a simple pass. What he tryna? Man, how long is this bitch gonna last? Who you throwing? Took a 40 ball, beating 2 times. It's like a sequence. Wow. Dak, who you throwing to? He threw it to the defense. I'm like, Dak, who you throwing it to? He threw it to the ops. I'm like, Dak, you gotta stop. Dak, go to the barber shop. Get that hairline fixed. And maybe you'll stop throwing picks. And maybe CD Lamb will stop being the diva and he'll stop throwing fits. And maybe Mike McCarthy will be on the sideline wearing some clothes that fit. And maybe Jerry Jones might retire because he owed it.
Yes, sir.
Tell you what, I'm starting to learn the words.
Is he looking for 5 right here?
That's it.
Nice.
I think this might be 4.
Is this 4?
4.
I think it is 4.
Because I think I played it on Tuesdays.
If you want to 5 it, we can.
Look at this guy changing the polls around. Look at that. There's a whole lot of people changing polls around here.
Yeah, man.
All right, let's see what I got for you, man. Hey, Yankees and Guardians.
Yeah.
Yankees and Guardians?
Yes.
Drama.
It was drama. Okay. I got the Spanish call, what is his name? Jean Quincy Noel?
I think you nailed it.
Christmas.
It is John.
Jean Quincy Noel. Am I saying it?
No, you are saying it right.
I think you nailed it.
All right. Well, hey, look at that.
We just went south of the border there for a second.
Hey, pause.
¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Con Quincy Noel! Acaba de empatar el encuentro la Navidad en octubre. ¡Qué bárbaro! ¡Qué monstruo! Lo que cayó fue la explosión que le dije a ustedes si se pasaba Lane Thomas, algo iba a pasar. La puso chiquitita. John Kelsey Noel.
They got two different guys in there doing the call?
Is that a two
cats in there.
Two-guy call?
Team play-by-play.
Super exciting.
That is
Fantastic.
awesome.
Oh, yeah.
1 out away, and then boom, here we go, extra innings. We made it happen.
Did you watch the Mets game?
Saw the Ohtani homer and the Mookie Betts homer, and then switched over to Thursday night.
It was blowout. Yeah, blowout. New York fans are different, man. Shout out to Mets fans. They're very different. My family's some Mets fans. Some weirdos in New York up there. Wearing a whole lot of... they dress like Spike Lee at the game. They're crazy. Anyway.
Bronx.
Here they are. Yeah. In Brooklyn and all. Queens.
Queens.
Here's a guy encouraging the Mets during a blowout.
The first World Series game.
Well done.
The first World Series.
Oh. I had this one right here sitting in the folder all week. It's Bubba Dub, our guy Bubba Dub in the building. He's pretty upset about Dak and the Cowboys and that blowout loss.
All last week, all we heard was Dallas Cowboys had a good week of practice. Well, them motherfuckers lied to me. And you lied to me. 47-9 in your own home? 40 years. You let a stranger come get in the bed with your woman. That's what the Cowboys did today. That's what happened today. Dak Prescott, first quarter, marched him down the field, get into the red zone. I think we was on the 8-yard line. I'm thinking we finna score. Never. Interception. Every time I get ready to go live or talk my trash or whatever, Dak, you always it up. Why you keep playing with my emotions, Dak? $260 million $1 man, and you play like the quarterback on that movie Replacement.
The Replacement quarterback is pretty good.
Quarterback of the movie Replacement.
40 years.
Flash.
My thoughts exactly, sir.
Yeah, I feel him.
Flash.
Is that link sent in there? I don't know, man. I'll see in a second. Hey, Cam Newton is on ESPN. Y'all seen that lately? Cam Newton is now on ESPN.
I have not watched
With
it.
his hair popping out the top of the hat.
Yeah.
But the outfits are crazy.
So ridiculous. Oh, my God. Speaking of those outfits, where's Farnsworth J. Bentley?
Yeah.
Where are you, Jay? Your man is in trouble. He needs you. Cam Newton, he thinks the Cowboys need more dogs.
Oh. Okay.
They got this fool barking on television. Like, he's trying to get the Q rating up. You know what I mean?
Full James.
I just got here. I got to do something to make them say, hey, Cam is going viral.
Arr, 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 arr. That's what we need in Dallas.
Right.
Arr, arr.
Dog.
Some dog.
Ouch.
I only see one of them.
Sounded like Martin Lawrence.
No.
We playing Dino Brown.
Listen. We need some dogs.
Jeez.
That's pretty good line from Stephen A.
Jeez.
I wonder if he had to audition that. Like, you can have the job if you bark.
I do like how he takes the fedora and cuts the center out of it.
He got a damn hole in the top of your hat. Let your hair out, bro.
My man will wear like the butler clothes. Like he's got the collars with the bow tie.
I'm so sick of them big ass bow ties and the hats. I'm so sick of it. It looks like the Joker.
What did he do? He had like a hockey.
The Riddler.
He had a hockey sweater on the other day with his bow tie on,
like pink,
but
purple.
the hat and he's got the Curious George dude's hat.
It's ridiculous.
With the middle cut out of it.
Yeah, he got that Arby's hat on, and the top is cut out, and he's got all his locks falling out of it. Man, get that S together, bro.
Sure, I'll go bark on TV.
Yeah. Where that check at?
Where's that check?
Where that check at?
Sponsor me by Purina if you want.
It's
I'll
time to
bark all
vote.
day.
Is it our three-time champ looking for 4?
How are you going to tell somebody some
defense.
dogs and he didn't dive in the Super Bowl to get that ball?
Hey.
How you going to call somebody a dog?
That's a good point.
Oh, wow, Lucius.
Still, I remember it like it was yesterday.
Me too.
Yankees and Guardians.
Lucius had money on the game.
Jean-Quince Noel. Feliz
Cam
Navidad.
dresses like a villain, yes, in a Batman film.
I like everything except the yellow tint on the glasses. You
The
know?
Camler.
Yeah, he just needs some old school, like,
there's just too much happening.
There's just way too much going on,
Yeah,
bro. You got to
there's a lot.
simplify that real fast.
Yeah, he needs a stylist.
Division.
Or he needs to change stylist, one of the two.
Yeah, it's a
Fire
big
that
man
guy.
with some flair.
Yeah.
Guy encouraging Mets during a blowout. Bubba Dub upset about Dak and the loss. Cam Newton barking on television. I'm going to go with the Spanish play-by-play of Yankees and Guardians there, Lucius. How about you?
Oh, I'm singing for the song. The diss track to the Cowboys.
Wolchuk.
Diss track.
Brian.
Bubba Dub.
By a score of 2-1. Still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in Monday at 2:30. See if they can make it 5 in pursuit of mortality and greatness. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, you can always tune in for LA Live weeknights at 5:40. He replays the G-Bag of the Day. The Nation 2-7 here on The Fan. Okay, speaking of getting victories, it's time, Wolchuk, for Chiafalo's Friday staple here at 2:40,
Let's do
right?
it. Let's do some biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken some victories this week? Where have you taken some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. DUIs, cheap beers, and the Masters menu. That's next.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, Sean is back. Jared Sandler will sit in with us for the entire show. Nick Eatman joins us at 9:20, and we've got a Dane Cook Expressway ticket giveaway. It's a Monday on The Fan.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg. Aging happens, but it doesn't have to feel like it did for your father. You can have more energy and confidence, lose weight, and feel younger. Check out Game Day Men's Health. Industry-leading care in a guy-friendly environment. They offer testosterone therapy, peptides, weight loss, and ED treatment. With 11 locations across DFW, they're the largest in the area. Visit GameDayDallas.com and mention The Fan for 10% off your first treatment. That's GameDayDallas.com.
Tired of spending money painting your home every few years? Paint chips, peels, and fades. With Rhino Shield ceramic coating, you'll never have to paint your home again. Rhino Shield is perfect for wood, brick, stucco, and steel. Rhino Shield is backed by a 25-year warranty. Unique financing options are available with simple interest loans up to 10 years. Schedule a free estimate by calling 844-RHINO-28. 844-RHINO-28. Or visit RhinoShieldTX.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save more at the pump. Earn 2 times the fuel points on your grocery purchase this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when you clip your digital coupon on our site.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, for their 100th year and asking customers to sing the jingle.
Huffines has it.
So, what was the it for you?
For me, the it was convenience. I was able to trade in my car and get a new one so fast.
And when you visit Genesis of Plano, get low APR financing on luxurious new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com.
Hi there, it's consumer advocate Pete Thompson. If you've been told you need a new air conditioning system, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts for a free second opinion and learn the truth about your current system. TheOnTimeExperts.com. That's TheOnTimeExperts.com.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I opened a gold IRA with Noble Gold Investments. There's no better vote for your financial safety than precious metals. So Noble Gold Investments is giving away up to 10 1-ounce silver Trump coins or a 10-ounce silver American flag bar with a qualifying account this month. Just use promo code TRUMP. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, Cody Johnson here. When people come to my shows, I try to give it my all-out best. And part of that means looking my best in legendary Wrangler. That's why I'm proud of the Wrangler Cody Johnson collection. They're shirts that I personally helped design, and they're tailored just for you. And when the shirt says Wrangler on them, you already know it's going to be a hit. So check out the new Wrangler Cody Johnson shirt collection. Guaranteed you'll be singing their praises.
Wrangler, official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Everybody salute! Flag Topper is here. And this year's Whataburger theme flag is the talk of the town. Go to 1053thefan.com/events to find out where you can get your 2024 flag. Proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio and Whataburger. Get a flag, Tolos, from 1053 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. NFL News today coming up at 3. Then at 3:20, we're going to talk to Chip Brown, the longtime Longhorns reporter and insider, about what's going on in Austin this afternoon, anticipating Utah and Georgia tomorrow evening. Here's Wolchuk with the biggest L and a biggest dub.
Yes, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories, maybe some L's along the way? Because it's time for biggest L, biggest dub. Take it away, British Ian.
Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big dub. Dak Prescott. He posted a photo announcing the engagement to his soon-to-be bride-to-be, Sarah Jane Ramos, along with their daughter MJ. And that's
congrats.
Yeah, big time congratulations to Dak. He's on the bye week, going on a little family vacation, get the engagement out of the way. Maybe this was done a long time ago and they just now decided to post it. But either way, congrats to Dak as he continues to grow his family.
Is there somebody on the team that should try and talk him out of it as a true friend?
I'm sure you always need that person. You were doing that for me.
Yeah. But see, if you say, "Hey, thanks for doing it," I did my job. But
you did.
But you're making your own decision.
You've always got to have that one friend, even if the friend's like, "Hey, I think you guys are great together."
Yeah.
I just have to do my due diligence and just, like, are you sure? Are you sure?
Are you sure about this? Yeah. Are you sure? I wonder.
You offered to fly us to Vegas and everything. You were like, "Dude, just get away."
I tried to get you and I to go to Arizona.
You did. That would have been incredible.
Who on the team would go up to Dak and tell him, "Man, you really want to do this?" Who would that guy be? You think?
Zeke.
You think Zeke? There you go.
That's
Lucius.
the only guy who's going to listen to it at this point.
That's a good point.
It would have been
Lucius,
Zeke.
you did it right.
And maybe if Lyle Collins was still around, he would have been the other guy. Don't you think?
He gone?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it gets to be a lonely life as the quarterback.
Romo learned that.
You think it'd be CD?
Yeah, but before too long, it's you and a bunch of young guys.
Yeah,
might be one other geezer they keep on the team with you.
I don't think Zeke would talk him out of it. I think Zeke would be up for the party.
Yeah, he would. Wait a second, what? Best man? Let's do this.
Bachelor party? Let's go. Yeah.
Tad will be the best man there.
Let's go on the fishing boat.
Takes a special kind of friend to have that level of.
It does.
Friendom.
Yeah,
and accountability. And the right person.
He's seen Dak at his absolute worst, though, too.
Yeah, I'm sure they both have.
Dak's kind of Dak's a go out the back door guy, and Zeke's a go out the front door guy.
Yeah.
Zeke's a throw a guy out the front door guy.
Kind of when you get in trouble, kind of go out the back door.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I like the clarification.
Yeah.
Big dub for Mizzou fans. Okay. They got an early 11 a.m. kick Central Time. Starting an hour and a half before kick, beer is going to be sold at the low price of just $3.
Where?
In Mizzou.
Oh,
they got it on the low.
This is to try and get the fans rowdy and ready to go for an early
Here
kickoff.
you go, guys. We're only going to mark this up 250% for the final 90 minutes before kickoff.
I mean, honestly, compared to what they usually sell it for, which is like $8.
Roll some kegs out, okay? Let's get this done.
Yeah, why don't you just give away dollar beer or something if you really want to get it rowdy?
Sponsor it.
Yeah, well, exactly. There we go.
Can't do that, can we?
No, probably not.
Probably not.
Liability.
Because it's a liability. Some kid falls out of the second deck.
Yeah. So they're trying to get people there in Mizzou pretty lubricated, ready to go for their early kick. And I think a big dub's in store for Bevo.
Wait a minute. Like 11 a.m. just completely hammered.
Oh, yeah. Mostly on camping trips.
I did that in Lubbock when I went.
But sometimes at football games.
I've done that for NASCAR, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's like getting up and start drinking at 6 and having some Dawson's powdered donuts along with it.
I mean, I was pretty. I was feeling good before Texas OU when I went a few years ago, and then
were you drunk at the game?
I was, but by the time halfway through the first quarter, I'd sweat the whole thing out.
How could you be drunk at that game as much walking as you have to do?
Because you walk and drink a beer, you walk and you drink a beer, and you walk and then you drink another beer, and then you walk into the stadium.
Then you take a leak.
Yeah. No, at the 1928 urinals.
Yeah, you could sober up on your way waiting for the urinal. That's also true there, Brian. There is a ridiculous mass of humanity there. Big dub for
Never again.
Bevo. Yeah, I know you're not going back.
Never again.
Bevo scared Uga so bad during their encounter at the Sugar Bowl a couple of years ago. Uga's not traveling this time. He's not going to go to Austin tomorrow for the game. Dog hasn't been on a plane, hasn't been on a bus. He's really young and immature, and they've got a new 2-year-old bulldog. They're like, we don't want to deal with this one. And Bevo scared the crap out of our last one, so they're going to keep Uga at home.
Hey, Lucius.
Yo.
You're like a rancher type guy.
I mean, you know.
Okay, Bevo, you know what? Do cattle naturally jump over, if they see like a little strip, jump over it thinking it's a cattle guard? Because every time I've seen Bevo come on the field,
if it's trained that way,
he jumps over the little strip. I was wondering if it's a natural for cattle.
If it's trained that way,
because I've seen
like a
cattle
horse breaking a horse. Just if you train that way.
I've seen clips of cattle jump over little strips when it's not really a cattle guard.
Yeah.
But they just naturally, I didn't know if that was something. But Bevo always kind of does this little hop over like where the drainage is at the field. He kind of does this little jump over. thing.
All that beef.
And I was just kind of thinking,
All
maybe
that
did they
beef.
train him to do that, or just cattle naturally jump over little strips of they think that might be cattle guard? I don't know.
I like your theory, Brian. I think it's a cattle guard hop.
Yeah.
Cattle guard, because you
Cattle
watch him,
guard
he'll come on the field, he'll
here's
hop,
Bevo.
he'll
Yeah.
hop onto the field.
That's a well-behaved.
It is a nice jump cut, showing
Yeah.
off his athleticism for the scouts, maybe.
I mean, that's not
There's
something.
no way in hell I could hold on to that thing.
What, Bevo?
No.
Oh, absolutely.
That
not. You need
Ralphie
help.
at
With
Colorado.
your bad shoulder? Heck no.
Oh, that buffalo?
Ralphie would
That
drag
buffalo
me.
is crazy.
Ralphie would, I would be
Buffalo is
running,
amazing.
blow a hamstring, then fall into the turf, right shoulder
yeah.
on fire.
Now, that'd be a fun mascot brawl.
You'd be looking like Don Zimmer out there.
like Chiefs talking about, like, Broadus, get up, and I really can't get up.
No,
you
you
know,
can't.
kind of laying on the floor.
And you got to wear boots and jeans.
I fell and I
belt
can't get
buckle.
up.
Yeah.
Start shirt, and you got to just sprint with a buffalo behind your back. Yeah.
There's no way. I'm falling. The first 2 minutes that thing takes off, I'm falling.
Oh,
Man.
could you have pulled that off at 20?
No.
Wow.
There was never an athletic five.
No, I was horrible. All I could do was deep snap. I'd snap the ball and get crushed.
It was over.
That was all. Man, I couldn't even cover. Are you
Did
kidding
they
me?
change
They
the
didn't even
rule where-
protect you back in the
No.
day.
Yeah, you can't
hell
cover the
no.
long snapper.
No, that you got mauled. That John Hand at Alabama. And no, these guys mauled you. They didn't care. Like, I had a guy one time, he was like, man, I'm coming right over, he was like cussing, I'm coming right over your ass and all that. And my Eric Andelsek, my guards.
Right, come on, this is a family show, dude.
You out of control today, bro.
I'm just saying,
You're wild.
over the top.
You are just doing the most.
Yeah, but anyway.
What's that masterpiece of the week?
Oh my God!
Over the top.
It's football.
Zeke is a backdoor guy.
He's back. The front door's open too.
I'm more backdoor guy
What the
myself.
hell's happening here?
What?
Going off the damn rails.
But I'm
Talking
just
about being
saying-
drunk at 11 a.m. and here's where we end
But
up.
just saying that, it might.
This is crazy.
All right, carry on.
Yeah,
carry on.
Yes.
But you can't tell football stories because I can't tell football stories the right way. I have to use football terms. And
Well, if you would
football-
have had that alone, you would have been okay. But it's the other stuff prior to this. You created a folder. This segment, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, talk about HR, Brian. Biggest L girlfriend and I broke up about a month ago from the 469. Biggest dub, we talked it out and are serious about working through our issues.
That's not okay.
That sounds like a double L. 972 Biggest L must be that Ravens fan who recorded himself punching out Washington fans and said he never loses. Lost his job the next day, and now there's a warrant for his arrest. Absolutely, that's a big L. Also, big L for Jake Cutler today. He faces DUI and weapons charges.
Oh,
no.
You think he had a
not
cigarette in
good.
his mouth when they pulled him over?
Yeah, he was arrested after a traffic crash, and now he's facing 4 different charges. Was driving under the influence, possession of a handgun while under the influence, failure to exercise due care to avoid a collision, and implied consent. So a rough morning there.
So he
for
crashed
Smoking
into
Jake
a
Cutler.
crash?
He crashed. He was
Crashed
probably
out,
crashed.
that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a big time crash out.
Hopefully, all's going to end well, that goes well, or however you say that. But when you're drinking,
well that ends well.
How do you say that?
When you're drinking, all your firearm protection laws go right out the window.
Oh.
Well, they found
you forfeit
another
those.
firearm once they searched the vehicle, so there were 2.
Oh man, that's tough.
Oh wow.
Okay, NFL news today coming up next. Chuck, what else do you have in store for us?
Yeah, how easy is it to defend this Cowboys defense? Sad stats and potential trades. That's next.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What an incredible finish. Now we have a series. We actually have a winnable series for the Guardians if Class A can once again be Class A. My man, they need you to be that dude. They're not here without that dude. But right now, you're not that dude. Be that dude. Emmanuel, I'm Jim Rome.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? That's right, the 5 Ps. These can be applied to most every area of your life, but it's especially true for you and your money. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many years ago when I was a young man in the Marine Corps, I learned about the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Now, you can't control what's happening with the stock market, but you can control how you plan for it. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have been helping our clients with the 5 Ps for years. We have hearts of teachers and will never complicate by using financial jargon. Our fee structure is transparent. The more you make, the more we make. The majority of our clients come from other financial advisors. Isn't it time for a second opinion to allow Trajan Wealth to help you with the 5 Ps too? Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Imagine owning your own ranch in Texas. Hello, this is David with Diamond J Properties, inviting you to our one-day land sale. Our land sale is tomorrow, October 19th, where you can get 2 to 20 acres starting at $59,900. That's right, 2 to 20 acres of pristine land starting at just $59,900. Just 90 minutes from Dallas. These properties are unrestricted. It's your ranch and your rules with no HOA. These properties feature roads, internet, power with towering hardwoods, and access to the owner's private lake. This land sale is one day only. This one-day land sale is tomorrow by appointment only. Call now to book your private showing. 214-307-9248. That's 214-307-9248. Call today, 214-307-9248. Don't miss your opportunity to own your own ranch. Call now, 214-307-9248. 9248.
The best moments in life are when we congregate with our friends and share our favorite things. This fall football season, share your favorite bottle of Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey with your friends every game day. Some like to sip Sagamore neat, but every once in a while, I like to crack open the bartender recipe book and find something perfect for the mood. There's no better drink than the Sagamore Spirit Rye Old Fashioned. Start with this American rye whiskey, dash of bitters, orange peel, and a sugar cube, and a splash of club soda, and you and your friends have kicked off the night just right. Pick up a bottle today and enjoy Sagamore Spirit Rye's sweeter, more approachable rye whiskey. Savor responsibly.
Hey, Tolos, you have new friends in the car business. That's Matt Lero and Mark Welch over at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Why are they your new friends? Well, how about 0% APR for up to 60 months on all remaining 2024 Mazda models, excluding the Mazda MX-5 Miata. This is Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation Show, and I recently met with Matt Lero and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Arlington. There's tons of new inventory. Our friends Matt and Mark will take care of you when you tell them Zach sent you. So next time you think automotive, think Tolo, and call Matt Lero and Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Arlington.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington at Hearst Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Chip Brown talking UT and Georgia is now just 20 minutes away. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. And in 1 hour, Jarrett Bell, USA Today NFL reporter here, talks some Cowboys at the bye week. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Well, Broncos got it done last night in Thursday Night Football, but the Saints suffer just another injury. I mean, this team has just had so much bad luck ever since their fans stormed into AT&T Stadium and they demolished the Cowboys. And then the following Monday, they're like planting the flag at midfield of the Cowboys' little practice football field outside the Star. You know,
Tostitos Plaza.
All of a sudden, it's like things are not going their way. And the latest is local product, DFW kid, Saints cornerback Paulson Adebo is out for the season after surgery on a broken femur, which he suffered last night in the game. So, man,
That is a very tough injury to pull off on a football field.
Yes. So he left. He had to get carted off in a vacuum cast. And Dennis Allen said surgery went well. Going to be a lengthy recovery. It's going to cost him the season, but the surgery did go well. So that's a good sign. Now, Derek Carr's been out with an oblique injury. They're eyeing a Week 8 return for him. But, just thoughts and prayers right now with Black and Gold B, legendary Toto. I'm sure we'll hear from him.
Oh, he's got to be in a brutal place right now.
Bad place.
Yeah,
and he was hyping himself up like they had a chance to win last night.
Yeah, you get that little tease of something that's possible. You see your team play great. It takes a while to totally get it out of your system. That's just not who they were.
No, it's tough. I've been there many, many times myself, and it'll probably happen. Like Lucius said earlier, what if they beat the 49ers? What the hell if they beat the 49ers? You guys kidding me? Are you kidding? What if they go into San Francisco and beat the 49ers?
Might be the greatest post game ever.
Hey,
it's going to be amazing.
Just had to get Blandon Micah back.
That's all it is.
Look like the Cowboys and turn it around, boys.
You know what? Jerry's right. We're football idiots. We don't know a damn thing.
I'll hang up and listen to your thoughts.
Jerry, I love you. But I don't know. Yet, hey, just if. But I get it. That's part of being a fan. Now, the Saints did match the Cowboys, actually, for an NFL record of futility. Saints now are just the second team to open a season with 2 wins by 20 points or more. Only to immediately follow that 2-0 start with a 5-game losing streak. Only other time that's happened was in 1965 when the Cowboys actually started pretty damn hot that season. They beat the Giants 31-2. Then they beat Washington 27-7. Then they lost 5 straight, dropped to 2-5, but they rebounded. They went 5-2 over the final 7 weeks, finished 500 at 7-7. All right, I don't know if that's going to happen for the Saints. This is bad. Chris Olave's been hurt. Cesar Ruiz has been out. Rashid Shaheed got hurt. Eric McCoy, their center's out for the year. Taysom Hill's missing time. The injury list for them just gets longer every single week. But you're so right, Brian. Like the team, the Cowboys got demolished by week 2. We're like, holy crap, Clint Kubiak, you're the man. This team seriously could be a contender in the NFC.
They've scored like 71 points in the last 5 games.
Now they're looking like
that,
probably going to have a top 10 pick.
Yeah. Dennis Allen probably fired.
Yeah, life comes at you fast in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Crazy.
This is amazing news. Ricky Pearsall is expected to debut against the Chiefs for the 49ers.
How about that?
This is less than 2 months after suffering a gunshot wound that just missed like a big-time artery in his chest. So John Lynch hinted today he's got a chance to suit up against Kansas City. Either way, a miraculous story, and to see him back on the football field. Same thing with Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb's going to play. That was official today. Another guy coming off of a massive knee injury. But, I mean, this one, a gunshot wound to the chest. Holy moly.
Man, that's amazing. Maybe even more impressive than Brian Robinson, who somehow got shot through the knee and played that season. I think that's 2 stories like in the last 3 years of dudes getting shot one way or another and being able to play that season. It's amazing that a bullet can fly through you and leave you relatively unscathed.
It is. It's incredible. Now, Jonathan Taylor's not going to be playing for the Colts. Shane Steichen ruled him officially out, so if you're a fantasy owner, you need to make note of that. Anthony Richardson's been cleared to start on Sunday. Now, I'm not going to say that he's playing because we thought he was playing last week. Then all of a sudden it was Joe Flacco who started. I am wondering a little bit if they really think inside that building right now, just where they are in their careers, Joe Flacco gives them a better opportunity to win than Anthony Richardson does. But if you're a Colts fan, you got to see what you got in this kid, man. You need to put Anthony Richardson out there. That's also a team that I don't think they're probably not going to make the playoffs. Maybe they can compete for a wild card spot.
I appreciate what you've done, Joe Flacco, but I've got to figure out.
You got to go back to Richardson here.
Yeah,
you got to play the kid.
Well, how many games has he played? I mean,
it seems like everyone he plays,
getting
he gets
close.
hurt.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got to give him maybe 15, 20 games before I'm sure.
Yeah, you got to put him out there, man. Now,
Mike, but we can get there. We have another 4 years or another 2 years left before we have to, make that 5th year decision.
Yeah.
So
they've got control of them, that's for sure.
If I feel like we can make the playoffs with Flacco, I might decide to let Richardson watch for a while.
It's amazing, Joe Flacco. He's doing it at a high level. Mike Tomlin has said that he is decided on a starter, but that decision is going to remain in-house. So no starting announcement for the Steelers. George Pickens didn't get that memo. Mm-hmm. George Pickens told everybody in the locker room that Russell Wilson's going to make the start. He said, yeah, we've been getting on the same page after practice, throwing more than usual because this is his first start. said George Pickens to the media. So, I mean, this is just another indication. Mike Tomlin's trying to play coy, little gamesmanship here. George Pickens is like, Coach, whatever, dude. We know Russ is starting, and I'm not going to hide it from anybody.
Yeah, you got to take a look at what that might be. You know, I think everybody is going to like Justin Fields more than Russell Wilson. You know, I think right now, though, the Steelers are in a fortunate spot where they haven't had Russell Wilson play and then not be accountable for his mistakes. So Russell's likable for now until he goes out there and fails and, you know, then does his thing. But it'll be interesting to see because I do have a lot of respect for that Steelers team. And if they can get credible quarterback play, I think they're one of the few teams that could.
Man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they find a quarterback again, they're right back in there for contending in the AFC every year to possibly go to the Super Bowl like they were with Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
They're well coached. They've always got a good defense. They just don't have a quarterback right now. And they could use some more talent out wide. I mean, Jordan Lewis, we know how they feel about George Pickens. Now, 817 said you have 86% chance of surviving and thriving after a gunshot. That's Holton PD cop.
Wow.
Yeah, 86% chance.
Thriving?
Thriving. It's got to depend on where you get shot, though.
Like it's healthy for you. Like, man, you need it. You get a shot, bro. You get a boost.
Yeah.
Like it's hip-hop or something. I got shot 5 times. Platinum album coming soon.
Got a new lease on life.
Bet payoff?
Get shot?
Bet payoff, get shot. You're going to thrive after that, bro.
If I'm telling you get shot and now your hip's thriving afterwards, Gavin, would you take that?
Would you shoot me in the shoulder?
Yeah, and now you're showing full health.
The right shoulder.
Not only full health, bro,
yes.
you're going to be thriving.
Nothing more than a 9mm, but let's dance.
All right, let's do it.
100% heard conversations like this when I was in the Navy with guys that not want to go on tour.
Yeah.
100% heard conversations.
Shooting the calf.
I heard this, bro.
Yeah, shooting the foot.
This is deja vu.
No, not the foot, not the calf. I don't know where you'd want to take the shot.
I don't know either.
You want to get grazed like in the hamstring area, I think.
Just merely a flesh wound.
How about in the butt?
No ligaments, no tendons. You want to go through a fleshy, like you through your belly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll get shot in the belly.
You want to get gut shot?
Right through the belly. Right through the fat in your belly.
No.
Gut, bro.
You don't shoot in the gut.
Lucia said no.
You don't have thick enough fat if you can't imagine what I'm talking about.
I do, but you don't.
But what about all those intestines and stuff? You might have to get intestines removed.
You want it sideways.
Oh.
Like I'm saying.
Boom. Okay.
Shoot me in the rear.
Yeah, right through the blubber.
Tissue.
Yeah, shoot me in the butt, bro.
Yeah.
Let's go.
No, you're right. Probably the butt. Yeah. Because the gut, if it accidentally takes a right turn into your intestine, you're done ski. You know, you're looking at
There's a lot of
sepsis
risk
within 2
involved
hours.
with that one. We don't want that. We don't want
What
that
are we
happening.
talking about here?
You
Getting
just never
shot.
know. It's just it's a football Friday.
Yeah,
You never know.
two football players have been shot and returned to the team within
hell,
a couple
Tank
of months.
Dell got shot in the leg too. We can make it 3.
That's right. That's 3.
Boom.
It's happening like one a year. These guys are amazing.
America.
Damn right. We got to be prepared. All right, Eagles have ruled out tight end Dallas Goedert with a hammy. Offensive tackle Jordan Mailata also has a hammy. They're out ski for Sunday against the Giants. Maybe you get a Giants upset there against the Eagles.
It would be a giant upset.
It would be. Okay, Max Crosby. I mentioned you don't think so? No, it's pretty.
I think they can beat them.
Dawson picked the Eagles. We have a chance.
One special teams play, one turnover.
I bet you took the Commandos.
Eagles can't score enough. They're pathetic. I've been
no. If
you're denying me my victory lap on calling Jalen Hurts for multiple years.
No. We are not denying you. We propped you up on a pedestal. We gave you all your flowers.
Not what it
for
felt
that.
like.
What?
Not what it felt like.
You take the floor. You want a victory? Go ahead.
I told everybody Jalen Hurts couldn't play. You know, he was a running quarterback with an amazing offensive line, 2 number 1 wide receivers, and you're like, no, you're in denial. There's no way Dak's better than him. I'm like, dude, Dak's better than him every day of the week, twice on Sunday. And you guys were like, no. Look at Dawson making up stuff about football again. I think that's exactly what Brian said.
I did.
Dawson.
Thank you.
What did I say again?
There goes Dawson making up stuff about football.
There goes Dawson making up stuff about football.
Hadn't scouted a day in his life.
Hadn't scouted a day in his life.
Scout Gavin
What else I
rides
say?
again. Yeah.
What else I
and you know,
say?
when we had this conversation previously, I also gave you credit for Terrence Steele. I think you're right about that too.
Thank you.
That was 6 plays. That's all it took.
That was amazing.
Yep.
All right, I can relax now.
Scout Dawson.
Does that feel better? Was that therapeutic?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Thank you.
Now, the Crosby trade stuff, this is getting a little spicy, okay? Yesterday, I mentioned that the Bull Cut said that, no, I'm not trading by any means Max Crosby. Well, listen to Crosby talking with Crunch Time Sports yesterday at his locker.
Crunch Time.
He might be open to a trade.
I'm not here to rebuild. I'm here to win. So, I don't know whatever that means. But yeah, I'm here to win now, and wherever I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be here to win. So that's all that matters to me. I'm not here to rebuild. I'm here to win.
Keep doing that.
I know I hate when that happens and like I can't take it off the audition thing. Okay.
Are you saying you're not very good at your job?
No, this isn't a me problem. This is an audition.
Gator.
Oh.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with me.
I thought maybe you had something to do with this.
No, I can't take responsibility. I'm not very good at the job, Brian, but this, not my fault. Max Crosby was talking about how he got the Raiders tatted on him. This was like 2 weeks ago.
Ooh.
He's like, I've got this tatted on me.
He's got a
Like,
million tats on
I'm
him.
not going anywhere. Like, this means a lot to me. Now he's talking about, I'm going to be here to win, so that's all that matters wherever I'm going to be.
He looked up tattoo removal.
I think he's very open now to being traded. He sees the writing on the wall, looks around. Devontae Adams is gone. We don't have a quarterback here. Antonio Pierce might get bleep can. Brady's here. What the hell is he going to do? He's got 5% ownership. They're acting like he's the new owner. He's the shot caller here. Maybe I do want to get the bleep out of here. And all of a sudden I look across the way and Detroit's got an opening. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun over there. I mean, salute to Max Crosby for staying positive, right? This is like a dream employee for managers. Like, he has been in a horrible, underperforming environment, and he never got a bad attitude.
No.
I mean, the guy got a tattoo 2 weeks ago. I wouldn't have been able to make it through year 2 before I was like, get me the hell out of here. There's no way in age. Have you seen our owner, Mark Davis? We're not winning. They hired Gruden out of the TV booth a couple of years back.
They've brought in Mike Mayock, too.
What the hell? He's just now realizing it. I think maybe an agent or a family member was like, Max, we need to let you know. This
What's
is
going on here?
It's not good.
I can't believe you have a problem with my son.
He just needs a better barber, man. Tell Dak to go to the barber shop. Mark, you got to do something with that bowl cut, bro. That is not a good look. Now, Zadarius Smith is also intrigued by the idea of maybe going to the Lions. Zadarius Smith, who played with the Packers, played with the Vikings, and now is a member of the Cleveland Browns. He was asked about trade rumors. He said, that's not my decision. I would rather you ask them to see what that would be. But he said he hates the injury happened to Hutchinson, a guy that was on his way to get Defensive Player of the Year possibly. That's a big loss. But if I was to go to Detroit, I would like it because I get to play Green Bay twice a year and the Vikings twice a year. So, yeah, that'll be big. That could also be an option for the Lions. It's amazing. You start winning. You build a culture over there with Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
Everyone's
nobody
like
wanna go to
Ben
Detroit.
Johnson. They're running offensive linemen on 11 routes during the. They're like everyone around the league. Oh yeah, I think I'd like to go play for those guys over there.
It's crazy. I've never seen him talk about it so openly.
Zadarius Smith, add him to the list. Now Byron Murphy, local kid, DeSoto, stand up. Texas Longhorn as well. They're taking on the Falcons. Seahawks, Falcons, battles of the bird. Murphy's taking this personally. He said they passed up on me. That's their fault. That's a big loss for them. They're going to feel me on Sunday. He thought Falcons at pick 8 this year might take him. They didn't. He slides down the draft boards. Seahawks get themselves a steal. He's looking to take it out on Kirk Chains and company in Atlanta. Watch out. You don't want to take off Mr. Murphy.
No. If I was Kirk, I'd be like, man, the GM's upstairs if you want to go kick his ass.
I didn't want him to take Michael Penix either.
Hey,
dude.
see the old man with the red vest on? Go get him.
Dude, they told me they were going to take you too, bro. Like, hey, go ahead and tackle Penix Jr. during warm-ups. Go take him out. I don't need any of this. I don't want the smoke here with you.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Chip Brown talking Longhorns next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Frankels with you before we do that, though, because if you're hurt in a car or truck wreck, you're going to want to call the Frankels first. Mark and Scott Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They've been fighting for your rights for over 25 years. That's who we trust up here at The Fan. Called them in the Dawson household multiple times over the years. So, you should know Frankels are the best. How did they become the best? Well, they were before they were personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies. So they learned all their tricks and tactics that they used to deny your claim and get you to settle for less. And now they use that knowledge and experience to protect you and us. Okay, so trust the experienced, family-owned, highly awarded Franklin Frankel. They will put you first and get you the resolution that you deserve. Franklin Frankel, they make it easy from the free consultation to the first phone call. They'll handle everything with no out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. So if you or a loved one has been injured, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Sunday, only at Old Navy stores, get 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Yep, 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Score your cozy layers this Sunday, in-store only. Valid 10/20. Excludes clearance inactive.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save more at the pump. Earn 2 times the fuel points on your grocery purchase this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when you clip your digital coupon on our site.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See SportsCityToyota.com/blog for details.
Don't miss our tailgate event going on now at Sports City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. $29 down delivers any car on the lot. $29 down, get any car at or under $20,000 for less than $300 a month. Or get a new 2025 Toyota Camry for just $299 a month. Schedule a test drive at SportsCityToyota.com. Call us now, log on now, do it now at Sports City Toyota and SportsCityToyota.com. Don't miss our tailgate event.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at Zerez. How's that carpet look? Clean, environmentally safe, and healthy for your home? No and no. You got to get the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Great offer for you right now. 3 rooms, pre-treated, cleaned, and sanitized for $109, and then $75 off your air duct cleaning with the promo code DUCT75. Get ready for the spooky season. Eliminate all those dirt spots. Give them a call. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com.
Let's go, Dallas! Let's go!
Every moment, every touchdown, every yard is a reason to celebrate. If anyone knows that, Ciroc does. From the tailgate to the touchdown, Ciroc Ultra Premium Vodka makes game day a smooth one. And with flavors that never fumble, man, game day is an instant win.
This is Ciroc.
Made from fine French grapes.
Made for football.
Get Ciroc and Ciroc Vodka Spritz during the next Cowboys game.
Please drink responsibly. Ciroc Vodka, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new windows? Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, has the perfect play.
Thanks, Mike. Tolos. Get 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. You won't find a better deal.
Beat the summer heat and start saving today with Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And don't forget, a lifetime warranty is included on all our windows for peace of mind.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon.
Put a sheet on it.
Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you? Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
The key to unlock the next breakthrough in cancer research could be sitting in your driveway. Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. So when you're looking to get rid of your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat, why not donate it to Stand Up to Cancer? You can be a driving force in cancer research. Donate your car today. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com, the affordable, reliable protection for your home.
This Halloween, don't let real scares catch you off guard. Protect your home or business with DFW Security, your local smart security experts. Control everything from your phone and get alerts only for people or vehicles. Visit DFWsecurity.com for smart protection today.
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation. It's time to talk Longhorns and Georgia with Chip Brown here, longtime Longhorns reporter and insider. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is the victim of negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Yeah, covers the Longhorns for horns247.com. You can also hear him streaming on Texas Sports Unfiltered. They are from 1 to 3 every day, Texas time. Chip Brown, good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing wonderful, thank you. What was your show like today? Paint the picture for how energized the audience is for this big weekend.
Well, it's I think this is an enormous opportunity. I go back 60 years to Texas playing Arkansas in 1964 to find a game as big as this one. Texas was number 1, Arkansas was number 8, and Arkansas beat Texas. Texas had just won the national championship in 63. That, of course, was the Arkansas team with Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson. They beat Texas 14-13, and Texas won all the rest of their games that year. But Arkansas went undefeated and claimed the national championship. And Darrell Royal told me in 2000 that game still ate at him because he felt like that 64 team was one of the best teams he ever had. So, it's different now. Obviously, sports writers, picked the national champion of college football. Now you got this 12-team playoff. So could Texas lose to Georgia tomorrow night and still be in, playoff contention? Absolutely. But I think this is a critical moment in time. I think Georgia, their culture is a little off. I think, Kirby won back-to-back national championships, and then, you had all the speed racer issues out there, and it's not funny. I mean, there's now, 27 since January of 2023 that have happened. It just feels like something's off, and I think we're seeing it on the field with Georgia, but we also saw them play incredible, desperate football and coming back from 28-0 down at Alabama. After Carson Beck threw interceptions, plural, he, lit it up and threw deep ball touchdown passes and got them the lead with 2 minutes and change. And it was incredible. But then Jalen Milroe was, excuse me while I whip this out, and he throws it to Ryan Williams for a one-play game-winning touchdown drive ball game. But I just think, this is an unbelievable opportunity for Steve Sarkisian, who's trying to build a national championship program. He said, in February, I'm, quote, borderline obsessed with winning a national championship. And if I get one, I'm going to want 2. And this is his moment. Kirby's the top Saban assistant. He's got 2 national championships. Sarkisian's trying to get there. And this is a battle between 2 programs at the peak of their powers.
Hey, Chip, what has made Sark different from all the others? You've covered that football team a long time. I thought you were going to tell me you were there at the 64 game, talking to Darryl Royal in the locker room with a cigarette in your hand and a bottle of Coca-Cola, something like that.
I wish. That sounds fun.
Sound like a lot of fun. But what's different? What's different about Sark as all the others that have come since?
Brian, it's his journey. I mean, this guy, obviously played the game, played at a high level, and then he, got on the fast track and coaching. He was a head coach at Washington at 33. He says now it was too much too soon. Then he gets the USC job, and we all know he crashes and burns in just like spectacular fashion in public at a pep rally. Sues USC after getting fired. Like he was the leper of college football. Nick Saban extends an opportunity, and Sarkisian gets back on his feet, like owes the guy his life. They're together right now. Saban's here for game day, so they're hanging out in the bubble. But Sarkisian's journey, and when he interviewed for the job, he said, here's how I'm going to build the program. We're going to get bigger in the trenches. We're going to get faster on the outside. And I'm going to coach culture. And that was, this culture. He has the team meet on Wednesdays during the summer, and they all tell their stories to each other over the course of weeks, to the point where every player tells his story to every other player on the team and every other coach. And Sarkisian starts it off by talking about his crash and burn journey and why he's so appreciative to be in this room with these guys and to, celebrate every day and don't get complacent, don't get arrogant, because when you do, that's when you take your greatest fall. And these guys have bought into it. And I think, Sarkisian knows it's a fragile fabric, and you're always trying to pass culture from one team to the next. It doesn't always work. He had 30 new players, and I think he feels like it worked. Like he got the culture to pass, and so I think this team is bonded. I know that sounds campfire and hokey, but that's what makes Sarkisian different. Like he's a flawed human who has a message that really resonates. Oh, and by the way, he's one of the best play designers and play callers in college football, and he hired, a really good defensive coordinator, because we all know if you're an offensive-minded head coach, you're going to be made or broken by your defensive coordinator. Just, like the defensive-minded head coaches are made or broken by their OC. So I think Sarkisian's been, it's been fascinating to watch, because you had the arrogance and the hubris of Tom Herman, and he burned bridges everywhere here, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him, even though he was winning. And then you bring in Steve Sarkisian, who's got this, I know how lucky I was and how appreciative I am. And so I think it's interesting, and they're talented.
Getting set for Texas, Georgia with Chip Brown here on 105.3, The Fan and the G-Bag Nation. Isaiah Bond, what's his status looking like? And I think the matchup that I've seen where Georgia could have an advantage in this one would be Carson Beck versus the Texas secondary. Is that one where maybe you're also looking at, okay, Texas maybe could be at a disadvantage here, or are you more high on the secondary than others?
Yeah, so I'll start with Isaiah Bond. He's going to be available. He was upgraded from questionable to probable last night, and I don't think he's going to be, full strength, but I think he'll be out there. I like Ryan Wingo in this game. Big number 5, freshman receiver, most explosive receiver on the team. But then, let's see. The secondary. Yeah. So they have not played anybody offensively. Michigan's defense, totally legit. Quinn Ewers looked great in navigating that defense. As far as the Texas defense, the highest scoring offense they've faced is Mississippi State at number 71. Everyone else is below that. So it's easy to say, they have not been tested. And I think Carson Beck has gotten some rhythm with his playmakers. I think it's going to be a really good test because we saw Georgia against Alabama. They got some guys loose for big play touchdowns. Texas has not given up explosive plays this year. I think Andrew Makuba coming in from Clemson, and the fact that Michael Taft from Westlake, and Jade Barron, the boundary corner, who went to Pflugerville Connolly, all trained together in high school under a trainer named Bam Blake. And I think those guys developed a bond, starting then, that is now really helping this secondary communicate. They're just not making the mental errors that they have. And so I think they're ready for the test. I think this is a much better pass defense than the one that was ranked 113th at the end of last year, giving up, 254 yards a game.
Chip, I got to cover a lot of high school football, and it seemed like in DFW, up until the last handful of years, like Oklahoma, Texas A&M, they would do a better job of recruiting DFW than Texas was doing, and that has certainly changed. When you look at that Texas roster, Malik Muhammad, Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, heck, John Tate Cook, who's not seeing the field much, but the list goes, Quinn Ewers, the list goes on and on.
Quinn Ewers, Quintravian Wisner.
Right, absolutely. How much has that really helped build this program by getting back and making an emphasis on recruiting DFW?
Enormous. Jeff Banks, one of the best recruiters in college football, made that a priority, and Sarkisian made it a priority. Banks had been at A&M. He knew how critical that area was and how, sort of I don't want to say flippant, but kind of flippant. Tom Herman, like Charlie Strong, I don't know. He got Malik Jefferson out of the DFW area, but I look at Sarkisian and Banks, and they've just gone straight in there and pulled out. My God, Anthony Hill, and the fact that they just inserted Leonga Lafau as middle linebacker so they can move Hill around for the very first time against Oklahoma, and Hill finishes the game with 11 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and a forced fumble. Like, if that's the return on investment for that move, Anthony Hill may be making his case Saturday night for the Butkus, the Nagurski. So, yeah, the DFW talent is enormous on this team. Colin Simmons leads the team in sacks. Quintravian Wisner's kind of become the go-to running back. Quinn Ewers from South Lake. So, I think the big question is Quinn Ewers. He did not look right against Oklahoma. And he was asked on Monday, okay, were you feeling any lingering effects from the abdominal strain? And he said, it felt a little different, but nothing drastic, which can be code for, yeah, I was feeling something. So, I think that's the $1 million. If you get elite Quinn Ewers, I expect to see the Quinn Ewers that was at Michigan, that was at Alabama last year. But if he's still, feeling it, then, Steve Sarkisian's going to have he might have a decision to make. They were good enough last week. They kind of stopped throwing deep. They kind of just stayed with the 5 and 10 yard stuff, and they won 34-3. But Carson Beck wasn't the opposing quarterback.
Enjoy this historic weekend, Chip. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you soon. There he goes, Chip Brown, Horns247.com, longtime Horns reporter and insider. He's dialed. He's hardwired into that football team, isn't he? Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. What's in store today, buddy?
Yeah, I got some questions for my guys on a Friday. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, Sean is back. Jared Sandler will sit in with us for the entire show. Nick Eatman joins us at 9:20, and we've got a Dane Cook Expressway ticket giveaway. It's a Monday on The Fan.
Howdy, folks.
Rustle up your favorite people for the State Fair of Texas. With so many fun and tasty experiences, it's the most Texan place on earth. September 27th through October 20th. Get your tickets at bigtex.com.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to let you know that D&M Leasing's waiting for your phone call. If you want a new vehicle, call them right now and then get back to enjoying your weekend. Maybe you're stuck in a little bit of traffic. Right now is the perfect time to call D&M, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Of course, you're going to want to be safe and all that. But D&M has the most consumer-friendly lease on the market. It can save you all kinds of money on your monthly bills. And right now, there's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. Plus, the interest rates are coming down. So D&M has told me recently they're seeing some of the lowest payments they've seen on new vehicles in years. 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Just call them and tell them what you want. And the great thing about the Easy Lease from D&M is you don't have to go into the dealership and haggle or spend time on a lot, trying to pick something out. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything, so you can go home. You can go to a Friday night football game there in your town. You can watch all day tomorrow and Sunday. D&M will just deliver that brand new vehicle to you. You sign the documents on a smartphone app. Okay, it's so easy, and you save a bunch of money, and they give you access to whatever you want. Give D&M a call right now, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautaleasing.com.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and Specs brings the cheers. Ice-cold beers, team-lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You the man." And with Specs' largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to Specs for your game day needs. Specs. Cheers to savings.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Well, I do now. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match.
See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Struggling to keep your weight optimized, battling stubborn fat along your waistline? It might be your T levels. Optimizing with Men's T Clinic can get you on your way to reaching your weight and muscle mass goals, in addition to giving you the drive and focus you have been missing, or help you tackle pain that's been holding you back. Get back to being you today. 5 convenient DFW locations, cash and insurance options available. Mention me for a complimentary in-body scan. Men's T Clinic is now offering Tirzepatide. Crush your weight loss goals with less or none of the common side effects of other medications. 5 convenient DFW locations, menstclinic.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Chris Arnold, here to announce the Dallas Cowboys High School Football Coach of the Week, brought to you by Whataburger. Congratulations to legendary coach Reginald Samples of Duncanville High School. Got you down.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hi there, it's consumer advocate Pete Thompson. If you've been told you need a new air conditioning system, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time experts for a free second opinion and learn the truth about your current system. TheOnTimeExperts.com. That's TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Hi, I'm former Dallas Cowboy Jason Witten for LifeGenics Institute in Dallas. LifeGenics is committed to your health with cutting-edge preventive care. Concerned about heart disease or cancer? LifeGenics Institute offers preventive CTs, MRIs, ultrasound, and more. Early detection can literally save your life. Go to LifeGenics.com to book the Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Special. That's LifeGenics.com.
Take control of your health with this limited offer. Book your Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Scan for only $169 at LifeGenics.com.
What a flag! What a flag! We paired those iconic Whataburger colors and logo with the G-Bag Nation, and she's a beauty. Find out how to grab your free flag at 1053thefan.com/events. Flagtober is proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Get your flag Tolos from the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, rocking and rolling here with you on a Football Friday. And it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Reliant as well for getting that done. Hey, Dawson, real quick on the things I made for lunch.
Yeah, the chili dogs.
The chili dogs. Was it? You said you really, really liked the chili.
Yeah.
What could I have done different on the corn dogs? 'Cause I made those from scratch.
Well, thank you for asking, by the way. One of the finest corn dogs I've ever had. Okay. Now, I prefer a premium dog.
The dog was okay.
You don't like the Hebrew National dog,
so
huh?
You didn't like the Hebrew National.
Nothing specific against the Hebrew National, just the budget dog in general. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can find more premium sausages. I'm with you on that. I do like a Hebrew National, but I think the sweetness that you had.
Yeah, it's the sugar. They actually, when you make, some people put brown sugar. In the batter for the to give this some, because it actually says you could put some just regular sugar in it, but some people say you put brown sugar in it to give it a little bit more color.
The flavor profile was outstanding. The corn dog component combined with the spiciness of the chili.
Yeah.
Again, one of the finest corn dogs I've ever
appreciate
had.
you saying. I knew you would tell me, but like I said, I think you could.
Could you char the regular dog?
Well, you can't. You could.
You think a brat would be a way to go?
I don't know, because you need them like thinner.
Yeah,
maybe an Earl Campbell hot link.
See, I'd say you'd have to cook it. You'd have to cook it and then try and put the. See, because what you do is you put the skewers on it. You put the skewers through it, and then dip the hot dog into the batter, and then immediately put it into the deep fryer.
Gotcha.
So that might not work with a real bratwurst or something like that.
No, you're right.
It needs to be encased.
Yeah. So,
but I thought it was fantastic. I mean, the only thing that's tough just for transportation purposes, but like the steam, so it loses a little bit of the crisp of the corn dog once you fry it. But
that's the problem.
That's not your fault.
I'm always dealing with that because when I bring it up here, it's like I want to serve it hot.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that.
But then in the steam in the container, and then the transporting thing always keeps it hot, and I need to work on that.
I think that's final level type stuff. If you want to get into a restaurant and like make food and 8 hours later have it seem like it just came off the deal,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard to store that
It
food.
is.
I always wonder how barbecue joints do that.
It was like every time I've done those, like for you guys that did the crab rangoons before, and they need to be really, really crisp, but then you transport them and they get, because the steam of
But the filling was still fire.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. Let's kind of get a little bit of a college flair to it today. No Cowboy game this week, but I want to ask you guys a few questions, if I could, about the college game. Not evaluations or anything like that, but more personal.
I had my scouts eye ready.
More personal things.
Okay.
I'll scout the hell out of them for you, Brian.
I know you will.
We'll get you on the
but
draft show.
I do appreciate your what you said about it. I'll get better on that hot dog. I promise you. All right. How about this one, Wooly Bully?
Yep.
Lucius, you could also play in this one if you want. If you want to. You don't have to if you want to. Nah. Guys, have a chance to get a field pass this week.
Okay.
Have a chance to get a field pass. Get to watch the game from the field.
Which game?
You pick in Georgia, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Or you pick in Alabama and Tennessee.
Where's that game?
That's in Knoxville.
I've heard Neyland Stadium rivals Death Valley at night.
It's pretty wild there.
The volume.
It is wild. And
Neyland's supposed to be an epic environment.
I'll say I could have picked Provo. I could have picked the BYU pass for you
tonight.
Yeah, tonight. But this weekend, I'm going with you. Have a field pass. You get to hang down there potentially.
I got it.
With Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah,
down there.
Well, plus Bennett's down there.
Yeah.
So I figure maybe we could call you and be like, "Hey, is there any way Bennett could give me access to something a little extra cool?" My drinking buddy.
He'll get you a cocktail.
Yeah,
he knows how to get cocktails. But if you could have the field pass, you're going to watch the two SEC games.
I have never seen a game at UT, so I gotta cross that off the bucket list.
Lucius, you're an alum.
Yeah, I'm going down there to UT situation because the college game day is going to be out there.
Right.
Yeah, all the hoopla.
Yeah.
6th Street. It's going to be some fights.
Biggest game in 60 years. That shit, bro.
There's going to be some fights, bro.
So, but Lucius, okay, you're going full gear because you're an alum.
Yeah, I'm going all the way out there.
Well,
I don't owe any money anymore. How about that? Let's just say that.
Lucius, would you? Let me ask you this, Lucius. Your college football fan, because you're an SMU fan too. You'll pony up. You'll pony up every.
I like them.
If the Ponies were playing a big time game this weekend, or your Longhorns, say the Ponies are playing over here at Ford Field, big time game. Maybe they're playing.
I'm going to go see the Ponies over the Longhorns. 100%.
Really?
Yeah, I like that vibe. I like how they went inside the city and started getting the top talent right here in their city.
I like what you're doing.
And they switched that brand up, and it was all triple D's. It was like, yo, we're the hometown team over here. I like that vibe.
I like what they're doing there.
Yeah.
Too.
They did get a lot of talent going up there.
I think you're right about
Football
that.
team's all right
Roster's
too.
good.
I always thought that was a sleeping giant over there.
It clearly is.
I mean, I always kind of felt like I had a chance to. I wasn't smart enough to go work there. By the way, Phil Bennett wanted to hire me, and I didn't have a master's degree. If I'd had a master's degree, I'd have been able to get a job there.
I don't know if there's a coach that's been in more places than Phil Bennett.
Oh, Phil Bennett's been a lot of
Baylor,
places.
North Texas, SMU. I think he's covered the entire state.
I would have loved to go on and worked at SMU in recruiting over there.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been a blast.
All the rich friends you'd get.
Yeah, Wooly, are you interested in going to
wear
Knoxville?
some boat shoes. Yeah, you got to wear your collar up on your polos.
Yeah, pop that thing.
Yeah,
I think absolutely it's Georgia, Texas. I mean, it's all the talent that you're going to get to watch there when it comes to Jake Majors, the center, who's going to be a top pick, both quarterbacks, Ewers and Beck. I'm excited about Isaiah Bond. Gunnar Helm, the tight end there at Texas. The Starks, the safety at Georgia, is another guy to watch. Both offensive lines, Kelvin Banks.
The Senior Bowl guys, Nagy and them are going to be scouting
absolutely.
This thing out,
and I think there's going to be a big recruiting weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, if Texas has guys there that they're able to have come watch and they win, I mean, I'm signing on the spot type of. I mean, we're going back to the 60s against Arkansas from Chip Brown, their biggest game you've ever had at home. This is huge for the University of Texas. They can all of a sudden, you beat Georgia. They've been the bullies in the SEC, kind of taking over from Bama. Next thing you know, Texas can take that crown.
Yeah, this could be a signature win for Texas, and all of a sudden they're taking over the SEC. Dawson.
Yeah, what do you got, buddy?
Would there ever be a reason just to stay at a tailgate and not attend the game?
Absolutely. I've done it myself a couple of times.
Have you?
Yes. I think a time or two it involved a lady. And another time, it involved, cheaper beer.
Were you trying to like recruit the lady, or were you already there with the lady?
Was already there with the lady. Didn't have enough tickets to go in. She was staying, so I was staying. There's also, a bathroom type situation. If you've imbibed enough that you're going to be going back and forth from the seat to the restroom, maybe that stadium environment's not for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you've had enough to drink and it's too much, to be that in public. There's all kinds of great reasons. You could have a heater back at the tailgate. It could be a November game. You're in the north. It's colder than hell in the stadium. Back here, we're all right. There's a lot of good reasons, Brian. I'm pro tailgate.
Lucius, any reason ever to be just stay at the tailgate, not attend the game?
If the pockets is looking funny,
yeah,
your boy ain't got that money, I'm gonna sit right there at the tailgate and eat the food and get blasted right there. You know what I mean? Instead of going in there and just have to call the bank later. Yeah, that wasn't me. Somebody picked up my card at the game.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I'm reporting fraud here, man.
Yeah, this is, I lost my card.
Wooly, is there ever a reason?
Yeah, I think if you don't really care too much about the game.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's a regular game.
It's just, it's
you got invited.
You've been invited.
Yeah.
You're just hanging out with some friends. Maybe it's you're going to visit some friends of yours in college. I think you definitely will have a better time, actually, at the tailgate. Like, I didn't want to leave. When I went to Arkansas, saw North Texas beat their ass there.
Yeah.
If it wasn't
the fake failed catch?
The punt.
Yeah.
If it wasn't North Texas and I really wanted to go see them win that game, I would have just stayed right there and continued to drink, play cornhole, eat. Like, it was an amazing time tailgating.
It's a killer hangout at Arkansas. Yeah. I've done that, too.
I kind of, I'm a big go into the game guy. But I agree with everything you guys say. I think food always will influence me.
Yeah.
If you give
they got a flat grill out there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If there's somebody that's manning the grill or cooking it up, and you just constant food is showing up, and I got my rocker chair that I sit with, my
you
camp
can still
chair.
watch the game there. They've got a TV.
Yeah, but you could hear the crowd.
Yeah.
You could hear it, but you could see it. And somebody like Lucius is saying is working the flat grill. And there's like beverages right there.
There's a section of the tailgate that's what they do.
I'd give up my ticket.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I tell you what, need to figure out how to get a bus. If you have a bus at a tailgate, that's even better.
Yeah.
That you could sit in there, like you said, you have to go use the restroom and things like that.
Got an RV, something like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of advantages to it, especially if the team's not that good.
There you go.
You're not missing much. Now, there's a historic environment inside.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss out on that. But anything short of
you
that,
might miss
I'm
a
good.
historic game.
Not going to miss a playoff game.
You're not going.
Don't want to miss a
final
historic
thing.
home run.
Final thing, real quick with you guys. Is Arch Manning going to bring Texas back in a game tomorrow?
Ooh, I love this question. You just heard Chip say, "Hey, Sark might have a decision to make." Like if Quinn Sark, and I don't think so. I think they're going to ride it out with Quinn. But I do think overall, Arch is the better quarterback.
Quinn's pretty dang injury prone. Arch better have it in him. That's all I got to say.
Lucius, your Arch Manning take you home tomorrow night.
Nah, I'm kind of nervous about that.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm being kind of nervous about that. Because if you go into them, there's a problem, buddy.
I got you. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Brian. Jarrett Bell's going to join us here in just a minute from USA Today. He is an NFL reporter. Had an interesting story about Jerry Jones referencing Dale Hansen and Brad Sham yesterday. And we're back with Jarrett here next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Let's talk my best buddies over at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Hiley Mazda of Arlington. Tolos, you're going to meet your new best friends in the car business as well. That's my dudes, Matt Lero and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Arlington. Why are they going to be your new besties? Well, how about 0% APR for up to 60 months on 2024 Mazda CX-5, CX-50, CX-90s? They got hatchbacks. They got the 2025 Mazda CX-70s. They're always pumping in tons of new inventory, and they've got over 30 years of experience in the business. So they're going to give you that extra touch of care. Make sure you tell them Zach Wolchuk sent you. Go ask for my buddies, Matt and Mark. They're here to take care of you for your next automotive visit. Think Tolos. Call Matt Lero and Mark Welch at Hiley Mazda of Hearst and Arlington.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. How about those Dodgers? Exactly what has gotten into this team? We have seen a lot of Dodger postseasons over the past decade plus, but none of them quite like this. Not even that bubble run had this kind of swag level, this kind of utter, total dominance. To be honest, even being here in LA, I'm a little blown away by this Dodger swagger. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, Total Wine & More has all your Halloween favorites at the totally lowest prices.
Economical.
Find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Martha was ready to switch to a career in IT.
There's always a need for IT specialists, especially with AI coming out and cybersecurity. It's practically recession-proof.
My Computer Career even provides job placement help.
The career specialists, they're very helpful. They care about you as a person. You're not just a number to them. I would recommend My Computer Career wholeheartedly to anyone.
Take the free career evaluation today. Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg. Hey, Tolos. Feeling low on energy, confidence, or focus? It's time to feel great again with Game Day Men's Health. This is not your typical clinic. They focus on your whole body with testosterone therapy, peptides, weight loss, and ED solutions. Enjoy quick, convenient appointments in and out in less than an hour. With 11 locations across DFW, visit GameDayDallas.com for a complimentary testosterone test and consultation. Mention the fan for 10% off your first treatment. That's GameDayDallas.com.
At Mochi Health, we understand that diet and exercise alone often aren't enough to help you reach your weight loss goals. Meet with a board-certified provider from the comfort of your home. No judgment, just real support tailored to you. We'll deliver custom-formulated GLP-1 medications straight to your door. No insurance needed. Ready to take the next step? Start with our free quiz today at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Bubba Thurman here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. We know heating and AC are essential to your home and your family's comfort. Now's the perfect time to upgrade your system. If you need costly repairs, this year might be the time to replace them. Trust the experienced team of Berkey's to get the job done right. Save up to $5,000 on a high-efficiency HVAC system from Lennox. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
Economical.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Football time is here, and that means it's time to get together with friends and enjoy the wins and the losses together. And just like football's better with friends, so is sharing a few sips of Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey. When the game's going great, the best way to celebrate, obviously high-fiving everybody in the room first, maybe a couple chest bumps here and there, and then pour a round of good American rye whiskey. Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey goes great with big wins and even better with friends. Keep Sagamore Spirit Rye in your bar for an everyday pour, but more importantly, for the biggest moments with your crew. Sagamore Spirit Rye, bourbon's older brother. Savor responsibly.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Home of the Cowboys. Headline in the USA Today from the columnist Jarrett Bell. Opinion, Jerry Jones should know better than to pick a media fight. He can't win. As Jarrett Bell, USA Today, joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good, man. Just getting ready for week 7 it is, yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy how fast this thing moves along, especially with the storylines this year. Perhaps none more surprising than Jerry Jones going after our morning show. Had you ever seen anything like this, Jarrett?
Yeah, you've seen people get ticked off and stuff. Yeah. It's just surprising because Jerry is so media savvy, and it can be so much fun for a show like that.
Yeah.
Or for any interview situation. So I think coming from him, I've seen him testy and ticked off before, but I went and watched it. I watched the podcast and I listened to it and checked it out after it made headlines, and looked like it was going pretty good for a minute, a few minutes at the top, and then I think his frustration came out. But as I wrote in the column, you can't take it out on those guys for asking the questions that were like totally fair,
Yeah.
So,
no, yeah. Do you think he feels defensive about how the team's just not very good?
Yeah, oh, totally. Yeah, because it all comes back to him. And, this narrative about them not winning, a championship or even getting to the championship game, first it was 5 years, then 10, 15, 20. It's been so many years. And they've had some really good teams during that time frame, obviously. But this one is different because, he made the whole proclamation during the offseason that they were all in, and seeing just kind of how last season ended and just not making the moves. That's the one thing I'll say that's kind of striking with the Cowboys is that they used to be, and Jerry used to be, the one that would go out and make some big splash deal. And it wasn't just for splash. You talk about Charles Haley, Deion Sanders. That was kind of part of their MO, and that really hadn't happened here in a while.
Jared, you know Jerry Jones very, very well. You've covered him a long time. Were you really surprised that he acted this way? Is this? It's so uncharacteristic as you met, but is the pressure really on him that much?
It's tough to get inside somebody's head all the time, but let's just go with what we've seen from Jerry over the years. He's a guy, and like you said, I've had a really good relationship with him for many, many years, and I've written things that he didn't like, and he'll say it, and so on and so forth. But he's always been a stand-up guy, and when things are not going well for him or for his team, especially, and that you go back, way back. From the time he walked in the door, and he was the guy that fired Tom Landry, right?
Sure.
Which he really didn't, but he did, and all of that. But the whole point being, he's always had thick skin. He's always been a stand-up guy. And so it's kind of like, okay, ask me the question. You may not agree with me. I think that, the national anthem situation a few years ago, that was a classic example where I know I sure didn't agree with him, and a lot of people didn't, but he didn't hide from what he felt his position, in justifying his position. So that's one example. But he's had, there's all these different things, the drama off the field and with certain players during the 90s and even since then. And he was always a guy who, you could at least say he's going to answer the questions, right? And there's a lot of teams in the NFL, when crisis hits, they go run and hide under the desk and close the door. And the Cowboys have never been like that. The Baltimore Ravens have been really good about that too when different things have come up. And I'm thinking, Ray Rice and Ray Lewis and stuff like that. Certain organizations, they say, okay, we'll take it on the chin and, we'll answer the questions as best we can. And so Jerry's always been that kind of guy. So from that perspective, that's why it was surprising because, he does these press conferences after every game and people are firing away at him in the moment, in the heat of the moment. And I know there's a lot of times when he just doesn't doesn't feel like it, it's embarrassing. But yeah, this one just in that moment, I don't know if it was like a 28-minute podcast or whatever, and it was kind of going to, item by item, which I thought was fair, and I'm just like, you do this thing twice a week, right? So it's not like you're not familiar with each other, talking about the hosts and with him, and you have dialogue, and there's been a whole lot of, lopsided losses lately, going back to the playoffs last year. So that was what was surprising because, the questions about what he did in the offseason, his moves, when he signed people, when he didn't sign them, all of that, that's kind of par for the course. So that was what was surprising. But it also wouldn't surprise me if moving forward, he gets back on those shows at your station and, you chop it up, like business as usual. That wouldn't surprise me either. It's almost what I'm expecting.
Jared Bell, USA Today, with us here on 105.3 The Fan. And I agree with you on that. We got a lot of texts and people wondering, could it be this is exactly what Jerry wanted, the mastermind here. Now we're talking about this exchange in the bye week instead of the root of the issue here, which is your team just had the worst home loss in the history of your ownership, and they're in a bad way at 3-3 going into the bye.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, and I've kind of gone both ways on that. Because we are talking about him and not talking about some of the holes and the root of the issues and all of that. But that's where the interview was trying to get at the other day. It's kind of like, hey, in the off season, you could have done this or that. And so maybe he is really defensive. The bottom line message in my mind is that it just really reflects the frustration that's going on. And it was bad energy. Just, those few minutes when he was, giving it back to the hosts and stuff. And so I can just imagine what it's like, behind closed doors with the Cowboys when things are not going, when they're going like this. But, it's a long season. Who knows what happens from here? But yeah, the questions are going to continue, especially if they keep losing in such, ugly fashion.
Jared Bell, USA Today, thank you so much for your time, sir. Enjoy Week 7.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Cheers. Yeah. There he goes. Thanks for having our teammates back. He did a heck of a job there in the USA Today. All right, we ran out of flags this morning at the Firehouse Tour in Denton. 2 chances to pick up your one-of-a-kind G-Bag Nation flag coming up next week on Thursday at Richardson Bar and Grill on East Campbell Road. And then Friday, it's a double fan broadcast, Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. Stop by anytime between 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you can grab your flag next Friday. We'll be there in Grand Prairie at Buffalo Wild Wings with the KMC Masterpiece. Man, I love some of the journalism that's being done around this story. David Moore of the Morning News criticized Jerry last night in a piece that was published.
It's surprising.
And today he did the top 10 mistakes that the Cowboys have made leading into this year. How did the struggling Cowboys get here, ranking the front office's off-season missteps? I mean, spelling it out for everybody. And, there's 10 pretty significant ones. I said yesterday, I think it's amazing that in the 90s, when Dale Hansen was covering this transition, and now you had Jerry Jones owner post Jimmy, they were highly critical of a lot of the things that we just accept as normal today as far as the logistics of how this thing runs. But, you just drill down on this year, and there's a number of things, that I think a lot of other teams just would not do. Number 10, allowing head coach Mike McCarthy to go into a lame duck season. It's amazing how Jerry Jones just can't stomach the idea of giving millions of dollars to somebody. That's like par for the course as a successful pro sports team or college sports team. You got to be willing to have coaches that you're giving millions of dollars to go away for. And for Jerry, it's like his pride and ego just won't let it go.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like when he did that and maybe some of the things that were going on with Dak and how hard it was to sign Dak, that he was on his way to clearing the decks.
Yeah.
And he might have been the plan. And then got talked into signing Dak very, very late. So it's but you're right. Jerry doesn't want to pay somebody not to do a job.
Number 9, letting Tyron Smith leave in free agency. I don't know. At the time, it seemed like a mistake for the price, but he's not playing that well. So that might have actually been a good decision collectively. We'll have to see how many games
I would
Tyron
have
plays.
made even before this year. And last year, Tyron, I think, played more games than any of us even thought that he would. But I don't disagree with that move.
Signing only one outside free agent, Eric Kendricks, who has a chance to start. I would say yes, unless you acknowledge that this is probably a soft rebuild. And I know they won't call it like that because Jerry Jones doesn't want to tell people to tune out. But I think if you think they're going through a soft rebuild, like not bringing many players back was the right thing to do because they have to get their cap in order one way or another. Number 7, letting Stephon Gilmore leave in free agency. Mistake or not, you guys? What do you say?
I would have re-signed Gilly personally. I thought higher of him than I think some others did, but I understand for the price maybe why that got a little too rich for them.
How about go ahead, Brian?
Yeah, do you feel like the corners are killing him right now? I mean,
I don't think it's good.
To me, I'm more concerned about Diggs than I really are with AO and guys like that.
Yeah,
who played on the other side.
I understand that. I think that
I understand what those guys are. I
just still think you'd be in a better position with Gilmore. Personally, you wouldn't have to be doing stuff with. And I'm with you on
Bland?
Diggs, but when Bland comes back and plays, sure, but he's hurt, right? Like Gilmore still would have been a great insurance policy.
What are you doing?
All of this?
What are you doing then? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to bully you or anything like that. But I'm just asking if Bland does come back, what do you do with Gilmore?
Well, then Gilmore, either you still play him outside and you can kick Bland inside for nickel situations, or Gilmore just doesn't see the field much. Or you could play him and bench Trayvon Diggs and send a little bit of a damn message if you wanted to.
Yeah, I have bigger concerns about what's going on with Diggs.
Number 6, letting Dorrance Armstrong leave in free agency. I mean, that's 3 years, $33 million. I don't think you could have brought Dorrance Armstrong back, but after the injuries they've had to defensive end, it has been.
You'd have never thought all those defensive ends were not going to be there.
Now, here's a real mistake. Number 5, not taking a running back in the draft.
That itself, and that's why I continue to look at, kind of had it earmarked right where they took Leofau in the 3rd round. And Leofau's been fine, but, man, I'm watching all these running backs I had on my board at the time, have some success, and maybe that would have been helped you a little bit better there.
Hopefully, Leofau turns into a good player. Number 4.
He hadn't been bad, but as compared to these backs, it's been a little bit of a little trouble.
Number 4, not extending CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, maybe they needed training camp. Number 3, not addressing defensive tackle until late in training camp. They wanted to give Mozzie Smith a shot.
Yeah, they did.
Hankins went to the Seahawks for $2 million.
Yeah.
Not signing Derrick Henry. Yeah, that's a big one, especially after you got through the draft. 2 years, $16 million. Love to see what this team could do with Derrick Henry and another wide receiver. And then not extending Dak Prescott until hours before the season opener. I don't know if that was their mistake or not. It certainly seemed like Dak and the agent, were hell bent on, getting that number, and they got it.
They got it.
So I think that's the only way you could have done that deal. And I think actually Dak did you a favor, by not dragging this thing out. That's assuming you wanted to keep him. All righty. I think the mistakes, the bigger fatal flaws, you got to go back way before this year to start looking at that of why the Cowboys are in this situation. Now, definitely the last two drafts, like Guyton and Mozzie, Schoonmaker and Nealon, I think maybe you're 1 for 4 with your first 2 picks in the last 2 drafts. You can't survive like that if this is your team-building philosophy. Deprioritizing linebackers and failing to have anybody post Sean Lee other than really Leighton Vander Esch and some day 3 picks after day 3 picks. The Jalen Smith pick and contract was insane. Paying Michael Gallup post-injury, paying Terrence Steele off the injury, drafting Zeke, paying Zeke. A lot of the decisions that they've made on key players are big loyalty type of mistakes. Like, we know you've just suffered a Joe Theismann injury here, Dak, and you're not going to be able to run anymore, which has been a critical part of your ability to play this sport. But we're absolutely going to set the market here for you with a brand new contract. And 4 years later, as you're getting old and can't win us a playoff game, but you give us a chance to make the playoffs every year, so. Here's this deal. I think those are the bigger picture ones that I'd be looking at more than the decisions they've made. And I'd love it if David Moore can go there. It's amazing, that Jerry feeds the morning news stories. He likes to see the breaking news in the morning news. And David Moore, the reporter of record, going after Jerry right after he says, Sean and RJ was too tough on him. I think if you're really paying attention as Jerry Jones, you got to look at that man in the mirror like he always says. And holy cow, every reporter I respect is saying, my bad. All righty, so hopefully this can be that kind of light bulb moment over there. Top 10 at 4:20 coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Well, we celebrated National Dessert Day. National Chocolate Cupcake Day is today. I've got the top 10 most controversial dessert takes. What's your most controversial dessert opinion? That's next in the nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
I'm sitting here with Jeff Jr. at Trajan Wealth. Now, Jeff, I'm a bit concerned because, we're in an election year, which is sure to shake things up. And, last year was a great year in the market, and it's just not looking as good this year.
Well, yeah, the market is cyclical, and that's why it's a perfect time to diversify and lock in some of those gains. You may even qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 30% just for opening an account, and up to 12% guaranteed growth for your retirement income.
Up to 30% for just opening an account? And up to 12% per year, all guaranteed?
Yeah, and you probably won't hear many other advisors talking about this because they don't have access. I will say it's because of the high interest rate climate we're in, and this probably won't last long.
If you're concerned about what this messy election could do to your finances, call Trajan Wealth today and learn how to get up to a 30% bonus and up to 12% growth per year for your retirement income. Call 469-579-3500.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Paid advertisement.
This Sunday, only at Old Navy stores, get 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Yep, 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Score your cozy layers this Sunday, in-store only. Valid 10/20. Excludes clearance inactive.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Dreaming of owning your piece of Texas? Diamond J Properties has the land for you.
Hi, I'm David with Diamond J Properties. Imagine owning your own private ranch in the piney woods of Texas, just 90 minutes from Dallas. Our land sale is tomorrow, October 19th, where you can get 2 to 20 acres of unrestricted land for just $59.9. That's right, 2 to 20 acres for just $59.9.
These properties feature everything you need: roads, internet, power, and towering hardwoods. Plus, you'll have access to our private lake. No HOA means you're the boss.
But hurry, this one-day land sale is tomorrow by appointment only. Call now to schedule your private showing. 214-307-9248. That's 214-307-9248. Excellent financing available. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of paradise. Just 90 minutes from Dallas. 214-307-9248. Just imagine the family fun. 214-307-9248.
Mission Ridge Range and Academy is Plano's family-friendly indoor shooting center and event venue with a 100-yard indoor range. Our annual Guntober giveaways is here. Get the chance to win a new firearm each week in October from brands like HK, Sig Sauer, FN, and Glock. Shoot on the gun range in the month of October for the chance to win. Mission Ridge Range and Academy is located on Maple Shade Lane in Plano, near the intersection of Coit and Bush. Visit missionridgerange.com for more information. That's missionridgerange.com.
If you like Sturgis, you'll love the Rattle and Roll Car Show Rally in Walnut Springs, Texas. It's that little car and bike town in the middle of Texas, just an hour south of DFW. Tour your car or bike through the rolling hills of Bosque County. Meet Richard Rawlings from Gas Monkey Garage. Take a selfie with a life-size twin-mill Hot Wheels car. Or Paul Newman's 77 race season Ferrari. And meet John Clay Wolf. Awesome local hill country touring roads meet perfect fall weather at the Rattle and Roll Car Show Rally, Saturday the 19th. Go to WalnutSpringsRally.com. Powered by GimmeTheVin.com. Sell us your car.
Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts for the power, performance, and reliability of a new Super Start battery. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? I'm cutting you off.
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Gear up for your hunting season with the Shields Hunting Sale event, running now through October 20th. Take advantage of great savings, like $300 off Vortex Fury HD 5000 rangefinder binoculars, $200 off Leupold VX5 HD scopes, 40% off First Light Cypher clothing. Get a $150 gift card with purchase of Seekins Havoc PH2, and discover so many more in-store and online. Save on your favorite brands, now through October 20th at Shields and Shields.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you feel like you're playing whack-a-mole trying to keep your air conditioner working this year, the AC repair guys in your house every other day, let me recommend the On-Time Experts. You'll pay less to keep your system working because they take the time to correctly diagnose your issue and fix it the first time. And they offer a stay cool guarantee too. So call today and make your dollar go further with the On-Time Experts. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Here we go, Nation. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 420. Segment of the Nation brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's been injured in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. What's your most controversial dessert opinion? We had National Dessert Day. It's National Chocolate Cupcake Day today. So do you have a controversial dessert opinion? Several already coming through here on the text, 877-881-1053.
Okay, fruit does not belong in dessert unless it's a strawberry.
Here we go. I knew this was about to happen.
And I don't know if that's technically a fruit. Is it a berry? Is it a fruit? Are all berries fruits? Not
These are
sure.
fruits.
Okay.
So you just put peach cobbler out of there, huh?
Yeah, peach. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, peaches are bad. I mean, it's basically a pear.
So no apple pie.
Just an orange
Pears
pear.
are amazing too, bro.
Yes, plums, raspberries. I mean, all somewhat okay as snacks, but definitely not in the dessert category. Cream cheese, not a dessert item. Okay, cheese is it's maybe like a nice appetizer. Maybe put a little glob of that on your charcuterie board, Brian.
Yeah, he's out of control, bro.
There you go.
And then especially gourds like pumpkins.
Okay,
100% not a dessert. No matter how much
pumpkin pie, sweet potato pie.
No matter how much cream and brown sugar you throw in there, it's not a dessert. You're just dressing up like some really bad health food.
Is pumpkin even healthy? I don't know.
I think it is, just regularly.
Pumpkin's healthy, yeah.
It is healthy?
Probably high in fiber.
I guess the only time I ever eat pumpkin is pie.
It tastes good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, geez, killing a lot of things that I love there, Gavin, but I hear you. We do have
sugar and fat do wonderful things for recipes, Wolchuk. Okay, but you don't need to take undelicious food and try to make it delicious.
Just not a big fruit guy.
Just stick to making like breads and cakes.
Okay, all right. Apple pie is not even a top 5.
Banana pudding? You don't like banana pudding?
Yeah, banana pudding
with little wafer joint.
You got him.
Yeah, I think I got him.
Okay, you got an exception in there.
Yeah. Let's go.
That's nice.
Lucius, do you have any controversial
I
dessert
don't.
take?
I do not. I mean, come on, after Dawson, I can't do that.
No. I think I'm pretty much open to all dessert ideas. I don't have any that are like terribly controversial, I don't think.
I think I got one.
Walnuts?
No.
What?
Dark chocolate?
No.
Walnuts are great, bro.
I kind of am against alcohol in desserts.
Okay.
I like that.
I cannot.
Bread pudding.
You know
it
what?
tweaks the flavor.
The thing, like, if you give me a dessert and you say, "Oh, here, have a bourbon ball,"
Yeah. No.
and I eat it and it tastes awful. And I'm thinking this is not a good
Spot on, Brian.
And I love alcohol, but I don't like it in my dessert.
No.
Does that make sense?
100%.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
You could catch it on fire and kind of burn it off.
It sounds like a cool idea.
Yeah. But it's bourbon flavored. Oh, it's this flavored. I'm like, nah, not good.
I think some of those fancy foods, some of those unique flavors.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you could do the easy thing, like with some candies,
What about like Bananas Foster? Doesn't that have liquor in it?
Oh no, it does. Like you burn it off.
Fan?
You burn it off. But the thing about it, like if you say, like I gave the example of the bourbon ball,
right?
Like bourbon and the chocolate, it just doesn't.
Like rum and raisin ice cream. I didn't like it either. My grandfather loved it growing up.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's got a weird.
There's something to the booze though. It's too bitter for the sweetness of the dessert.
That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Yeah.
We do have several texts coming in here. Carrot cake is not a dessert.
Spot on.
Man,
no, carrot cake is good.
I love carrot cake. And it's actually an honorable mention on the list. Carrot cake is not a cake.
What, you like it?
No, I don't.
Oh,
like
okay. But it's got cream cheese as the frosting.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it.
It's incredibly bad for a number of reasons.
I'm a big fan. I am. 469 said red beans and chocolate cake is their controversial take.
That's what they like.
They like that combo.
Is coffee as a dessert another bad take?
That would be controversial. I think a lot of people love coffee. I feel like the coffee, like
my
ice
mom
cream
loves
is
coffee
booming right
ice
now.
cream, and I taste it, and I'm not a fan of the coffee ice cream at all.
Another honorable mention one we've got is that apple pie tastes good with cheese.
You know what? I'll go there.
That's a big thing in Wisconsin, isn't it?
Sharp cheddar.
Yeah.
So their controversy is things they like. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strawberry shortcake is the best dessert, is another controversial take.
I love me some strawberry shortcake.
I wouldn't put it up there as the best
Strawberry
dessert.
shortcake is really good.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. 682's got one that I could be in on. I don't know. I don't think I'm a big Black Forest cake fan. I think Black Forest cake might be the worst of the cakes.
Is that because of the cherries?
Maybe. I don't know.
Is that?
I've just never liked it. There is a lot of cherries on there. There's something about the, and I think is there coconut shavings maybe mixed into that one.
I don't know what is unique about it, but I'm with you.
I remember thinking to myself as a kid when I tried Black Forest cake, like this was gross.
Was it too dark?
Maybe too dark.
Yeah,
maybe
dark chocolate.
Like the dark, it was bitter.
Yeah,
that could be the case. That could be the case. Number 10, actually, Dawson, you nailed it. Fruit is not a dessert.
Oh, come on.
Is number 10 on the controversial takes.
I love like cobbler, peach cobbler,
cherry
with some
cobbler, some vanilla ice cream.
Yeah,
the pie is warm.
Yeah,
and that combination of cold and warm together with that crust
melts together. Yeah,
come on, Dawson.
I'm in on it. What about like strawberry ice cream?
It's like Lucius is just standing in the last line. Come on, Dawson.
This is terrible.
I mean, if they make a good jelly out of it, you really smash the fruit into like a sugar-based jelly, and that's with the bread and ice cream,
Lucius
the crust.
None of that.
Can't believe it.
But an actual apple slice? Are you kidding me?
Man,
it's what you eat to keep the doctor away.
Apple slice with a little cinnamon on it. I can't say it. Cinnamon.
Okay. What about this one? Because in South Africa, this is a dessert. Waffles, dessert item. They'll do waffles with ice cream and whipped cream and cherries and chocolate sauce or whatever. Like basically, it's like a sundae.
That sounds like a damn good brunch.
Your base is the waffle.
Breakfast and dessert have a lot in common, I feel like. So I can definitely see that. But yeah, I'll take waffle for breakfast or dessert.
Okay.
Waffle cone.
9 on the controversial dessert list is chocolate ice cream is trash.
I can't go there, man.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
You're out on chocolate ice cream.
I am.
Wow.
Wow. It's just too plain for you? Or you
no,
would you rather have
the flavor profile.
Okay.
I just don't think that's as good.
Okay. Number 8 is mint ice cream tastes like toothpaste.
Yeah, that's awful.
Man,
that is awful.
I like it.
You got to be 60 and above to like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be on the under
or
list.
mint chocolate chip.
mint chocolate chip. That's the picture that I'm looking at is mint chocolate chip.
Yes, mint chocolate chip.
Anytime I like
chocolate chip.
I'm in on it, man.
Yes.
I kind of like the freshness taste of it.
Thin mint. It got that.
I love thin mints. Yeah.
Just grind up thin mints and put it on there. It's even better.
I can get in on that one. Number 7, pie is better than cake.
It can be true. Absolutely can be.
If Lucius, your favorite slice of pie, your favorite slice of cake, what you doing?
I'm going with pie. I like pecan pie.
I actually agree with
pecan pie would be great.
I think I'd rather go pie than cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's more variety when it comes to pie than there are cake. Yeah. Might be wrong on that.
But a strawberry cake, oh my God, it's crazy to me.
Is that the favorite cake?
Yeah, I think strawberry cake. Yeah. With strawberry icing too on that thing.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
A cake can be special, like if you get somebody who can really do it, like with the moistness and the perfect icing.
It can be.
Yeah.
You guys like just plain sheet cake? Sheet? Like it's
like
just
a vanilla cake, chocolate icing, or whatever. I'm in on that.
Like Betty Crocker, Duncan Hines.
Yeah, with the powdered sugar icing.
No, it's no
made
powdered
from
sugar.
scratch.
No, it's like a white cake with just frosting.
Yeah. I can get down on that for sure.
Sheet cake is
Absolutely.
what they call that. Yeah.
6, Brian, you're actually on this. Coffee flavored desserts are not good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know people love coffee. I can't go there.
It's a niche market.
Yeah, I can't go there.
I love coffee.
Sorry, Mom, if you're listening.
I do too, but I love coffee. I've had probably about 3 cups today already. But I don't need coffee in my dessert. No. Now, maybe some of it's okay. It's passable, but I'm not going to seek that out.
I've seen people punish a big steak and then go to the coffee ice cream as a dessert.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good pairing.
Yeah.
That could be.
Yeah.
Top 5 most controversial dessert takes. Number 5, brownies need walnuts.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, they do.
I understand why Chick-fil-A pivoted. Chick-fil-A, we used to have incredible brownies. They had the walnuts in them. They were fudge brownies with walnuts. They pivoted. They took the walnuts out, and it's
people
because of
complain.
the nut allergy.
Oh, the nut allergy. That's right.
And the brownies they replaced them with were just not nearly as good. They weren't even on the same tier of brownies.
No, it's unfortunate. They didn't have to redo everything. Just take the nuts out.
Yep, I'm with you on the walnuts and the brownies. If you have a nut allergy, then I'm sorry.
Just let me know and I won't serve it for you.
Then, hey, understood.
Yeah.
4, and I can't speak to this. I don't think I've had any of them. Dairy Queen ice cream cakes taste terrible.
I've never had one. I've only had like the Baskin Robbins one.
Me too. I've had Baskin Robbins ice cream cake. I have not come across an ice cream cake that I thought was bad, though. I think ice cream cake is underrated.
We got one for Remy's birthday. It was too much ice cream, not enough cake. So we're sawing through it, and it was basically just ice cream formed as a cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that would be disappointing.
Okay. That would be disappointing, yeah.
3 is white cake over chocolate cake.
That's what I was asking about that sheet
I would side
cake.
with this. I prefer a vanilla cake over a chocolate cake. Now, I'm down for some chocolate icing, but I like the white cake over chocolate.
No, I prefer the yellow cake.
Yeah.
Oh, the yellow cake reigns supreme.
Yeah.
I agree with you. On
So you
that.
don't do the yellow? Oh, with chocolate frosting? Okay,
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
do like
Yellow
the
cake
chocolate.
with chocolate
Yeah, I like
frosting?
chocolate frosting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
Go with
chocolate
the,
icing.
there
not
we
the
go.
ice.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, not the ice cream, but the chocolate frosting is fine.
The frosting,
All
yeah.
right, you met back in the middle, bro. For a second, I was like, man, I don't know about this dude.
I mean, okay, so chocolate ice cream makes me feel like I need to drink some water after I eat chocolate ice cream.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I actually probably do go and have some beverage right afterwards. Yeah, some vodka. Number 2 is icing is gross.
Oh, geez.
It can be.
What are we doing?
It can be.
There are, so like red icing, nasty. There's certain like coloring food, like I don't know if it's like the coloring.
You know,
what
like
they're
red
doing, the
velvet
dye.
cake and stuff like that? I know that's a white, that's
but
a cheese.
but that's
a
not
cheese,
red icing,
that's
right?
That's cheese.
There
yeah.
are certain icings that taste funky, man. There are. But overall, icing is not gross. I'm team icing over here. Just don't give me weird colors.
Yeah, it could be too much of it, too, and you can't, like, you got more icing than cake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you got to have a good ratio.
You got to have a ratio.
That's a good point.
It's just so weird. Like the store-bought cake icing, it's not real icing.
It's just
It's
so
plastic.
sugary.
It's very plastic.
And it's somewhat grainy.
Well, they have to make it that way so it'll stay up for a few days. You know?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
They're trying to keep the shelf life on it a little longer.
Yeah. Number 1, though, most controversial dessert opinion: chocolate doesn't go well with fruit. And if you said strawberries, you're thinking chocolate-covered strawberries. You don't agree with this one, right?
I do not agree with that one. No.
Okay.
I'll do a chocolate covered
We can go
strawberry
like,
that.
give me a chocolate fountain. Give me all the fruits.
Oh, you talking about like
Banana?
a fondue thing?
Yeah.
Like doing the fondue
Strawberry?
thing? Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had chocolate and fruits together, bro.
Really?
No.
You never had a...
Maybe some chocolate-covered cherries once before, something like that,
there you
and
go.
I didn't like it.
So, Lucius,
okay, you
the
maybe
ladies
not
in your
into
life
this
never had the strawberries, chocolate-covered strawberries?
No, she don't deserve nothing like that.
There's your top 10.
There we go. Thank you, Wool Chuck. Coming up next, we'll talk some Cowboys with you, breaking down their biggest flaws and their chances of fixing them. Isaiah Standback is joining us coming up at 5 o'clock right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat about Twin Peaks, though, because I know you might be looking for a place right now to go watch the baseball game. Yeah, New York and L.A. playing right now. New York and Cleveland a little bit later on. Maybe you want to go watch college football tonight or tomorrow or the pros on Sunday. You know the best place to go watch it. Twin Peaks, where I love going for eats, drinks, and scenic views. Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports launch. They have the menu to match as well. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a Twin Peaks girl, and you are in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you get to a Twin Peaks nearest you. Now, if you consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur, at Twin Peaks, they are proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, tequilas. What are you in the mood for? Plus, you can check out their barrel selects, handcrafted and picked by their team and bottled just for you. Supplies limited. Check out your favorite location to see what they're pouring. Every Cowboys game day, they're giving away Cowboys jerseys at the Twin Peaks nearest you here in North Texas. And hey, Championship Series baseball continues all weekend long at Twin Peaks. I'll see you there. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, will the Mavericks have the best offense in the NBA, plus a potential season-defining stat? That, wanker of the weekend, and all the NFL talk. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Consider this road dog in college football. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Arizona State has been a big surprise this season, off to a 5-1 start. This week they travel to Cincinnati, and the Sun Devils are a 4.5-point road dog. The BetQL model likes Arizona State plus 4.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Did you fall a little short on your fitness goals to get in shape over the summer? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. You still have time to get your edge back before you see family and friends over the holidays. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, for their 100th year and asking customers to sing the jingle.
Huffines has it.
So, what was the it for you?
For me, the it was convenience. I was able to trade in my car and get a new one so fast.
And when you visit Genesis of Plano, get low APR financing on luxurious new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and Specs brings the cheers. Ice cold beers, team lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You the man." And with Specs' largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to Specs for your game day needs. Specs. Cheers to savings.
See sportscitytoyota.com/blog for details.
Don't miss our tailgate event going on now at Sports City Toyota. I'm Gary Gray, General Manager. $29 down delivers any car on the lot. $29 down, get any car at or under $20,000 for less than $300 a month. Or get a new 2025 Toyota Camry for just $299 a month. Schedule a test drive at sportscitytoyota.com. Call us now, log on now, do it now at Sports City Toyota and sportscitytoyota.com. Don't miss our tailgate event.
A much-needed get-healthy bye week for the Cowboys, so it's a fan NFL doubleheader. This Sunday, Houston travels to Lambeau to take on Green Bay, followed by Las Vegas taking on the Rams in L.A. Our Fan Cavenders doubleheader kickoff begins Sunday at noon on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people, from traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production. Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Gear up for your hunting season with the Shields Hunting Sale event, running now through October 20th. Take advantage of great savings, like $300 off Vortex Fury HD 5000 rangefinder binoculars, $200 off Leupold VX5 HD scopes, 40% off First Light Cypher clothing. Get a $150 gift card with purchase of Seekins Havoc PH2, and discover so many more in-store and online. Save on your favorite brands, now through October 20th at Shields and Shields.com.
Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members. Enjoy free breakfast at the Central Dallas Lowe's on weekdays now through November 1st. Fuel up with a breakfast burrito, quesadilla, or burrito with your choice of chicken or beef. Stop by the Pro Desk at 6011 Lemon Avenue for your breakfast ticket from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Not a member? Join today. Available at select locations only. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for full details.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DQ. That's what I like about Texas.
Stop by DQ for the new Jammin' Bacon Hunger Buster. Made with bacon, onion rings, and bacon jam. It'll rock your world. The new Jammin' Bacon Hunger Buster.
DQ, that's what I like about Texas.
Everybody salute. Flagtober is here. And this year's Whataburger theme flag is the talk of the town. Go to 1053thefan.com/events to find out where you can get your 2024 flag. Proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio and Whataburger. Get a flag, Tolos, from 1053 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, now the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today at visitclassicchevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Isaiah Stanback's coming up at 5 o'clock, DallasCowboys.com, working on the NFL Network's Good Morning Football this week, so that's been cool to see. Okay, the Mets just got out of a little bit of a jam, had ducks on the pond there, threatening to score. The Dodgers were in the top of the second inning, but they get an out there, and now they go to the bottom of the second, up 3-1. The Mets lead the Dodgers here in Game 3 of the NLCS tonight, and Yankees-Guardians a little bit later on. Okay, I have for you here, breaking down the Cowboys' biggest flaws and the chances of correcting them. We start with pass defense. The Cowboys are only giving up 213 yards passing per game, 16th in the league. Misleading stat.
People running the ball.
Yeah, they're giving up 7.9 yards per pass attempt. That's 7th worst in the NFL. They're also giving up 143 rushing yards per game, which is the eighth worst. But just on the pass defense, with getting Bland healthy, with Micah Parsons eventually coming back here,
that's your hope.
Do you think the pass defense could be actually good on a per play basis?
Yeah, they're going to need to get some people in some third down situations. That's been a big problem, and they really haven't had they've had. The pass rush hasn't been there, but like I say, they haven't been able to get people in some long yardage situations. I do think it will improve. I said it earlier. I worry about Diggs, but having Bland back, I think Carson, trying to get him going so this isn't a lost season for him. He needs to stay healthy and play as many of these games as he can. You continue to get pretty nice play from Jordan Lewis. Mm-hmm. And it would be nice to have Kendricks back because he helps you a little bit in coverage underneath. So, they've got a lot of, as Stephen Jones likes to say, a lot of moving parts they got to deal with.
Pass defense, Chuck, how much better? Do you have hopes for it?
Yeah, I think
pieces are there.
Yeah, I mean the health of it, obviously. I mean, Diggs is a guy that coverage-wise, that's been his strength throughout his career. He's a ball hawk. Getting Bland back healthy, that should help. I'd assume that Diggs will get better the further he's removed from the injury. Same thing we saw from Tony Pollard last year. The physical nature of it, tackling, that's something that needs to be a prideful thing. We know that he's capable of doing it. He had a game-winning stick against Cincinnati a couple of years ago.
Two of them back-to-back.
Yeah, last year before the injury, he had a big hit that resulted in a fumble. It seemed like he had kind of turned the corner there a little bit with people calling him out on the toughness. I think Diggs will get better as the season goes on. The Bland stuff, Jordan Lewis obviously playing really well, and Kalen Carson as a rookie should get better. The safeties I'm a little bit nervous about. Like we talked about Malik Hooker, you're dropping picks left and right when they hit you in the hands. Donovan Wilson, physical player, not the best cover guy. Doesn't seem like they want to play Wanye Thomas, Marquise Bell a ton. Safeties, I don't know. But the corners, I do think will get better as the season goes on.
How about the rush defense? An issue when Dan Quinn was the DC, and we'd hope that Mike Zimmer could help fix things, but if you just ignore the Steelers and Giants game, it looks like the worst run defense in the NFL, and that's where it would rank if you eliminate those games, which I think is fair to do because those just aren't credible NFL offenses that you got to face in week 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's been bad. I mean Mike would be the first to admit it, and even if you say, well, he's been down some guys, even when they've had guys healthy, they've been not very good at it, and I really did believe that they were going to be more buttoned up. I didn't think they were going to give up these explosive plays the way they have. It's just been a big problem for them.
Now, Dak and CD, let's imagine that's the next thing, chances of it being fixed. Imagine that maybe they don't have the best relationship. I don't think that matters. Even if you want to say CD's body language, his facial expressions, his mom's Twitter account, that's an accurate reflection of how he feels about the quarterback. We've seen them have tremendous success. On a team with so many players, you're going to have a lot of people that aren't the best of friends. It doesn't matter. It's about doing your job in professional sports. not being best buddies with everybody, and maybe that matters more at an amateur level. But I'm not too worried about this one. But I think it's to be seen if CD is toxic enough to actually make it a problem. Up to this point in their careers, it hasn't been a problem. But we saw CD's toxic on draft night. You don't have to see anything else than the way he snatched that phone and looked at his girlfriend to know, okay, this guy will bring some toxicity to a relationship. And I feel like since the playoff game last year, we have seen that play out a number of times already. But I just don't think it matters, at least for now. Hope not. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm very confident that this thing gets back on the right track. The red zone turnovers are the ones that are killers. And I mean, we saw a couple of years ago, what was it, the choice routes, right? That was a conversation. Were they not on the same page? They need to take that out of the playbook entirely. I think this is stuff that's frustrating right now. 5-6 weeks from now, I don't know if we'll be having the same conversations. I think this thing's going to be okay. They're both, to me, I've never thought they didn't have a good relationship. CD was talking like that was a big factor, Dak getting done, and why he wanted to re-sign. They were having conversations about that. But when things aren't going well, certainly, emotions, frustrations come out, and CD's clearly not happy with his use in the offense.
I don't know what the nature of the relationship is. I just know that you can trust actions more than words. Yeah. And whenever you sign something, everything is great. Players are never going to let you know if there's a bad feeling unless they've totally given up on it, and they're about to leave.
I hear you.
So it's hard, when you see something and you're like, wow, was something there? And then they say, oh no, there's nothing there. You guys are just making stuff up. Right. Well, it's one of those situations where, if the newspaper called and said, hey, we heard that there was something going on at the Fan where you guys don't like each other in real life.
That's true. It's true.
You think in any way I'd be like, oh yeah, totally.
That Brian guy is a pain in the ass to work with every day.
It's true. It's
I mean,
true,
you say word one of that, and your boss and his boss are calling you in his office like, what the hell were you thinking, dude? We're all on the same team trying to head to the same spot. Rushing offense is at point number 4 where this team has gone sideways here this season. And any hope of fixing it, I kind of had some going into this last game. And then they benched Rico and put Zeke back in the mix more. I guess, him saying whatever he said last week to reporters kind of struck a chord. And the coaches want to put their guy Zeke back in there a little bit more, which is hilarious to me. I don't know. Maybe they're worried that Jerry Jones thinks Zeke is so good and we need to play who the boss says we need to play. But that was weird. Like, I had hope. Shoot, we got Rico Dowdle here making some plays, and then bam, there was Zeke with more carries than Dowdle. So what do you guys think about this running game here? We need to see the offensive line develop, don't we?
Yeah, you need to get that going. Me personally, and this would be something I think is pretty simple. At least see if Dalvin Cook does have something left. I would do it I would put Dalvin Cook, make him active, and see for the next couple of weeks before the trade deadline, because you'll know if Dalvin Cook comes here and kind of gives it a little jump. And all of a sudden, some of the blocks that they've been getting, those yards, those expected yards that we kind of always talk about when the metrics and things, if all of a sudden he gives you something, then, you're kind of like, okay, maybe it was him. Maybe this line can. Maybe there's something you can do. Mark Schlereth was on with us last week talking about running the football. Give me one thing you can do. Give me something you can do well, something you can kind of hang your hat on. I'd be interested to see if there's something you can do with Dalvin Cook, because if there's not, if Dalvin Cook comes here and you say, okay, well, he's washed and this team isn't really going anywhere with the running game, then there's no need to trade. Just ride this thing out, save the resources. If you're losing games and all that, but you're trying to run the ball with Dalvin Cook and it's not working, then it's probably more to do with your offensive line than it is with the backs.
You have to see what you have. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. It really is. And, this old school crusty idea that we're going to run it 25 times and somehow make a winning impact by the time we get to the fourth quarter because we've just been running at them and wearing them down. Yeah. I mean, are you trying to win the game 18-13? Do you acknowledge the fact that, in the NFL, if you're not over 25 points per game, then you have a major problem on your hands and it's time to reconsider how much you're running on those early downs? But they doubled down this last time out, which should just shoot the wheels off a lot of your optimism here with this coaching staff. Maybe Mike's already given up. or maybe the game's just passed him by.
Well, and you wonder though, you talk about the give up with Mike, is there now give up in Mike with Jerry maybe going in and asking him to play Ezekiel Elliott?
Yeah.
I'm not thinking it's give up as far as quit, but give up of trying to keep the,
boss,
keep the boss happy. Yeah.
I guess if I want this job next year, we're not going to win. I can at least play the guys that he wants. And if that's the case, if Jerry has enough control or enough gumption to go in there and say, play Zeke, I think he's better. And the head coach says, okay.
Yeah.
Then,
well, Mike could also play Zeke and make a point like, I told you.
Yeah. How about that, Zeke?
How about that?
Who else do you think is good, buddy? Isaiah Standback joins us next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Former NFL GM Thomas Dimitroff told me that it would take at least 2 first-round picks to get the Raiders to contemplate trading Max Crosby. Lions GM Brad Holmes once worked for Rams GM Les Snead. Holmes should channel his inner Les by saying F those picks to get a deal done with the Raiders because the Lions have a legitimate chance to win it all, and Holmes should shove all of his poker chips into the middle of the table to go get that Lombardi. I'm Zach Gelb.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and 1 blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Struggling to lose that stubborn weight? Regain your confidence with a personalized care plan from a Mochi health provider who understands your journey. No office visits. Your custom formulated GLP-1 medications are delivered straight to your door. Plus, you can use your FSA or HSA to support your weight loss goals. Start with our free quiz today at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Take the first step to a healthier you with Mochi Health.
Hi, I'm former Dallas Cowboy Jason Witten for LifeGenics Institute in Dallas. LifeGenics is committed to your health with cutting-edge preventive care. Concerned about heart disease or cancer? LifeGenics Institute offers preventive CTs, MRIs, ultrasound, and more. Early detection can literally save your life. Go to LifeGenics.com to book the Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Special. That's LifeGenics.com.
Take control of your health with this limited offer. Book your Jason Witten Couples Heart and Lung Scan for only $169 at LifeGenics.com.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new windows? Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, has the perfect play.
Thanks, Mike. Tolos. Get 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. You won't find a better deal.
Beat the summer heat and start saving today with Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And don't forget, a lifetime warranty is included on all our windows for peace of mind.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Coaches, players, GMs, you know the fan is dialed into the biggest names in football. Thanks to Ciroc Vodka, we're replaying their thoughts all week long. Cheers from Ciroc, made from French grapes, made for football. Please drink responsibly.
Get informed. If you're buying, selling, refinancing, or just want up-to-date information on the market, on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show, Saturdays, 8 a.m. on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, you know. Yeah, we got the cars you love to drive. Driving.
Hey there, it's Chuck Cooperstein for Autoplex Leasing. The summer heat has arrived, but don't worry, you won't have to sweat the car leasing process this season, because just like you, that lease payment is important to me. That perfect vehicle is important to me. And that lasting relationship is important to me. I feel good that my friends at Autoplex took care of me, and I know they'll take care of you too. I know I'm ready for any adventure that this summer brings with my Autoflex lease at my side. Reach out to the professional and friendly team at Autoflex by going online to autoflex.com or by giving them a call at 972-234-1234. Again, 972-234-1234.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. I hope you're having a great day. The General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pin Cup Master Control. Wolchuk is here. He's in studio. Eric Chiafalo is off this evening. He had morning show duty. Salute to everybody that came by the Denton firehouse there and picked up their Whataburger G-Bag Nation flag. Next week, we'll be at Richardson Bar and Grill on East Campbell Road on Thursday, 2 to 7. And then Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie, KMC Masterpiece, and G-Bag next week. So you have a 9-hour window. Your next chance to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag there, 2 of them next week. Joining us now, the 2-time Lone Star Emmy winner, the NFL analyst, DallasCowboys.com, NFL Network. It's Isaiah Stanback here, former Cowboys receiver here in the nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
We're doing great. So how is it working with Good Morning Football? Do you like those guys?
Yeah, man, it's been absolutely awesome. They've welcomed me into the fam, and I've had opportunity to be down there pretty much every week since earlier in the season, and it's been a great opportunity, man. Loving it up.
So what do you think about the opportunity ahead of this football team at the bye week? Are they critically damaged? Can they pull off like a post-bye week rally, or are they a DOA when starting next week in San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, they're not critically damaged. When you say critically damaged, I think about, the finishing portion of Mortal Kombat when guys are sitting up there standing up woozy.
Finish him!
They're not at that point by any means, but, there's a reality check that has to be had. And, I think this bye week, originally when I saw the schedule, I thought the bye week was too early. But it couldn't have came at a better time because this team has to figure out exactly who they are right now. They're a 3-3 team that's lost 3 games. To some really good teams outside of obviously the Saints, which I don't know what the heck's going on with them right now. But, this team doesn't really have an identity, and I think that's the thing that worries me most right now about this team. I know a lot of people are pressuring, Double J and Mr. Jones about personnel and things of that nature, and every team has areas that they wish that they can have better personnel or more success with certain personnel groupings, but this is a roster that has a lot of talent. These guys know what the heck they're doing. It's just all about execution, man. These guys have to figure out how to execute. The coaches have to do a better job. I think offensively, Coach McCarthy has not necessarily gotten in his bag the way in which I would like for him to. He hasn't gotten as creative as we've seen him be in the past, so I would like to see him get to that. Coach Zimmer, I think you're still the scouting report's still out on him. What exactly is this defense? If you had to put your finger on one aspect of this defense that is going to show up, I'm not sure that anybody could point that out, and that's worrisome. In the past, the defense, the Dallas Cowboys defense has been turnover magnets. That's what they've done. They've turned the ball over. They forced a lot of interceptions in the past years. That's not even happening right now. So I think, the one true thing that about this team right now is that you have a really good return game and you have an amazing field goal kicker. But outside of that, I think you're trying to figure out exactly who you are as an organization.
Isaiah, you've done an awesome job with the film breakdowns along with our buddy Kyle Yeomans. I wonder your thoughts on what Troy Aikman had to say regarding the route running for the receivers. CeeDee Lamb, he also called out there. But what do you see when you're watching the route combinations and the route trees from the Cowboys wideouts?
Yeah, I think the concepts are a little repetitive right now. And you can say that about any team, really, but I just think the way in which I think Coach McCarthy, Schottenheimer, those guys, how they're getting guys open right now, I think they can just be more creative. I think that, some of the stuff that you're seeing, like with those red zone turnovers, between the miscommunication between CD and Dak, Some of that is contributing factors of simplified concepts. This is a West Coast style offense that Coach McCarthy runs that a lot of teams do. But at times, during the season, you have to find ways to get to these concepts. It allows these simplified concepts allow your players to play fast, allow for them to not have to think as much. But sometimes when the defense has your numbers, okay, now it's like, all right, let's mix up the personnel. Now let's do some shifts. Let's do some pre-snap motions. Let's mix up what it looks like so it doesn't show up what it looks like on film the week before, and we can make predictions, and we can now jump routes and concepts and things of that nature. And I think that's exactly what they're dealing with offensively right now. When you start talking about specifically the routes that are being ran and how they're being ran, I'm always going to be in a position where I can say, yeah, they should be running more effective, more efficient routes. I think you can point the finger at any organization to say that. And I just think that these guys have to be put in a better position. And then, their execution of what they're being asked to do on the field has to be better. And I think that every man that touches that field right now would have to say that about themselves.
Isaiah, is it maybe this team at wide receiver, they don't have good route runners? Is it, maybe physically and with the way that these guys are, maybe they're built a little bit, maybe don't have the guys that have the quickness or have the ability to make the cuts or to plant the foot and get inside and stuff. Is that something that you think might be the factor, or they're more than talented enough to do this?
No, they're more than talented. CeeDee Lamb's a really good route runner, again, but you have to, this league has evolved, man. And what you're seeing right now is these defenses are getting more complex. They're getting smarter. Some of the turnovers that we've seen down in the red zone, these are actually super basic coverages, but guys are being allowed to play two guys defensively. They're allowed to come up and play the short route, like in the flats, and then they're allowed to sink and take away the corner routes that you've seen CeeDee Lamb try to get to, and those have resulted in interceptions. And I just think that these guys, regardless of how good you are, it doesn't matter what level of football you're playing, sometimes you just have to be put in a better position to be successful. And that's not always going to be the case with just lining up and running your route. There's only so many routes you can run. Based upon what's being called by your coach, if I have a corner route and I'm just standing in the same place the whole time, defense is probably going to pick up on that from week to week. So you might want to start me on one side and just do a pre-snap shift. All those shifts and pre-snap motions, all that stuff is not just guys moving around. That's information. That's information for the guys that are out there at the skill positions that are going to be receiving the ball. That's information for Dak. That's going to put him in a better position for protections. It's going to help him understand, is this man, is this zone, all the coverage indicators. So I just think that some of those things have to take place to help these guys out. It is not about an inability to run routes. CeeDee Lamb's obviously a top 3 receiver. You talk about Brandon Cooks hasn't been out there, obviously, but he's a really good route runner. He's still one of the league's best route runners in the game. Jalen Tolbert's still figuring himself out. Is he a possession receiver? Is he a big receiver? Is he a red zone receiver? He's trying to figure it out. Kevontae Turpin's one heck of a route runner. He's great at the release point. He's great running routes. He just has to continue to get more opportunities to receive the ball to build his confidence so that he can be a threat as a slot option for those guys. But all these guys are fully capable. It's just a matter of the position they're in and then taking advantage of opportunities when they present themselves.
It's Isaiah Stanback here with you on your home of the Cowboys. Who do you like as far as coaches or play designers out there? Is there an offensive mind that you would want to steer the conversation towards if the Cowboys do, in fact, make a change to the coaching staff?
I mean, shoot. I don't want to point the finger at anybody specifically. I mean, there's a lot of creative play callers right now. And I think that, again, the guy that's in that building right now, Coach McCarthy and Schottenheimer, both of those guys are fully capable. So I can easily point at the McVays. I can easily point at Ben Johnson, all these kind of guys. I can point at those guys all day long and talk about how creative they are with their play calling. I just think McCarthy has to get to his bag earlier. Just as a fair comparison, when Kellen Moore was in the building, Kellen Moore did a lot of really good things in terms of putting guys in position to be successful, but he would always use the analogy of, emptying your toys out from Christmas a little bit too early. You get all your Christmas presents and you get them all in the bag and you go in the middle of the floor and you dump them all out and it's like, oh, I can see everything, I can play with everything, and it's fun. But now there's no more surprise factor because everything's out there. I think it's the opposite right now with Coach McCarthy. He has all those things in his toolbox, but he has to start letting those things out so that we can go ahead and have some success offensively.
Do you think scheme or talent's the bigger issue?
I think it's a combination of both. I don't want to say it's talent. I think it's execution. I really think it's execution, and I think you can't just point at one position. I think collectively all the positions in totality have to do a better job. I mean, even if you had the routes that were, being ran, at the top 5% of the NFL, do you have the time right now? No, the offensive line hasn't been playing as a unit. You're getting a lot of pressure on Dak. And Dak does a great job versus pressure, but that's not necessarily what you want. And even if you had, the time that Dak has had, right? Dak, leading up to, I think, last week, this offensive line was providing Dak the most time at the quarterback position to actually get the ball off and can't find nobody open. You're starting to get coverage sacks. So, I mean, this is everybody's responsibility. It's just everybody, man. You can't just point at one position. O-line's not doing great. Receivers aren't doing as good as they can. Dak's missing opportunities. You think about the opportunities Zeke had out in the flat. He missed some opportunities there on wide open plays. So everybody is missing. It just seemingly happened all at the same time.
Do you feel like, speaking of time, do you feel like experience will solve the majority of the issues, or do they have a multi-year rebuild back to contender status as far as personnel goes?
I think their personnel is actually relatively okay. I mean, the one area that I would say that personnel wasn't really addressed would be that you would like to have seen a greater improvement, I guess, in personnel this offseason would be the interior D-line. And I think everybody and their mama could have said that, right? But that's just one area. I mean, obviously you're able to pick up some guys, and going in training camp and coming out of training camp. But other than that, I mean, the offensive line, you got, 3 first-rounders on the offensive line? I mean,
yeah.
You invested there. You talk about the receiver position. You have one of the best receivers, top 3 receivers in the game. You're good there. You talk about your tight end position. You got one of the league's best tight ends, and you drafted a guy in the second round at tight end as well. So you have good guys there. Running back room, that's the one area that you didn't splurge. Quarterback, highest paid quarterback in the league. So offensively, yeah, we've invested there. Defensively, you have 2 all-pro corners. Obviously, one of them is just now about to get back on the field, but you have 2 all-pro corners out there. You have Jordan Lewis, who's one of the most underrated slot defenders in the league, right? You took a shot at Kalen Carson and you seemingly hit. Everybody calls him seatbelt. I call him 5-point harness. He's doing pretty good. So you got 4 bona fide cornerbacks out there that can go out there and you confidently feel like these guys can play man-to-man defense. Linebackers, one of the best linebackers to have played the game over the last decade, Eric Kendricks, when he's out there. You got some speed. So, I mean, nobody could have predicted you're going to lose 4 of your defensive ends. Like, that's just not something you draw up on the play sheet before the season happens. So there's talent, right? So everybody comes at Double J, and obviously he's the guy who's in charge of it, but what Will McClay and that scouting department did in terms of putting talent on the field, they have done that. They've done that, but like I said, they have to call the games better, and guys have to execute better. It feels like it's a crap show right now, and it has looked like it for sure. They've gotten their butts kicked a handful of times this year, but the reality is they're 3-3, right? As bad as it feels, this thing can turn around, and this is a game of confidence. And I don't care what level of sports you're at. If you're not playing with confidence, you're not going to win many games. So that's the aspect of this game that has to be addressed.
Last one before we let you out of here, Isaiah. I got to ask you about your Washington Huskies, and have you gotten used to this Big Ten schedule?
No, it's a Big 17 or whatever it is right now. I don't know what this is. I can't keep up. But no, I mean, yeah, the Huskies, I've been trying to keep up with them. Obviously, they had a big win against Michigan at the house, which was awesome. Wish I could have been there for that. But that's a program right now that just doesn't have the players to compete in that conference right now. Obviously, we went to the national championship last year, but the game has changed in college football. And, recruiting it's not just about recruiting anymore. Now it's about how much money your collective has. And the reality is, our collective is going to have to put together a bunch of money. All those big-time, Fortune 500 companies that we have out in Seattle, the Boeings, the Starbucks, the Microsofts, the Expedias, the Googles, all those companies got to put some money in the pot and make some contributions so that they can go out and recruit the type of players that they need to compete at that level.
As a Seattle guy, if you were going into college now, do you think you would stay all 4 or 5 years? Or would you be moving around with all this transfer window stuff?
I'm not a transfer guy. I am not a transfer guy. I am so committed, right? I'm a team player. I'm always going to be committed to an organization. But I could tell you what, my value would have been a lot higher now than it was back then, because dual threat quarterbacks weren't necessarily a thing when I was coming out, and now everybody wants one.
Well, I was covering the Pac-10 when you played, man. You were a lot of fun to watch. Thank you so much for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys.
I appreciate you, fellas, man. Y'all have a good one.
Salute. There he goes, Isaiah Standback here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top, but it's a Friday, so it's time for What You Drinking
and What You Thinking
at 877-881-1053. And we're back with your phone calls and what we're drinking here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Sunday, only at Old Navy stores, get 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Yep, 50% off all outerwear for the fam. Score your cozy layers this Sunday, in-store only. Valid 10/20. Excludes clearance inactive.
Hey, Dallas football fans. Buffalo Wild Wings will be hosting a weekly Friday Football Feast live radio show with 105.3 The Fans, K&C Masterpiece, 10 to 2 each Friday throughout the football season. Join us each week for giveaways and enjoy some cold Miller Lite. Buffalo Wild Wings is your football headquarters throughout the season with wall-to-wall TVs, fresh wings, award-winning sauces, and great happy hour late-night offerings. Stop into your local DFW B-Dubs for more details and a schedule of show locations.
Well, back with you to talk about Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And unlike the changing leaves of fall, our money does not grow on trees. Give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure you're making the right financial moves for your future. We all know we're in an incredibly challenging economic environment, and Trajan Wealth's investment team knows the stressors of this elevated market turbulence. They're constantly checking and evaluating the markets for you, and with no limitations on the products they offer, they can focus on your specific situation. So call Trajan Wealth today. Give them a ring at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or you can go check them out in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, or McKinney. And if you're interested in wealth management designed to protect, maintain, and expand that financial portfolio, Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and can tailor insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. You can also check them out at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK. Hey, Dallas residents. One of the best investments you can make is investing in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just months, you could be starting your new career in the high-demand and more recession-resistant fields of IT, cybersecurity, or AI. No experience necessary, or upskill to boost your current career. It's time to make that investment in yourself. Take the free career evaluation and schedule a Dallas campus tour at mycomputercareer.edu. Invest in you at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save more at the pump. Earn 2 times the fuel points on your grocery purchase this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when you clip your digital coupon on our site.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com, the affordable, reliable protection for your home.
This Halloween, don't let real scares catch you off guard. Protect your home or business with DFW Security, your local smart security experts. Control everything from your phone and get alerts only for people or vehicles. Visit DFWsecurity.com for smart protection today.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, let's hit it. Time now for What You Drinking, What You Thinking. No lines open at 877-881-1053. If you're trying to call in now, you're going to get a busy tone. But keep trying, okay? We want to hear from the legends. We want to hear from first-time participants. It's the one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. Only a couple of rules. Number one, you got to be drinking something. You got to answer the questions. And you cannot be operating heavy machinery at the time. That does include an automobile. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the On Time Experts, and it is brought to you by soda. Guys, I'm in the process of polishing off a 20-ounce Diet Coke, second one of the day. Thinking about Isaiah Stanback, who just joined us. It was a good interview. You can go back and listen, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. The former Cowboy and Patriots wide receiver, former Washington Huskies quarterback, said all the talent is there. And, you know, I've been given that careful consideration that maybe this team is, you know, one off season away from a bounce back. They got to get healthy. I don't buy it. You know, I think a lot of the signs were there that this team has been deteriorating. And I think they tried investing in the spots, but it comes down to too many swings and misses. And I think they need to get back to drafting incredibly well for at least 2 seasons before we can talk about them getting back in contention. But, man, I hope Isaiah is right. I know you do too, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I do. I do think one thing that he was clearly, in my opinion, pointing to is something that, I mean, I feel like I've seen as well, is it's more so the lack of the offensive play calling, the lack of the design as to what is not really helping getting the most out of the players on this roster. Like, I've seen CeeDee Lamb after a play thinking to myself, that was a really good route. Now, maybe it is not consistent. I'm sure CeeDee could improve in that way. I think we could look across the board, but there's too often times where guys, it seems like, are kind of, the play is designed where you have 2 players that are essentially in the same area.
Oh, that's pathetic.
It shouldn't be happening. Now, without knowing exactly how the play should be run, maybe that is poor route running. Maybe that's why they look as though they're in the same area. So both things could be true, but I do put more of the onus and the blame, in my opinion, on the coaching right now and the design of the offense than anything else.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking? You can also text in at 877-881-1053. Brian?
Currently not drinking anything, but you know me, this analytics stuff is fascinating to me, and I was just kind of curious about something about when I was looking at these receivers, I was looking at CeeDee Lamb's numbers and stuff like that, and I was looking at just overall where these balls are being thrown. And, well, actually I took Lamb, Tolbert, and Brooks, just kind of curious where they're at. And we've seen a lot of these hitch routes that Dak has run.
Mm-hmm.
Been very successful with that. 18 of 22 for 157 yards. It's an 82% clip. But when you start to talk about routes down the field, the ends, the crossing routes and stuff, with those receivers, he's only 11 of 21 for 137 yards. He's at 52%. So only half the time he's going to hit, those big, we've seen the Cowboys defensively give up those big plays, those chunk plays. And what's the one thing CeeDee Lamb's really good at? Run after catch.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're only hitting that thing at 52% of the time.
Hitting guys on the move, in between levels, with anticipation, not his strength.
Yeah, and I think that's, when you start to talk about why struggles of, the offense, of course, the running the football, but there's certain route combinations or routes that this team runs that they're just not very good at. And maybe this is where Mike McCarthy needs to go back and look at, okay, are we calling plays that's helping Dak? But if we're only completing this route 52% of the time. I mean,
multiple offensive coordinators have worked with Dak and all decided on the same kind of route combinations. I think it's because, it's a limited guy. That's why he was drafted in the 4th round. Okay, Wolchuk, thinking.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee, about to switch over to some water, and I'm thinking about an epic weekend of football. It's kind of nice. We get a bye week. Stress-free with the Broncos getting the victory last night, so I know no bet payoff this week. It's going to be nice to enjoy some red zone, and then the college football slate tomorrow is outstanding with, of course, the Tennessee-Bama game, Texas and Georgia. I'm excited, bro. I mean, SMU's going to Stanford tomorrow night. This is going to be a fun weekend, and it starts tonight, BYU, Oklahoma State, right here, and you get a CA show. Chris Arnold, three-time Hall of Famer, just a solo 90 minutes leading up to kickoff tonight on The Fan. That's must listen.
7 to 8:30 with CA, and then college football on a Friday night. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is in the midst of a flawless 5 hours.
Get that vibe right.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
So, I got to ask y'all questions, but I don't have the time to do it right now.
Ask them, baby.
I just don't. So how do you feel about the first 8 plays go to CD somehow out of the 12? You know what I mean? Like, they'll put him in the backfield, they'll put him over here, put him over there. It seems like you're forcing the ball to CD, and I get it, like you want him to be involved with the game. But doesn't it feel like you're forcing it?
Does.
Instead of giving, you're not, the game is not giving you that yet.
Yeah.
You're supposed to take what the game is giving you. And it seems like, we got to get CD active, and then it's just not a rhythm to me.
No.
Yeah.
And everybody knows you're going to go to CD in the backfield. Everybody knows this.
Not fooling anyone.
You're not fooling anyone, man.
I think he still leads the team in yards per attempt.
Damn! Oh, my God!
They know there's nobody else.
Oh, my God! You might be right about that one.
Yeah.
What am I drinking? I've had some water, almost a whole gallon. I think the pee is clear. I went to the restroom, and
nice. That's a good sign.
I think the pee is clear. I went to the restroom. Somebody did not flush. I mean, it's not.
Oh, no.
It's not on them. It's an automatic flusher situation.
Oh, okay.
And whoever was in there, it's golden. So I couldn't even tell. It's golden.
Hope it was me.
Okay, good for you. Hold on, let me get another little song right here from Brothers. Hey! And I'm thinking that's the last weekend for the fair.
Oh, no.
Man,
It flies by.
It flies by. I'm going to miss you, fair. I'm
glad you
man.
went for me about several times.
I went several times. I'm locked in. I'm already having plans of hitting up the barbershop early in the morning.
Yeah.
And then dipping right out of there and going to the fair, put my headphones on, listen to a podcast, and look at the cars.
Nice.
I'm just want to lock in on the cars. You know what I mean?
So you're just cruising through, kind of walking, looking at
just
stuff,
walking,
people
chilling.
watching.
Yeah, people watching. I got headphones on. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm solo dolo. Yeah, I might do that, man.
Good day. That's awesome.
I missed the fair.
Lucius, do you ever ride the rides?
I got $200 worth of clips. Then I got to get rid of the tickets.
Yeah. You ever ride the rides?
Not really, bro.
Is it still rickety as heck out there?
I rode
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to make fun of the fair, but man, it just seems very rickety out there.
That's what I like about it, going into those old buildings, and you can see how they made it back then. You're like, man, people must have been real small.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's crazy.
The Cotton Bowl is tiny that way.
I like it, man.
Crazy.
I rode the Love Bug. Do you want to go faster? Yeah, I love that, bro.
Everybody scream!
Yeah, scream!
yeah,
man.
I like those. I like the kid rides now. I mean, the fast ones. The Ferris
twirly
wheel.
cup's
The
not
Ferris
good.
wheel terrifies me.
I
You
love
know, I
the
thought it was
Ferris
going to be
wheel.
very casual, and we went up there. It starts creaking.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
rattling.
You get the,
It'll
the
get you.
creaky,
It'll get you.
and you start swinging, and
Yes.
it's creaky, and I just can't do it, man. I just can't.
I'm going to miss it.
Let's get to your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. And line one's our buddy Mr. Nasty. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Currently, I'm a couple sips into the Don Julio. I got a little pint of Don Julio going, chasing it with a little bit of Diet Coke.
Nice.
I like the song that Lucius had on earlier, the Hall & Oates, One-on-One. It's very fitting with what I've been thinking. For years, we sat here and we let the P. Diddy scandals happen in front of our eyes, whether they were good or bad or, whatever wants to happen. I'm sitting here wondering, are we sitting here watching the same scandals go in front of our eyes with these DAC parties? Never would I invite a guy over for lemonade and Raising Cane's and say that I've been working with him privately. And after working with the guy, he becomes better. And you just play a bunch of garbage on the field. I've heard that Tolbert was working with him. Didn't see a single touchdown last weekend with Tolbert. So is this DAC party being covered up? Are we going to find out something 10 years from the road where you're serving a man lemonade and chicken nuggets and we're calling it a DAC yard? Or what's going on?
Thank you, Nasty. That opens the line at 877.
That's well thought out.
Nasty as well, bro.
It's funny. Line two's Polo and Garland. You're in the Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Polo?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm doing my homegirl Yolanda tattoo. She's sipping on the Bud Ice. I'm letting her tell y'all hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yolanda.
Now, check this out. Gavin, for the longest, I told you and Mike Bassett are the only two dudes on this radio that got heart to ask the hard questions. I told you that. I love you, Gavin, because you do that. I respect New York, Philadelphia, all them Eastern teams like LA because they reporters digging to these owners' butts and come real ask the hard questions. Now, Jerry, with your wrinkled skin, you a billionaire. You should have some glistening skin. You like a doggone Walking Dead character up here telling people, you shouldn't ask them questions. What do you mean you shouldn't ask them questions? I don't care how much money you got. You can't take it to heaven with you. And I'm saying it like this, the Cowboys just sorry. I love my Cowboy, but I wish I would just be open and be real, brothers. Just tell me y'all ain't got a good enough team. Bye.
There he goes, Polo and Garland. I thought he was warming up to say Sean asked better questions.
I did too.
That's maybe where I would have taken that, and I probably would have acknowledged, that you couldn't have done it better than Sean. I mean, I imagine I would have. I would have figured out a way to do it a little bit better than Sean.
I just kind of feel like that Sean and them have been asking a lot of the same questions, though. I mean, they just owner decided he had enough of it that day.
I mean, the great moment was,
good.
but Jerry, why are you getting so mad?
Yeah.
That was the best question of the whole deal. The other ones, you're right.
Everybody wants to know, why are you so mad?
Yeah, it was gold, man. Speaking of gold, here's Black and Gold Bead, loser of 5 in a row here. Sorry about your luck there, sir.
Sorry, buddy.
I appreciate it, man. What's going on, fellas? Man, so I finished off my bottle of rock and roll tequila last night during that game. I'm drinking a couple of cold beers right now. We're out at the fair. I'm going to have a few more beers, so I need to wash that memory away from last night.
There you go.
And I'm not going to give up quite yet, man. I'm going to hold on to hope. And, we need a miracle to somehow make the playoffs. So that's going to lead into the song I'm going to recommend for Total this weekend. And it's Miracles by Jefferson Starship. Sorry about that.
There he goes.
Have a good weekend, fellas.
Black and Gold Bead, drinking, thinking. I mean, you could either get a miracle or just get to play the Cowboys for about 10 weeks in a row. That would do it. That'd put you in the playoffs, wouldn't it, for the Saints?
No question. When they do the highlight film, the seasonal highlight film, it's all going to be from week 2.
They just put on the Cowboys tape.
It was a pivotal matchup. The Saints traveled to AT&T Stadium.
We got LA Live coming up here in about 5 minutes. We got 6 of you on hold. Let's get to Tim here in the G-Bag Nation. Tim, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, how you doing, Gavin? I'm doing fine. I want to say I'm drinking margarita in honor of Kenny of Quinlan. We'll never forget him. And also Max Alvis, who is a dear friend of mine that played third base for the Cleveland Indians in the 50s and the 60s. And I hope that Cleveland can pull it off. But I just want to know, where do you boys want me to start today? Because you're all kind of subject to the barrel this week.
Uh-oh.
It can be Jerry, it can be Gavin, it can be Zach, it can be Brian. Hell, it can even be Lucius. So you just tell me who you want me to start with, and then I'll go from there.
Jerry.
Sean.
Yeah,
Sean.
Sean who?
Jerry. Go with Jerry, Pappy.
Go with Jerry.
Which one is
I dare, the next time, I dare, if you want to be the first Daniel Snyder of the NFL, congratulations, Jerry. I dare you to go and try to take reprisals against Sean. And hell, if you want to fire somebody so bad this week, you need to look in the damn mirror. Now, I'm moving on to Gavin. Now, Gavin, I know you meant to say something about going to a tailgate and not a game. Hell, son, I know what you were talking about. Lord, you were probably sleeping it off during the first half under somebody's fifth wheel looking for an Elkhart woman. And that, I hate to tell you this, but I'm giving you a hats off, because it took big balls to take bag of ass Knicks against the Saints last night.
Thank you, Pat.
And that was a pretty ballsy move right there. Now, Brian, that brings me to you.
Thank you.
It's a good thing this week. This week is a bye week, Brian, because you've been a little giggly today. You need a mental enema this weekend so you can get your focus back.
Appreciate
You're giving Gavin a hard time about his scouting abilities, and Zach, whether or not he knows how to work a control board for replays. That brings me to Lucius, our veteran. Lucius?
No.
You ain't getting no weed or women, so you can figure out whether or not you want food, fishing supplies, tequila. Hell, I'll DoorDash your ass a 50-pound bag of sweet feed from Tractor Supply for your horse if you want. This is Tim and Carthage.
I used to eat that
Thank you,
sweet
Tim.
feed. That's horse food. I used to eat that, boy. It's so good. That molasses on it in the
Oh, I
O's.
bet, yeah.
Oh, I used to tear it up, bro.
Make a nice
Tim's
little
the
dip out
best.
of that, I
I
bet.
used to eat horse food by the cup. Something.
Every once in a while, I get home, he sent over a bottle of Tito's. I'm like, oh my gosh, what a great day.
It's the what you drinking, what you thinking here on a Friday. Rodeo Ron's line 5. Take it away, sir.
We're drinking that Jim Beam with a splash of sweet tea. Waking up from a nap because I'm on vacation.
Let's go.
Just like these Cowboys have been all year long. Jerry Jones, I got a message for you. I've been the Glory Hose, and I hung out on Harry Hines. Jerry, I've been riding with the Cowboys since 77, but since 1996, the only things these things ever brought me was a bottle of Jim Beam, which got me 2 ex-wives. And hopefully the future wife-to-be, she sticks with me long enough so we can grow old together and see the Cowboys win another Super Bowl. But as long as you're the owner, I doubt that's going to happen. And remember one thing, if you're not drinking Jim Beam, listen to 105 through the Fan with Rodeo Ron. Where the you at, baby?
Man, that's legendary. Ron just woke up 3 minutes ago and had that fire call.
Yeah, sound like it.
Freaking legend.
He woke up, took 3 shots.
Woke up off the
Then made the phone call.
Dexter in Dallas, what you drinking, what you thinking, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm sipping on a Coke, man. I'm thinking, man, Isaiah Steinbeck was wrong.
Ooh.
But Woolchuck was right, man. We don't have the talent, but I don't think we need the talent. I think it's all about the strategy. It's about the play caller. If we don't have, some kind of Viet Cong leader in here, man, we don't have any kind of guerrilla warfare in here, man, to pick this thing up, set some traps, set some trick plays. We probably won't win another 4 games, man. I don't think so, man. I mean, we don't have a run game. We don't have the line. We don't have the receivers. And for some reason, we won't draft any of this stuff, man. We won't draft a DT. But like I said, I don't think we need all that. I think we need somebody that can come in here, man, and think, strategize this stuff out, man, and maybe we can have some trick plays and win some games, man.
Enough good players on board. Need a better coaching staff, says Dexter in Dallas. Thanks for the call. Opens a line. Let's go to Tolo C over here on line 7. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Tolo?
Hey, man, peace to the guys. I'm sipping on a little bit of this cloud, man. And what I'm thinking is really like this. It's just my boy Sean that he dropped his nuts on Jerry and then had to get his nuts neutered. But Jerry knows the situation, bro. He really do. And he doesn't have a different answer to give us.
He has no other. He was backed into the smallest corner that he has ever been backed into, and not on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about it.
Yeah.
And the moment he knew, he had no one to blame but GM Jerry.
Yeah.
And that's all I got to say, man.
He lashed out. He was hurt.
Man. I appreciate y'all, boys.
Thank you. There he goes, Tolo C. Have a great weekend. I think he nailed it. I think he felt insecure and maybe defensive, threatened, just by the fact that he's done a terrible job. Big Jim, you're on line 8. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Fellas, I'm drinking whiskey this afternoon as usual, and that fella kind of stole my thunder. I was like, why in the world is Jerry go kicking a little tiny hand man in the balls like that on the air? I thought that was pretty classless and pretty low, and of course, Sean got his balls cut on this morning. Boy, I tell you what, I never could get on board with getting a vasectomy. I figured if I lost my family, I couldn't spare the world my progeny, so I'd have to go find me another woman. But the one thing I think Jerry underestimated, there's one thing, and I speak for all us Tolos out there. Yes, there's abiding loyalty in the Cowboys, and we love the Cowboys a lot. But let me tell you what, there's a lot of loyalty to this radio station, a lot of loyalty to this radio station. And I think Jerry underestimated that. There's a lot of love for this program. The morning show's fine. They're good. I enjoy it. I like Sean. I like RJ. Like Bobby. I really like that Peyton kid. That fella's a good kid.
Good kid.
They should let him talk. They should let him talk more. I know Walchuk and Chief give him a hard time. But, Jerry, let me tell you something. We do love your team, and we've appreciated you for the years. But listen, don't be taking aim at 105.3 The Fan and these guys. Don't be a bully. And, you gotta think about what you say and what you do, because you're undercutting the very people that support you, and you're undercutting the loyalty of these fans out here to 105.3 The Fan. So, Jerry, get your scrotum face, pick it up, get you some Botox. And let's get on with it, and let's try to get something going next week. Hey, boys, love you. Thanks for the joy this week.
Love you, Big Jim.
Thank you right back, Big Jim. That was a hell of a call. Finish it up down here on line 9. Rashad, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, man, I'm going to keep this short and simple, but I appreciate you guys. I love you, Brian Brothers. But I feel like if Jerry Jones had the same energy that he had with Sean with the rest of the dang team, we would have more than one Super Bowl in the past 30 years. You boys have a great weekend. Thank y'all, man.
Damn right, Rashad. Yeah, that's what I want. I want that version of Jerry Jones, the super competitive, borderline toxic one, to harness that and focus that on winning. Time to go into the Pimp Cup.
Okay.
Where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a LA Live on a Friday right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Yeah, fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance on everything. Everybody get high.
Today I surprised my wife with flowers and a teddy bear. They were free. Somebody left them tied to a light pole at intersection.
Toxic.
Got a little white bike for my son. It was good. It was a nice...
It's a little leftover joke from Toxic Tuesday right there. Please don't be offended. This is LA Live on a Friday. Yeah, October 18th, 2024. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Let the Friday vibes flow. Yeah, we made it, people. Let's enjoy our 48 hours of liberty. But be safe, though. Avoid the law dogs out here this weekend. Mind your speeds. Sometimes you can be going too slow. That could be a problem out there. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Please don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check, because your emotions will get you to crash out, I'm telling you right now. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. I took a peep at Dallas, Texas TV, and y'all have been on one as of late. Oh, my God, y'all been on one as of late. I seen someone crash their McLaren into a house in Plano. Wow. Crashed a whole McLaren into a crib, fam.
Oh, my goodness.
My boy, what are you doing? Someone else crashed over a girl, committed murder.
Murder?
You done changed a whole lot of lives out here. Wow. There's too many fish in the ocean, bro. And And I mean that respectfully, metaphorically. You know what I mean? There's too many out here for you to be crashing out over one. I promise you, dog.
Yeah.
What else did I see on there? Crashed out over a girl.
We had a kid last weekend in the neighborhood in a 30. Rolled his truck into one of those retention ponds somehow.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
He was racing his teenager idiot friend.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, in a 30.
You just learned how to drive. You don't know how to race yet, man.
No.
Calm down, man. There was a fight. Speaking of that, there was a fight in traffic yesterday. Forest Lane and Central Expressway. They got out and they started throwing dukes. I didn't see any guns. They were throwing real hands. But one of the dudes had no shirt on and a Pooh Shiesty mask. Wow, bro, don't fight anybody with a Pooh Shiesty mask. Especially if they're young. They might have that fang on them.
With no shirt?
With no shirt.
Guaranteed.
Got out. He was ready. Boo. Had the footwork. Man, move away from that. He had old boys spinning. In circles. He had boys spinning in circles.
If you're not knocked out yet, that's your opportunity to run.
Get out of there, man. Fight nobody with a Pooh Shiesty mask on. There was a dude crashing out at McDonald's in Fort Worth over barbecue sauce.
What the hell, man?
Over barbecue sauce.
I didn't get enough barbecue. It's not the same, those chicken selects.
Nah, you're right. That barbecue sauce do be hitting over there. In other words, people, keep it together. Yeah. Don't crash out this weekend, please. Here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Hey. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Feel Good Friday vibes. Ted Cruz. Is he a sports jinx? Have you guys heard of this?
Oh, is he?
Oh.
Yeah, Ted Cruz sports curse.
Okay.
So there is a, what is this called? A change.org petition to keep Ted Cruz away from the Texas game this weekend. Yeah. The Ted Cruz curse. I believe it started when he went to the Houston Astros game, the ALDS.
Oh, no.
And they lost. Ouch. Okay. And he made a big deal about going out there. That's why they call it the curse. Yeah. He also popped up at the Longhorns playoff game against the Washington Huskies.
Down in New Orleans.
And they took that L too. Yeah. So one UT fan went so far to create a change.org petition, said Ted Cruz is just plain bad luck. Last time I checked, about 1,600 people signed it. The goal is 2,500.
Alex Stein involved with this one?
Wow. Alex Stein would love some.
He would.
He would love that right there. That's nothing but content for you, Alex.
Yeah. If you don't want him in your town, all you have to do is have a winter storm. He'll get right out.
Well, we're going to be... Cancun cruise? Yeah, man. So if he does pop up at the game, UT, you better win so you can go ahead and break that curse for Cruz. Other than that, it's going to be a nasty situation for you, brother. Yeah. Nasty. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on a fan at 2:30 to vibes. Ooh-wee. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Here's a Cowboys diss track for you. I know you like it.
Man, here we go again. This team ain't gonna never win. I'm ashamed to be a fan. Got me lying to my friends. Louis belt straight to ass. That cannot complete a pass. CeeDee Lamb been playing trash. Man, how long is this gonna last? Damn. Get it, Jerry.
Yeah.
Quit it, Jerry. Yeah. Retire, Jerry. Yeah. We gotta fire Jerry. Yeah. Boy, you know this team super bad. I ain't lying. Every week we taking belt to ass. That bitch is me. That cannot complete a simple pass. Where he tryna? Man, how long is this gonna last? Who you throwing? Took a 40 ball, beating 2 times is like a sequence. Wow. Dak, who you throwing to? He threw it to the defense. I'm like, Dak, who you throwing it to? He threw it to the